give in. We're all the same here, we fight to win. You push us back, then belt on close. We're all the same till our statues fall. And we lose it all, and we won't back down till we lose it all. In the belt on close.
accelerating. He's done it.
Oh!
He's finding success in the middle of this throw ball. Absolute calamity from this.
The winch is going to stall it. And he's done it. He's done it.
Unbelievable from OG. Carries the team. How has Carnifex got away with that? He even gets the second.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Pro Hubs. It is PHL Season 2 champs for NA. My name is Artie, and I'm joined here by Waltz and Rio. How are we feeling today, Waltz? It's good to have you back.
My goodness, I am excited to be back. I'm thrilled to get to be casting NA, some of my favorite teams in the scene, and some of the best finals I think we're going to be expecting, and just getting a nice preview for the major. I am thrilled to be here.
Awesome. Thrilled to have you here. Rio, good to see you again. Yesterday, we ran through some of the EU Titans, and now it's time for the home ground.
Yeah, I can't wait to see who makes it onto phase 2, who gets eliminated, and who ends up taking all of the cash. Yesterday was intense. It was a very long broadcast. Today might be another long one. So if you guys aren't doing anything today, guess what? You probably have a full day's worth of the finals.
Absolutely. And that is something that I would wish on every single person in my life because I love the finals. I love being here for it. And yeah, we have an absolute showstopper for you today. Showstopper because of the fact that, well, this is it. This is going to be the last one before the major itself. Oof. Last one of the year, perhaps. But without further ado, let's take a look at what we're actually going to be seeing today. Take a look at the bracket to see what is happening for everybody that is watching at home for the very first time. This is your 8 finalist teams from NA. These are the teams that have fought tooth and nail over the last few weeks in order to make sure they could secure their spot with, of course, one of these teams coming in from the last chance qualifier, 2 of these teams, last chance qualifiers. But not only is this bracket going to be absolutely insane and a preview of what we can expect at the major, but to help y'all break it down, I have an analyst of my own with which I can call to ask any questions. That analyst is, of course, Tetra. It's good to see you, Tetra. How you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you. It's great to be here. I've honestly, up until Luck Cup, I've not done an NA stream. So it's going to be interesting to see how the old NAs do it compared to the EU players. It's going to be good.
Oh, yeah. We do things a bit different over here, but I'm sure that you're going to have a fantastic time. I'm glad to have you here because these brackets, they hurt my brain, they hurt chat's brain, and as we get through all of this, I am going to have a lot of questions about where we are, who is fighting for survival, and potentially even what's happening off stream. We are having a B stream right now at the Finals Central to catch all the games that are not happening on your screen here. There is going to be some extra stuff there. There's just so much finals all the time. So, chat, if you guys have any questions here, we're going to bring it back to Tetra because my brain is only so smooth and it needs a few extra wrinkles.
But yeah, I'm here to answer all questions.
Awesome. Great to have you here, Tetra. Awesome to have everything set up for today. And speaking of which, why don't we start with this? It's going to be Nightmare, Task Managers, Envy, and Pioneers. So, looking at these teams that are coming through for day 1, or sorry, for Group A here on day 2, what do we think is the vibes, Tetra? What are we thinking for like the teams that got here the old-fashioned way, and then also, of course, the qualifier teams? What are we thinking, Tetra?
Well, of course, Pioneers a team to make it through that last chance qualifiers. The other 3 on this four team roster are all teams that made it in the top 6. And Nightmare and Envy, as well as Task Manager, honestly, they are teams to look out for. Nightmare are possibly a team that people are expecting to come out of this as victors. So it's going to be interesting to see as 2 teams will have to go down to that lower side of the bracket and fight for elimination. It's going to be interesting to see actually who comes out on top here. It's going to be interesting.
100%. Thank you for that, Tetra. Very excited to have you on. But now, Waltz and Rio, I gotta say, there are some Titans in this lobby. I mean, forget about the fact that every single one of these teams has such a storied history. But Waltz, we're thinking about Uni, we're thinking about Stooge, we're thinking about some of the best light players in the world here.
Oh yeah, no, the light battle is one that you have to be looking for, and I think you can even throw people like Spawns into that, category, right? Like when Spawns is on, he's able to stand up to it. And the question is he going to be at the top of his game today? Can he stand up to the likes of Uni and Stooge? Because yeah, the light battle is, I think, what is going to determine a lot of these fights, especially in cash out where there are so many different angles that you have to account for. Positioning is key for these players.
And I mean, positioning is only half the battle. The rest of it is also going to be your macro and what decisions that you decide to make as an entire team. In Rio, task managers is a team that sometimes goes completely haywire when it comes to that.
Yeah, I mean, really, it's just that unknown factor. Sometimes we'll see some weird loadouts or just really change everything up on a fly. And it's nice to have that one member in the group that's a little bit of the wild card, especially when we get into cash out. Because when you throw 4 teams in there, it's fun to have a non-standard cash out, in my opinion.
100%. I mean, that's the thing that makes cash out go around. I think that we are starting to get into the lobby very soon, but I gotta say, Waltz, we are also happy to have you back. And, I know that your child will be able to grow up with Oscar's child, and it's going to be a great time. But at the same time, Waltz, what is more important? Your child's development or the finals? Grand major. I'm kidding. But, like, genuinely, we are so happy to have you back, Waltz.
I could not be more thrilled to be back. Of course, I absolutely love this game and I love getting to cast it. And I'm excited to get to put a voice to these amazing teams because you're right. As we move into Cis Horizon, there really is nothing better than some amazing finals gameplay.
Awesome. Well, without further ado, we're about to jump into our very first cash out game here with Cis Horizon for cash out for Group A, Rio and Waltz, the OG duo. So happy to have you guys here. Please, gents, take it away.
Thank you for that introduction, Artie. And yeah, Waltz, my God, it has been a while and a pleasure to be back on the mic with you, especially loading into Cis Horizon, probably one of our favorite maps.
Definitely one of the most consistent maps overall, right? I mean, we've seen the map go through a lot of different iterations in the strategy that teams have as they approach it, but a mainstay in the competitive scene since the time it came out. It's just such a consistent map all around, so many different ways to play. Already some fights breaking out around these vaults, but really we're going to be watching the macro, as Artie was talking about and you were talking about. That's the goal at the end of the day is within cash out, you have to get to that first position. First place matters so much. It gives you so much control over the tempo of this match. And right now we are watching as Envy in a good spot, going to get this first plug immediately, basically not even contested by the likes of the rest of the lobby. So they're just going to go ahead and get a nice quick start to this.
Yeah, and they plugged in one of the most difficult spots to really push into. They've made some changes recently to make it a little more defensive and a little easier to push into, but it is still a very difficult one. Right now, though, it seems like Gremlin got a nice winch there, pulled him into him, and just brings Digcron down immediately. There's one person remaining on the task managers, but it looks like they're about to run into another team right here. Nice healing going on as well, keeping the team nice and healthy, but Gremlin just went down. Same with Uni. Now Nightmare are on the receiving side of it. And Lasagna looks like he's just gonna pop that red barrel and explode.
He actually dropped it though. He tried to jump into the fire and actually couldn't finish himself off, so he's still alive. Nightmare looks like they might be staying alive. Instead, we turn over to the other side where we have had Pioneers yoink this. They third-partied the vault and got a plug for their efforts, but they move in now, looking forward into how they can approach this cash out, because there has been enough time now for Pioneers to defend this. So task managers have to find the approach. Obviously, with all the C4, so many drops on this building, you have to find the right way. And he goes for the steal. They might actually just let this happen, try to catch them unawares. Rounding the corner, the dome shield is there, prepped, and they go for the winch. There's a sledge actually on the field. Llama back with his sledge. The goat is here. One finds one. He finds two. Can he get the third? He does. Llama bringing it back in style with a three-piece.
Wow, what a way to get started. The Pioneers are hitting hard and swinging that hammer. We're going to turn our attention now towards Uni as they're making their approach towards Cash Out A. Cash Out A is slowly running down, and it's in the hands of Envy. They need to hold on for just a little bit longer, and it doesn't seem like anybody from Nightmare wants to commit to this just yet, which is a little bit odd because time is just running down. But Uni finally spots Busy out, gets one kill. Here is their opportunity. Dome Shield going down a very exposed cash out. This is going to be difficult for them to hold on, but they might be able to get it. No, the goose stall. That is going to save it for them. A wonderful play by STN. Are you kidding me?
Last possible second he could have done too. He was about to get focused down. A nice take, or a nice push from Nightmare, picking Busy off in an unfortunate position, but the defense was legendary there. Pioneers looking to defend once again, have to fend off Task Manager. So Wade is dropping down on the ground with that LH1, something he's loved to run a lot. Looking for the light counterpart. He spots him, but he has to get over into the corner as Llama once again coming through the sledge, but he's going to get melted by Wade. There's enough time to go for the steal. They have to jump into it as they come back, looking to heal his team up. They actually pulled it out. Task Manager successfully pulling this away from Pioneers, and the tracking is there. Pioneers unable to go for the reverse flip. They just want to go ahead and get some consolation kills instead, as Task Managers just taking that from under the noses of Pioneers at this point. Does eat a sledge and RPG to the face, so he's going to go down, but a nice win in the macro sense from Task Managers here. They're just going to go ahead and look to finish this up. Nice goo into the corner, takes him down. A bit of a Pyrrhic victory, though, from Pioneers on this one.
Yeah, no, that's actually the best way of putting it. You know, they get the wipe at the end, but they didn't get the cash. And really, that's what all matters in the end. Right now, it seems like Vault 4 has been tapped. They're kind of waiting it out, feeling it out. We see they're probably going to head towards Cash Out C, get the plug there. All of Envy seems pretty uncontested at the moment. Nobody's really pushing them. They are sitting on top of the leaderboard with 10K, and really looks like they're going to get this plug and add a little bit more towards their name. Cash Out D starting to run down. Nightmare again, not really being pushed just yet, but moving our attention towards STN. He has that FAMAS trying to go towards it. Shooting through that hole, didn't connect with anybody just yet, but there is the vault. They're going to go for that plug.
Did open up the wall, nice use. Oh, he missed the throw. Wait, he didn't get it in. He has to go into the position now. He actually does get the plug, but he dives into 3 to get away with it. And now Envy stuck with 1 left. STN has to just survive and let his team respawn. Oh no, an uncharacteristic miss from Stu there, just missing the vault throw. Back on the other side, Nightmare desperately trying to hold on, but Task Managers, seems like that first team wipe was a little out of character because they have found their stride. Gremlin, the only one left on Nightmare right now, does get Lasagna as he coins back in, but 2 versus 3, that's going to be a hard ask, especially with all of them sitting on the point. Might just let the flip go there. What happened to his C4? It's gone. He goes for the winch, but he actually gets winched in turn. 1 goes down, but Gremlin goes down himself. Dacron, it is only a single health P. It's all on Wade. He has to survive. He has to keep them alive, but he's getting picked over there by Busy, coming into third party this, but he takes out another Uni, third partying this on their original cash out. Dacron, the only one left on the side of Task Managers, but Envy have 2 left. The steal is going to be really, really difficult to get the fib. The goo is down, but there's a lot of angles left to still play for. Gremlin decides to hold it with the healing infuser and the heal beam. They might have a chance here. He's sticking on it. He's taking so much damage, but he might be able to flip this. He has a second away, but he can't do it. The steal is, a hold is there. Stu and I Love Rice defending that against Nightmare, as that's going to be taken in favor of Task Managers, putting themselves in a nice first place right now.
Yeah, what a crazy steal and hold by Task Managers. They were able to get in there, stay alive by just 1 remaining member, and then somehow get away with the cash. That is impressive. They are on top, but really, they're only on top by about 10K. This is a pretty tight match so far. Sometimes with the new, or with this, ranked mode, you lose a lot of cash, and it does impact where you are sitting on the leaderboard. So it's an interesting situation for everybody to be in. We've got 2.5 minutes left on the map, or on the board, and Cash Out C is running down. STN getting some nice kills right off the bat, throwing down that dome shield and some goos, trying to stay alive and get this final kill. Instead, it goes for a res. This is a nice long res, going to bring his teammates back into this. Task Managers have been wiped down below. And as I mentioned earlier, Cash Out C just finished.
That's actually a really big wipe there from Task Managers. They were sitting in a really solid place, but as you mentioned, with the ranked rule set, you are going to lose cash on those wipes, and with that, we now have 3 teams that are vying for first place. But with the amount of money you're going to get from these 5th and 6th vaults, this also puts Nightmare in a very good position to get 2nd place if they can hold on to just a single cash out. So realistically, they're going to want this to split. They don't want the double. The only team that might want to see a double is Task Managers, but even then, with the very close margins that they wipe, unless they're getting both plugs, that's probably not the situation they want to be in. So I'd be very surprised to see a double here, and it is everything to play for with these teams.
Yeah, I mean, a double would be very interesting. Look at that RPG. Gremlin, I'm not sure connected with the person he was looking for. Took a lot of self-damage in that,
the
but
winch,
immediately gets
though.
a wonderful winch claw. Brings him down. Sadly, couldn't connect it. Nightmare will be wiped. Vault 6 being pushed onto the corner of the map, trying to stay in this. I Love Rice taking a lot of damage. Llama running in there with that sledgehammer. But look at that shot as Spawns pulls away with the 93R. Dang.
Nice place for Spawns again. When he's hitting, and this plug does come in from Envy. So Envy, with that, just barely below Task Managers if they don't get this cash out. So if Task Managers wipe once more, they lose their default first place. There's the plug from Pioneers as well, and already Task Manager's out of first place. This is now a very, very close map. Again, Nightmare takes one of these boxes. They're going to be in second place, so they can make it through. Everything to play for with 1.5 minutes left on the clock. Right now, Envy holding one box as Pioneers hold the other. Here come Task Managers pushing in towards B, looking to unseat Pioneers.
If this is anybody's game at the moment, it really can turn on a dime. The only one that's not looking good right now is Nightmare. Oh, Wade trying to throw that fire barrel, but it didn't work out for him. They're going for the steal and drops down into the bottom floor. Now it seems like everybody is starting to come into this. The fighting is about to kick off as they're looking for their next target. Throwing some red barrels, blowing some holes in everything, and looking for really anybody, but everybody is here. Brindy again rocking that healing beam, trying to keep everybody in it.
Oh, they're running. They're playing so nicely right now. Pioneers just getting out of dodge every time, even dropping the zips behind them. Their movement is so clean. They cannot get caught. And you don't want to go for a steal against Llama with that sledge. Gets winched in, but he's going to go ahead and take out I Love Rice. One goes down. Taskman already fighting at disadvantage. They're going to have to regroup. And that's their medium down, so they're not going to have a defib. They're going to have to go for the long route if they want to have all three back up. Time ticking down. 25 seconds. You have Nightmare wiped on the other side. They're out of contention. They are not going to go through first and second. And now it just goes, can Task Managers take this out? 17 seconds left. I Love Rice is not even a factor in this fight right now. They have to just start on it, but Llama in a defensive position, there's no chance they're going to be able to make it here. They have to just go. They have to just try. But with the goo and the dome and the shields, everything on point, we have our two teams that are moving through. Pioneers and Envy taking the top two slots quite handily there at the end.
Yeah, definitely. And I really like the positioning of Llama at the end. He was just staying on that cash out and just swinging that hammer and basically made it where nobody could get close to him. And that's really impressive. It's a great way to defend it. And I think I'm starting to see that more and more, that during the last little bit, everybody was just staying as close to that cash out as possible, just to eliminate any potential for somebody to get that very last second steal. It's some nice adaptation that we're seeing from the scene.
And look at that, 9-1 on Llama. I love to see the return of the sledge. I never thought I would see the day. It finally is back. A controversial weapon to many, but it is sure exciting to see Llama bring something back that we have not been seeing a ton of. Could this be maybe a little bit of a teaser for what we get to see in the major? I sure hope so, because he pulled out 9-1 with that, more than anybody else on the map.
Now, will he keep it as we go into 3v3s? That's going to be the real question. And maybe, Artie, you could break that down a little bit more.
Genuinely an impressive set from the Pioneers. I mean, KCP was kind of down bad at the very beginning of it all. Like, Nightmare, before they got wiped, had a good chance to actually continue and make that running happen. But when there was 3 teams on one box, I mean, genuinely, Envy was kind of in the driver's seat of that. When Envy came into third party, decide who gets that box to set the middle of the game up, it all kind of fell away from there. But I gotta say, Llama on the sledgehammer in cash out is not, that wasn't my bingo card at all, but it makes a lot of sense. I like the fact that they were able to pull out kind of all of the modern, late season 8 goings where you get the sledgehammer, you get the vanishing bomb, and you just play macro completely differently to how everyone else is. But we can't take away from the fact that task managers genuinely, all the way up until the very end, they were the ones to watch. I was not expecting to see the incredible performance from the likes of Wade and I Love Rice, just to be able to actually put up a solid fight against Nightmare more than a handful of times. But at the end of it, when it came down to that very last fight waltz, I mean, Envy didn't even have to show up.
No, yeah, and Envy very quickly wiped Nightmare on the other side of the map, and so they were in, like you said, they were in the driver's seat for a lot of this, getting a very easy and a very simple first cash out there. That hold by STN on that very first cash out with that goose actually kind of, that was the clincher for them to get them ahead, because that put Nightmare in a position they felt like they had to go for cash outs and go for fights that they didn't want to, and Envy felt a lot more secure. So it's those small moments that start to add up. But I do think you mentioned task managers as well, and I think task managers have the sense of when in a fight to turn and go. I don't know if that's a shot calling thing, if that's maybe their in-game leader, but in that first fight, like they were doing a really good job of, at a certain moment in the fight, you could see there was a call made to do X, and immediately everybody in the team turns and does X. And I think that's why they got really, really close. You could just see a little bit of a breakdown on that last fight.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, hey, we also got to get ready to break down the next fight because we got Pioneers versus Envy. We got those map bans ready to go. Let's take a look real quick. And it's going to be Fortune Stadium. So I'm excited to get Rio's Fortune. And then we got Bernal and Sis Horizon. This is going to be good. So again, looking at Fortune Stadium, this is one of the maps where we're going to be able to see the Vanishing Bomb kind of in full play. I've been watching both Pioneers and Envy scrimming all week. And one thing about both these teams is they've both been running that Vanishing Bomb. Now, there has been a little bit of testing between whether or not they want to run the Vanishing Bomb in place of the Glitch or in place of the H+ Infuser. And I think depending on what changes they're making on that front will also affect what the Heavy is going to be doing. And I think that this is going to be such an important match to watch, not only for right now because of the fact that there are stakes to winning PHL, but because of what this means coming into the major just 2 weeks away.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Envy ditch the H Infuser, maybe specifically here, purely because you might see a sledge. I don't know if we're going to see a sledge on Fortune, but the thing of healing only matters so much, right? Like it's a fast heal, but a sledge is still a little bit faster, right? And when when he bursts through the wall and he starts acting like a bull in the china shop, there's only so much healing is going to do, and I wouldn't be surprised to see that, but also at the same time, I mean, that's kind of, they don't know, right? They don't know he's going to go sledge.
Well, we're about to know, so without further ado, it's time for the very first set here. Rio, Waltz, take it away.
Absolutely, and Waltz, I have a fortune for you real quick, and it is your determination will be your greatest asset. I think I actually agree with that for you.
That's a real nice one. That's a lot better than the one about my phone battery.
Oh, I remember that one. Yeah, no, I've switched to actual fortunes these days. But let's get started on Fortune Stadium with the Pioneers and Envy.
Oh my goodness, already?
Pioneers right here. They're ready to get into this engagement. RPG in the hand by Busy connects it on multiple targets, looking to follow it up with the Shaft 50. But all the Pioneers have gone down a floor, bringing this to a little bit of a slowdown.
Yeah, that's the beauty of Sledge. They were immediately able to just get out of dodge, especially now that mediums don't run DMAP. The ability to move around the map at your leisure comes at a premium. And for Llama, that comes with Sledge. That's such a huge benefit. That's, in many ways, that's more important when you're watching this matchup to think about than even just the damage. The ability for Sledge to act as a DMAT, and as a C4, as anything like that, just gives you the chance to move cash outs, drop enemies, move through walls that you wouldn't otherwise. It gives you a lot more freedom that teams have given up for that healing beam lately. So not surprised that they were able to get away, and that's the movement we saw from them in that previous match. Trying to get to the roof. This is not a place we normally see fights all the way on the roof. Hell, but that's where these teams are deciding to go ahead and take this instead of across this kind of gulf over at the the hotel area where we normally see. So the vault has been tapped, but neither team's super interested in grabbing it. They know that's going to leave them very exposed.
Yeah, I kind of like it when both teams are right on top of each other, but nobody wants to make a move just yet. They're looking for the smallest mistake, somebody to be out of position, somebody to just go for a little bit of damage, get a little bit of aggressive, or the Vanish Bomb, just like Artie was priming us for, was able to help bring his teammates a little bit over there, and I think that they grabbed the vault in that, and look at that, they're going to run it directly towards A. Envy going to get the plug, putting the Pioneers in chase, but they're already engaging in the battle. Spawn's got some great damage, but immediately healed right back up, but look at the movement tech directly into the healing beam. Love that. Good teamwork.
A little bit of a both. STN almost dying there, gets healed up by Stu last second, and then Spawns as well, almost getting caught out. Both teams playing on the very edge of what they can get to. Just absolutely putting everything they can in. Gets dropped here a little bit. Looks like some C4 goes down. Shot that C4. Brendy with that repeater, looking to get the angle onto. On takes a little bit of damage. Both teams just posturing right now, trying to figure out where the other is. They know that they're sitting above. Llama wants to get them in a position where they have to get close. Remember this, because of that hammer, because of this, he does get the winch in. He pulls in Busy. Busy surrounded by two, immediately going to go down to one point blank. He's dead on Llama. The Asian Fuse are going to bring him back up really quickly. Now STN and Stu looking from above. They do it the high ground, but the high ground only does so much when all of this goo keeps going in place. They're not going to have the angles they want to have. Another round of goo. So much is just in the way here. They're going for the steal. Stu does have an angle, but he gets winched in. He gets found. He gets away just at the last second, though. A single HP left on this man, but STN also gets found out. The repeater finishes them off. They're both down, and Envy fall with only about 30 seconds left on this cash out.
Yeah, I don't think that the respawn is going to work in their favor. And look at that winch following it up. And that RPG. Oh, so sexy. Great play by the Pioneers. They've played this so well. And it's already interesting to see the differences between the NA and EU. Yesterday in EU, I don't remember a single game that was this slow. That it was really only one fight per cash out, and that's what it's really starting to look like. I think it's more that Envy just don't know what to do against the sledgehammer. And the way you described it earlier, Waltz, it really is probably the most versatile finals-like weapon in the entire game. Just it can do everything. It's a C4, it's a hammer, it's a break down walls, it breaks down barriers. Everything in that. It's just a very peak finals. But with that, there's the cash out for the Pioneers, putting the Envy trying to figure out what to do next.
Yeah, they're in the driver's seat right now. Pioneers, as Tetra mentioned earlier, the team that came through the last chance qualifier, they did not finish in the top 6, but they might be the first team to punch their ticket into the Final Four in Phase 2. Busy running all the way over to B. Looks like they are going to get a quick tap, and they're going to be looking for a quick plug, since it doesn't seem like he cares much about where Pioneers are. Just going to set up this site with the C4 early. Pioneers running across the map. They got eyes on him, so there's going to be a quick plug, but aren't correct here. It's like, I feel like Envy definitely, we know them for their movements. Their comms and their ability to be a synchronized unit is one of the things that really sets them apart. It's what set them apart early on as well in that first PHL season, back when they were not Envy. Bricked instead, but actually as we drop down, they are just so good at finding these angles, moving to where they need to be. They a lot of damage. So many Pioneers are already taking damage. They're back up to full health, but that's a lot of utility used. They've already used the H+ Infuser. If they do some more damage this time, it's permanent. Busy has to take a reset though. He is almost dead.
Yeah, this is what's so interesting. It's just a very slow, methodical way of playing the finals. And now they had a very quick engagement. Nobody even went down on that I'm aware. And they just used that as an opportunity to take the vault and bring it over to the other cash out station. So I don't know which play style is better. This feels very composed. It feels very high level. It's just a bit different, to be honest.
Oh yeah, and you can see how much the cash outs, like this is why people like Fortune Stadium so much. It's why they like maps like Sis Horizon. The cash outs and the map lends itself to different styles of play. You saw Envy put themselves over in the hotel area. They wanted to get that cash out into the open so they could defend it. Pioneers know that if they head over to the other one, they're going to be able to put very strong position with that sledgehammer in the close range that they're trying to play with. But now they actually have to get there. They've been kind of isolated, but there's a nice gateway, the escape gateway over to the corner. They're going to be able to go ahead and plug in on C, and Pioneers make it out of what looked like a sticky situation. Not going to have a lot of time to set up with the defense, though. Oh my gosh, he's already dead!
Play. Yeah, no kidding. One member already down from Envy. Not looking too good as they trade, and is now a 2 versus 2. They're going to try and go for a long res and bring STN back into this battle. Again, things have kind of slowed down just for a brief moment as both teams try and find the best way to go back into it. Envy have gone for the flip. They should have plenty of time to get this going and just a few seconds to set up their defenses before the Pioneers come in. But look at this. Already 2 of the Pioneers have gone down. Nice gunplay coming in from both of them. Here is the sledge, but you can't do too much if you don't have your teammates there to support you. And as expected, Llama just decides to jump off to reset and get his teammates back in there as quick as they can. They should have at least one more attempt.
Yeah, they'll have time here. I expect to see Envy most likely set up on the high ground. on probably near that helicopter pad. That's where we see a lot of these teams set up. Gives you coverage of all of the approaches. For, you know, knowing where these teams are going to be coming from, knowing where to put them. Looks like he's been trying to winch this into a better spot, but unable to do so. Going to take that jump pad up to that high ground. Now they see spawns over in the corner. Can he survive here? He actually makes it. Actually gets his team across with a quick gateway. That's a huge movement for them because it means that they can actually get this cash out into the place they want it to be. There's still a winch available for Llama. They might pull this over in the corner. C4 and the explosive barrel have been used, but he does have one already recharged, looking to blow up that roof, exposing cash out once again. RPG misses the mark. A bit of a miss on that. RPG still has his dome, looking to drop in just a moment. SA-12 versus Sledge. It's tough for it, but they have to start the steal in just a moment. Eventually, something has to give. Pioneers have to start for this. There it is. He drops his dome. He has eyes on him with the shack. Comes inside. They already take out one, but the time is over. There's not enough. Pioneers cannot clinch this one out. SDN gets the kill. The trade looks to come through. The Pioneers coming up short.
That was a masterful play by Envy. You could just see Busy was looking through every little hole and not just pushing in. He just used his sight to his advantage and just the holdback, the just not committing to it and knowing when to really push in. It was perfect. He played that perfectly, kited it, and this fight is still going on. No team has been wiped just yet. Busy goes for a winch. Instead, it retreats back just a little bit, reloading that RPG, ready to shoot it off. Does connect it with Llama, trying to keep his distance from the sledgehammer. Again, they're just pulling off, playing this very slow. Brindy does go down. Llama, the only remaining member, surely isn't going to remain for too much longer. Goes under the stairwell. The winch claw cancels that swing, and there he goes. Pioneers have been wiped, but it is a tied up game. This is really close so far, Waltz.
Yeah, fully tied up. You can see that these teams aren't quite evenly matched, and I think that Envy is starting to find their stride a little bit on this, figuring out how to take these advantages, you know, really capitalize on what is weak about the sledgehammer and figuring out how to play against it. I mean, they have played against it before. Maybe sometimes it just takes a moment to wake up and remember. But also, I mean, they got very fortunate with the timing on that last cash out. Being able to get that steal when they did, it meant that Pioneers were on a very, very short timetable, so not a lot they can do. Finally, it looks like Envy are going to be able to make it over to this cash out that they actually prepped, it feels like 20 minutes ago. Finally, they're going to be able to go ahead and plug in B. Again, he misses the throw. They haven't been able to get their throw lately. But he is going to head back up to the high ground. They're going to defend this. This one is going to be hard for Pioneers to push into. This is where Envy wanted to be the whole time.
Yes, this is an incredibly difficult one. Look at their height advantage. They just have so many levels to play with, and they can hide inside these levels, just like we're seeing right now. You don't have to pop out unless you absolutely need to, and otherwise you just run down the clock. Pioneers trying to find an entry, looking for any advantage that they can. Good invis, and now that'll let them get a little bit closer. But again, this cash out is so exposed. They really didn't do anything with that invis. By the time they got over there, it was over.
Yeah, the invis can be a real mixed bag, right? You have to be very cautious with your use of invis. If you want to really, like, Artie did a very good in-depth video where he talked about the strengths of invis and why teams use it and how it's better for your teammates than it really is for the light sometimes because of the increased duration. But you still have to be very thoughtful about your usage. Much like the other gadgets, it's a piece of utility. Pioneers winched in the point. They're going for the steal. Goo nades have been deployed, but they're just trying to bait out Envy. Envy do have the high holes in the floor have been made, so they do have the advantage, but Spawn's doing a lot of damage to Brendy. Brendy nearly dead. Stu takes him out. Sorry, Stu takes out Brendy. Already one down. Llama gets the backstab from STN. They've surrounded him. He can only do so much when multiple guns are pointed at him, and Stu is going to finish off the second on the backside. Stu, the hero of that match, is going to go ahead and take this one and close it out for Envy. It looked so good for Pioneers, but I don't think there's any chance of coming back.
Yeah, can we take a look at the scoreboard? Because I honestly kind of feel like it was... Okay, that was closer than I expected. I felt that maybe Llama wasn't getting a ton of kills, but it seems to have been working for him. So I was going to say, like, oh, maybe it was the sledgehammer just wasn't the best choice to bring in here, but it seems fine. I don't know really where they messed up other than just some bad timings, some unfortunate pushes, and just losing members like that. And just, yeah, unfortunate, but the Pioneers did look really good.
We got a little bit of trash talk coming out here, you know. I mean, like, you called it, you know, you said, like, some people have different reactions towards this sledge, right? And the question is, would they have done better if he hadn't been using a sledge? I agree. I don't think necessarily. I think they have a play style that they want to go for, and I think sometimes you're just not quite in the position you want to be. If they'd maybe gotten a better cash out spawn, if it's shown up maybe in the middle building instead of
Yeah.
some of the corner ones, like there's a lot of things that can go one way or the other, and obviously they went in with a very specific plan, right? But eh, we still have more maps coming up. This is a best of 3. This isn't like the phase 2 where it's just 2 maps. So there's still a chance for Pioneers to come back and take.
Yeah, and I think that what I noticed from that as well, just going back to the previous thought about the sledgehammer, is I think that Envy had good spacing, and they just didn't allow them to get
Mhm.
close enough where the Pioneers were able to work as that one just kind of steamroll of a unit, and that's what they just kind of figured out. It felt like they might have struggled a little bit during that first cash out, and that's why they were able to get it. But I think that if they switch it up, I think that, and that's what makes it so interesting with a team like this, because if they hop off the sledge now, all of that prep, all of like mental figuration that they just did goes out the window because Llama could be bringing in a gun and they have to change everything again, and that could actually be pretty advantageous for the Pioneers. So I don't know. I'm kind of excited to see how just this one player picks because it determines a lot.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of the finals, right? Is the flexibility that you have to change your loadouts, change how you approach things is going to require your opponents to think about that, If a team's playing DMAT, we saw that in some of the matches in the in the close qualifiers as well, like my absolute Kings Saints won defending a cash out, but the DMAT that they weren't, necessarily expecting to play against put them in a position where it was harder for them to go for a defense, right? Like, so you have little changes in established metas where Sledge comes out instead of an SH12, DMAT run instead of something else. Somebody runs a Vanish Bomb when you think they're running the H Infuser. You have to adjust your play style on the fly because otherwise you're going to be caught in a position, and it is the smallest of moments that matter in this game.
Yeah, the smallest things do matter. Smallest little mistakes, tiny cracks, tiny missteps. It all matters quite a lot. But we've loaded into Bernal for map number 2. Both teams taking a pretty standard rooftop fight here. Nice level area for them as well. This is pretty typical. They want to try and feel it out, feel each other out. And what is Llama running? It looks like a gun, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he's bringing back the shack. So no more sledgehammer, at least for now. He might bring it back out a little bit later. He's got the RPG in hand. There is the bounce pad as well. They want to go directly for this engagement, but in their timing didn't work out perfectly because Envy just grabbed this vault and got it out of there.
Yeah, nice retreat from Envy there, and yeah, it doesn't really surprise me that he's going to go ahead and pull out a gun. Bernal is a difficult map to really run sledge with. There's not as much verticality as you would like to see. Rendy looking to go ahead and take some pot shots. They've really just tossed the vault off over towards Church. They're not actually looking for the plug. They just want to control the tempo of this match. But it looks like Stu might be looking for a gateway play to bring this over towards B. But they've isolated. They've realized that STN is off by himself. If they can catch him, this gives them a huge bit of advantage as the plug does go in for Envy. But he might pick him off here. He needs to hit this shot. What a pick from Brendy. Sniped from across the map, and that is a very quick tempo advantage for Pioneers. They now have a power play that they need to take advantage of.
Yeah, power play is a perfect way of describing it because they're down a member. They've still got 15 seconds with him out of position, way out of there. And look at this. The Pioneers are going to use this to execute, but no, apparently not. They go directly into it, and 2 of them go down immediately. It is still a 2 versus 2 RPG ready from Llama. They're going to get the res and bring them back up, so it's now a 3 versus 3. Both teams have kind of gone off into their corners. They're getting ready for this next engagement, but the cash out is getting very close to being halfway done. Spots one of them out, takes his shots, tries to get him down just a little bit, just a little bit of a tickle damage, but they need to make something happen real soon, Maltz.
He's setting up very far away, actually. You can see that they're not together. They're actually over on the other building entirely. making sure that they can't get caught out right now, is the only one inside is Stu. Stu has been playing the scout for Envy this entire time, making sure that they know exactly where they need to go, when they need to back up, playing really, really smart at this point as Pioneers, again, they keep finding themselves in a position where they are running up against the clock. C4 drops the point, but also does quite a bit of damage to Llama and Brendy. Haven't revived yet. The RPG goes in, does another chunk of damage. Dome down. A lot of utility already used for the Pioneers as they back out once again in the corner. Do they have a jump pad? There they are up on the roof, looking to come down from the top instead into the corner. The winch goes down, the dome as well. Can he survive? He gets stuck on the doorway. Spawns is down. He's looking for the steal on the backside. He's trying to hold on to it, but Llama, he can't do anything when faced with the Shack. Just an elbow into the face is going to go ahead and finally take out Brendy in a quick wipe. Envy hold on in our second match.
That was a great setup, great kite, great way to play it. Look at this replay. Look at the positioning as well from Busy. This dome shield, he is ready. He heard them coming, throws that out, winch claws in. You see the escape, as Waltz pointed out, got caught on the door frame and then goes in there and absolutely clutches it right at the end. Masterful plays from honestly both teams, but they were able to just pull ahead. He was just a little bit stronger there.
I am loving right now how the way that Envy is moving, the positioning and how they're setting this up, because we've seen a lot of different ideas, especially when the healing beam was coming back into place, when the diffuser was meta, and you know, heavy and light running together. We even saw some heavy running separately, but Envy have been playing, like you said, the spacing has been so good. Busy and STN generally together, but Stu has been all over the map. Any angle that Pioneers try to take, it feels like Stu is aware of it, and that has given Busy and STN just the ability to never be in a position where Pioneers can find them both. They are always in a crossfire, just like right now as they drop in. STN with the shots from the high ground is going to rain down fire upon them, while Busy is just sitting on the ground waiting for them to drop so he can winch one of them, bring them into their doom. Vault's still open, and Pioneers, it just feels like they're grasping at a ghost of Envy right now.
I completely agree. You were spot on with your positioning calls of them, because that's what they're doing. They're just trying to set up for a crossfire, and they're just letting the Pioneers fall into it. It's really impressive to see, in all honesty. And not only that, but this is a very drawn-out vault fight. Both teams have just basically traded positions. Now the Pioneers are on top, healing each other up and just looking for any information. SDN takes some damage, but look at that, healed right back up by their light player. And now finally a winch claw goes off.
He's finally out.
Down in the engagement. Looking for another shot off from the repeater. It is still a very slow, a lot of reserve holding on by STN. He doesn't want to commit to anything. Switching over to the healing beam, getting some nice heals back up, bringing Llama down as a team. They're trying to turn the tide, getting another kill in there. The RPG goes off. Busy goes down in it, but immediately they can get a res off. The long res being attempted by Spawns, but he gets caught out immediately from that repeater. Surely they want to chase him and get that final kill, get the team wipe, but he is slippery.
Busy playing with no fear, jumps into the middle of two and actually manages to take one of them out. The play by Busy, can we see the score line? Because I want to see what he's at right now. Five kills already as an absolutely slapping in this map. This was their map pick, so they clearly are feeling comfortable, and Busy is in his prime right now.
Yeah, that really just great plays. Being 5 right now is very impressive as well. They're going to get the plug. They have a little bit of time to set up. A gateway has been thrown by Spawns, bringing his teammates over there immediately. On top of it, getting some height advantage as well. This would be their opportunity to spot anybody out. Llama is drastically close to all of them, ready to go for an engagement. He could be caught out there. There goes Brendy down in that first engagement. Spawns very exposed as well, but getting some good shots off by the ARN. Decides to switch over and heal up his teammate, trying to keep Llama in this battle, but they are being chased down, and it seems like they're going for a res real quick.
Wait, does it work?
Open res. They don't see him, but oh my god, Busy just gets 2 more to clean him up.
I thought that was going to be, that was so clutch from Spawns. Look at it, dashing through, using his invis bomb to try and keep his heavy alive while he goes for the long res. If that had worked, it would have been one of the sickest plays you've ever seen, but instead, unfortunately, the RPG that damaged him just barely catches the side of Llama as well. And while he does get the long res, he's already exposed. Brendy gets turned on. They all just melt, but a very heads-up play, something we're going to need to see a lot more of as well if they're going to be able to survive and get this flip, which they only have about 50 seconds left for. Already taking damage, and Envy on the high ground. This is an uphill battle if I've ever seen one before.
Yeah, they need to find any opening that they can, but as you said, it is an uphill battle for them. On top of that, look at the rubble that is just everywhere. They are struggling to find a way to climb up it. There's a bounce pad, but it might be too late. Spawns took a little bit of damage on that approach. They are getting some damage dealt right back to Busy. He does go down in that first engagement. Pioneers are starting to look good for the first time, but a res comes right back off, turning the tide. And Busy comes back into it. That somehow they've kited it. During that entire battle, they played it perfectly. Didn't
he got off of it. He got off at the last moment in the jump pad, ruining that at the last moment. If there was even, there might not have been time at that point.
I didn't think that there was time. It looked over, but that was still a good attempt by both of them.
Yeah, you were right though. That building just crumbled, and that made I would have. It's hard to make those decisions when you only got about 30 seconds left anyways, but I really would have loved to see Pioneers maybe run to the left there and try to come from behind a little bit instead and look for a backstab, because that was just, that felt so much more one-sided, and we're going to be bringing Artie in to break this down for us, because that felt one-sided to me.
I mean, the craziest part about that was the fact that we had kind of anticipated that Llama was going to change things up, right? We knew that going under Bernal, it's very unlikely we're going to see the sledge. Even with some changes to KCP, Envy was just ready to read it, right? I mean, Envy was just ready to lock it down and do anything that was needed to close this out. And even though the very beginning of Fortune Stadium started off looking extremely just easy, all Envy had to do was realize they just need to add a little bit of extra distance, add a little bit of extra oomph to it. And I mean, I also am kind of at a loss for how Envy just ran away with it. So I'm going to bring in good old analyst Tetra to try to break this down even further. And Tetra, I mean, we just watched that. We had two different angles going at the same time. And I mean, seriously, what could Pioneers have done differently? Oh, Tetra, you are muted.
I'm muted. We're fine. We're back. We're back. I love the sledge. They should have used it in Bernal. I'm going to say it. Sledge was so good. I mean, Pioneers, they were playing such a good game, but Envy was just playing the better game there. They were so much stronger, and they showed so much more dominance. I mean, Busy, hey, can we, like, relax with the heavy? Popping off. All three of them doing so well, and in unison. Pioneers, it just fell away from them, unfortunately, and it ended up in a 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, it felt a little bit personal, right? I mean, on that second map, Busy just kind of put it all on his back. It was like, we're not letting it be that close ever again. And just genuinely, I mean, again, there's playing with the distance there as well. It felt like Envy was going a way faster in that second map compared to the first map, right?
Oh, 100%. I mean, I'm going to point Busy out once again, but that winch play in the motel area of just grabbing and the dash away from Pioneers, trying to get away, unfortunately unable to, but they just turned it up a notch. They were playing so aggressive. They were stopping. They were chasing down those team wipes. It was just another level.
Absolutely. I mean, a crazy, crazy stuff. And also, Tetra, you were taking a look at what was happening off screen as well with Nightmare and Task Managers. And I mean, the score speaks for itself.
It does. And I'm gonna steal Fixie's bit here. If you look behind me at the bracket, we've got Nightmare and Task Manager. Nightmare, it was looking pretty good from the start. Nightmare wiped Task Manager almost instantaneously. Not looking good, even before the vault was plugged. And then Task were able to come back, get the vault fight, and they plugged both times on the first map, which was Fortune. But unfortunately, Nightmare took that 1-0. They were so dominant on those cash-out fights. And just after that, I mean, Nightmare were just stomping. I mean, we went to Nozomi on the second map, and Nightmare won the first vault fight. They won the first cash-out. Gremlin was playing so well. It's the heavy day today. All the heavies are playing so well. Gremlin, lovely winches, doing so well. Sending Task Manager out of the bracket, and Nightmare move on.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Yeah, yesterday we were really looking at the mediums and the lights, but today it is all about the heavies. Thank you so much for that analysis, Tetra. Cannot wait to bring you back in later for some more. Bring back Waltz and Rio here to chat a little bit more about. I mean, hey, the day is far from over, Waltz and Rio. The day has only just begun.
Yeah, I'm
There's
happy that it's getting started this way. I mean, we have a one team that is already qualified and one that's been pushed down, or I guess multiple that have pushed down into the bracket. So yeah, let's take a look at the bracket and see where we're headed next.
Yeah, I mean, looking like it is a very packed day. So, of course, Pioneers just lost their game to Envy, but they're not out yet. They will have another chance in our third group of the day. We look to see Nightmare, who won off stream, for their second chance. But we do bid farewell to Task Managers, and Envy gets to take a little bit of a break before stage 2, where they'll come in for that heat system. Now, we're about to start on with Group B. That is, of course, Fire Strays, Space Station Gaming, Young Guns, and Diminish. And now this is going to be one of the bloodiest battles, because not only is it Fire Strays versus Space Station Gaming, which, if you know the lore behind these teams and you know how close they are on a personal level, you will know that this is where it gets personal. But not only that, you also have Diminish with a very colorful cast of characters that the finals community both knows and loves. And then also we've got Young Guns, which genuinely we have no idea what to expect from them. So, I mean, Waltz, this is going to be probably the most fun group
Oh yeah.
of everything.
I think this map is going. You said there's so much to expect. Young Guns have done everything from Unsledged to CL40. You really have no idea what to expect from this team. I love the way they play. I love seeing Rubio Labubu Meowfum put in the thought and process he does with Honor the Pure. Such creative players. But you're right. Like when you look at SSG and Fire, two incredibly strong teams in their own right, they have to make sure that they're playing for that first position. It feels like all of these teams have kind of been like SSG have felt like they've maybe missed a step a little bit in this season. Like there's been moments where they've seemed mortal compared to where they were in the last season. Can they start righting the ship, especially now so close to the major? This is when they have to put, the pedal to the metal, and you have to get in the top two, because this cash out, you go the easy way where you go to the upper cash out and you get a quick win, or you do the hard way and you lose and then you have to win a bunch of other matches, So like this is what this is where it starts.
He will never ever live that down. But I mean, going back to like what we're actually talking about, Rio. The other half of this conversation as well is that, I mean, if we look at closed qualifiers, SSG has had a little bit of a tough time in cash outs. This is their time to prove it, is it not?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, yeah, we can really dissect all of the closed in much longer fashion, but they've done well in at least some of the play days. But cash out has probably still been their weakest area. They are number 3 in the overall leaderboard going into this, so they were pretty good. So I don't know. I'm hopeful that they've made some changes, and especially because, like we've said, this is kind of their last chance to really perform, play, get ready for the Grand Major. So their biggest weakness was cash out. Maybe they've corrected it by now. That's the hope.
100%. I mean, Waltz, the fact of the matter is that with cash out, we genuinely have no idea what to expect. And I mean, even in the last cash out that we saw, the first one of the day, task managers almost had an upset, right? All the way up to the very end. And then boom, now they're not even here anymore. Now task managers all went home. And so now it comes back down to another set where we have cash out, anything can happen, and we do have the wild card, which is the Young Guns. We have no idea what they're going to bring.
You just cannot lose focus for a single moment. Like that's really what it comes down to in cash out. Is there is so much chaos, there is so much happening. The second you take your eye off the ball, someone is going to come in and third party you. There's going to be a team coming from an angle you don't expect, or there's going to be a plug on the other side of the map when you weren't. It is the true test of just concentration and coordination as a team. And that is where I think, when you look at some of these top teams like SSG, they can have that coordination. We know they can do that. They have to show that they're able to handle that. Whereas a team like obviously Diminish and the Young Guns, they're in that middle ground, so they can pull out some things that we don't expect, and it's a little bit more, they will want to add to the chaos, because if they add to the chaos, there's a higher chance of taking like SSG or Fire by surprise.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Rio, when it comes down to like Fire Strays and Diminish, right? I think both of these teams have kind of been like having back and forths throughout this season, and you got to cast them a lot more this season than I have. What's your take on at least consistency for these two teams?
Well, the Fire Strays are probably the more consistent of the two teams. They just were more of a. They seem to play more as a team, but that's really not to say anything away from Diminish because Diminish seemed like they were struggling in the beginning and then came more together as a team towards the end. So this is both pretty strong teams. It's really just going to turn into who has the better comms, who can stay calm during this as well, and really stand up to the pressure of having four teams just going all at it, especially four teams like this. Like this is such a stacked group.
100%. And I mean, such a stacked group. And at the same time, for these teams, it is all about whether or not they're going to actually be able to show up on the day of. And I think that for Space Station Gaming, they're consistently able to show up. I mean, we kind of been talking about the fact that close calls, they did have a rough run of it, but they tried to prove themselves as much as they could during the season. I think that has that work ethic shows for itself. And not only that, but the fact that Lamp, Noah, and Grad have really been doing the best to just try to play on top of the meta as much as possible. When talking about Vanishing Bomb as well, I feel like Grad has been the most experimental with the Vanishing Bomb throughout the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, Grad has been Grad. I feel like is consistently doing some very interesting things in the game. I mean, I think one of the big reasons why SSG was so dominant in season 1 is because Grad was very quick to be able to play with the H infuser and play those off angles. He completely disappeared into the support light role, something that we saw a lot of other lights, say like someone like Uni, struggled to change from that very like aggressive forward pushing light. So Grad is very good, and I think that comes from a lot of his experience of being in esports for a while, willing to change his play style and willing to do things that are because the meta is never truly figured out, right? Like we can always have this idea, we all meta, this is the best thing, right?
100%.
And then someone is just gonna pull something out.
And I mean, hey, not only do we have the absolute meta drivers themselves of SSG in the lobby, but then of course we have the antithesis of the meta, the young guns coming in. So this is going to be extremely fun as we get ready to load into Sis Horizon. I just cannot wait to see another just incredible set of cash outs. So I mean, honestly, there's not much more that we can say. We're done yapping about it. So without further ado, Waltz and Rio, why don't you get ready to take us through the action?
Oh boy, getting started on Sis Horizon again. You know what? I'm really curious if Ruby is going to be bringing out the Sledge Goo mix or even the Charge and Slam or just something completely unique. Maybe the KS23. Who knows? He's definitely one of my favorite players to follow because always fresh, unique, player to watch. But we will see shortly as everybody is loading in to Sis Horizon for another chaotic game of Cash Out.
Yeah, love to be on Sis. It's such a stable map. Anybody can really pull anything off. We've talked about it. At least running the RPG. A very, very common loadout here from Lamp as well. Going to be pushing in towards Young Guns, their first opponent in this match. Going to have to take them out. Doesn't look like anything unique. Already a lot of damage done to Honor. He's going to be able to survive. And Ruby Lamu behind with that winch. All teams running the exact same thing right now. So no surprises specialization-wise. But they are going to have a Revolver for Normalize running something that is definitely surprising.
Yeah, I kind of love seeing a Revolver in here. And we have a Sledge. Love to see it. Both groups have a Sledge. That's really quite fun, in my opinion. But Ruby seems a little uncontested right now. He's just making his way downtown to be going to get that plug, have plenty of time to get it set up. But I say that as Grad looked like he was making their approach, turning our attention now to T-Mills. Not Bubba went down. He's going to get a res on his teammate, looking for another kill on Diminish. And there goes Diminish. Wiped.
Damage is coming in once again from SSG, keeping Young Guns on their toes as they push towards here. So Young Guns going to be trying to hold on because they've already lost him.
And a steal is going off. Lamp charging in there with the SA shotgun. The cash out does drop. Ruby went down mid-swing of the sledge with the Inferno. Lamp wants to go for it. He's holding on, not dealing a ton of damage for him as the flames are extinguished. They're going to have an opportunity to pull this out there, out into the open, making this incredibly difficult for anybody that decides to challenge them. They'll get height. They're staying incredibly close to each other as well. They don't want to separate. They want to be ready for whenever any team comes their way.
Holding on this high ground, Space Station Gaming are in a dominant position right now, and Honor is playing very, very slow. Finally moving. He has eyes on them by now. He's going to be able to tell Tiger and Ruby where they are. Drops down. You can see that he already found them. Winch comes in, brings it into a very nice spot, actually. There's the goo as well. This is going to be difficult for them to push. They're going to have to drop into the waiting arms of Ruby on his sledge. C4 tries to blow up the wall. They drop in. There's a gateway to get him out of dodge if he needs to. Normalize already taken out one, but Ruby Lububu takes out Lamp, the counterpart of his heavy, with that sledge. Dodging through that gateway that he had already set up. Honor is able to go ahead and get a long res. They did get the flip as well. Young Guns in control of this fight right now. The reverse flip is coming out from SSG, trying to take it right back, but they've come in. Tiger takes out Grad, and Real Bulu is there with his sledge, but he falls to Lamp, this time getting the better of that 1v1. And again, Honor is going to try and sneak and go for this res against two members of Space Station Gaming. Currently a 2 versus 2. Ruby Lububu still down. There, he's back up now. All three of both members. Again, just constant fights here, but something has to give. They have to go for this now. Finally, Honor is down. Lububu takes out Lamp, though. Grad takes out Ruby. He has to go for the steal right now. It's all on Tiger. He has the goo.
Yeah.
He does hit the goo. He keeps the steal there. He's going to go down himself. A last shot from Grad takes him out, but the hold is there from Young Guns.
Honestly, just the patience from Tiger as he held on through that goo at the perfect last second. Oh, but perfect. What a great play from the Young Guns. On the other side of things, we turn over as Diminish got there the very last second and able to get a flip and a little bit of cash. I'm sorry, that wasn't Diminish. Who was that? That was... It was Diminish. They did. Okay, sorry. Yeah, my scores were looking a little weird. But yeah, Diminish and the Young Guns on top of the leaderboard right now. I gotta be honest, this is not the two teams I expected to be in first at this time.
Definitely not the respect. Now, those top two teams right now going against each other, Elise with a two-piece, but they're going to get thirded by Fire Strays. Slothy from across the way is trying to put some damage into Not Bubba. And Not Bubba also running Revolver. That's two Revolvers in this match. Is this the new medium meta? Are we going to see Revolver? Now that people have gotten a feel for, say, the BFR, are people feeling a Revolver? That would be something that Airrock was truly ahead of his time, if that's what we're going to see.
Yeah, it's kind of fun to see, and I don't think we saw a single Revolver on the EU side, so this is a very unique NA meta. Not Bubba did get one shot off on Varian, but unable to find the second one as Varian dashes away, regroups with his team, and now he's healed all the way back up. Dome Shield going down in a very open area as they're trying to go against Diminish, looking for any person from this height. Sloppy has a great position, dealing a ton of fire down from the Shack 50, but Police just turns on a dime and just deletes him immediately.
Police is taking a lot of damage himself, though. Still no plugs as Team Mills gets that revive. They're quite pinned down, though. From the side of Diminish, Cafaneo is doing a lot to harry them and keep them from doing anything, but they have to go for the plug at some point. All of Diminish on the ground getting chased. An early Dome Shield, a little bit wasted there by Slothy, but now they have the vault. Looks like they're going for the plug. He tosses into the air, but he misses. Where was that going? They're going to go ahead and finally get this put in. Goo on there to break those sightlines. A nice play from him, but he's going to get pushed heavily by Belize. Does get a pick and a trade before he goes down. It's all on Slothy as the one lone member of Fire Strays, though. They got the plug, they got the bonus with the revive. It's now a 2 versus 3 once again. They're going to have to wait a few more seconds to be at full strength.
Yeah, and you can see that's exactly what they're doing now. They're just holding back. They're going to wait the 18 seconds left until their teammate can coin back in. But I think we're going to turn our attention now towards this other cash out that has just a few seconds left. Ruby rocking the sledge still just gets deleted. And yeah, no chance for them to get in there. Turning our attention back to the other cash out now. Varian popping some shots off in the chase, trying to get Cafaneo down, and he completes it. Those were some damaging shots off, but he can only stay alive for a few seconds before he's deleted as well.
Cannot get away. Not Bubba, proving that the revolver is definitely quite strong. He's been hitting those shots, especially when you get those headies. That is something really special. But I also love Grad. You can see how people like change how they play against Sparks, right? When he's chasing Ruby Labubu, Ruby Blue runs through the door, heads off to the side. Normally, you might see people dash through, and a light is trying to go for like a dash shot. He knows that Ruby is going for that overhead slam. He's trying to bait him into coming through the door. Doesn't do it. Doesn't take the bait. Just waits for him to show himself. Gets them a nice entry point, and Brad continues to just ruin the Young Guns' day. Tiger goes down as well. Ruby Labubu is trying to get a hold of that vault, but it's going to plug instead, going for Space Station Gaming once again. As on the other side, looks like Fire Strays might actually get the flip here as C4 and an RPG dropping that a little bit further, but they still have time, trying to keep his team held out. Varian dropping to the ground, but nobody's dead on either team yet. Has to win this duel. It's a 1v1, but not Bubba. He's going to win that. The revolver continuing to do work above. Diminish holding onto this point, and Cavanaugh with the double secures it for Diminish, keeping them in a solid spot.
They're looking really strong right now. They have just held on to these cash outs. They've gotten flips at the last second. They have been a very composed team. I stand behind what I said. They seemed a little sloppy in the beginning, but as the season went on, Diminish turned out to be a very strong team. I mean, in the fact that they're here today really stands behind that, but they have to hold on for a little bit longer. They are in second by just $75, so that is incredibly close for these two teams in first place. Cash out is running down on the other side of things. Young Guns are in control of it right now, but on this side, Vault 6 has been tapped. A couple of teams very close by and ready to get into the engagement.
Continuing to play his angles really nicely. Now they have to find a direction to push. Do you go for Space Station Gaming, or do you look to the other side? Fire Stray's really lagging behind as Ruby Labubu to take out. Fire just have not been able to get a single foot underneath them. And on the other side, if Diminish take this away from Space Station Gaming, they're actually going to be ahead of Young Guns, and it won't matter. Although with the wipe, actually, the wipe is going to be really close. If Space Station Gaming wipe here and lose their cash out, they might not end up in the top two, which is going to be huge for them. Even if they lose this cash out, it is incredibly important. It is so important that they just not wipe right now. And you can see on that side of the map, Grad is aware of that. Grad doesn't even care about this. He just knows he cannot get picked off, because if he goes, they lose that little bit of cash they need. On the other side of the map, Young Guns are going to go ahead and get this one, so it's all eyes on this side of the map.
Yeah, it's so interesting to have these ranked rule set, because it makes that wipe so much more critical. And you're right, they don't even care. They are just going to let this cash out be flipped. Diminish are here, and honestly, this is the cash out everybody should be going for. But instead, the battle is happening on this little bridge over here, and the Fire Strays trying to get some kills to their name. Not looking too good with only 6K to their cash total. But Sloppy in the face of Ruby Labubu. Sledgehammer does bring him down. But Varian, the only remaining member, and he is caught in a corner, goes down to Lamp's elbow. Just not a place you want to be stuck in. Fire Stray's just struggling just a little bit. We've got about 10 seconds left. The final cash out is going to run down. Don't think anybody is going to challenge Diminish here at the very end. So that means our top two teams will be Diminish and SSG.
Right at the end. Young Guns even getting wiped right at the end there, so losing a little bit more money. It feels like an anticlimactic end to what was a very bombastic match, but that is heads-up macro play coming in from these teams. SSG far enough ahead that they're able to figure out what they want to do, and then making the smart call there and realizing, oh, we don't have to fight at all. We're fine. Just don't wipe, right? And then they put themselves in a position where they can not shoot. They didn't choose who came through, but they made it clear that they were not going to be knocked out by some fluke.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that that's one of the things that makes this cash out mode so unique, is that there are these weird last minute plays that can change everything. But Artie, what are your thoughts?
I mean, it all came down to the last minute and a half there, where, I mean, Space Station Gaming, as you guys said, they were fine. They were more than well enough ahead where it didn't matter. But as soon as the Young Guns were able to actually close out their cash out, it kind of became a kill race. And I think that while SSG was holding onto that box, I don't think that Young Guns even thought that it was a possibility that SSG would just leave. And for Diminish, they were waiting for that opportunity to go and take the box and be guaranteed up at the top. But during that entire time, Young Guns was going for the kill race. They wiped Fire Strays. They got the team wipe bonus. They ended up surpassing Diminish. But as soon as Diminish took the box, Young Guns realized, you actually watch them stop moving. They realized that's it.
Oh no.
We were hunting because we didn't think that SSG would just leave their box completely alone. And then the moment that Diminish took the box, they were like, "Oh, we made the wrong call. It wasn't a kill race. We actually there was cash that we just didn't realize we could take." It was actually just completely wild. But up until that point, I do want to say that it was a very very interesting set of battles that we got to see, especially with Young Guns. I mean, when Ruby Labubu is in the lobby, you can't stop watching. But unfortunately, when it comes to Fire Strays, they did choose the hard way, and they are going to have to go through the elimination zone. And I mean, coming into this next fight, it is going to be pretty great to watch, where we get to see Diminish versus SSG. I mean, this is the SSG. When it comes down to 3v3s, I don't think there's any questions, Rio.
I mean, I just got to go back to what I was saying earlier in that Diminish have turned into a strong team. So who knows? I mean, you've got a big powerhouse like Belize, think whatever you want of him, but he's still a very good player. He can still hit hard, and his team has played around him. So if they're able to find that unity, that just kind of synchronity, and just go towards it and just destroy SSG, they've got a chance. But it's going to really be determined in how they handle these vault fights. Because if they handle them just really cautiously and don't want to go for the aggression, I think they're just going to fumble it and it's not going to work out for them. So maybe we'll see a more aggressive Diminish, but I don't know. Time will tell.
Time will tell, Waltz. But what are your predictions going into this? Do you think that we're going to be seeing Diminish sort of set up to it? Because it didn't seem like SSG even had competition in that cash out.
I do think that this is most likely going to be an SSG win. I think that
Mm.
with SSG in particular, it's hard to point to one person where you take them out, you focus them down, and you can force the team to crumble. I feel like a lot of teams, you look at them and you say, if we focus this guy,
Mhm.
it's going to make their life harder. But when I think about SSG, they just feel very well rounded, right? Like it's like, oh well, let's focus Lamp. Well, I mean, you're gonna just let Normalize sit there with a Pike or Repeater or whatever he decides to be running that day, right? Like there's no weak links. Not to say that any of these players are bad, but these players are all at the top of their game. And so SSG, when it comes to that 3v3, remove all of the chaos, remove all of that, and it's just a pure, head-to-head battle. I think there's very few teams that can stand up to them. And as much as I have enjoyed seeing Diminish improve, I don't know if they're at that point yet. They're going to need to pull off some really, really good team plays where they focus down one member and then without losing one in trade to be able to make this work.
Yeah, and I mean, going back to that as well, talking about just the team fights that we got to witness between SSG and Diminish already, Rio. I mean, kind of a little bit of a tell of what we can expect, maybe.
Maybe. I mean, you got to remember it's cash out, so it's up in the air. And when we go to 3v3s, things can change, and that's just what's so unique about the finals. It's very two distinct modes, and throwing third teaming and fourth teaming, and throw that out the window, and just focus on kills, focus on strategy, focus on working as a team. I don't know. I want to stay hopeful. I want to say that somebody can go up against SSG and just show us that somebody can come up against him. Let's root for an underdog. That's my hope, anyway.
Yeah,
Oh,
I mean, as much as I was looking forward to seeing the Ruby Labubu versus SSG final round, which I can't wait to relive that experience at least one more time. Hopefully, we do still get the chance to see it. But yeah, no matter what, both these teams that we're about to see, SSG and Diminished, not going to be their last time that we see them, no matter win or lose in this next one. But at the very least, I think it does set the tone, right? If SSG makes it through this, then we know for a fact that they're going to be putting up a hell of a fight up against Envy when it comes to stage 2 later today. But should they have to, prove themselves yet again, fight through the next group, Waltz, do you think that that would be sort of something that puts them in a better spot or a worse spot as far as talking about things like fatigue and keeping a team warm, stuff like that?
yeah. I mean, considering how long phase two is going to be, right? Like the yesterday, it went on for quite a long time. It has the potential to be shorter. Everything you can do to decrease the time you have to be on. There's a difference between being warm and being on, right? And while you might say, "Oh, playing more is going to keep you hot," at the same time, if you're playing a bunch and you're going to have to go through all these matches, and then you get into phase two where you're looking at potentially 4 hours, 4 to 5 hours, anyways, you need a break. and you are going
Yeah.
to get more of a break if you go right away. So the best possible outcome is just going up right away. Going further, yeah, you might get some more experience. Your team might start really getting that momentum going, but momentum will eventually die.
For sure. Speaking of momentum, let's see what momentum these teams will be getting on the maps. That was a horrible transition. We have the map bans. We're going to look at the map bans right now. And yeah, I mean, talking about staying warm, staying hot. I mean, we know Sterling is always hot, let alone just playing the game. But we're going to be going on Fortune Stadium as chosen by Diminish. We're going to be seeing SSG choose Sis Horizon. And then we've got Bernal. Wow, crazy set of maps that I could not have predicted at all. But I mean, hey, this is where the finals is right now, especially without the BFR. These maps are going to be feeling phenomenal. But without further ado, we're going to be jumping into Fortune Stadium. And Rio, Waltz, I'm so excited to watch this 3v3 here up against Diminish and SSG. I cannot wait for you guys to bring me the action through your beautiful voices. Without further ado, I'm going to shut up and watch. Take it away.
Absolutely. I've got a fortune as well, and the last person that chatted in chat, Busy. Okay, Busy, you get a fortune. I didn't expect to give it to Busy, but all right then. And of course, as I drop it on the floor, be open to the surprises that come your way. Hopefully that
And-
means something to you.
And you dropped on the
Especially,
floor, so it's a fortune.
Thank you, Artie. We have loaded into Fortune Stadium to see Diminish versus SSG. Can SSG hold on to their title as a terribly strong team, or will Diminish find their way to breakthrough?
That is the question. I would like to see Not Bubba right now, and I want to know, is he still on that revolver? Is Not Bubba switching over at all? He is still on that revolver, which means both
Wow.
mediums on revolver. Normalized, we've seen him run everything from Pike to FCAR to the repeater, and now on that revolver, would love to pick their minds because this is not something I expected. Diminish is already getting pushed. A nice winch there from Lamp is just going to pull Belize out of the area. Has an RPG, not going to go from in the air, but he doesn't even need to. His Grad's just going to pick him off. One left, but they might not even care. They might just go for the plug.
It's kind of what I would do. They just seem unbothered by him. They're going to get a nice long res from Not Bubba, bring their team back into it. But yeah, Lamp just popping off pretty much from the start of this match. They're going to grab control of Vault 1, dash it over to, I think they're bringing it towards B over here. This is a fun little one, a nice little inside area. What did
Not
I just
Bubba?
miss? Oh my god!
What happened?
Bubba just...
Where,
Okay.
Where did he go? What was he trying to do? Well, that's I mean, it's it's just a delay, right? Like, I mean, it's not a crucial moment, but we've already seen how every second counts. Just that's the jitters are there. You go against a team that's as solid as SSG, you really need to you have to make sure you're on point, right? And the jitters have to be getting to you. This is an objective.
No, and I mean, a small mistake like that just doesn't help anything. I mean, if anything, it turns you just a little bit just jaded. If anything, just like, oh no, we're already making mistakes. But hopefully they can get past that as quick as possible. Belize calling out to go towards cash out B, ready to drop it. It looks like throwing some C4 down. This is a good strategy to drop it down and force all of SSG to push the point. But no, they've got to drop it down one more level before they can do anything.
Space Station Gaming playing very slow right now. Not interested. They are going to wait for Diminish to come to them. It's a very slow movement right now. On the high point, there's another C4. They drop it down. Not Bubba gets a quick shot onto Normalized. Lamp as well is already very, very low. He's looking for the Grad on the backside. Takes one shot, but Grad is just going to headshot him down. Not Bubba goes down. Nobody dead yet for the side of Space Station Gaming, and Lamp getting healed up by his team. But they're so low. He takes out Normalized, looks for one. Can he finish the second? He tries to take out Lamp, but Lamp is in return. He able to go ahead and finish him off. Two left there, but an RPG is quickly going to steal Lamp's face. Grad, the sole survivor of SSG, is just trying to survive, keeping the gas out of the way. He's just pushing it inside. Belize has it going down. The defenses are there, but Grad somehow finds himself right behind Belize. He's still in a position to defend this, but he's up against 3. 1 versus 3. Can he pull it off? He drops down. The steal is going to go through for Belize, and it's all Grad can do to just stay alive at this point. He's not going to be able to get that reverse steal and Diminish go up 1 cash out against Space Station.
Yeah, that was completely unexpected. Everybody was hoping that SSG would just have the time to set up their defenses and just really secure that cash out, but it just fell apart. Every bit crumbled as they lost one member. Then Belize came in there with that RPG and just deleted the next one. Not sure what the call is going to be just yet, but SSG needs to figure out a way to just stop Diminish from a push like that. The second vault has been tapped. Belize and company are making their way towards a little bit of height. Red barrel in hand. Maybe they have a gateway. No, I'm sorry. It is in the hands of SSG that have gotten the tap on the vault. So I think Diminish just want to try and intercept the push as the vault starts to travel.
Definitely. Cafaneo putting in some major work in that fight, as well as Not Bubba. Two players that have been playing for a long time. I believe Not Bubba was the very first tournaments that I ran way back last summer as well. Has been around for a very long time, has kind of been always scraping the surface of sort of that tier 1, looking for a team that wants to work, and has been putting in some serious work. Cafaneo as well. Both of these players really showing off what they can do. And it was on the back of Cafaneo's near double, getting Lamp so low that really won that fight for them. So if they can keep up this level of performance, I expect to see really good things from them. But it's finding him, as soon as I praise him, he goes down. The caster's curse is well and alive, because Not Bubba as well is going to go down second.
No.
It's all on Belize. He's getting pushed into the corner by Lamp. The SA-12 is there. He threw it back. But it's not going to be enough, and Diminish go down as SSG gets the second cash out start.
Yeah, that was a wonderful chase from Lamp, bringing that
He
down.
threw
Look
it
at that. Gotta love the creativity of the red barrels. It's one of my favorite things in the finals. Just so much explosive utility. But now, SSG finally have the cash out in their hand. Can they figure out what they did wrong in the last one, set up their defenses a little bit better? Diminish are here. They want to start the approach. A couple of them are in Viz for a few more seconds as they're trying to find their way around. They're going a very different route. They're not going directly above it or below it. They seem to be kind of around it. And now they're about to engage directly with SSG. They do spot each other out. Grad gets some pop shots off, but not enough to really connect on anybody or bring anybody down just yet. Not Baba forced into a corner, has to hide for a few seconds until his health comes back, as it is right now. This is a very long-range engagement for both teams. Just a very reminiscent of a rooftop battle for the most part.
Yeah, playing very disconnected. You don't see this direct approach normally on this map. You can see a lot of the center cash outs. Cafaneo again gets trapped in, uses the invis, but it's not enough normalized. Clearly has thermal vision in his eyes just by default, because he's going to go ahead and pick him off. Just leaving Not Bubba alive as well. I mean, winched him back as well. They're not going to let him out. Please let the man end it. All he wants to do is end it. Lamp as well, just in solidarity. He says, you know what, I'll go with it. You know, give him a company. To the grave, Lamp says, I'll come with you, you know, but a nice finish from them. Getting caught out in a weird spot. I think they expected SSG to play a little bit closer to the cash out and weren't ready for the movement there, because Cafaneo just ran face first into Lamp.
Well, and looking at the scoreboard real quick, it's pretty impressive that Diminish have 2 kills to their name and still have gotten the cash out. So that's just one of the things that makes this game so unique, is you can play it so perfectly, and it really comes down to the objective at the end of the day. Can you play the objective? Can you break through the defenses even at the last second and get a steal? So this is still anybody's game, but I got to start saying Diminish need to start getting a few more kills to add to their totals and make me feel a little more convinced that they can really go against SSG. They're setting up a bounce pad now, ready to go for a bounce at a moment's notice, dive on the other team. But things have kind of slowed down, and SSG have gone for height. They've tapped the vault and just kind of taken some very long-range shots at each other.
Yeah, this is the best spot for Diminish to be right now. There's no reason for them to push. Both cash outs are nearby. Like, regardless of where they go, if they decide to push for B, if they decide to go all the way across the C, Diminish are in a great place where they can rotate and be exactly where they want to. So there's no reason to push the vault. You want to be there. You obviously want to plug. You don't have to go for the steal. But it's almost as good if you can just jump on the enemy team as they plug, because there's no time to set up, and you can often catch them as they run away from the cash out. So that is what they're going to do. The plug is going to happen over on D, and RPG is going to take a lot of damage out of them already, normalized on a single HP, and so this is the benefit of being able to just show up after they plug. no time to set anything up now. Diminish have a little bit of advantage, but they have to capitalize on this. You got him so low, but they have to figure out where they are, because at this point they're just giving Space Station time to breathe and reset.
Well, and I think Space Station Gaming right now are 2 floors below it, at least 1 floor below, so this is a good setup for them. Actually, now I've lost them. I don't know where they've gone, but they're not real close to this cash out. But right now, everything is just crumbling around good old Fortune Stadium, as crumbly as the fortune cookies that are all over my desk at the moment. But look at how far down they are. There is Space Station Gaming, and I think that's the bottom level, so they're gonna have to drop it multiple times, but the steal is going off right now. They're not going for a drop. They decided to pad directly in there. They want to bring the pain towards all of SSG. They're coming into it. Diminish did get the flip, but now Cafaneo, the only person remaining, forced into the stairwell. They're gonna have to clean back in, I think.
That's amazing timing from SSG. This is what we expect from them. Understanding that, and that is the big difference between final round versus cash out. You don't have to worry too much about ownership of the cash out if you are taking a fight before the last couple seconds. Knowing that they could catch him in the midst of trying to steal, catch him red-handed on the point, they just instantly wipe Not Bubba. Belize is also going to go down. It's on Cafaneo to get the revive. So they're all back in play now, but SSG are showing that their timing is impeccable. This is why you do not give them the chance to reset, because they know how to get onto the point immediately. Not Bubba with a nice shot is turning around. His team is going for the steal, but he's a little disconnected. A little bit of miscommunication there. He wasn't there to back his team up. Cafaneo dodging to the side. Belize is harried by 2 below. The timer is slowly ticking away as he looks around the corner, trying to finish them off, but Lamp is able to go ahead and get that trade. 2 vs 2. He's looking for the steal. Belize is riding it down. Can he hold on to it? But the goo is everywhere. He's getting taken down. The wipe is there, and SSG take game number 1 on Fortune Stadium.
Honestly, that last few seconds was just goo and red barrels and explosions. That's all I could see in the midst of everything that was happening there. But it really worked out in their favor, because SSG was able to hold on. It was a really good play, honestly, on that whole cash out. The way that they set up that bounce pad, the way that they let Diminish fall into a trap, their positioning on the bottom level and just immediately going for that, even when they only had a few seconds to set up. Really just a great performance on that final cash out. Just really stands out in my mind amongst probably one of the best I've seen all weekend.
Oh yeah, and as Artie was talking about earlier, like this, Artie and Tetra were saying, this is kind of the battle of in a lot of ways. And Lamp once again showing that the heavies are who we need to be looking at in so many ways. Lamp putting up 8 kills there, being able to just dominate every time he walks into the room, right? Making sure that the winches don't miss. The RPGs are on point, catching the red barrel and throwing it back at Belize. Like,
oh, amazing.
You know, that's the heads up play, right? Is, you know, you're talking about having full focus. It's as a play, like you just have to hit the button, but knowing that he can do that, reading that moment and understanding, oh, I'm just going to grab this. You know, you thought you were going to throw something at me. Let me just, you know, take it back, you know, like that's the sort of focus. That's the sort of heads up play that is going to always put you over the top.
Well, and I think you're really hitting on something, and I think it's that SSG has reaction times down to a T. Like, they knew timings perfectly. They knew the exact moment to execute, especially on a cash out steal, when to get in there, and it's just kind of, it's really interesting because I feel like that's an area of the finals that has been a little bit left out for the most part. Going back to the scene, it was more about like who can hit harder, who has the kills, the weapons meta, but now we're getting into a timing meta, and just really, it's starting to evolve, and just these teams are getting some crazy strategies and really great team play. So I am enjoying as it evolves. But yeah, that's a lot to say, because we're about to load into Sis Horizon to see if SSG can take it in 2, maybe Diminish come back and send us to 3 maps. I would actually really enjoy that.
I think we'd all enjoy getting to see them put up quite a bit of a fight. You know, I mean, at the end of the day, that's what we always want, right? We want on game 3. We haven't gotten that yet, but we'll have to see if we can pull it out this time. I'm looking forward to seeing what Diminish have for us this time. Is he still going to be running the revolver on Not Bubba? It was kind of working for him. He is. He has not switched off. I mean, I don't think you switch off it. I mean, I think it is, you know, it's still a good weapon. It's clearly working for him. It's just more of the team play.
Yeah, it's just one of those weapons that I cannot make work for myself, but if Normalize and Not Bubba can make it work, boy, is more power to them. Kind of think you might be right, though, that it might be a little bit reminiscent of the BFR, and people just adapted, started to really like it, and hey, they want to remember it fondly. But nice little bounce pad, sending everybody towards that top level. Nobody's tapped the vault just yet. Both teams just setting up, posturing, trying to feel each other out. Things peels back up as well. But this is a pretty slow pace so far.
A nice start to there. Nobody's tapped the vault yet. Just jockeying for position. Finally tapped there by Diminish. They're looking to hold this vault. They're getting harried on the backside. Grad is just going to immediately wipe not button in with that invis, keeping himself a little bit further alive. Has eyes on Cafaneo. Almost takes him out as he dashes across. Going to go ahead and take out Belize on his way through. Looking for the third. He finishes the three-piece. Grad with a nice start to this match, and he's grabbing the vault looking for the plug.
That was so clean. Like, I'm glad we get a replay of this because look at these shots. The dashing away as well. And then he just fell into that one. I don't even think he expected somebody to be there. He literally dashed into it, fell, and just shot and just got the kills. Wow, that was clean. They're going to try and set up now in the courtyard. Cash out has been started. I think it's even been manipulated a little bit out in the open as well. The approach has been started by Diminish. And no, actually, cash out hasn't been manipulated at all. It is very much in the museum area. They're throwing down some goo, trying to block off the approach by Diminish. Red Barrels coming in on the other side, but SSG decided to push almost directly into them. They're in the stairwell now. Not Bubba, forced to take some shots off. He's hitting instead
Nice
on
movement,
the dome
though.
shield, but the movement is indeed insane. And they
Oh
just cleaned
my
up
goodness.
SSG.
That was impressive. No, that was incredible. The healing from Diminish in that stairway, just constantly ducking out of the angles, and so SSG couldn't finish any of them off. The healing beam was basically maxed out. The healing infuser was fully used. The amount of heals, I wish we could see support score, because in that fight, Diminish just every last little bit of healing, every last little bit of survivability that they could possibly squeeze out of that match, they were able to do so. Just the play in the stairway was so perfect there. I thought for sure they were white when they pulled that out of a hat.
Yeah, I mean, I normally say that the stairwell is the most deadly place to get caught into, and instead they turned it into a funnel. They were able to get all of the kills. Lamp now winch clawing this cash out. On top of it, his teammate throwing some goo down. Dome shield ready for when they charge in. Belize is here wanting to intercept and stop the steal if he can. They did get pulled off of it for just a second. Instead, they got the flip. RPG's going off. Can he connect with another one? But no, SSG go completely down. And they're going to get the flip right back. Diminish looking stronger than they did in the first map.
Yeah, they're looking really solid. I was worried there for a minute that they brought the cash out into the alley like teams like to do, but they were setting themselves up where SSG were just able to pull it into an even better position for themselves. But the movement from them was very clean. Jumping onto the point and then making sure that they didn't just go for the grab. They didn't just try to take out Lamp right away. They went in, made it seem like they wanted to go for the heavy, and then turned around and immediately took out. So the target prioritization has been there for the last couple fights for Diminish, really starting to put themselves into a solid place. I hope this is going to be what we're expecting to see for the rest of the match, because I would love to see us push this in game 3.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. This is starting to really heat up for both teams, and getting to map 3 would just be the treat of all treats. Brad throwing the invis, popping off to the top, and getting a nice kill on Cafaneo. They're going to try and complete it again. Belize gets caught out as well, going down pretty low. Brad trying to chase and get the kills, but he gets immediately healed right back up by Normalize from his teammates, and they're wanting to go for it. Another invis going off. Lots of invis for sure. Belize finally going down. Diminish are wiped, and this vault fight is over. They're going to have all the opportunity to bring it and get it plugged. They can probably cash out C.
That was a nice play there, both on the side of Grad. I did like the way that Not Bubba and Belize were moving, understanding where the threat was coming from, and then the covering fire coming from Not Bubba. Obviously not working out at the end of the day. They did get taken down, but SSG are sweating a little bit here. You know, they have to actually put in a little bit of effort. They really have to shape up, and now they're on the defense, going to goo off that pad, make sure that Diminish are not going to have the easy way through. They have to come around and maybe move up the back, move through the center of the area up in that glass area. Oh, they've caught Grad completely separated from the rest of his team. Now Bubba's going to get healed up, and now another power play for the side of Diminish, pushing in towards SSG. There's no chance of them getting a revive onto him either. This is now a 2 versus 3. as Normalize is going to run away. They have the time to just bail and wait for a revive, and I think that's what they're going to do. They're just going to let the flip go.
That's the smart play. There is still a lot of time on this cash out, more than a minute left, so these teammates can coin back in. We see that Diminish is now going for height. They want to try and get on top of that cube. It's a little bit of a sneaky cube. They're gooing it off as well so that nobody can see them on the approach, but I mean, honestly, you see the goo in that area, and you kind of have to believe that somebody's hiding right behind there. But the real question is, I don't know if they'll expect two people hiding behind there, but the approach is starting by SSG. They don't do something soon and get this flip, it will go in the hands
They
of
know.
Diminish. They do know. They get spotted out immediately, take a lot of damage into that process as well. Police going down. This is looking good for SSG, but they have lost Grad in that fight. Both teams a 2 versus 2. Cash Out has maybe a fourth left. Cafaneo popping around the corner, wanting to hold on to this Cash Out,
he gets
wanting
down.
to kite it, but he catches him out, and Cafaneo being the only remaining person surviving on a sliver. Can he kite this? No! SSG gonna get the flip and bring us to Cash Out number 3.
Oh my goodness, that fight had me just up and down. So many emotions. I thought that they were done for as soon as Normalize spots them on that cube. It might be a sneaky cube, but it's not sneaky enough because he immediately saw what was going on. They drop off, Lamp is gone, and then Cafaneo winning that 1v1 against Grad twice, by the way.
Yeah.
2 1v1s against Grad, one of them with almost no health, and he diffs them both times. Can't go up against 3 though. He's not quite there. Wasn't able to hold on, didn't have the glitch grenade to get rid of that dome shield. But it was close. That was close. SSG have to be very, very thankful that they were able to get revived. Otherwise, that would have been hard.
Absolutely. They have gotten the tap on the Vault as well. They've got a little bit of a height advantage on top of everything. Vault has been tapped. They are staying very close together on top of there. Surely they've set a gateway and ready to get that Vault out of there and move as quickly as possible because Diminish is definitely on their back, chasing them basically. And they're making their approach towards Cash Out B. Starting to go over there, staying very close, ready to invis at a moment's notice. Just kind of walking in, basically, but trying to see the setup from SSG. They're pretty far apart. They're not on top of this, so this will make it interesting if Diminish want to go directly for it, but I think that they've heard them. They know that they've got to be close. Cafaneo staying in that window. Not sure his exact plan, but I do think he has heard a little bit of information. He's taking it very slow, but here's the engagement kicking off in the stairwell. Not Bubba trying to get some shots off. The revolver not really working for him. One person has gone down on each side, is all on Cafaneo and Grad, the 2 lights. Which one will be able to do it? They haven't gotten each other out just yet. Cafaneo has the height, but I think that SSG might want to go for a res because they're just taking this really slow, Waltz.
Yeah, SSG, and they have the benefit of time, right? But he spots him! He went for the revive at the wrong moment. Grad has lost this 1v1 a couple times, though. He doesn't want to get too close. He could go for the flip right now and try and bait him out. Only a couple seconds left. 2 members on each team and only 1 second until both heavies are back up. Everyone's back on the field. It got a lot harder for Diminish now. Cafaneo unable to close this out, but they still have a few seconds left. They still have some time. The spawns are there. Lamp and Normalize in very, very close. Cafaneo's been spotted out. He cannot die here. He survive. He's hiding in the corner with that invis. His team is right below Belize and not Bubba, just barreling towards this point. Only about 20 seconds left, though. This is do or die for them, and they're not going to be able to move forward. Lamp, Belize goes down. Lamp takes him out with the SA-12, and help from Grad on the backside. The range is there, but not Bubba. He's going to go ahead and take out Lamp. Cafaneo gets Normalized. Only Grad. He has to defend this, but they have to get onto the point. They're so far below. He has to start the steal right now, and he's in a perfect spot. Grad, 1v3. He's about to do it again for so many times. He has to finish off Cafaneo, but he holds on. The time is not there, and Grad in a 1 versus 3 again keeps SSG alive.
Okay, that was perfect positioning. He played that amazingly, ran down the clock, just, wow. SSG earned that. You could see the scramble at the end from Diminish as they all tried to run towards it. They knew that the time was running down, but it just didn't work out. They didn't even have time to check for him as they turned the corner and then just deleted them. Amazing plays, honestly, from SSG. I thought we were going to see 3 maps. Even look at the kills. They're pretty even. These 2 teams are close. But in the end, SSG took it away.
Yeah, that was something special. I mean, like Cafaneo put his big boy pants on. this map, and really did his best to keep his team alive.
I mean, even with the big boy pants, there's only so much you could do against Grad. I mean, how many times have we seen Grad be the last one standing for SSG and just hold the box? I mean, this just continues to happen every single time. When will they learn? And, well, hey, someone to help us learn, who's been watching these matches alongside us, is Tetra. Let's go ahead and take a little chat over to the resident Brit that we have today to look to see exactly how this happened. Tetra, talk to me.
Hello.
We just witnessed absolute biblical levels of destruction from SSG.
I honestly, that fight, if you want to Google the definition of perfection, that final fight comes up in as a Twitch clip. That was just amazing. We were talking about how the last matches were battles of the heavy. This time it was battles of the light. Grad and Cafe putting up amazing fights and amazing scores. And Grad at the end keeping it all together for SSG. What a play. So good.
I mean, that's what Grad's always capable of, right? He's always able to clutch up exactly when he's needed for the team. That's why he is the backbone of SSG. And one thing as well is I think that for Diminish, when they were able to get that second box, right? They were able to lock in at just the last second. They timed it to where they knew that they would have pressure to be able to bait SSG. SSG didn't take that bait the second time. They stayed completely stable and made sure that as soon as it felt like Diminish was playing with that weird timing again, they knew exactly how to counter it. And that's one of those things where for SSG, it doesn't matter what kind of thing is thrown at them. They're able to deal with it because Diminish has always been very good at winning the fights that actually matter. Like they would lose the vast majority of the team fights, but the ones that matter, they get those. And so SSG, they kind of knew exactly how to do it. But I got to say, Grad just continues to impress me every single time he's put in a clutch scenario.
Yeah, I mean, so well. I mean, map one we saw Fortune, and again that was almost a light fight, but also, I mean, Lamp was doing so good of a job as heavy. It again was another heavy fight, and to quote the wonderful Waltz, I have in my notes I quoted him saying he threw it back, and that is a Waltz quote.
Absolutely. I mean, we'll have to wait to Sweden to see exactly what he's capable of in that department. But I mean, hey, now that wasn't the only match that happened off screen. Fire Strays stayed alive. Was there anything? Tell me about that one a little bit.
Fire Strays, we had Fire Strays versus Young Guns. The three maps picked were Cicerise and Banal and Monaco, but we only went to 2 out of the 3 because Young Guns lost after two maps. It was a very, very tight game. Ruby Labubu was put in a cage, it seems. The SA-12 was put out both maps. And it just ended up being a lot of Fire Strays taking confident fights, winning the cash box, and then Young Guns not able to do much in return. Fire Strays were definitely in control for most of it, and T Mills even pulled out the pike on Bernal. This is the 4th time he's used it in Season 2, and he put up some great numbers with it. It was really awesome to see.
That's awesome to see. I mean, hey, maybe we'll get to see the Pike yet again since Fire Strays are going to be back alive now. We have one more set to see them in. Going to be awesome as we also get to see Space Station Gaming meet Envy over. Let's take a look at the entire bracket. Take a look at the huge standings here. Now that we have already gotten our first 2 qualified to stage 2, being Envy and SSG. Now we have our final last chance for these teams. We have Pioneers, Nightmare, Diminish, and Fire Strays duking it out for the last 2 qualification spots. Whoever wins will be in yet another qualifier match. Whoever loses faces elimination, and then the winner of the elimination match and the loser of the qualifier match go at it again for the last spot standing. Tetra, thank you so much for your beautiful analysis. Love having you to rely on whenever I have no idea what's going on. And Waltz and Rio, I mean, let's just chat about it because there were 3 matches that happened just now, right? We had the match, obviously, where SSG and Diminish were going at it. We had the match off screen where we had Fire Strays. We also had another match happening. We had Quick Cash happening in chat between Sloth and Busy, amongst others. That was pretty fun to watch. But I got to say, I am very stoked for Group C, Waltz.
Well, hold on. Who won the quick cash?
Busy just out at everybody. So I mean, no matter what the argument is, I don't care how much I love anybody. Busy just wins the arguments to me. So that's just how that's how it goes.
It has happened. Looking forward to this cash out match though. I'm really excited for this cash out match because you get these first ones, and I think there's always outliers. Like that's what happens when you put the seeding, and it's designed so that your top seeds get a nice easy match. But now that we've gone through this first set of eliminations, these four teams are fighting for everything. These are very, very good teams. All of these teams have so much to play for, so much that they put in, and I expect this cash out match to be far, far closer than our previous one.
Honestly, this is going to be a nail biter, a barn burner, a verb adverb, and straight up Rio. I gotta say, this next cash out, I feel like these teams, even though we've all seen them at least once today, it's gonna
Mhm.
play differently.
Well, yeah, I mean, first off the bat, you don't have a sledge in here. Like that's going to change everything. Ruby's not here. Hopefully, he's enjoying that hot tub of his. But yeah, not in the group. So we're going to see a more standard, at least loadouts. I'm expecting. I am loving though that the revolver is being played. So maybe that will add to a little bit of the chaos in a cash out mode, just because you have more targets, you can kind of miss a little bit more. I don't know. It's going to be different, but I think good different. There can be a lot of different changes that make this really fresh and fun.
Yeah, I mean, Revolver, it's like a mini repeater, but I mean, let's go ahead and just take a look at the teams that are coming in here on this final group. We call it Group C, but really it's a last chance here. 2 slots remain, 4 teams fighting over it. And I mean, we just saw Diminished. Diminished absolutely feeling very good after this, but Fire Strays have to be feeling even more on top of it. I mean, I know for a fact that, Slothy, T-Mills, Varian, that they're going to be locked in for it. But again, you have Pioneers and you have Nightmare. And when you have the Hank J. Wimbledon, aka Uni himself, on Nightmare, fighting for one of 2 remaining slots, you got to look to Pioneers as well to see KCP. Well, if Llama is going to stay on Sledge, then hey, this could be insane. But for Pioneers, if they put away that Sledge, who knows, Waltz?
Oh yeah. I feel like this might be the most disparate group in terms of play styles when I'm just looking at it. Like you think about these groups and you think about the way that Pioneers play, with Llama often picking up that sledge and Brendy, running these high, the repeater, and the way that this team plays versus a team like Nightmare with Uni playing this incredibly high value light where he's always looking for these picks. Lasagna is this, just moving back and forth and providing support to both of them whenever he can and just enabling his team to just every one of these teams. I think it just has a very unique play style. And so I'm excited to see them clash and who comes out, because you lose here, there's still a best of 3. It's not over, but this makes things so much easier for you.
100%. And I mean, hey, not to derail the conversation, but speaking of value and speaking of support, I got to say a huge shout out to everybody in chat that has been donating to the prize pool and supporting us all the way. Especially a huge shout out to our #1 benefactor, Broxton, aka Crash, the VIA PR Chief Officer, for his continued endless support of what we do here at PHL. This is all publicly funded. This is all something that is community driven. And for all of us here in production, it's all volunteer. So all of that cash goes straight into the prize pool that these players are fighting over right now. Another huge shout out to KBH for an incredible 66 gifted subs yesterday. Kelly
Wow.
Milky's from Alliance as well for 6 gifted subs, and our own Dreadalicious for 5 gifted. And everybody who's gifted subs today, everybody who has used their Prime sub or used their regular sub, everything goes back to the players. So thank you all so much for your continued support. But without further ado, I mean, we're almost getting ready to get this lobby together once these players stop fist fighting each other in the parking lot. But I have to say, Rio, this is going to be kind of up to KCP if they are going to be bringing that sledgehammer. I mean, regardless of what Busy says in chat, if Llama brings the sledgehammer back in play, do you think that there is a chance that things get a little bit crazy?
Well, of course. I mean, Waltz was hitting on it earlier, just how versatile a sledgehammer is. It can take the place of a DMAT. It can take the place of C4. It can take the place of so many things to help your teams move around. And then on top of it, bonk people. So, yeah, of course things could get chaotic. I hope they get chaotic. I hope they bring a sledge back in here. The only downside is we don't get 2 sledges, with Ruby and his team not in there. But hey, I'll take one.
Absolutely. I mean, at the same time, though, this is going to be just a battle of the ages when it comes to Fire Strays still trying desperately to prove it. Oh my goodness, Flak Drift as well. There we go from Nightmare with 5 gifted subs. Absolutely amazing. Thank you, Nightmare, for that support. And hey, I mean, not to change where my bias was going, but Nightmare again. I mean, no, but straight up, Fire Strays have to prove that this is the time, right? I mean, after what happened in the closed qualifiers, Fire Strays has been dedicated to the cause every single time, but this is where it has to come to, Waltz. This is the hard way.
Yeah, you are taking the longest possible path, especially if you're not going to get in the top 2 of this cash out. And like we've seen so many times, those early taps are so important. This is a conversation that has been on for a while, right? It's like, how important is a vault tap when we get into this cash out, and when you, let's say you get staggered, do you go for the other vault? Being quick and being fast, and not just in your movements but in your tempo, getting that first cash out, getting that first plug. You have to be the first to do these things, because that gets you the highest chance of being on top of the cash totals when you get to those final 2 vaults. And we saw how powerful that is. I mean, look at how SSG was able to just take their hands off the keyboard, run to the corner of the map, and go set up that fist fight in the parking lot. Like, they were able to do that their last cash out match because they were so far ahead.
100%. And yeah, I mean, seeing Llama on the sledge kind of brings me back to, like, it reminded me of seeing Brendy back during the the Serb minigun meta, and like just
Oh,
seeing how
yeah.
they can play with these just like absolute just defining weapons that change the pacing overall. But when it comes to Nightmare, of course, Rio, Nightmare has been surprisingly stable through all this, even though we find them now down here in Group C. I mean, I feel like of all of the teams that are in this, I feel like Nightmare is the most favored to make it through the battle.
Well, yeah, I mean, they were number one in the leaderboard for a reason. They were really on top basically every play day. I am like you, I'm surprised that they're here. I was expecting them to be our very first team that would qualify towards phase 2. So it's a little bit of a shocker, but they're still just such a strong team. Even chat seems to just love Nightmare. I mean, I really just glance over from time to time and I just see Nightmare wins and just all the other things that they love to say. So it's really cool. It's cool to see the community get behind them as well. And yeah, I'm hopeful that they make it into the upper part, because otherwise it's a little bit harder for them to get on.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, I just love how for the finals it really always does come down to if you can perform a cash out and if you can just take control of the chaos. So Waltz, let's hear predictions while we're still waiting. Let's hear the predictions real quick, Waltz. 10 seconds. What's your prediction? What's going to happen?
Nightmare often struggle in cash out, but I think they're going to pull it through. And I think Pioneers do as well. I think the chaos
Ooh.
factor.
All right, Rio, 10 seconds. What is your prediction?
Ooh, I mean, I want to go with Nightmare and hopefully the Fire Strays. Those are my hopes.
Okay. Alrighty, chat, now it's your turn. Want to see your predictions in the chat. Also, a huge shout out to Meech for the 5 gifted subs. Absolutely incredible stuff. But as we get ready to load into this lobby, just remember the stakes here is going to be Fortune Stadium. It is going to be cash out, and then the winners of this cash out will play for 1 qualification slot. The losers of that will have 1 more chance. Losers will fight for elimination. The winner of that will have 1 more chance. So without further ado, let's get into this cash out. Rio, Waltz, I love you, boys. Take us into the cash out.
Absolutely. And Meech, for donating all of those subs, you get the fortune as we load into this match. Your greatest achievements are the ones that leave a lasting legacy. Hopefully that means something to you. But we are here on my favorite map to see some of my favorite teams go at it at one more time for cash out.
Already a very quick start from Pioneers. The gateway is going to get them a lot closer to spawn of Diminish than teams normally expect. So very early start for them. In the stairway, looking for the remnants of Diminish, but Diminish have gone high already. Other side of the map, Nightmare is struggling against Fire Strays, but the tap is going to happen from Pioneers. High ground, but Diminish is going to go ahead and do some damage to them. And Pioneers, Diminish dropping on top of them. Invis bomb from Cafaneo, looking to finally expose the side of Pioneers. They finally found them, but Llama gets the winch in, doing a nice overhead swing. Cafaneo still to the side, doing damage, but they haven't been able to do enough. Just a lot of smoke, a lot of disconnection between this fight. The healing emitter, it does so much to keep him alive. He's able to keep his heavy from going down for a moment. That's Llama and Spawns falling in the blink of an eye, and Brendy not soon after.
I think that turned into both teams ran out of healing. Like they were just kind of grouping up, running away, healing up, and then finally in that last engagement they were just out. The infusers were out, the healing beams were overcharged, and it just didn't work out in their favor. And the Pioneers ended up getting wiped. Turning our attention now towards Lasagna. The bounce pad didn't work out too well for Gremlin, but they're going to go through the gateway, bring the rest of Nightmare here. They're stuck at a goo wall directly in front of them. Lasagna makes quick work of that by just deleting it with his repeater. They're going now into the stairwell, trying to find any information, but they immediately fought out one of them on the Fire Strays. Slothy took a lot of damage from that RPG. Red barrel in hand by Lasagna, now trying to poke a little holes in the floor. Both teams are falling down below, getting into the engagement. Fire Strays going down. One person remaining. It's just Varian, Uni, and Lasagna just picking up the kills so far on the hunt for Varian, as they might go for a quick tap and re-stick this steal as they have the opportunity.
Yeah, it looks like they're just going for the coins on the side of Fire Strays, not interested in actually pushing for anything just yet. With the coin and the status the way it was, they're able to be back in the fight a lot quicker than they would if they got wiped. But Uni spotting out Varian, he's looking for just a little bit of info on where the enemy team is. He certainly found it. C4 goes right through the wall. Slothy is going to get an eyeful of the entire enemy team. There's a gateway to just get the entirety of Nightmare away. Uni kills Gremlin with his gateway, though. It was a little too close to the ball, and he falls into the abyss. Now it's only 2 versus 3. They have an opening here on the side of Fire Strays, playing underneath it. They need to drop this in a matter of moments. Lasagna does get the revive onto Uni after Varian takes him down, but it's still only 2. That's a lot of utility that's been used. Drops of gas onto the point. He has goo as well. The delay is there. Lasagna doing everything he can to keep this alive. Team Mills takes him down, but is there enough time? Slothy ticking down to the gas on the backside. He's trying to stay alive. Uni finishes him off one by one. They're falling to the gas. Uni is just a one-man army as he finishes off the entirety of Fire Strays, securing his team the cash out.
Yeah, that was a gas and Uni. They basically went together like cookies and milk. They just helped destroy all of the Fire Strays. On the other side of things, Diminish get this cash out as well. 2 very strong teams leading the charge so far. This is an interesting one. Gremlin sitting at 0 kills. A couple of people, not a ton of kills, but it's still very early in the match yet.
Bit of a lull as teams look towards these next set of vaults. Diminish on the far side have tapped one, and it looks like Fire Strays are going to be getting together, but focusing on that other vault over on the side of 4. Tap is only just happening now. Nightmare looking to third party this. Trap Diminish in a corner. Lasagna takes down Cafaneo, and from Uni as they look towards the rest of Belize, trying to pincer him down just in the bottom floor. They are going to be able to chase him down. He's trying to escape. He is getting away, but for how long is the question? He just tracks him down. Lasagna will not be denied. He's going to finish him off, and they're going to be able to steal the ball. On the other side, C is the goal by the side of Fire Strays. They are in control of 3 as Nightmare heading over towards the other cash out with their newly obtained ball.
Yeah, and I see Pioneers setting up to just intercept this before the Fire Strays make their way over towards C. They've got good positioning right now, but a little bit of damage went off onto Brendy. He's forced to push himself a little bit back, and that probably blows their plan up. They know that they're about to run directly into the Pioneers. There's Slothy shooting off that RPG. Didn't really connect in a good manner. Now forced to break that goo in front of him. They've got the plug on it, but it is starting to tick down. Cash out D on the other side has been plugged as well. It's starting to tick away. We see the Diminish is trying to set it up for a flip.
Eventually, Llama gets 2 with a sledge swing on the other side of the map. Quickly taking down Fire Strays, but we're continuing to watch Diminish try to keep Elise alive. He's at half. Nightmare taking a lot of L's from Diminish right now. They haven't lost their cash out yet, though. Gremlin throws an RPG. Doesn't do a lot of damage, but enough to maybe make Diminish think twice. His team is respawning back in. Coined in from Uni. The entirety of Nightmare back to strength, but they have to get onto the point as the steal. Going in from Belize. Has a winch. Can he prevent this? He does hit Belize. Pulls him up right into his dome. This might be a win for Gremlin. His teammate is there. Uni gonna go ahead and heal him back up, but he's trying to survive against the third party. Pioneers is here, but Brendy and Spawns both go down. They tried to third party. They just kind of walked into the middle of two teams and got eaten by the crossfire. That's the entirety of the team. Llama down as well. They basically just third-party themselves somehow. Diminish still have to go ahead and take this point from Nightmare, though. Nightmare in control. Everybody up. Elise is half health, and Uni as well, but Uni able to get away for the moment. A little bit of a lull. They have to find a way to push in, though. This is Diminish's chance with only about 20 seconds left. They have to go for the seal. Elise runs in. He does get a winch, actually, onto Gremlin. Gremlin is down there. He gets winched in. He does a lot of damage to Belize. Belize is still alive, gets fully healed up by that infuser. Going for the seal. The Goonades, are they enough to stop it? It does get stopped. Uni actually takes out Belize by himself. He's on a single HP with 1 HP. Is he able to hold on to this? But the goo, it prevented him. No, he actually gets through. Not Bubba. He didn't block this off properly. Uni's able to hold on to this. He actually gets the wipe. Uni by himself.
Uni, the god, the movement master, was able to find his way in there. What a play, turning our attention now towards the Fire Strays as they have been deleted and down to just one member. They got a res off there, but the flip seems like it's about to happen by the Pioneers. They do have control, and now they have to hold on for just a little bit longer. They put a bounce pad down below it, ready for that drop, and ready to play it at a moment's notice. I don't see anybody coming directly for them as I say that the Fire Strays are there. They want to try and go for the tap, go for the flip one more time. Cash out running down very low now. Brenny trying to get a little bit of height for himself. But the Fire Strays are still here. They've lost Llama in that battle. There is the Goose Stall, ensuring them that cash out. They have grabbed it. They're trying to grab it again, but there's definitely not enough time. And there it goes. Brendy surviving on a sliver of HP. I think that was 1 HP, maybe 2. Gets out of dodge. Lets his teammates going back in.
Nice plays from all these teams. Nightmare in a solid first place as we move towards these final 2 boxes. We're going to be wanting to get a double if they can. Just make sure that they're guaranteed to go through. A quick plug from the side of Diminish is going to put a bit of a wrench in those plans, however. Spawn's taking out Varian on the backside. Everyone looking over towards A as the other vaults. Only 2 minutes left on this map right now. No idea where the other vault isn't even tapped. Nobody's even paying attention to it whatsoever, and Nightmare would love for it to stay that way. You can see they're just camping that vault. They're not going to tap it. They're just going to make sure that anybody who tries to come close is going to pay the consequences. So everybody else, every other team who's looking towards A. The fight in the stairwell so far away from the actual point, though. Pioneers are just getting caught by Fire Strays as they run here. Neither team really wants to be fighting here, and Llama looking to survive. He is going to get a revive onto his teammate, but Diminish are just sitting pretty.
That was a great save by them. The Pioneers can't afford to get wiped at this time. They need to have all the time that they have to go for one steal, or they're going to look like they're going towards 3rd place, maybe a little bit lower. Fire Strays are able to get something going as well. Running down towards our last minute, but this cash out is the only one that is going down. As Walt said, the other vault is not here. I'm surprised that we're not seeing a double, but that is how it goes. Llama making his approach. The rest of the Pioneers have to be close by, breaking down that goo, pulling in the winch, ready to go for a steal. It is in a good corner. This might be a good opportunity. The goo is around them. There's the dome shield as well. They're going to hold on, and they grabbed it. They winched the wrong person indeed. The Pioneers have it, and they have to hold on for about 15 to 20 seconds, getting some heals back up. It is only Llama, but he's stuck in a corner. I don't think he wants to be caught out. He does have that sledge, and look at this, the patience on the man, ready to dive at a moment's notice. Everybody is here. This cash out is running down. 15 seconds left on the timer. About 7 seconds left for anybody to go for it. It's almost done. It looks like the Pioneers have done it. Brindy staying in there. Just everybody holding on for dear life. The Pioneers have secured themselves 1st place. What a wild wrap up.
And heartbreaking for Diminish there. They had the ability to stop that, but they just, the winch, I don't know if it was a miss, the angle we had, I don't know if he missed the winch, thought it was the wrong target, or if that was a body block on the winch, but regardless, just unable to get the right player, and the steal goes through for Pioneers. A nice play by them, able to body block that and then set enough defenses up, but Nightmare, the real story here. A shout out to our analyst Tetra, giving some stats on the back end. Before halftime, Nightmare had 2 solo team wipes. Uni getting 1 and Lasagna getting 1. Crazy stuff from Nightmare.
Yeah, really baller stats indeed. Uni also getting 11 kills, like That's yeah. I mean, that's pretty par for the course for Uni, but it's still impressive. I still love seeing it.
Absolutely. I mean, if I had a nickel for every single time that Uni was able to wipe Fire Strays from above while they had control of a cash out on Fortune Stadium in a game here, I would have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot. But I mean, the fact that it's happened in high stakes games twice just goes to show that Uni has so much consistency. I mean, this dude put the entire game on his back. I mean, that's not to say that the rest of them didn't do amazing work. I mean, clearly Lasagna as well. Gremlin locking everything down. I mean, I'm still thinking about that winch from like literally the max distance winch into the dome, all the way up a second flight of stairs. Insane stuff from Nightmare. I mean, Nightmare consistently just showed up. But KCP, it was close. Genuinely, there were a,
Oh,
a
yeah.
lot of moments there for Llama where it wasn't really connecting the way it needed to.
No.
But at the very end, they were able to get the steal, and not only that, but Fire Strays kind of helped them get the steal. I mean, Diminish was trying to go for it. It was Fire Strays, I think, that was helping to lock it down. But genuinely, what an insane match of cash out that was.
Oh yeah, and Pioneers definitely were able to. There were ups and downs in that match for sure. You know, they were able to take advantage of the small moments where they were given some gifts, right? Like they had that moment on that second set of cash outs where they walked into the middle of 2 teams and just got immediately turned around. Like both teams stopped fighting each other, looked at Pioneers and said no, and then went back to fighting each other. And then
During that, you said they third partied themselves. I lost it, dude.
It
You're
went
right.
so badly. But then they turned around and were able to steal on the other cash out before it ended. Like they made it work somehow.
I really thought that was the moment that the KCP were out. Like, I just didn't think that they would be able to come back from that. That was just such a pivotal moment. But hey, kudos to them, honestly, for finding the strength and coming in and getting it at the last moment.
100%. I mean, genuinely, they were cooking, but they're not qualified just yet. In order to do that, there's still going to be one more set, actually, 3 more sets of 3v3s, but we're going to be taking a look at one right now. Let's take a look at the map bands, see what maps we are going to be on. That's right. We're looking to see KCP versus Nightmare. KCP chooses
Ooh.
Fortune Stadium. Why would you choose Fortune Stadium against Nightmare? I have no idea, but we're looking to see Skyway Stadium pull out next, and that is going to be a nice change of pace because we have been seeing the same 3 maps all day. But this Horizon going to be coming if we get to that glorious, studious map 3. Now, of course, if you do want to check in on Fire Strays and Diminish, you can check out the B stream. It is pinned in the chat there at the Final Central. Sorry, that just threw me off guard. It will be at the Final Central if you can check out that. But for now, we're getting locked and loaded with this for KCP and Nightmare. Now, I gotta say, Fortune Stadium, this is an interesting pickup here, but we'll see what spawns Brenny and Llama can do up against the absolute nightmare that is Gremlin, Lasagna, and Uni himself. Without further ado, we're on final round format. It's this for the quals. I'm bringing you back to Rio and Walt for the cast.
Absolutely. And you know what, Artie? You get a fortune for that. For that wonderful intro. Your fortune is a funny memory will make you burst into laughter. There you go. Hopefully that comes true. But we're here again on my favorite map. I'm going to quickly run out of fortunes today because everybody's choosing Fortune Stadium. But you know what? It's a treat for me because I can't complain at all. I absolutely love it. And I'd love to see these 2 teams get at it, and they are not holding back. They want to kick this engagement off right away.
Uni looking to go for a repeat of that performance. Llama goes down, though. It looked like he went down to maybe some gas that exploded somewhere. Not sure what happened. Spawns does get the double, but it's on Uni to pull out this 1v1 against the light. Has the high ground, has maybe the advantage we can keep an eye on, but there's a gateway in the air. That does not surprise Uni. He just picks them out, not even breaking a sweat. Uni was ready for that play, heard the audio, and that was a very ambitious play. It's not, you have to know he's going to see the gateway coming out. I don't think that was the right play, and it just goes to show, like, Uni is going to pick you out of the sky. His aim is that good.
Yep. Yeah, and I think a lot of people fail to realize that when you're in the air, it provides the perfect opportunity for somebody that's good at tracking to track your descent. And I know that that's really evident from people like me that comes from, like a Quake background where everybody's in the air all the time. But in the finals, it's really detrimental. You don't want to be in the air. It's why you don't want to go on a zipline either, because you're progressing where you are. But as I say that, the teams are ready to get into this engagement. They
Nightmare
have just
messed up.
Yeah, Nightmare just messed up, and Pioneers just yoinked the vault.
They had the gateway set up, and they just forgot the vault part of the gateway. You have to actually grab the vault. It doesn't come through. It's not going to come through if you don't have it set up right. And nice play by Pioneers. That fight ends up not mattering whatsoever because now Pioneers are the ones that are going to plug this. And because Uni was so far away, he already used his gateway. This is going to give Pioneers ample time to set up. And again, with Llama, you have to know that they have a few more tools at their disposal than you're expecting normally. So Nightmare on the retake now, not where they expect it to be, but I think they know exactly where the side of Pioneers are. Looks like Gremlin is going to sit on top of it. He might bait them out. He knows there's a C4 about to pop, and Uni is dropping to backstab them as he falls. He has hit the point. Spawns is half health. A little bit of damage done to Gremlin and Lasagna, but not enough as they push in. They shack 12. Shade doing so much damage for Gremlin as he's chasing up there. Uni takes Spawns. He's looking for the medium now. One for Gremlin. The last member is Llama. That Spawns does get revived, but that is a quick death for him as Llama's the last one left alive, and the entirety of Nightmare is still here. Gonna get a quick flip.
It's a good flip for them. Llama is still around. I think he was just spotted out as well, so he's going to force the push away, and we're going to get a nice little replay of that, pushing them into a corner, getting those shack kills on Brendy, and then immediately, that's why you got to be careful when you res. You can res your teammates just into certain death. Nightmare might have made a mistake in the beginning, but I think that they corrected that pretty much instantly. Now can they hold on as the Pioneers have started their approach?
It's just Pioneers got a little bit too predictable, I think, with where they set up. Like, that was just such a, especially as Llama's taking damage here. Brendy, Spawns is already down. Spawn's already gone down again. They don't have a lot of time left, and I don't think they're going to be able to make the point whatsoever. Llama looking for an alternative entry, but he gets taken out and Brendy at the same time, basically. I feel like they were far too predictable on that one. You know that one of the true strengths of this Nightmare team is their creative thinking, their usage of, we've seen their usage of crazy gadgets. We've seen their ability to really play around and build strategies that are quite unique. And so you have to know that they have spent time looking at where teams are going to be setting up. And when you have that sledge, you have so many more options. We were talking about that, like what Sledge can provide you. I needed to see them not set up directly underneath the cash out. And they knew. You could see they knew.
Yeah, I think that's a great observation. I agree with every bit of that. Uni now bouncing over. They still have the height advantage, trying to deal a little bit of damage onto the Pioneers from above. Pioneers have taken some on the return. Brendy going down very low. Brendy going down entirely as Llama looks like he's the next victim to go down. Spawn's the only remaining member, and this is what Nightmare can do so perfectly. They just start to steamroll the pain. They've even made the call to pull off, get the tap on the vault. Surely the rest of his teammates are continuing the chase, but they're just now getting set up for this next cash out.
I've said this before, and I'll probably say it many, many times in the, this is for as long as he's playing the game. When Uni is on point, when he is hitting on all cylinders, that is just a terrifying thing to go against. Like, you do not, and look, he's running back. He's been burned once too many. This time, the entirety of Pioneers is on the point already. So, but this time it's a little bit more close. This time they are prepared for this. Spawns, the entirety of Pioneers is very, very low. Brendy goes down. Spawns and Llama also at half health each. Not where they want to be as Gremlin is looking to continue to push in. He grabs the vault. Can't pick it up. He has trouble with Spawns. Gets backstabbed by Uni. Only one member left. Again, Llama, they're just getting corralled into a corner and they're struggling to make anything happen.
Yeah, I think that this is actually really good because normally we see Nightmare is just able to kind of stay very close together, but the calls recently seem to be just jumping off and letting them go on their own. I'm seeing one-on-one engagements more than I've seen any bit today, and the weird part is that Nightmare is winning them basically every time. And then you throw Uni in the mix, and he's just the flank master, and it is turning into a very challenging map for the Pioneers to kind of work around. Yeah, and they're forcing a crazy spawn, too. Thanks for putting that up, production. You're right. Look at how far they've pushed out from the cash out.
Yeah, this is why this spot is so brutally difficult to push. It is possibly harder. I mean, it's easier to defend, I think, in some ways in Hospital, especially after the Hospital change. There's ways around it, but it is so difficult to do them properly. And now Nightmare, they have this high ground. Pioneers have made it through step 1, but they're going to be taking shots from behind when they try to cross over, when they take this jump pad. They have to find a different way to do so. And without a gateway or without a mesh shield, something of that nature, Gremlin actually takes that early. A little bit of an interesting choice from him. And the nice gateway actually from Spawns brings them directly onto the point. C4 goes down and he catches it out of the air. Llama with that nice wind play. He has the chance to actually steal this away. The dome shield goes down. Where is Nightmare? They have to get to this. He's going to successfully get the steal.
Wow.
But can they hold on? He's half health. The rest of the team, they're just corralled into a corner. They have to keep alive. The sledge does get him through the floor, but Spawns goes down. They're on the retreat. They have to keep kiting this out, but Uni is just chasing them down. No survivors taken. Llama, the last one left. Uni looking to go ahead and bring him back in, and Llama finished off by Lasagna. That's going to be 2 cash outs in a row, and Nightmare taking map number 1.
They played that so well. They did that so perfectly. I'm a little sad that we won't see map number 3 because this has been a fun group. But Nightmare just played that perfectly right at the. Oh, I'm sorry, that's just 1-0. I don't know why I'm thinking that we are out of it just yet, but we
Don't count
definitely
them out
have
yet.
more.
Rio,
Yeah,
you know,
I'm sorry.
let's-
I was giving up on the Pioneers.
All right.
My bad.
All right.
I'm gonna get some fun DMs at the end of this today, but yeah, they're still in
Bye.
it. They're still in it. But I gotta say though, Nightmare just seemed so strong. Uni popping
Oh,
off
yeah.
8 kills on that. And it's interesting too because Nightmare tends to play around Uni, but I didn't see that a ton this one. I mentioned earlier that they seem to be kind of splitting up a little bit and going on one-on-one engagements. So they didn't. Uni was pivotal, but he wasn't the only thing that turned the entire
Yeah.
battle.
I mean, I think it was just the fights were just over like very quickly. Like we like to look at kills a lot, but if you looked at the support score that match, there was every player on Nightmare was around like 800 support score, which is not a lot of score.
Okay.
And meanwhile, over on the side of Pioneers, Spawns had 3,000. Right?
Wow.
Like this was a case of Nightmare hitting their shots and doing the damage and just quickly cleaning up Pioneers every time they approach the point. And Pioneers are just trying to get to them. They're just trying to close the distance, I mean, taking damage and trying to heal themselves up. Spawn's working overtime to keep his, his heavy up to full health. And they just never actually got to the enemy. Like that's it, when you see no support, when we have 2 heals on 2 characters and there's no support score, something went wrong for the other team.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably to me, normally when that happens, it's just a breakdown of communication because you need to be able to call like, I need help or I need health or heal me or something like that just to pull your light or even medium away from a situation like that and turn it. But if you can't make those calls, you feel like it's just not working. I don't know. They need to change something now. And on top of it, we're going into Skyway Stadium, a map that we have not seen today. I think we saw it one time yesterday in the EU. So it's really not a very common map these days.
Not super common. I'm not surprised to see Nightmare pick it up because they love their long range. Very aggressive push, though, from the side of Nightmare. Spawns was trying to do damage with that ARM from long range, but Lasagna is just pushing in. The Deagles from Gremlin, they are just prepared. They are not taking any prisoner on this one. They did really, really well, but they're not going to rest on their laurels on this one. Llama going to wipe himself out with that RPG. That was... You expect teams to kind of show the spawn on this, spawn in, you jump on the rooftops, you pick at each other long range, and then you jump. They skipped the whole step.
Yeah, they're ready. They're just like, they heard me say that we weren't going to map 3, and they're like, yeah, we're right. We ain't going to map 3. And that's their motivation. I'm sure that's how everybody on Nightmare sounds as well. So now they have the height advantage. This is a very difficult cash out or even area to push because of this. Because you could just shoot downstream, and Lasagna with a gun like the Repeater does quick work of that dome shield. And anybody on the receiving side, they have to gateway to get out of there. And boy, it's not looking too good for the Pioneers on this cash out just yet.
Yeah, we've seen this. We've seen this story before. We've watched almost this exact situation. Just teams wiping so soon and then trying to push. Like, this point is nigh impossible to actually approach, which is one of the reasons that we've seen Vanish Bomb be picked more often, right? Like, it gives that extra cover. It's just, you can still see in some cases, but it is so much harder to pick them off when they have that Vanish Bomb. So Pioneers really have to make this a very long. They have to make this a long approach where they hit all around and then hit the Vanish Bomb at the right point, or just get a really nice gateway. But you're not going to cross this unless you are crazy good with your dashes in midair, or you have that Vanish Bomb, because Spawns is just going to get sniped out of the air by the side.
Yeah.
Oh, nice dome shield play though. This is beautiful. Drops the dome shield onto the point and then uses that to cross, so he doesn't have a mesh shield. That is crazy tech right there. Beautiful stuff from Llama.
Absolutely, that got his whole team over there, and they finally have a chance to make something happen right now. Gateway brings them all closer. They're just a floor above or below this cash out. Surely they drop it down. It hasn't fallen just yet. There it goes into a cloud of smoke. This might be a good opportunity for them to steal it. There's debris as well blocking them. They're holding on. The dome shield went down. The winch pulls them out of it, stops the steal, but there's still plenty of time. Brendy wants to go for it. The goo is surrounding him, but sadly he gets caught out, and there go the Pioneers. They did everything perfectly on their approach. It was so difficult to get over there. They did it right, but just time, everything wasn't in their favor. I really thought that this rubble we're seeing right now was going to block everybody's sightline of them, but sadly, just didn't work out that way. And the scoreboard right now, Lasagna with 5, but Pioneers with 0.
Pioneers do have 0, but that's not overly surprising, I think. Like, you might look at that and be like, oh my gosh, Pioneers are just, done and dusted, right? It's over with them. Well, I mean, they spent, of the 2 minutes that a cash out has, they spent, 70 of that just getting over them, right? Like, they spent that long just getting to a point where they could actually cross. Had some really nice movements and some really nice tech to make it across that point, and then just almost got the steal. Like, the steal, that was the hard part, right? But you don't have a lot of time. So that cash out is now out of the way. He gets winched in. Gremlin bites off a little more than he can chew, but he's actually turning it around on the Llama. The heals are there. Llama back in, and Gremlin on the retreat this time. All 3 Pioneers still alive. Uni gets picked off on the backside. 2 down for Nightmare. Pioneers starting to hit back a little bit. 1 more left, and he's down, and Pioneers with a nice 3 kills in a row. We bring up those score lines. It's going to look a little bit better now.
It definitely looks better. And look at this. Every one of them got a kill. They must be hearing us, Waltz. And every time I point out something, they're just like, aha, I must prove Waltz and Rio wrong. More Rio than Waltz. But that's okay. They're going to get the plug on Cash Out A. This is a fun one. It's usually manipulated out into the open, but occasionally people like to leave it here because you have several layers to drop it down on. And Nightmare have started their approach. Good gateway, good tech by Uni, the movement master. Who could expect any less? Lasagna now has a good little bridge, good head glitch spot for that repeater, but not enough to get any kills just yet. They're having to make their approach get a little bit closer and try again.
Pioneers setting up a little bit further away from the on those Fortune Stadium maps. That's what we were looking to see, especially with the long-range weapons that Nightmare have. I mean, the repeater is going to hit like a truck when you get in close, but they are built around these long-range engagements right now, and so the positioning and the angle from Pioneers are really tough. They have kind of trapped themselves in the attic, need to find a way out. They are down to the side as Lasagna gets a little bit close. It's a very slow fight right now. Just a lot of pick damage. Picks at close range. There's the drop. He's actually riding down with it. He's been able to survive. Push from Gremlin. Heavy push. Gets the winch, and that's going to be Llama dead. Looks for the second. Second one's down. Spawns by himself. Can he do enough? He cannot. He's going to accept death, and that's going to be another flip. They need to wipe right away. I actually would have loved to see Nightmare not kill him right away, because there's going to be about 40 seconds for him.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be one more attempt. Good winch claw. I love this close quarter combat as well. Just getting in their faces, dealing a ton of damage with those dualies, and then having your teammates just clean everybody up. Got about a fourth left on this cash out. The Pioneers have respawned. They have a decent spawn, but it's still a little bit away from them. This gateway will definitely help them out, bring that over here, but this is going to look like a very desperate last-second push to try and steal something. The engagement finally kicks off. Spawns looking for anybody in his sidelines, goes down to Lasagna. Steal is being attempted right now, but all of Nightmare is here to swarm on them, and there we go.
It's a quick 2-0.
Now, quick 2-0 indeed. But yeah, Nightmare just looked so strong, so proficient, so just well-rounded as a team. Not to say anything against KCP, they've played really well, and there were several times that I thought, hey, this is their time, they're about to pull it back. Unfortunately, couldn't break through Nightmare's very tough skin.
That was very, very strong by them, and you know, Nightmare has always been good in threes. Nightmare is always really, really good in 3v3. They have had struggles with cash out. Looks like they're starting to fix that up, but definitely a dominant performance. Of course, we got Artie to break that down for us and let us know. Was that just a cash out difference? What's going on there?
I mean, Rio called it at the end of Fortune Stadium. I'm just saying, like, straight up, I was not convinced that they could do anything up against Nightmare, because when it comes down to Nightmare, it was just full control the entire time. And of course, Fortune Stadium, Skyway Stadium, you have the opportunity to get that just a little bit of control over the gaps, a little bit of control over the hey, they have to enter the airspace. This is now just my aim training routine. And they were able to do that consistently, both maps. Nightmare's macro control has improved so much because they've always had the micro. They've always had the ability to just be so good on the sticks while on the KBM, right? And just to make sure that their aim is on point, their mechanics are on point, and that's never ever been a worry for them. But just like seeing from their macro, the closed quals, the open quals, to where they are now,
Yeah.
I think that Nightmare has improved so insanely well. I mean, straight up, there's been only 2 teams in the finals that have been improving at that rate, and that is TSM and Nightmare. And genuinely, and TSM isn't playing here today. So either way, we're going to be seeing Nightmare qualify through. Let's take a look at the bracket and take a look to see where we're at currently. Still waiting to see who will be facing Pioneers in the elimination match. As Nightmare has qualified, they will stay with the likes of Envy and SSG to qualify into stage 2. Now, Diminish and Fire Strays currently going at it. Fire Strays won map 1. They're currently in the second map right now against Diminish. It was not close at all in that map 1, but to break that down even further, I've got Tetra here to start yapping about what else is happening here. Tetra, it's good to see you. We were both just typing a storm throughout that entire Nightmare series. That was insane.
It was insane. And right now, throughout the entire day, I fear every single Nightmare note-taking I have, it's just full caps of Lasagna with a wipe or Uni with a wipe. They're playing so well, and like you were saying, they have improved so much since closed qualies. They are playing so well. Their first seed of the entire play days, they came in first by a good margin, and they're showing why they're first. They are putting up a great performance. And I mean, spawns as well, going into that Skyway. No Vanish Bomb. I mean, as a Vanish Bomb enjoyer yourself, I fear that that's not where you want to be, especially on a map with bounce pads.
Yeah, a map where you got to cross large gaps, the Vanish pad, the Vanish Bomb, Vanish Pad, like that tech, it is so well earned that you just need it, right? And yeah, I mean, straight up, when it comes down to macro and knowing that the other team is not going to be able to partake in it, you have to give a shout out to Z, the coach of Nightmare. Not only that, but Gremlin as well. He's a coach himself, as well as throwing down absolutely insane performance with the SA-12, with the winch, with whatever he brings out. Straight up incredible. But now let's talk about Fire Strays versus Diminish, the game that's been happening over on the B stream. I've had it tabbed up just a little bit, Tetra. Not sure if you had that fully watched out, but I want to know if you were checking in on it and what your thoughts are. I mean, granted, we have seen both these teams earlier today. What's the take?
The take is Fire Strays are absolutely wiping the floor with Diminish. They're playing so strong, and right now, literally as we are speaking, Fire Strays takes the first cash out of map 2. They took the first map very dominant fashion. They wiped Diminished almost instantaneously. They took the plug, they held that for a good amount, and then there was almost nothing they could do. They were stalling respawns. They were just in such a strong position in that first map. The second map is looking very much the same. I mean, it comes down to one cash out. Diminished have to get two in a row here in order to go to a map 3. And honestly, I'd like to see a map 3. We've seen only 2 maps. A map 3 would be great.
We haven't seen any map threes at all, straight up. But I gotta say, so given what we're seeing from Fire Strays right now, should they finish out this map in style and bring themselves to the final qualification match up against the Pioneers, what do you think Fire Strays are gonna need to do for Pioneers? On the other side, for Pioneers, what do you think they'll need to change up against Fire Strays?
Yeah, well, looking at the cash out game that decided this seeding of the BO3s were playing, Fire Strays didn't do a good job of dealing with Pioneers, the Llama Sledge. The Llama Sledge was a real fear, and I think, like people were saying earlier in the stream, it is a weapon that people either run from or know how to deal with. And Fire Strays, I don't think, know how to deal with the Sledge. They are falling behind, and they do have this momentum. They have great momentum. They have great team play right now. They're playing such a strong game. But it's whether or not that Sledge will throw them off course and kind of mess with them a bit. We'll see if they can deal with it, but they're playing really well right now, and hopefully the old T-Mills Pike can come out and deal some great damage.
100%. Thank you so much for that breakdown, Tetra. Love having you on the back end to rely on. But let's jump back over to the main desk here so I can see my beautiful Waltz one more time, and Rio as well. My absolute bestie, who was my backbone analyst yesterday. Now here, he casted and yelling it through. Love to see it. So honestly, Rio, when it comes to like what we're about to see, when it comes to Pioneers, what do Pioneers have to do different if they want to survive? Because it didn't seem like they were able to keep up with Nightmare so far, but they won't have to fight Nightmare again. It's probably going to be Fire Strays. What do they have to do?
I think target prioritization. I think that's the main thing that I didn't see. They seem to kind of go on these one-on-one engagements, and I'm not sure if that was Nightmares doing that. They just kind of found that one-on-ones and put them in that situation, or if they just kind of are a little bit disjointed and are finding themselves in that situation. Regardless, they need to just find and focus on one member, especially the stronger one, maybe the heavy, bring him down, and then start to collapse on the other two. That's kind of what I'm not seeing. I'm just not seeing the unity in team fights, and instead just seeing just those one-on-ones. So hopefully they can adapt and make some changes because they're such a strong, heavy-hitting team. I expect a lot from them.
100%. I mean, Waltz, we were talking about support score a little bit as well, and I feel like for KCP, it's that is one of the areas. But what about everything else, Waltz? I mean, where do you stand on this?
I mean, I feel like when you're looking at Fire, which is, I mean, that's what we're talking about. The game's not over yet. But when you look at Pioneers, their biggest issue was definitely, I just felt like their movements didn't match their play style in that point, right? Like the gadgets they were picking, the thing.
Oh, Waltz, I believe we have lost you. But that's
CNS
okay.
happened.
CNS. But yeah, I tend to agree. I mean, Rio. At the end of it, though, what comes down to just seeing Nightmare qualifying through. Now they're going to be up against SSG and Envy. This is going to be one of the most stacked stage twos ever, isn't it?
Oh, it's gonna be great. I really am excited because yesterday felt really good, but right now having those 3 teams already qualified and whoever is going to be the 4th one will just add to that flavor of the mix. And I'm expecting a pretty long one. I hope nobody has any plans with family or friends because yeah, it's the finals.
100%. It is the finals. And an update for those of you. I have the B stream right here. And the Fire Strays have just won up against Diminish. That means that we have the most stacked final bracket here, but it's not done yet. That being said, we still have the Pioneers versus the Fire Strays. So this is going to be the last chance qual to see who's going to make it up through. But no matter what, it is going to be a nail biter. I mean, Waltz, Pioneers, Fire Strays, talked about a little bit so far. Who do you have on your number one?
I think based off the way they're playing right now, I would probably pick Fire Strays. I think Fire Strays have Fire Strays are going to look to play similarly to Nightmare. They're going to be looking for these long range fights. They're going to be looking for very like punchy engagements. And Pioneers were really struggling to approach fights in a way that made sense, that gave them cover, that let them get into that close quarter engagements they wanted. And by the time they got to close quarter engagements, they normally had all of their health lost. If Pioneers can't update the way they approach fights and their in-game movement, I think this goes Fire Stray's way.
100%. I mean, I tend to agree there, but I mean, for Pioneers, they have the opportunity to just prove that they can lock it down. I mean, for Pioneers, they did win that last cash out pretty concisely. I mean, if you think about that last fight, we talked about it after it happened, where Pioneers, they were not really in the driver's seat, but they were able to adapt and overcome. But Fire Strays was struggling in that cash out, and they struggled in their first cash out as well. And so the question sort of stands, does that bring any sense of prio into the 3v3s? Because so far Fire Strays have been able to survive their 3v3s. Waltz.
Yeah. No, sorry. I thought you cut out there.
Sorry,
no.
sorry.
Yeah, you just kind of trailed off there.
I trailed off because I was trying to think if I had said it properly. But basically, Pioneers has not won a single 3v3 today. Fire Strays has won all their 3v3s. So
yes, that is very true, and I think that speaks to, again, like I feel like watching Fire Strays is like watching Nightmare from like 4 months ago, like
That's a
3
really
months ago,
good observation.
where
I think
they
I agree.
yeah, they feel like a similar team. And Nightmare has improved by, you talked about their macro. Nightmare has improved by leaps and bounds, especially in their cash out matches. Cash out has always been their Achilles heel. I feel like that's true with Fire Strays too. I feel like Fire are just struggling with these cash out matches. But in the 3v3s, they do a good job. They can lock down in the 1 versus 1 because they're really good at handling these angles and these things like that. So I think that's, these two teams are basically the inverse of one another, and Pioneers are going to have to figure out how to, I mean, honestly, if Fire Strays move into the phase 2, they're going to have to figure out how to fix that as well, because cash out is a huge part of that. So both of these teams have issues to figure out.
both of these teams have issues to figure out. Both of these teams are going to be able to prove it in this last chance. The winner moves to stage 2. The loser goes home with nothing in their pockets. But we do have the map bands almost ready. We're going to see what map. Oh, they are ready. Here we go. Going to be seeing Nozomi Citadel. Finally, something new. Oh, we're eating. Finally, and then it's going to be Bernal next up. I think that Bernal is a good pick for Fire Strays, especially if they are anticipating Llama on the sledge. I feel like that's got to be a very good pick for them. Then we look to see Sis Horizon as well for KCP logging it out. But we're about to jump in here at Nozomi Citadel. I have been yapping long enough. Chat, it's time for your predictions. Everybody in chat, throw all in. Are you rooting for the Kansas City Pioneers? Are you rooting for the Fire Strays? Is this going to happen the easy way or the hard way? Waltz, Rio, I'm done yapping. It's all yours.
Citadel, what a map. I genuinely love the aesthetics of this map. I think that it's a unique one. I don't know if it's the best competitive map, but some teams definitely love it. There's some really cool areas like we're seeing right now, and like the aesthetics too. I mean, like that's cool as hell. But we're gonna see how these two teams battle it out on Nozomi Citadel for the first time today.
The weird thing about this map, though, is that, you know, I can only ever watch half of it, right? You know, I only see half of it. Ever since I got that Via brain chip upgrade, it's like all of a sudden I leave the Via side and there's just nothing there. People talk about the Nozomi side, and I just don't see it. I don't understand what you guys are talking about.
Yeah, you're not missing anything. It's definitely not where all the cool stuff is. But the teams have loaded in. Vault 1 has been spawned. Varian taking things a little bit slow. He's got a good sight line over that first vault. Teams are walking very crouched and slowly. No team wants to give away too much information, but the Pioneers have had some explosions go over by their side, so surely they have to know that they are close by, right down that divide line.
You know, we like to joke about it, but these teams chose the hardest possible route to get to phase 2, right? Like, at the end of the day, this is do or die. There's no more second chances. If Pioneers lose here, they have to eventually win their 3v3s because they have to make it through to phase 2. The same for Fire Strays, like they have to keep performing. They've won a bunch of 3v3s, but eventually the fatigue is going to get to you. So something has to give. It has to give eventually. And you can see that in the caution of these teams right now. They are terrified about getting too far out of place and giving the momentum to the other team.
Yeah, and I mean, the momentum is probably the best word for it because right now there's very little momentum. It just feels like they're feeling each other out, but surely they know each other. There's a hole in the wall, and finally some shots going off. The invis lets them push up a little bit closer. Surely they didn't get caught up just yet. That's a perfect winch on him, pulling him in. Slothy goes down. Finally, the Pioneers are able to get some steam rolling. Can he get the second kill? Varian hiding right behind there, healing up his teammates, dashing around, brings Llama down. But things are finally kicking off.
Yeah, two players left on both sides. The heavies did go down, but Slothy gets defib'd back up. All 3 members of Fire Strays on the field as Brandy grabs his heavy, looks to go ahead and get him defib'd as well. So the vault's still not tapped, by the way. All of this is just posturing. Nobody has actually finally we get a tap in from Fire Strays. They feel like they have enough of a commanded situation. They want this to move forward, as do we all. And now they have to actually hold on to this once it finishes, because we are still so far from this actually beginning. Looks around the corner, looks for the first shot, misses it, gets away. The teams do know where each other are at this point. Again, the maneuvering from the side of Pioneers, just take one shot, back away, one shot, back away. Don't get over-invested unless you absolutely have to. The positioning is key here. A winch missed from Slothy. Instead, he's just going to go ahead and move things off, just keep the aggression hindered on the side of Pioneers. Again, the fight slows down. The vault's sitting completely ignored on the floor as the teams continue to jockey for position, looking for something a little bit different. Spawns has been found. He's locked into a corner. This might be the kill that they need, but again, the teams are they just keep slipping away. Nobody able to get a hold of each other. But finally, they find one in the stairs. T-Mills goes down. Llama finally picking up one, but he gets winched himself. He's going to go down. Slothy gets the return kill onto the heavy. He goes down himself. 2 versus 1. Varian, the last member. As the defib comes in for Pioneers, it looks like they might finally be getting the best of this engagement.
Jeez, that was a very long drawn-out fight. Varian, the only remaining person on the Fire Strays area. He might go for the intercept. Why would he do this? Surely he's about to go down by all of them as they turn their attention. But no, they just want to go for the plug. They're tired of drawing this battle out even further. But, you know, just a note on this. This is kind of what I expect for the Grand Major. The teams understand the weight. They want to play out every scenario that they can before they make a call and go for it. That was one of the longest vault fights I've ever seen, and I really think that it's going to be more common as we go further into this. Slothy having to pull himself off a little bit, goes for a reload down below the cash out. Not sure he's too close to his teammates either. There's his light player near him, so they are traveling as a unit close to each other. They want to try and go below this cash out, maybe try and drop it down, force the Pioneers to dive on the point. There's the drop. Surely they'll go for a steal now.
Llama keeping up on the high ground. Not running that sledge for... Sorry, maybe he is. I might have completely missed that. The Llama is currently up on the high ground, though. Being very cautious. Being very, very cautious. He is running the SA-12. Yeah, he is running the SA-12. Was correct on that one. Thought I had that wrong for a moment, but playing very far away. And with that SA-12, he is able to run a little bit more range play, a little bit more standard. And I think that's something that they want to have in this because their previous play style was not quite working against these teams. And again, the way we talked about before, Fire Strays are just going to be looking for these picks. He needs to be able to play closer to his team the way you would expect. Dropping very far down, almost drops into the waiting arms of Fire Strays. A dome shield down very early for Fire. Both domes down now. So many dead on the side of Pioneers, though. It's all on spawns. He has to hold on to this. Fire Strays, they take him out. It was looking so good, but Pioneers just one step too far and they get immediately wiped.
God, that's what I was saying earlier. They split up and they went on one-on-one engagements. They did the exact same thing I was saying that they're messing up on. They are not going at this as a team, and they go down one after each other. If you guys are playing this game and you are dying away from your teammates, you're causing the problem. You're making it that much more difficult to turn and flip everything and stay as a unit. This is a team game. It is you survive and die by your team.
my ranked teammates are I am not the problem in my ranked games. You know, if they followed
I'm sorry, Walt.
me,
You're allowed. You're allowed. You're not the
if
problem.
they followed me, we would win every match. You know, that's just. But you're right. No, you're 100% right. Like, getting caught out in a bad position is what is killing these fights. If one person goes down, the entire team suffers. And unless you have somebody doing an absolute hero play, it's gonna drag everything down. Also, the vault is in the same spot it was in the beginning of the map. Are we gonna get another 5-minute standoff?
I just noticed that as well. It is in the exact same spot. The teams are here. Good shots from spawns already. Pioneers could use that to capitalize on it. T-Mill's taking some damage on the return. RPG in hand by Llama, throwing that dome shield down, getting a good winch, getting Slothy down. One person remaining. It is just Llama. He cleaned up. He got the kills. The Pioneers are going to take control of this vault.
Llama, what a play there. Quick 1v2. Nice use of the winch to save his team. He just get enough damage in. I thought he was going to finish himself off with an RPG. Nice play from him.
Yeah.
Kept that alive just long enough. And all right, yeah, so Pioneers really have stepped on the gas. Looks like they might be figuring things out. This could be their first win in 3v3 today.
Yeah, I mean, it has to happen. I mean, I say it has to. It's likely to happen. It's supposed to happen. I hope it happens. And all of the Fire Strays are here. They are just a floor below it. There's a gateway set up as well. Maybe send them to height. But then RPG just went down. I think they tried to drop it, but I'm not sure that RPG connected enough to really drop this cash out. The Fire Strays seem to be struggling just a little bit to figure out their plan of action. Holding off, maybe letting Varian find a little bit of an opening. But again, this could be very detrimental if any of them get caught out. They've decided to regroup, go at it a floor below them. Surely they hear the Pioneers above them. There's that bounce pad. They're ready for the engagement. Coming in right behind them. They didn't see it. Getting one kill. Can they get the second one? Llama forced to run away, but he's being chased down by the rest of them. And there he goes. He gets one. And it is a turn as the Pioneers only have one remaining member. Surely the elbow's about to bring him down. And there it goes. Elbow to the face. Bringing down the last remaining member of the Pioneers.
This is such a nice play. The Vanish Bomb immediately hearing that. They know they can't pick him out of the sky, but they didn't head inside. Oh, that was such a crucial error. Just running, they were exposed, just completely out in the open. We've seen this play is popular for a reason. It gives you a vantage point. But you called this out earlier in one of our previous matches as well, that getting up into the sky like that can be a double-edged sword. It exposes you to just you can get easily spotted, and it becomes a massive problem. But in that case, they couldn't be spotted, and then they just expose themselves. Fire Strays, they have to actually capitalize on this now. One dead for each team. Fire did so well earlier, but they can't run the same play. This time Pioneers have the high ground. They're dropping all the way onto the cash out, all three up. Slothy and Varian, the only ones left for the team. There's no medium, there's no heal, there's no defib. The goo is down, looking for the hold. It's Brendy on top of it, but somebody has to get there. The winch misses him. It's actually Brendy. He's gonna get the steal. They take it away. Varian can't finish it by himself, and Pioneers just barely inching it out. They're gonna push us to another cash out.
The goo saved them again. Creating that little goo roof just bought them all of the time in the world. What a masterful play. And they only lost one member on the other side of things from the Fire Strays. So they had an opportunity to go in there, but their setup was just so perfect that it stopped the winch, stopped them from taking a lot of damage, and Brendy was able to just grab that steal, grab the flip. We finally have a game on our hands, and hopefully we can see this go all the way to 3 maps.
I sure hope so. We've seen a lot of 2-0s, and
it's all we've seen.
You're right, that's all we've seen, and hopefully we see something a little bit longer here. I would love to see these teams really give us a show. They certainly already are. Only 10 minutes left. We are going to get another quick plug. A stat from our analyst Tetra that I really enjoyed. If all the vaults had taken that 5-minute time frame, we would have been finishing the match with only 5 minutes. We would have only had a few minutes. Unfortunately, we beat that by a full 5 minutes, guys. That's pretty impressive. You know, we are practically speeding through this 3v3 right now.
Time saved indeed. Pioneers, is this where they get their very first win of the 3v3s? Bounce padding up to the top. They have control of this cash out, but it seems like they just ran into something. Llama maybe went into a fire barrel, I'm not really sure. Took some damage, forcing them to regroup, but I'm not sure why they're going for the engagement right away. They've come around, wrapping around. RPG goes off, didn't really connect. Same with the Winch Claw. Everything missed. They have to pull off. Try again.
To win in, Dome Shield use, Winch use, RPG use. There's nothing left in the tank here for Llama. He needs to back out, has an RPG, or a red barrel, but that's not going to do everything he needs. Fortunately, like you mentioned, still in control of the cash out. T-Mills and the rest of Fire Strays, they have to know that this is a chance for them to push in and get something done. The cooldowns are coming back. He's going to have his Dome Shield in just a matter of moments. The RPG not long after Fire Strays. They might be leaving it a little bit up for grabs. Dome Shield goes down once again, but nobody dead. Lots of damage being pumped into Llama around the corner, but he's doing the same into Varian. Heals coming back in. Fire Strays topped up. Again, resetting. Only about 50 seconds left on this cash out. They have to start making a move here. Going off the retreat. They get away. Pioneers continue to just escape by the skin of their teeth their way. They cannot be locked down. Fire desperately wants to have a fair fight. That is not being given them right now by the Pioneers. Pioneers on top. They have to start for the steal. Fire Strays know that the time is on them. The clock is ticking. He turns around. RPG takes Varian quite low, but doesn't finish him off. Looks at his Winch. He still has it up there. Brings the cash out over. Precious seconds down. The dome has already been used for Fire Strays. It's not going to be available this time. There's no Q there. They're going for the Gusto. The gas is in place. It's going to be delayed. Pioneers take their first 3v3 win. I think they're going to be able to get this. They do. And they finally put a 1 next to their name.
That was a great way to add that first 1 to their name. That last minute of them kiting was perfection. They completely traded spots with the Fire Strays, went to height, able to dive down there, throw all of their utility, and just stop it. In this map, though, it has been goo has been king for the Pioneers. The goo grenades, the goo barrels, just goo everything has bought them that little bit of space because the Fire Strays play so far away from the point nearly every point. So it's been to their advantage that the KCPs are really just kind of working through this. And I don't know, that looked pretty good. Even the kills are very close. This is a good matchup.
Oh, yeah. I definitely feel like that was a map that Pioneers felt comfortable on. Like, especially, I think that final cash out was a very good illustration of why they picked it. Like, the amount of time that they delayed the fight, the amount of time that they kept Fire from actually taking an engagement and being able to get a pick on them, they understood where to go. They understood they've clearly played that map quite a lot. That must be why they picked it. And now it's Fire's turn because Fire picked Bernal. And we saw Pioneers struggle on Bernal a lot. Just recently. That's not a map that they did well on last time. Hopefully they can rewrite that. But with the long range, T-Mill's one of those players that we saw on Pike constantly. We might, I wonder if we'll even see him pull the Pike out now on a map like Bernal. It's similar to some of these players, like a player like Normalize and Treason over in EU. Loves these long range weapons, loves his ability as a medium to just pick people off at range. I hope we see something similar to that because that was Pioneers looking very good.
It really was. It was the best that I've seen them play all day. So sometimes it takes a little bit to find your steam, maybe walk off or get rid of the jitters, but Bernal will be really the test for them. Can they take it? Will they be able to bring us into 2-0, or are the Fire Strays going to come back and hit even harder? So we have loaded into Bernal. The vault has spawned. The teams are starting their approach. And it's anybody's game as we get started on Bernal.
Moving in here, looks like Llama still on that Shack 50. Called it a Shack 12.
I know.
Not even a quarter, of what the Shack
KS12 versus the Shack. Yeah.
It's a lot of numbers, Like I feel like, M11, KS22. I don't know why we know.
It's not like our job or anything to know those titles. We can make everything up if we want.
That's true. Yeah, no, man's using the Jeffrey gun right now. Diving in on them. A big approach. RPG hits a lot of people there from Slothy. A very good approach. Pioneers have to back out and get away. They do very quickly. Again, the Pioneers proving incredibly slippery and Fire unable to actually take an engagement on the grounds they want. And that is T-Mills on that Pike. He has pulled it out. I'm excited to see what he can do, but they have to actually get Pioneers into an engagement before we can start using that pipe.
Yeah, I mean, they actually have to do something. And right now, it's kind of slowed down. It's a little bit more of an engagement than we saw in the first map. But these teams are still just playing things slow, playing things methodical. They don't want to be the first one to make a mistake. As I say that, the Pioneers have decided to bounce out of there. Maybe they want to finally go for the vault, not hold on to this battle much longer. Because again, it doesn't really change much the longer it goes out. The Fire Strays are playing this smart as well. They're staying inside of a building. They are not trying to expose themselves in any way. And finally, the vault has been moved by the Pioneers. Looks like they're about to get a plug. They've dropped it for just a moment. They are getting shot at. Brindy, I'm not sure who is hitting him. He does have to fall all the way down to that floor. And looks like they even conceded the vault.
Oh, this is, if I'm Pioneers, I am upset right now because both of these points are not points I want to face fire. Varian just melting spawns. They tried to hide, but they can't do it. And we'll dig into why in a second, but they are just, again, they're caught in a corner. This is a horror film that we're watching right now. October came a little bit late because Slothy's going to finish off Brendy and Llama just trying to survive. He's all by himself, isolated in a corner, barely 3 bars off the entire team of Fire. And both of these points, B over in the arena here, and then A over on the church, both of these points are brutally wide open, exceptionally long range. This is where Fire thrive. And if I'm Pioneers, it makes sense to me that they wouldn't plug it because they're sitting there, they're like, do we actually want to fight here? Do we even plug? Because this is basically playing into their hand.
I couldn't agree more. They played that perfectly, and now it's going to be an insane uphill battle for the Pioneers to get in there. This cash out is very unique, as you mentioned. A lot of big open areas. Varian is right behind them, ready to swoop in without any of them knowing. They might have heard him throw that Vanish Bomb down. It does make a pretty loud pop, and they seem to be holding on for just a second. During that, it seems Brendy has taken a good amount of damage, forcing them to stay back here for a little bit longer. And we are just waiting for Varian to strike. He is like a spider, ready to just move at a moment's notice as soon as that fly lands in his trap.
Pioneers. Oh no, he's gonna get picked off, Brendy. He just gets shot. They thought they knew where Varian was, but he's just gone. They do get the trade. And they are going to be able to get all 3 up, but that is precious time that is going to be wasted, and they know they have to go to the body. Llama tried to drop his dome, but that's a dome down for both teams. Also a winch that's no longer available. He's picked off. He's in the middle of the open. T-Mills is doing damage to Llama. He's being chased. Slothy is actually might go down on the reverse. Heals coming into Llama. They're able to survive, but 2 versus 2, nobody going down. They may be able to get the revive, but this is going to give the ability of Fire Strays to coin back in. They're going to be at full strength. About 20 seconds left on this cash out. They have to make the approach right now. There's no more time. They have to run for it, but all 3 members of Fire Strays are back and looking at that cash out. All eyes, all guns, all scopes turn towards it. The Pike doing damage to spawns, but it's going to be the Shack 50 that finishes that off. They're not going to be able to approach with the waiting eyes of T-Mills on that high ground. It's backed themselves into a corner once again. The crossfire is brutal for the side of Fire Strays. Llama left alone in the middle of nowhere, and that was just a slow retreat into defeat.
Okay, so Fire Strays positioning on that point, they were set up like a triangle on this entire area out here in this little arena theater area. It was perfection. And then as they got kills, as they got damage, they started to move in closer and closer towards each other. And it was just like watching this little area just close in on each other. Perfect movement, perfect just teamwork. Really think that this is a very high level team. I'm amazed that they've made it in this bracket and not a higher one.
And I have to shout out Varian on that point though, because where he was,
Yes.
he heard them drop right next to him. Hits the invis bomb, knows that they just can't see him, and they hear the invis bomb, and they start seeing, you know, they start seeing him in every shadow because they're like, where is he? Is he behind us? Is the entire team behind us? You could see the panic in Pioneer's movement. They thought they had this idea. They thought they could catch him, and he was further back than they expected. They spent over half the cash out just trying to find out where Varian is, and then when they finally find him, he gets a pick on Brendy. The positioning, like you said, the positioning was perfection, and it started from the very beginning. This is you can see why they picked this map, right? Like the comfort on this map from Fire right now is exceptional.
Yeah, and I mean, T-Mill's rocking the pike too. This is how he got his name. He was known for being the pike master, and he's still running it. This is one of the best maps for the pike, especially for him, because you've got these amazing sight lines, tons of head glitch areas, and if he can stay at a distance like that and just deal some good damage from the Pioneers and allow his teammates to swarm in there, it will be the perfect execute. We're going to see that now because the Pioneers have had the time to set up, but they're staying incredibly close towards this cash out. Immediately, Slothy blowing up the wall. I think it's forcing the Pioneers in towards an even closer area inside this building.
Pioneers do have the luxury of getting this, you're right. They are in a good spot, but it does force them again into corners. I feel like so many times today, Rio, we've seen Pioneers just sit in a corner, and when they get found, it goes poorly. So I understand why they're doing it, but I worry for them a little bit. Brendy, they do jump through the roof though, and immediately get a pick on T-Mills. He wasn't expecting it. Llama turns around, gets a winch onto Varian. He can't survive. Pioneers quickly turning it around. They said, okay, we won't stay in the corner anymore. We're just gonna go ahead and destroy fires in a matter of seconds. Let's go on the offensive, and it worked.
It really did. I love it when they flip just like that, able to get some kills to their name. Finally get a wipe on them as well too. So looking good. They've got time to set up. This is a unique one. It's kind of out in the open. You've got a few walls in, areas that you can kind of block off with some goo. But again, it's going to come down to a somewhat panicked push because they've only got about a third left on this cash out. They've started their approach now. There's the gateway, going to bring the rest of the teammates over. They are on top of this rooftop, so they can get some shots off on them. But immediately, Brendy brings Varian down, and that's not going to help the Fire Strays get anywhere. Throwing some glitch barrels out as well, looking for their next kill. Everybody's diving in the middle of this building. One of them goes down and is chasing them down. Spawns looking for any kills. T-Mills, the last remaining member. He is about to be caught out and about to go down. Brendy gets a res off on his teammates. All of the Pioneers are here and now healthy. And they got some cash to their name. We're going to go to the third cash out.
And it is so important for Pioneers to get this Xbox. Like, that was what we wanted to see. That's the movement that we expect to see from them. Really nicely playing around all of those angles. If Pioneers don't get this, though, we're probably going to see a plug over on A, and we might see a repeat of what happened on the first cash out. The cash out, the vault control, sometimes it matters. Sometimes it isn't as important. Sometimes it can depend on the map. But on this one right now, for Fire Strays and Pioneers, this cash out and which team owns the vault and where they plug it could just determine the difference in who wins this map.
I agree completely. I think that they're holding control right now. The Pioneers know what's at stake. It's why they're going for these engagements, even though they're at such a distance from each other. Now it looks like they've turned their attention and want to go for the vault. They see that everybody from the Fire Strays is over there on the Cathedral, has great sight lines on them. They grab the vault, go through a gateway, staying in the buildings. I think the Fire Strays are finally getting wise to what is happening here. They have no more sights over them, but they're just looking at D. I think that they noticed that the cash out or the vault is about to head towards D. But things are a little bit slow. They're now getting a little bit more height, maybe peeking out to get some advantage, find some info. But I really was expecting them to kind of run that a little bit further than they did.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that Pioneers know that Fire Strays have the positional advantage, right? They might run towards D, but because they have that church high ground, they're going to be able to just quickly rotate with the jump pad, with the gateway. They can get into a defensive position. You might be plugging it, but you're going to plug it and you're going to be in trouble until the gateway's back up. There's the play. They get it into the cash out they wanted. And Fire Strays, it was immediately there. They had their play ready. They just weren't quite as fast, but this is why Pioneers were scared. They had to wait for the gateway to come up because look at how fast Fire Strays arrived. And now the chase is on. Pioneers have to distance themselves.
Yeah, this is some good distance as well from Llama. He's very split up from one of his teammates. The engagement's about to kick off on the rooftop as the Fire Strays make some height for themselves. Brendy forced to go away into hiding for a little bit as he's down to 1 bar of health. Varian and his teammates starting the approach, looking for anybody, sees Spawns out, deals a little bit of damage, but on the return gets a little bit dealt towards himself as well. Spawns now pretty low, and Varian wants to capitalize on that, dashing around, knows exactly where he is, looking at that gateway because he knew that he would go through it. But look at this, T-Mills gets a nice kill. They're going for the steal, but instead pull off of it. Only 2 people remain on the Pioneers. They're taking a lot of damage. Llama, the only person still up. They got a res on there, and Brendy is in the battle as well. This is continuing for a while, Waltz.
Yeah, they still haven't been able to get the flip, though. With 2 members left, it's still a little risky, but it's been trapped in between the floors, so it's going to hold for now. No more drops available, and still time for Llama to respawn. But he's at 15 seconds. There's the revive, full revive for him, too, so he comes back with everything available. This grenade gives them some space to move around. Do they spot the side of Fire Strays? They were moving around a little bit, but now they've had time to set up. If they look the right direction, they might spot Varian in the corner. So C4 can drop that down. Bounce pad on the ground has also been removed. It's no longer available. The drops are not happening anymore. It's on the ground, but the winch comes in. Slothy very low. He's going to get picked off. It's all going right for Pioneers, but they have to go for the flip eventually. Healing in to the side of Llama. He's going to try to turn around, looking for that light battle. He spots him, but he's low himself. Throws a last second in this grenade, but it doesn't hit his team. It actually goes too far away. Randy, he can't get the steal and fire. They pull it out, and Varian with a triple at the last second. We go to a map 3.
Finally, we have a matchup today. These teams are close. They're at each other's throats. It wasn't decided until the last few seconds. The Pioneers worked their way in there. They got a couple of kills. They were ready to go for the flip, but just could not make it happen at the very end. A little bit heartbreaking, but it means that both teams have one more opportunity to show us that they deserve to qualify towards phase 2 or go home.
And if you ever wondered, do map picks matter in this game, right? Like you might ask yourself, well, these maps are all so big. There's so much of them. We talk all the time about how you can make these maps play certain ways if you go to certain areas. The maps matter. Like you can see how comfortable the Pioneers were on Nozomi Citadel. You can see how comfortable Fire Strays were on Bernal. It is very clear that these teams had strats in mind. They had ideas for how they wanted to play it, and they knew what their play style worked for. We now go into our third map, right? You know, we're going into a very kind of a very even map, a map that we've talked about a lot, a map that we've seen constantly, right? And so this is where things finally even out, and I think we're going to see these teams meet on even ground.
I mean, I hope so. This last map felt really even. I mean, they were able to get a win in the end, but I think it's anybody's game. I think the real question is chat, do you have a preference on who makes it into phase 2? Is it the Fire Strays that are going to find their footing, or KCP going to be able to get in there, bring themselves into phase 2? That's really where it's all going to come down to on Cis Horizon. Probably one of the more balanced maps in the entire game. Tons of strategy, tons of gameplay, and really the potential for either team to take it.
Yeah, they have to figure this out right now. I am so glad that we finally get a third map to round out phase 1. Moving into phase 2, it's going to be an absolute barn burner. We're going to see a lot, but with this phase 1, with everything on the line, this spells your tournament hopes. If you have any hope of being crowned the best team in NA, this is where you have to figure it out. Both of these teams have taken the longest possible path to get here, and as we move into the third map, they hope they don't want this to be any longer at all, because any longer would mean they're coming back next season.
Absolutely. Teams are here. They're very close to each other. Some damage going off on that wall. Spawns immediately spots one of them out. Didn't connect enough, and both teams immediately heal each other up. They're forced into a corner, waiting for anybody to tap this vault. And I have a feeling this might be another drawn-out battle, as nobody really wants to overcommit just yet. You can see the pings are going off from the teams. They want to try and point anybody out. There again, Pioneers just forced to push off in the side. I think they're even conceding this vault.
Yeah, they want to have the sight line. We said they're looking for the fight. They might have found it. Spawns goes down. T-Mills with a nice pick on him. The light goes down for Pioneers. They only have 2 left for another angle. Trying to get on top of Rendy. Has been caught out on the side. A little bit disconnected. The team is not as a group, and Rendy goes down. Spama, the only one left, and he is just nowhere near his team. He does get the revive onto Swath, but Brendy was off by himself in no land's land. The revive comes in clutch, though, as they do get a pick onto T-Mills, who went chasing. 2 versus 2 now with Llama. Both of them with a grenade in hand, looking to punish anybody who shows up. And again, Rio, guess what hasn't even been tapped?
The objective. The objective game. People are not playing the objective. Instead, it is like every junior high dance I went to as a child. Nobody wants to go near the other people, but hey, you know what? We're adults here. At least I hope so. Vault 1 finally tapped by the Pioneers.
Getting it started out early. Fire Strays have the high ground, and this is the worry. I mean, you have gateways, and so you can make some unpredictable movements, but if you're not careful, you can just get spotted crossing no man's land, and then Fire Strays is going to beat you down. So they have to be careful with how they approach this. They do leave it alone, so it is now in Fire Stray's possession, actually, this ball. They weren't back soon enough. And with the high ground, they're able to grab it. It spawns, steps in. He's going to get picked off. He has to survive. The dashes are there. He goes off just at the right moment. Meanwhile, on the back end, Slothy actually goes down. Varian left his heavy alone while he was chasing after the light. Spawns distracting basically the entire team. He does get picked out, though. Varian finally comes out on top, 2 versus 2. Llama and Brendy look for the pick onto Varian teammates, losing so much health. Fire Strays very, very low. Remember, they still have focus on the objective. 15 seconds left before Spawns gets back up and you get a revive on him. So full strength for Pioneers. Both full strength for both teams. The damage just keeps coming in. The fight just won't end, Rio.
Finally, though, it seems that Fire Strays are getting chased down, or I'm sorry, the Pioneers are getting chased down by the Fire Strays. And there it goes. The first team wipe of the map. Several minutes later, the Vault finally moves. Look at the kills, though, not on the Pioneers, on the Fire Strays. They've gotten a lot to their names so far. Varian 3 kills as well. Popping off for a light, but that was just such a long battle. The fact that we can have 6 kills before the Vault is even plugged says a lot about these two teams.
Oh yeah, and it definitely speaks to Pioneers' MO today has basically been avoid unless absolutely necessary. We've seen that consistently with them. They have been dodging fights left and right unless they feel it is completely advantageous to them. Now they do have to, eventually you have to take the fight though. This is where when the cash out is going, you have to figure something out. You're gonna push in towards the fight, jumped up, but he gets caught on the geometry. Spawns goes down in a matter of moments. They are gonna get the defibs off of you to separate the sight lines. Looking for this revive. They are going to bring it back up. Dome goes down. They are exposed right now, though. They have to get out of here. This is such a difficult place to be. Throws the glitch barrel, and it connects with the other glitch barrel in the air. That saves his dome long enough for his team to get out of there. Brendy's still alive, healed up by the medium, and they reverse. Oh, they are still underneath the ground. He has a winch available. There's 4 on the point. They have to get rid of that as Fire Strays with a nice gateway back onto the high ground, continuing to defend this cash out. So close to being able to push themselves through.
And I like this setup by the Fire Strays. They've got Slothy on the floor of the cash out and the rest of them a floor above. They can really stagger this as much as they want because they don't need to kind of dive together. They can let this go one person stall and then the rest of them stall it out. But now this cash out has about a 4th left. Time is ticking away. The Pioneers are all there. The dive is happening, but look at this. They're holding on. They might be able to get the flip. They got the flip, and with only a few seconds left, they need to get this last Pioneer member down and get the return flip. There is a goo roof on top of them. They got the flip. They got the kills. Fire Strays get the first cash out.
I like that play there by Fire Strays. Using the RPG for the arena damage. Using it to open a wall that they don't expect to open meant that they had the drop on both of them. The winch came in. They immediately wiped Llama. Brendy not long behind. That play was really, really nice because it came in and gave them the advantage, especially that only works when you're that close to the end of the match, right? Because they have to stick it. There's no other choice.
Yeah, and now we're back to another Vault fight. Hopefully this one will be a little more quick, as we see Varian is right next to it, so surely he'll get that tap, regroup with the rest of his teammates. I like this positioning as well. These little satellite dishes make for really good cover. They can take a few shots and hide you just a little bit for any team that's starting their advance. So it's a really good high spot on the map with a little bit of cover for you to bounce in and out of. The Pioneers are just a floor below, but look at Varian just deleting him. Caught him in his sight lines, bringing Llama down, and Brendy is the only remaining member. He's surviving on just a sliver of HP. Surely not long for this world, but I'm amazed that he is surviving. Vault 2 going to be tapped. Brendy getting healed back up because he stayed alive long enough, but his teammates still about 10 seconds in before they can coin back. I'm not sure why Brendy hasn't decided to just kill himself, or why the Fire Strays haven't gone hunting for him. He's right there.
They do. I think they want the tempo. They want to be able to choose this, and if they wait, they could get caught. Because that's what happened to T-Mills earlier. He went chasing after Llama, ended up getting picked off. I think they decided to play a little bit safe here, but they do. in the long run, the way it works out is they do get the plug, and it is in a nice spot. Being over in Museum, this is a spot you can winch out into the open. I would not be surprised to see them do that. But yeah, so this is going to be a strong defense from them, though. Pioneers one cash out away from being eliminated from PHL C2.
Yeah, and look at their approach right now. They're holding down. They're close to that stairwell, looking for any information, and I think even waiting for them to winch claw it out. But look at this. Spawn's got the receiving end of an RPG going into that corner. You see that Brendy is chasing down Spawns, wants to heal him right back up, and instead they are forced back out. This cash out is just ticking away. We're almost halfway there. They're about to throw down a bounce pad, maybe get themselves a little bit closer towards this cash out. Cash out drops down on the other side. He's ticking down, halfway left on this cash out.
I like this movement. The jump pad with the C4, you don't have a DMAT, so it's a little bit more complicated, but Fire were ready for this. That goo has just placed it in exactly where they wanted to go, blocking off every sight line. Again, they're trying to find this fight, and Fire strays. Bit of a reverse. They're not allowing Pioneers to take this. Now they're on the high ground. Pioneers getting chased left, right, and center. They have to find an approach here. Get out of dodge with the RPG. He's going to go ahead and take health off all of them to get through a gateway, but they're being spotted. They're on the high ground, but that's right where Fires were anyways. Fire running down and engaging. Once again, they don't want to get caught. This is just a delay tactic for them the entire time. All the Pioneers are on full health, but C4 takes out the wall. He does get a winch onto Slothy. Slothy goes very, very low. He has to win this fight right now. Lum does take out Slothy. That's one down, but they need to go for the second. Only a few seconds left for them to go ahead and get it steal. Brendy very low, but the heals are coming in. Spawns goes down. One down to Varian's 93R. There's the defib onto Slothy, but Varian goes down. Brendy with that repeater is doing so much. All three members of Pioneers back up, but Llama want a single bit of health. Can he get anything? They have to go for the steal. They might have time. I don't think they do. Fire Strays might have gotten their ticket, and they did. They're going to phase 2.
Oh, that was an amazing play. The kite was so well done. The positioning by the Fire Strays, every time that KCP made a move, they had a counter move. And they would move to a different position. They would just set up perfectly. They played out the timer, didn't allow the Pioneers any moment of breath. And Varian, 8 kills. Come on, man. That's insane.
That was beautiful stuff. I am incredibly impressed with Fire in those matches. Just did such an incredible job moving around. And like you said, the kiting was on point from them. Pioneers almost pulled this out at the end, but well played by Fires, punching their ticket through. Artie, break that down for us, man.
What an insane battle. I mean, it had to go to map 3. It had to. All the way from the very beginning, we've only had 2-0 stomps. But I am just in shock from how that went with the Fire Strays at the very end of it. It really all came down to that last goose stall. That last goose stall was everything. And I swear I have never seen them lock in like on Sis Horizon before. Like, honestly, I genuinely, there's so much that you guys have actually said, like throughout the entire broadcast, it was perfectly set. The pieces that were needed to be picked up by the Fire Strays. I mean, Ria Walter, you guys did such a fantastic job casting it. There is one person that could do a better job than me at breaking down that action, and that's why I'm going to bring us over to Tetra. And Tetra, the analyst, we can talk about this a little bit further because we just watched the Fire Strays lock it all the way in and prove that there's a reason they're the ones that have been able to win these 3v3s all morning. You are muted, my good sir.
I'm still muted. I literally have a button for it and I'm not pressing it. Fire Strays though, we're seeing here on this side of the bracket, they have won 2 in a row. They're doing such a good job, and that is because of how they are playing. We saw them in that final round. I mean, they were playing so well with just rotating out. They knew exactly where Pioneers were. They were playing the opposite side. And we go back to what Watts was saying there. On that first cash out, they used an RPG to destroy the arena because right now, goo grenades are such a common thing to have on medium, on light. Literally, everyone has goo nades. It's crazy. And when you're stealing, you're going to block passage there. I can't speak English. You're going to block passages that exist. And yet the wall right behind you is about to blow up, and Heavy is going to come with a winch through that. It's an amazing play and great, just overall an amazing strat.
Absolutely. I mean, I gotta say, it's not due to the Pioneers' lack of trying. The Pioneers genuinely had a good run of it, and there's a reason it went to map 3. There's a reason it went to cash out 3 pretty much every time as well. I mean, Brendy did his absolute best to just put it on like his back to try to keep the team up and keep the team engaged. But for Fire Strays, yeah, genuinely, Sloth is just a different beast when it comes down to 3v3s. But here's the important part is that going into stage 2, you have to be good at both cash out and 3v3 final round. Now, being good at cash out wasn't enough for the Pioneers to be able to make it all the way through. You still have to win those final rounds, and Pioneers only winning one wasn't going to be enough. But for Fire Strays, in order to even get into those 3v3 final rounds, you're going to have to win some cash out. And so we go into our teams who are qualified to stage 2. We've got Envy, SSG, Nightmare, and Fire Strays. My question to you, Tetra, is that looking at Fire Strays' performance once again in the final round format where we know that they could do well, is it going to be possible for them to stand up in cash out?
Well, cash out is such a broad game mode. I mean, we've seen teams. I think we know that Envy are going to do so well in here. Same with SSG and Nightmare. It is that Fire Strays capability. But there is a whole meta game going on because of how the point system works, because of how we have different heats. Teams might try and put teams that they think will be weaker into that final BO2 cash out. And it could be an instance where Fire Strays get that ticket into the final, into those BO2s and take those those 3v3s with ease because of how we've seen them play right here.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the bracket to see what's set up for stage 2. Absolutely W analysis there from Tetra. Thank you so much. We're going to be looking at this all day, chat. It's going to be Envy, Space Station Gaming, Nightmare, and Fire Strays going at it back to back to back. And chat, if you are just tuning in for the first time, let me help to break down this format. It is going to be the first team to 5 points wins. How do you win those points? You're going to have to win cash out first in order for the opportunity to win the points. Cash out does not grant you points, but instead it grants you access to the final round format. It's a best of 2 where both games are played between the 2 teams who qualified in cash out. Each 3v3 final round format round will earn 1 point should you be the victor. Then, after the first heat, you go into another cash out where every team has another chance to start earning points. And it's always going to be this format here. Cash out, 2 rounds of final round, then back to cash out all the way until a team wins 5 points. But we have a lot more coming on this a little bit later. So, chat, without further ado, let's bring it back to the casters for one final word on everything we've seen this morning. Waltz, it's been so fantastic to have you back here in the virtual arena. Waltz, before we sign it off, is there any last words you want to say headed into stage 2?
I'm just in love with the games we've seen today. This is why I love the finals. The diversity of play, the strategies that we've seen, the exceptional ability by these teams to improve while we're watching them throughout the day. The finals is truly a beautiful game. It's amazing to watch these players, do what they do, and I cannot wait to see who is able to take it in the upcoming game.
Awesome. And Rio? You are muted.
I think that this group going into phase 2 is going to be insane. Like, really just looking at all the teams that have qualified and then adding the Fire Strays in there, I couldn't have asked for a better phase 2. So do not go away. Do not turn away, because it could be hours before we crown a victor.
Absolutely. And we're going to be making our way to crowning that victor very soon. So, chat, don't go anywhere because we've got stage 2 coming at you right after this break.
celebrating. He's done it! He's finding success in the middle of this furball. Absolute calamity from this.
The winch is going to stall it, and he's done it! He's done it!
Unbelievable from OG. Carries the team. How has Carnifex gone away with that? He even gets the second. As we were. Oh, hi.
Oh, I wasn't going to let you stop, Jerry. That was a performance of all performances. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Phase 2 of the NA Championship. My name is Rio, and Waltz has decided to go be with his family, and instead, we get the wonderful, talented Jerry, the Music Man. Jerry, how are you doing today?
Oh, I wasn't expecting to be hot mic'd there. That's on me entirely, but the sentiment is there. We are all in this together for the long haul, presumably, because this is an insanely stacked final phase that we've got lined up.
Absolutely. I mean, the teams have fought hard to make it here. And Artie, what are your thoughts on this group?
I mean, Waltz hit me with a stat before we got into this saying that the top 4 players in terms of kills in NA are as follows: Stooge, Uni, Varian, and of course, the final light player that we're going to be seeing coming through here, which of course, Rio, you're going to be stealing the last word from me because you know these 4 teams so much better than I do. Which either way, the top 3, nay, the top 4 light players are actually all in this bracket. It is insane. Genuinely, one of the most insane sets coming into this.
Right.
Artie, I'm going to jump in here with. I'm going to jump in here with the double actually, because first of all, it was me that told you that stat. I don't know how you thought it was Waltz.
You're so bald, it blinded me.
I know, right? And second, it's not kills, it's KD, which is all the more impressive, right? That's a more relevant stat. Those top 4 lights, Grad, Uni, Varian, Stuje, all here, all the best KDs across the regular season of NA. So that's just an indication of the caliber of player and the caliber of team that we're dealing with there, Artie. That's how you do it.
That would explain why I was like, this doesn't actually line up with what was just said, because I was reading through it. I'm like, those top 4 don't matter. But yeah, okay, it's KD. I was looking at the wrong stat. But either way, it's going to be absolutely insane. And I mean, this is not only is it going to be some of the top teams that we're expecting to like see come into the major, but then we also have the surprise upset out of absolutely nowhere, which is the Fire Strays. And like, I mean, everyone has been rooting for them for so long. I'm happy to see them come through.
Yeah, me too. But, you know, before we dive into it too much, let's take a look at the bracket and really kind of explain what Phase 2 is, because it's pretty unique. And basically, the gist of it is that all 4 of these teams are on the race to 5 points. And now getting there is a little bit challenging. They have to start off in a cash-out match, which is for no points. But the top 2 teams that make it through that cash-out match then start a best of 2. And it's from here that if they win any of these best of 2, they get a point added to their name or added to their team total. So this ends up being an opportunity for any team to come back through the heats. And we're just going to continue this format, cash out 3v3, 3v3, cash out 3v3, 3v3, until somebody makes it to 5 points. If you were here on EU yesterday, you saw that multiple teams, we ended with 3 teams getting 2 points, and then finally 1 team taking it all with 5. So we could be here for a very long time, or it could be really quick if one team decides to take it all. But really, the cash out match, at least the one that we're going to get started with, will determine a lot.
100%. I mean, we even had Grad in here yesterday going, why is it a best of 2? And then we had to explain to him, because it is a best of 2, and that's how this works. And then you come back and play another one. And now Grad, after studying that, gets to check it out again. Rio.
Absolutely. And I am going to pass this off to our wonderful casters, Artie and Jerry, to take you through Cis Horizon.
Thank you so much. So we were going to pace ourselves here today, Artie, because of course, we're not going to have a winner at the end of this heat, and that's another term that we're going to throw about a few times today's heat. Just the whole shebang, the rinse and repeat little pattern of cash out 3v3, 3v3. We're calling those heats. So don't you be confused about the overlay right now.
Oh, yeah.
We have, of course, 4 teams in the lobby, and everything's about ready to kick off here on Sis Horizon.
Oh, there it is. Space Station Gaming, Envy, Nightmare, and Fire Strays. And of course, we've got the Vanishing Bomb coming through. And Jerry, it's always so good to be on the mic with you. Someone's talking about taking some strokes. We're going to see Fire Strays and Nightmare about to come one-on-one. Oh, they just said no. They just glanced at each other with the RPG and decided it was not worth it. Gremlin, I love you dearly.
Yeah, a bit of a moment there at the start of this game, but I'm sure that everyone will lock in as soon as possible. And here we go, Uni getting off to his shenanigans, playing split from the rest of his team, as often is the case. But Varian landing some nasty shots, taking down Lasagna almost instantaneously there. And Uni soon follows. Varian has really come out of the gates with a fire in his belly here. He's taken out by Gremlin, but the rest of Fire Strays are hot on Gremlin's heels. And he goes down in a heap. That was a really nice entry from Varian.
Yeah, genuinely, Varian was putting on his best Uni cosplay, but Fire Strays, at the end of the day, they did not take much. We jump over to the other side where Space Station Gaming and Envy have been duking it out just a little bit. And of course, Grad, with the clutch gene, is going to be able to finalize the last contestant from Envy, while Noah sticks the long res. That's going to allow them to get that plug over to Cash Out B here over on campus. That's going to start things off swimmingly for them. Now, Nightmare, they're back on the scene. They spawn a little bit closer to Fire Strays, who haven't started theirs yet, so they're shifting back over to look to campus to see if they can shell Space Station, Jerry.
This is purple approaching the orange. Nightmare and Space Station are second and third team to actually claim their spot so far, but Nightmare the first in the regular season. Should be absolutely to be feared as a team, as a roster here. Those goos sent out to prevent the winching indoors, and they will double up as protection for Nightmare on this steal. Really nice positioning, and I don't think Space Station have a solution to this.
They're ready for it. They're ready for it because they're going to Vanish Pad. Vanish Bomb, Jump Pad, RPG engage, but Gremlin expects it. He knows that they're going to dive up to the top there, so he dives down. Nightmare now swapping height. They go down to the bottom, playing the trench warfare throughout the entirety of campus, while Space Station Gaming, they look for a way in. They just barely spot Grem, but it's going to be Noah with the R357. Taking out Lasagna here. Grad scouting the sideline, does a 1v1 with Uni. Both of them back off at half HP, but Gremlin is going to get a little bit damaged in this engagement. Lasagna is close to coining back in, which he will utilize now. But SSG, in this time, they're going to be able to triple up on the goo, stick this steal. They know that Gremlin is going to be coming through, but Lamp was ready for it. The engagement has begun. Lamp is gone. Noah's gone. Just up to Grad now, but Nightmare's in control.
They're doing a much better job than Space Station did on their attempts to catch the Steelers in transition. And that is the wipe working out for Nightmare. They will have time to flip the box and get it back in their possession. Space Station Gaming feels like they missed the opportunity when they went for that jump pad. It just felt a little bit too late, Ardy, but we'll tune in to Cash Out A, which still has about 30 seconds left on it. And it's under the stewardship of Fire Strays, but this is a steal from Envy.
Oh, it was a steal from Envy, but a nice drop down onto the jump pad. It's going to make that a lot harder as we see the FAMAS going absolutely crazy here. Envy might not have gotten the box, but they do have a good handle on this, and now they do have more than enough space to try to stick this through there. Varian tries to get some cheap shots through, but a body block, and that's a little bit more, and STN just smacks him out. Envy does everything there with 1 HP remaining.
Wow, STN gets style points on top of the cash for finishing on Varian at the end there. Beautiful stuff from Envy, puts them level pegging with Nightmare here. Pink and purple ahead. Space Station and Fire Strays have to catch up here on the second wave of cash outs. Anything could happen though, very early doors.
Oh, 100%. Vault 3 in the hands of Nightmare right now, making its way all the way over to Cash Out D. But Envy, they're looking to stop this in its tracks, trying to make their way into the library before any silly business occurs. You see Space Station kind of hovering over by the museum in Cash Out C, where currently Envy, who has control over Vault 4, might be poisoning themselves to take over in case Nightmare decides not to go through. Envy is now making their way over here a little bit fast, but look at that SSG! They cut him off, but Lamp is, and Normalize a little bit early on that damage. It gets traded through. Normalize finds the shots here. SSG absolutely clutched it through. Envy got the plug money though.
And a key piece of that was Grad hanging back, waiting for the crossfire. We didn't actually see him even pop up, but nor did Envy, and that was the point. Now we tune in with Fire Strays, taking chunks out of Lasagna specifically. Nightmare now about half in terms of HP. Uni taken down as Gremlin is rezzing back up to full strength, and he finds Varian. That's a 2 versus 2 now for him, but Uni has to dive back in and deal the damage. Follow up. He's doing it. He's making it work. Somehow Gremlin survived for so much of that. Varian now locked in a 1 versus 1 against the lights.
Oh, but this is Uni in a 1v3 situation for Uni. This is nothing to him. Oh, but the Vanishing Bomb almost allowed Barry to escape, but it's Uni you're talking about. It's Uni who gets the clutch up every time.
Lasagna just showing up at the end to watch his teammate clutch it up, but he gets the res off the back of it as well. Uni is alert to the threat of the third party as Envy are falling to pieces here. They smelt an opportunity, but they are being demolished right now. Gremlin finds STN as well, and it's only the Heavy. They'll toy with him, but not for long. Lasagna gobbles him up. Nightmare looking unshakable right now.
They just completely wiped Fire Strays, completely wiped Envy, and then they're just chilling on the box. No way anybody comes to their side of the map now, but Fire Strays, they do want seconds, it looks like. No, they have pinged over towards SSG. They know it's a little bit faster to get this way, but now they have to deal with Grad on the sidelines. They do catch out where Noah and Lamp are holding on to the staircase, waiting for the pinch from Varian to come through, but here's the engage already. RPG out, Dome is second. Grad takes a little bit of damage from the sideline, but it's normalized. It goes out first. Lamp dives down the stairwell here. Slothy gonna be losing the Witch battle, but winning the SA-12 battle as he takes out Lamp just up to Grad now, but this should be in more than enough space for Fire Strays to be able to start this steal. Grad getting chased down now. Slothy doing what he can to stop him, but T-Mills needs to stick this through, and he will. Fire Strays get the box.
Grad caught out repositioning there. So unfortunate for him, as he did definitely have an opportunity to stall that box with only 10 seconds left, but as soon as he was spotted by that Heavy, he didn't really have a route back up. So, as we see it now, Space Station Gaming down the bottom of the heap here. With Nightmare in control of the game, they'll of course want to aim for that double. Everyone besides Fire Strays in that same position as well, though. You can see Vault 6 has a lot of bodies surging towards it.
Vault 6 sort of in no man's land right now, all gooed off right now. Nightmare just taking full control. Gremlin taking out STN 2K. Nightmare right now making the Envy look damaged, but Stooge do what he can to try to clutch it up. As Uni takes out Busy, Stooge still good for one. Manages to dodge. Uni gets the tap money as well, but at what cost? They wipe out here. So Envy, at the very least, they have released the cash box from the vault, but they do have a lot of work to do on the way back.
Fire Strays have control of the other cash box as well, and they're smartly taking it away from both objectives. We could see a timer run down to 0 here with no third wave of cash out started whatsoever, just because of the control that we see from Fire Strays. But as I say that, they evaporate, and it's only Slothy running that box to the very corner of the map, and everyone is in hot pursuit. Nightmare are guarding their box, but Slothy is soon about to have Envy and Space Station Gaming chasing him down.
Nightmare have just deposited Vault 6 to the top of the map here. The secret cash out no one knew existed. But we are going to be seeing Grad get this plug here. Now, this is absolute desperate measures here for SSG. They need to not only get this plug, but hold it all the way through if they want a chance to stay up top. With Fire Strays being wiped out, that has given them more than enough of an edge to just keep this flowing. But Nightmare is in control. They're going to hold on to that vault until it disappears in 20 seconds, and they're going to be able to be in the driver's seat to decide who goes through next.
Absolutely, and it will be whoever holds on to this catch box at the very end. Not enough cash between these teams for anything besides that to separate them. No wipes, no kills, nothing. It will not matter. And here we have Envy taking that steal. The Space Station Gaming all up, maybe let it slip, and now they have to deal with an entire lobby on top of them. Is that a misstep from SSG?
I mean, SSG had to deal with the ramifications of a little bit of third party coming on, but now it's time for the fourth party as Fire Strays get involved. Nightmare peek their heads in for a moment. STN 2K was ready for it. Now SSG peeks their head. Envy is ready. Envy stays locked and loaded inside this room here, but they don't have a lot of space to work with. Luckily, a little Blueberry plus H plus diffuser work is going to keep everybody tiled all the way in, but Space Station Gaming, they're kind of in a dire situation at the moment. Grad just waiting to see what he can do as Nightmare gets ready to lock in. Nightmare should be letting one of these teams through. The question is, will they be able to allow fire in, or is the pressure from Envy and SSG going to be too much?
Strays now going for that steal, but we see the prevention from Envy. Of course, they want a piece of this. This is their cash box as it stands. Here we have the stick from Slothy. Everyone's trying to protect him. That is Nightmare throwing him the dome, but it's not enough. No time. Envy hold on to it and join Nightmare in our first best of 2.
Absolutely crazy work there as Envy, with the assist from Nightmare, goes all the way through. It was almost kind of a situation where, hey, maybe Slothy could have gotten that steal, but at the end, that seemed so like disengaged from SSG, where they were the ones that plugged it, but the moment that they plugged it, they had to evacuate, granting Envy the space that they needed. But what a wild ride for literally every team except Nightmare. Nightmare felt in control the entire time, Jerry.
Yeah, they were exceptional, and their kill stats don't really tell the whole story here, because of course, you know, Fire Strays kept pace, Envy kept pace, but Nightmare didn't even need to fight for a whole third of that game. So that's why they weren't on top of the kills pile. They just controlled it from start to finish. We even saw when they had that third party come their way, they were able to deal with it on the second cash out. So yeah, completely unflappable.
Yeah, absolutely. That was quite a fun cash out to watch, especially Nightmare at the very end, holding control of that vault, taking it to that secret cash out that nobody really knew about. And then that's just that strategy of holding it until it disappeared was really high level, and they kept it so far away. And I think it was you, Artie, who said it perfectly. They then, with that one move, decided who they were going to bring with them to this next round. And I just love that level of play because it really is quite insane. Now, I think it's also really cool that we get to bring Envy in here because of all the teams to go at it in Nightmare and Envy. Are you kidding? This is going to be a great 3v3. And honestly, what do you expect from that, Jerry? What do you think that we're going to see as we go into the 3v3s with these two teams?
Well, Envy were the first team to book their spot in Phase 2, and for good reason. They made it look easy. Their cash out into best of 3 was no problems at all. They are going to be feeling fresh and well rested. Nightmare, on the other hand, has a slightly longer route here, but they are the sort of favored seeds coming out of the regular season. So it's just going to be a close match. And I don't think I can say the same. I'm going to end up saying the same about every single best of 2 that we have today because it's such a stacked group, Hardy.
I mean, honestly, I've been seeing these teams scrim all week in preparation for this, and mostly I was doing it in just to prep watching like how teams are using the Vanishing Bomb. But one thing that I kept seeing over and over again was Envy's consistency in understanding exactly how they needed to play timings on this. And if there's one thing I know about Nightmare is they're good at timings. And so this genuinely is one of the best previews of the major I think that we could ever see, because this is the dream 3v3. Now, both these teams are going to have a chance to earn just 2 points, but I mean, Rio, we're going into the first heat here. I can't be more excited.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that we just heard over the production that we're going to Nozomi and Sis. So those are two really interesting maps, especially Nozomi. I still am in the camp that it's not the best competitive map. It's got some weird areas and makes it a little bit difficult. But no, you're shaking your head. No, please tell me why I'm wrong.
I love it. I mean, genuinely, especially with the changes that they've made around the edge of the map with the gap crossing,
Yes.
it's been made a lot easier for teams to be able to deal with. And I think that especially in the current Vanishing Bomb meta that we're in, there are so many ways that teams can subvert the expectations, Rio.
Well, let's see if we see some of those expectations subverted as I hand it over to Artie and Jerry to take you on Nozomi Citadel.
Thank you so much. Here we go. Envy and Nightmare. One thing we didn't mention about Nozomi Citadel as well, of course, it is the newest map to enter the competitive pool, and something can be said about it maybe not being entirely figured out yet. You look at Skyway, you look at Monaco, Seoul, everyone knows the spawn traps on those maps. Even Fortune Stadium, which hasn't been out quite as long as those, people have worked out how to worm around that map and make it the best possible situation for them. Of course, Nozomi Citadel being newer, it has fewer of those opportunities. You know, we've got smarter map design in play here. So it's just a really nice one. And I echo your sentiment there, Artie. It is a really nice, well-balanced competitive map. Let's see how it plays out between these two sides.
Absolutely. I mean, we're seeing Envy kind of half-bake this approach of stealth, but immediately caught out by Nightmare. Not caught out by Gremlin's Winch, though, as Envy is able to escape through that RPG hole granted by Gremlin, but he's chasing through it immediately. There goes Busy. The damage is being dealt. Busy's down. STN is down. Stooge is out off screen. Nightmare flawlessly wipes the floor with Envy before I even had a chance to catch my breath, Jerry.
Yeah, that was super quick. And seeing as we've got a little bit of downtime here, it might be nice to mention here, of course, in the heal beam meta that's been kind of prevalent in this season, Lasagna has been the highest scoring support player across the season. So you've got this, you know, top seeded team in Nightmare. You need that backbone, and Lasagna is exactly that. But that doesn't mean he can't frag out either. He's honestly one of the foremost mediums that comes to mind when it comes to getting those kills off the back of things as well. It's just that they also have the superpower that is Uni on their team.
Oh, 100%. And Uni, once he's just put in a position where all he has to do is defend, this is where he thrives. But Envy, they need to work together to break this defense. They need to find where the weak link is. And for Envy, I don't think they realize that weak link is currently streaming behind them as Uni, you see him about to edge out that doorway there. Finds a lot of info for the team. He preps the team to let them know, hey, they're on top of the staircase. We can see that both Lasagna and Grem rotate around it based off that information. Stooge is on ulti height right now, but even he hasn't seen Uni just yet. But Uni gonna be starting off by taking some shots on SC and 2K. That is gonna set him aside for the moment as Envy now tries to retool their approach as they wrap around here. Stooge getting close up to try to find the heals, but it's already been 7 seconds. So now, hey, what if we just gateway over? Because cash out's all the way in the middle of nowhere, Jerry.
They've only really afforded themselves one shot at this now with that delay. That's Nightmare doing a good job on their part to force that. And they still have ultimate height. This is a really difficult position to get it down safely into a protected spot. And we can see Busy losing health as well. Envy want to go in at full strength, but if they keep taking these pot shots before they can even engage, they're not going to have a good opportunity to do that, Ardy.
Oh yeah, I mean, Nightmare is just doing so much chip damage over to the sidelines, and Uni is trying to bait them out, just trying to follow through, but Envy is just absolutely taking it at the moment. Gremlin is slowly getting chunked away, but he's able to deal with Busy immediately. It's just going to be Stooge. Gremlin, a little bit of stumble on the railway coming up, but he's able to survive. Look at this, he's challing with such low HP. Stooge absolutely going to be hitting the res right now, but no, he reaches out to the front. He witches the goo barrel to save his life, and he has the C4! What is this, Gremlin? What just happened?
I cannot explain what went through my mind as he was doing that. I guarantee every single viewer was watching this thinking, what on earth is he doing? Why is he witched the goo? And then it all made sense.
And he witched the goo and used it to shield the shots from the bullets. And then, of course, it encases him in a shield. This is why you can get coaching from Gremlin. Oh my god!
That is outrageous tech. I can't believe this is only the first best of two so far today,
Ardy. First cash out.
That's the first cash out, and we're seeing mind-bending new tech employed by Gremlin. Oh wow, what a show we're in for.
Oh my goodness. Uni's like, hey, I could probably do that with a trash can too. Just block some bullets with this. But we're gonna see Envy on the other side of the gap there. Just holding onto this vault at the moment. And well, Nightmare, they're gonna have full control here. Lasagna on the repeater is a different beast.
Yeah, and in this position as well is going to be terrifying, except for the fact that Envy already have that reverse gateway. So this is going to trigger a very quick fight here as both teams find themselves on top of each other, Arnie.
I am not surprised to see that Busy's the first one to fall by taking this chow. I mean, they threw the gateway right into the arms of Nightmare, basically asking to be received like this. You see STG Stooge just running around. Grem has enough time to just get his winch back, but he does go down in a hail of gunfire. Uni and Lasagna trying to clean up the damage, but Envy's quick on the heels. Now it's going to be an even 2-on-2. No heavies around, but look at that. Lasagna doesn't even need the ADS to take him out. SCN, though, good on the refrag once again. Uni, 1v1 situation. Busy coins back in.
Oh, hasn't even been plugged yet, by the way, but he's going to get away with the res, and both of these other totems on the stairs themselves. Gremlin needs to get out of dodge, but no, he decides to commit while Uni doesn't. Bit of a disconnect there between the two players on Nightmare, and now Envy are all back up, and Nightmare, what's left of them, just Uni, has to back away and wait for those coins to come on in. Lasagna will be in a few seconds, and I think based on that vault positioning, we'll see Envy rotate over to C, or maybe there's a reverse gateway, but we'll have to see.
A bit of an ego shell from Grem there, but I mean, Uni is still available to lock this in. They were able to throw that vault away to buy so much time, and with that time, Nightmare is full reset now. Here the Vanish, trying to figure out where it is. Now here in the zipline queue. You know there's one left there. Stooge, 1 HP now. Gonna have to get healed up by SCN, so Nightmare at least knows that the entire team is gonna be coalescing into one position, but SCN's not going for the heal. Instead, he's getting chowed out by Grem in the hallway. We do see both Busy and Stooge over to the side. RPG damage eaten by Grem. He doesn't care. A C4 being thrown offensively like this is insane tech. We do see Busy and Stooge just trying to hold off on that sideline as both Uni and Lasagna start to climb over to the sides and clamber up they will, finding out where Stooge is. It's going to be Busy who has to jump off into the void. Nightmare in control yet again.
STN being caught out like that so early on with Busy and Stooge just not having anywhere to go back to. It felt almost inevitable there, and some great shots from Uni early on really enabled that. He landed all of his shots, all 6 of those bullets from the burst onto Stooge as he hit that zip line. And from that point on, Envy were always on the back foot defending that point, and now they have one chance to take it back and one chance to get the first point away from Nightmare, because as it stands, Nightmare are going to get it for themselves cleanly.
Oh, look at this. So you can see Envy trying to make this approach as best they can with the Vanishing Bomb. 6 seconds on the light, 7.5 on the heavy. That's more than enough time to get that gateway through. But Envy, not only do they have to cross, they have to still take this team fight. Only 30 seconds left on this cash out. They're diving in. They know they have to clear the drop. That's going to make both the entirety of Nightmare privy to their position, but also make the situation a little bit different. They have no idea how to anticipate what Nightmare's going to do. Vanishing Bomb from Stooge, going to allow them to get some back shots in towards Gremlin. They don't care. They dive through it anyway. Grem going to be stalling this out here. Lasagna does go down. Grem goes down. It's just Uni. Is there time for Envy to steal? They're locking in right now. Uni takes out Stooge. Does he have time to lock in and get the final shot? Red Barrel available, but Envy stakes it through. It's going to go to a cash out 3 as Uni does what he can to clutch it up, taking out SPN. Now Busy jumps up to Chow, the SA-12. He's going to be able to win that Chow, Jerry.
That is absolutely massive as well. Just the fact that they were able to keep themselves in the game, but also the pacing now heading to the next vault will put Envy in the driver's seat. Really impressed by Busy to see that out against Uni. You probably would have backed Uni, honestly. That's how good he is in these situations to maybe win this 1 versus 1, but a really nice heads-up play from Busy, landing those SA-12 shots. Now, there was a moment in that fight where we saw Stooge just sort of hiding with that Vanishing Bomb and maybe regretting having it over the glitch grenade, because there was a point where a single glitch would have ended that fight instantly. But it was a lot more of an uphill struggle for Envy. They still managed it though, so they'll stick with the Vanish for now. It just affords you so many more possibilities.
I mean, not only that, but a glitch would prevent Lasagna from getting those heals out. Can we talk about how Lasagna, as you said, one of the best support players, and he is keeping the entirety of Nightmare topped up. Envy taking these engagements and just barely surviving them when they do win. But for now, Nightmare, they are poised right on this divide. They've heard a few footsteps from Envy. It's more than enough for them to know what's going to happen next. But this vault all the way down to the bottom of the mall, see what Envy's doing. Where is Busy even at this moment here? He's going to be over to the sideline, making his way in. As soon as he gets back to the team connects, I think that's when this is all going to go out. But Gremlin and Uni, they know something's fishy. They're looking for it.
They are looking for it, and they're not finding it, unfortunately. Envy managing to escape there, but the height held here by Nightmare, and Envy realize this. They need to engage Lasagna with a 2-tap. You just hear it, and SCN is evaporated there. Envy now fighting from behind, but Lasagna's taken out by Uni. Evens the scoreboard. Both domes dropped, but Envy's is the one that's going to be remaining effective here. But it doesn't matter, because Busy is taken out. Uni finding him. And that's Nightmare coming out on top on this vault fight. Really important one to swing it back in their favor. And they get that plug immediately, starting the timer here for the final cash out.
Oh yeah, and over here on the Via side of the building up in admin, this is a very interesting point to hold. We'll see if Grem decides to winch this out to the open or keep it up in the confines of this building. This building is a mix of labyrinthian corridors, but knowing they can play the drop is everything here. We'll see how Nightmare decides to stack it up. If they play above it or below it with that drop in place. Envy, though, they're going to have to try to match height going through. Instead of choosing to go straight through the street on the jump pad, they're going around the sidelines here, taking the divide and the long way in, Jerry.
That they are. Now begins the crouch walk, the slow ascent towards the objective, and of course these are such labyrinthian buildings, but they realize now it's been winched out of the building, so they just need height, and the slow Jaws theme can stop in favor of I don't know what's like a running music. I guess you get like Chariots of Fire.
I mean, in the middle of the street's a good one here because the fact that that's what the cash out is. And Busy, he doesn't care. He's just going to go straight for it. Gremlin gets the win to the last second, though. Nightmare's so good at buying time through all of this. It's STN jumping in, finally getting that heal beam out, getting Busy up. At the same time, Uni is getting Stooge down over the other side of the map. You see Grem just holding chase right now. SA-12 in hand, just waiting for the right time to strike.
Stall.
Uni takes out STN, and there's no time left for Envy. Look at this. He's trying to heal him up. Busy trying to coin himself, but it's just not going to happen at this time. This is Nightmare's game, set, and match as Lasagna gets the final elbow hit. What a beautiful shot to end this all out in the rainy streets.
Nightmare playing that to perfection. That's exactly what they needed to do. That stall was so good, only allowing one fight on this objective, and it came down to just the 2 kills from Uni as well. They didn't even need the third. At that point, they were toying with their food. Envy, unfortunately, leave empty-handed here, but we do go into the second map, which will be Sis Horizon, and they can come out of this best of 2 perhaps with a point if they can turn things around. It was a close game though, Ardy, so I have faith.
I have faith as well, but I gotta say, like I said with macro control, Nightmare's been working on this timing, and that was just one of the best things I've ever seen, where they played with it on, ready to play on the drop, on that top floor. Just in case, that's where Envy decided to push. And they were waiting for the jump pad, but Envy wrapped around. When Envy started wrapping around the building, that's when Nightmare knew, okay, now we winch it out into the street so that we don't have to worry about the drop. We don't have to worry about going for any of those types of tight plays if Envy isn't going to match the team fight. If they're going to give us the space to work with, we're going to just give them even more space. And that is just so brilliant. They waited until pretty much the last moment. As soon as they heard a footstep at the staircase, boom, cash outs out on the street. Then Gremlin waiting around the corner. Yeah, he's sticking the steal, but Gremlin knows exactly how many seconds, the exact 7-second timer in his head, where he knows he can then come around the corner at 6 seconds and go, what? It's mine. And just genuinely, the timing and control from Nightmare is insane.
Yeah, you're right. They are really impressing me so far. And, you know, you look at the stats in that game, they're quite even, honestly. But it's like you say, you know, the stats don't tell the whole picture. That was an instance of Nightmare looking like the better team for most of it. Again, I will stress, it was close. And it's always going to be close between any of these teams in this phase 2. But we are ready for Sis Horizon fairly shortly. Ardy, I want you to give us your predictions about this map in particular. Is there anything that's going to change up, do you think, between the 2 sides in terms of strategy, in terms of loadout? What do you think is going to happen?
I think that there is a genuine chance that Stooge takes the Vanishing Bomb off, which is just surprising given the fact that they've been practicing with it all week. But I think you're right. They needed the glitch at more than a few moments there. But if they do stick with it, I think he needs to get more value out of it. Not only that, I do think that for Envy, they just need to get more heals and proper team fights in.
Here we go. Map number 2 in our best of 2. And then we rinse and repeat. We head back to that cash out stage and start it all over again. But there's still a point up for grabs here on Sis Horizon. Nightmare positioning themselves by that vault. Favorable spawn. And they get some goo out just to protect their position here as well. See the range play in action here. Lasagna rocking that CBO1 repeater. This is prime territory for that weaponry. Uni as well, providing a bit of a point there. Busy is actually looking to close down the light, taking 1 versus 1, a heavy versus light, an unusual move. Angled jump pad here. They look like they want to take this fight, and that is a quick engage coming out from the heavy and the medium of Nightmare. They do land the damage. They need some meaty shots out from Lasagna and Gremlin. Busy taking himself out, knowing that he's completely out of the fight in the corner. He went chasing down Uni, but Uni was gone by the time he went and found him. Now,
We are in a CBO1 era, and I am so happy for it. But this is just Nightmare's bread and butter, isn't it? Like, just taking these team fights, matching height. It's just cinema.
It is. It's absolute cinema so far. Nightmare are putting on a clinic. What do you see?
They tried to block the spawn for Envy, but they did it wrong. And Envy spawned at the closest possible spawn here on campus. They blocked every other spawn except for that one, and now Lasagna, he's out for this upcoming fight. And Envy, they're making the absolute most out of their time here. And Stooge, well, he's using that Vanishing Bomb a lot more already. He's using it to scout and get some info for the team. Even with that, though, Busy can be taking a bunch of shots here. STN dives the point, but Gremlin's a little bit faster. still, Stooge gonna be sticking this here. No advantage for either team. Just gonna be a heavy and light battle, 2v2, but Uni, he's getting those shots down range, resetting Busy's timer, taking Busy out of the equation, just Stooge up in the corner. Uni and Gremlin, after they get that res on Lasagna, they're gonna chase him down. They know where he is.
Nightmare with a bit of a lucky one there, honestly. I don't know how they managed to survive that because they didn't position smartly. I feel like we've seen almost that exact same slip up before, if not from Nightmare, from a different team in the closed qualifiers where that particular spawn trap doesn't work and you land in the other corner of campus. And yeah, Envy maybe will view that as a missed opportunity because they went a kill up.
Wow, I mean, for Envy at the very least, they do get a decent spawn. Not the same one they got last time, but this one works a bit better given the angle they need to approach this. Stooge already looking to get this cross for free there with the gateway. Now inside the lecture hall, looking for the opportunity to get any information possible, but they know they need to get this team fight. Stooge, unfortunately, not in the right spot to match height here. Busy and STN, they go out off the other side of the map there. Uni finalizes the kill on Stooge. Envy needed to stay together and go for a vanish pad, but unfortunately, looked like a little bit of a disconnect between their voices and their feet there, Jerry, as Envy just looks worse for wear than I've seen them before.
Yeah, you got to walk to the beat. That's what I tell all my year 5s in Samba class. It's a bit important to establish that pulse. And Nightmare have a live and beating heart right now. Envy, there are some tremors I'm sensing here.
Oh yeah,
Go on to the second vault.
Nightmare went to Samba, Envy went to Jazzercise, but we'll look to see.
Yeah, they're bebopping all over the place. It's a syncopation.
My heart's gonna have some syncopations if this next fight takes any longer. Envy and Nightmare both going stealth mode here, Jerry.
I gotta stop now. All right, yeah, Envy have a decent position here because if as soon as Nightmare walk into this room, they are at a disadvantage when it comes to the gunfight. You know, you've got the protection, you've got the angles in favor of Envy, but no one's tapped that vault yet, and really it's maybe on Uni to make that step across the divide, or rather Suji on the side of Envy, and it is Suji that does go for it. But here comes the engage down the staircase. Busy finds Lasagna, and that's a huge pick. Lasagna's been crucial in all of these fights so far. He follows it up with a pick onto Gremlin. Uni now left in that familiar situation, a 1 versus 3. He finds himself there, maybe a little too often with this sort of team dynamic that they have, but at least it means that they can go for that quick reset off of coins and not have to worry about the long team wipe timer.
Wow, I mean, even through all of that, Uni was able to survive. This does allow Envy to get the plug over to the other side of the map, but you can see that Envy, they have put a lot more pressure on STN to just keep that heal beam out. But for now, Envy needs to try to make sure they get damage out early on Nightmare before they make this cross. I don't know if Envy is going to be able to survive an engagement if Nightmare is able to match up all three at once. The Gremlin almost goes out early, a lot of headshots landing. Going to be able to get healed right back up thanks to Uni. Finds out exactly where Envy's pushing from. You see the Vanish and the RPG getting ready to go active, but Envy has their own Vanish pad ready to go. The RPG lands for Envy, and Uni goes down. Grab on half HP, going to be able to get the damage out on Busy, though, and Busy's out. A 2-on-2, but Lasagna getting chunked away here, but so is STN. He's out first. It's a 1v1 now as Lasagna and Stooge try to figure out where the other is playing from. It's still Envy's box, and Lasagna with the defib is going to be able to get the res on the Uni. At clutch factor, though. Oh, STN gets res by Stooge, but the repeater chunks everybody away, but the heal beams are out. STN is down just up to Stooge, and he gets taken away by Uni. It's Nightmare's box, and only one fight left for Envy.
Even making the difference there. The quick revive coming out, bringing Uni back into the fight. He had to wait because, of course, he didn't want to engage with half health and no utility. But that was all on Lasagna, landing so many repeater shots after the fact. And now we jump back to the very start of the game. And it's been the same all the way through, watching Lasagna hit shot after shot after shot. Gremlin as well in this mid-fight does incredibly well to get away with 2 kills. I really did think he was going to be taken down there by SCN. Now we're heading to that final cash box, the final 10 seconds. Do Envy have a last gasp stealing them? No, they don't. No. That is a nasty C4, chunking them out, and no way does anyone survive that. Stooge, the last one standing. He doesn't even bother to try. Nightmare have a stranglehold over Envy here on Sis Horizon. They take it in 2, and that's 2 points to their name as we head back into the second heat of Phase 2.
Absolutely incredible stuff. Nightmare up 2 points. They are the current leaders here. Before we head back into the cash outs, give the other 2 teams a chance as well. But Nightmare looks stable right now, as they have all day in their 3v3s. But up against Envy, this kind of performance, who could have predicted that?
I think a lot of people predicted it, to be honest. It's strange though, because like it's all like 55-45 predictions. You don't expect it to be that one-sided on that map. And here the stats really did tell the story, Rio.
Yes, they did. And you know what? Just watching that last match back, it seemed like Nightmare was in control the whole time. They were dictating the fights, they were dictating the tempo, they had everything going for them. So it was just kind of a little bit surprising, but not totally. There was one moment there that I saw Envy kind of get a nice little foothold. They got a couple kills, they got the vault, took it out of there. And that was the one point that they kind of worked well as a team. I noticed that they were basically kind of walking the dog with Busy. They were just kind of making sure that he was nice and healthy, and that was how they kind of got one almost a team wipe. So just really interesting way to get started. But what I'm curious about now from you guys, from y'all's perspective, is like, Jerry, what do you think that this next cash out is going to be like with Nightmare popping off so massively like they just did? Are we going to see some changes? What's going to happen?
It's going to be wonky. That's the best way to put it. We've seen how these types of cash outs play out when you have a team that comes into it with 2 points to their name as well. Everyone's going to want to prevent them from going through. And Artie, perhaps we should just quickly recap for those joining us exactly how these heats, these points work. Or maybe we can take a look at the bracket to help summarize what's going on right now.
Absolutely. I mean, we can also have Rio jump in here. I'll do my best. It's going to be just the cash out that starts it all out, where we are bringing back Space Station Gaming and Fire Strays into the fray. Whoever wins this next cash out is going to be able to earn points, just like we saw Nightmare up against Envy. Now, Nightmare, by winning those 3v3 final round matches, did get 1 point for each of those wins. That brings Nightmare to 2 points. All the other teams still need to earn points. It's 5 points to win. That means you have to win 5 final rounds. But in order to get there, Rio, you got to win the cash out. We're coming back into the cash out now, and I mean, hey, I do think that teams might be targeting Nightmare a little harder this time around.
I think so as well. I think that we might not even see Nightmare in the next 3v3s. That's what's going to be really exciting to me, is if they're able to somehow control it, even with all of these teams having a target out for them. So Nightmare might be able to overcome this, and if they can, I really hope they will. But with that, I am going to pass it off to my wonderful casters, Artie and Jerry. Take it from here.
Thank you so much. Fortune Stadium. Rio, actually, do you have a fortune for this one?
I do. You know I do. Here we go.
There we go.
Yeah,
I got to crack them open. They take time now. All right. Jerry, your fortune is a new outlook will lead to clarity.
A new outlook.
That might just be me updating my email app, which would be nice, because it is quite unclear with the current layout, I have to say. I would appreciate the update, Microsoft. Anyway, here we go on Fortune Stadium. I hope that's what that referred to anyway. Yeah. And yeah, going into this with Envy, or rather Nightmare, with that target on their backs.
Oh, but Envy, Busy, the first player to go down. It is a trade, though. STN now on the repeater takes out Uni. That's going to be an absolute knife in Nightmare's back. Envy and Nightmare, they're on the grudge match here. But over the whole tow buildings, we're looking at SSG and Fire Strays deal a little bit of damage to the buildings rather than each other, as those RPGs start to leave a little bit of a wake of destruction. But Fire Strays, they try to chase down, and they just can't find SSG kiting away. Off the other side, though, Envy, well, they lost that team fight, too.
They did. Envy not off to a great start after losing those 2 maps back-to-back as well. They'll need to pick themselves up by the bootstraps, get some confidence flowing in them. Space Station have jumped on in here and have a decent chance of grabbing this second vault and moving away with it. Of course, Fire Strays are up here and offering some resistance. That is just a bit of a stall on the fight there, as the goo set the wall in the sand. Line in the sand, rather, to prevent that going on. I feel like Sloppy doesn't even want to take this fight. They're just backing away constantly.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is looking to be an interesting setup where they're just not engaging, even though the vault is just ready to go in. Whoever gets this plug, well, I mean, they know that it's going to be a tough wait around. But we look to the other side. Nightmare about to get engaged by Envy yet again. Space Station Gaming about to actually take control of this cash out. I don't know where to look. There's so much excitement, but looks like actually this vault just got completely yoinked out by the Fire Strays, but at the same time, SSG, they just dropped the cash out. So one team's in control of the cash out, one team in control of the cash box, and now the fight's finally occurring. Sloppy goes down, Lamp dealing a ton of damage. Noah, get him healed up. Varian gets taken away to the other side. Just T-Mills on Fire Strays surviving. He has to wrap all the way around. That's SSG firmly in control of cash out A. We'll check in on cash out B now with Nightmare. Trying to lock down this building, Jerry, before Envy makes their way around. But it's Envy on the cash right now. What?
Yeah, where have Nightmare gone? Perhaps there was a loss somewhere during that, and it meant that they had to reset. They haven't gone back in time regardless. Here comes a full commit, though, from Nightmare to try and get the kills after the steal. We've seen them do this before over on Sis Horizon, and they're doing it again here, but there is some bark to the bite from Envy. Unfortunately, he's being taken down and left only with Stuje, who's taken out there, in fact, by Slothy, who's coming in with the third party here. Fire Strays hot on the heels of the successes of Nightmare, looking to put them down now in 3 versus 2. But Uni and Gremlin have managed to flee quite successfully. In comes Gremlin, but he dies instantly. It's all up to Uni now to defend the cash box, and he gets melted. A great third party coming out there from Fire Strays, and they nab this cash box with only about 20 seconds left on it. That should be their cash arty.
That is an amazing swivel from Fire Strays. When they were able to just escape there and not get fully wiped, they knew that they could reset with a purpose, and that they did. SSG now going to be the last ones here with their first box. A lot of time left for both Nightmare and Envy to come and challenge, and I think SSG is very privy to that. They can hear Envy stomping above them. Nightmare off the coin. They're just respawning, coming back in. Let's see if they're going to challenge in third party. Now, SSG. Oh, it's Lamp that gets caught out first, though. He's able to at least put a dome between him and Busy, but for now, the damage is getting chunked through Stooge on the other side. Normalized still up, but no presence to be able to get that quick res. As Envy, they're locking down Lamp's trophy. Fire Strays, they're coming in here as well, though. Now that it's a third party, that's where Fire Strays can get comfy, Jerry. Even though Envy is busy on this reset here, trying to get the res, Space Station Game is doing the same, but neither team is ready for Fire Strays to be involved here. This steal, wait, it's being stuck through Space Station Gaming. They stop it at the very last second. That's going to be all they need to do to secure that cash as the fight continues to rain through. Envy gets wiped. SSG almost wiped. Fire Strays down to just Varian. What a chaotic battle, Jerry.
Fire Strays at least keeping themselves up there. They played that very passive, saw the possibility of a third-party steal, but not enough damage being done between Nightmare and SSG during SSG's defense there for Fire Strays to capitalize, really. So it just ended up going the way of SSG. Not many questions asked of Space Station during that defense, to be honest. Only really had to deal with that one fight at the end if you exclude what was basically an extended vault fight at the start against Fire. So... Right. Here we are now with Nightmare actually in control of Cash Out C. They've already gotten this started, a decent sort of stagger between the two objectives as it stands. And look at these positions, Ardy. Fire Strays have tapped 4, but it's in Envy's control, and SSG are guarding the other objective. This is bizarre.
I mean, I've seen Nightmare up on this building before with Fire Strays in the lobby. I think I know what's about to happen. The question is Fire Strays going to be engaging with Nightmare or Envy, who's underneath them, bringing the vault past them? SSG, yeah, they're poised right underneath Cash Out D. And, well, looks like the most insane setup is about to happen as Fire Strays, they do manage to escape the shots from Nightmare, but Envy is collapsing on Space Station Game from the top. Fire Strays about to try to engage from the bottom. This is not looking good for Fire Strays, just caught out in the open. They're going to need to utilize some escape vector here, but for Space Station Gaming, the fight against Envy's already started. Busy is down immediately. Lamp getting involved and normalized, peeking the sideline with the R357 yet again, just down to STN2K. Now it's Fire Stray's turn to cross the gap and make it in, and Space Station Gaming is well underway with this cash out.
Yeah, and Nightmare gone pretty much unchallenged with that very favorable objective spawn. Ahead of the pace, usually expect them to receive some of the attention, but they'll actually get to come over to D now if they want, or they can play the next vault. It's entirely in their hands. We're watching Fire Strays here, though. Varian waiting above. They played a really nice macro game here Fire Strays, but being a little bit passive for my liking, not taking these fights, not ever getting in to get the plug going and have it in their control. And as a result, they decide, you know, we're just going to play for the next vault instead. They are abandoning D, and it's just going to be a 3 versus 3 between SSG and Envy over here on Sector 3. You know, everyone's scared of even taking a fight, Artie. No one has contested C, and no one's contesting D either.
Play the game. I mean, I paid good money for this.
It's a first-person shooter. Shoot someone!
Oh, but Nightmare, they're ready to play the game. They have a lot to lose, though, and they're the ones that are starting this engagement, but it's Fire Strays that matches them before they even get to SSG's box. Fire, you need this cash, too. We're going to be seeing Slothy, though, getting ready to bring it all down here. Oh, wait, they're checking around the sideline, looking to see where SSG is holding from. They were anticipating SSG playing the drop, but now they're trying to find him, but Lamp is trying to match the height over around the sideline. He's climbing up. Oh, he manages to glitch out SSG's gateway. There we go. The drop has finally been engaged, and Lamp is ready underneath to drop it through once more. That's going to cause Slothy's dome to miss, but Lamps is right in position. Currently, Fire Strays is a little bit split, but Lamp on the other side from his team might actually be the key here to preventing this box from getting taken. But there's Normalized. The goose stall is everything, and Grad deals damage, but both Noah and Lamp are down. It's just Grad, he's down, and Nightmare's here, and they wipe SSG and Fire Strays, but it's SSG's box at the end of it all.
That is crazy. Before that fight, I think we had a quiet kill feed, a completely empty kill feed for a solid 2 minutes. But now look where we are. Envy have Cash almost in hand here, already about halfway done on Cash Out B, with only about a minute and 20 seconds left on the timer. It's only Fire Strays that are lagging behind realistically, but look how tight it is. Kills could be everything by the time we get to the end of Zadi. It's going to be an absolute nail-biter to see who gets those top 2 spots here.
Absolutely. I mean, nobody has even approached Vault 6 yet. Nightmare got the tap, but oh, there's the gateway already. Nightmare needs to actually make sure that this goes their way. Get a split, get a double, see what happens. See Fire Strays. Slothy, unfortunately, going to be witching some of the map instead. Uni finds one Normalized. Lamp takes out Lasagna in return, but Uni is good for Lamp. Is Uni going to be able to get the 3? We have Slothy now taking out Gremlin. Every team is fighting every other team. Uni goes down. That's a horrible die for Nightmare. This is only 1 minute remaining. It's split across the gap, and now Envy is in danger of not making any progress. This is insanity, as every team will be fighting for Cash Out A.
Yeah, Fire couldn't double in that situation. The plug money would not have been enough, so they go for that split. Envy are pretty much guaranteed this cash out, but it doesn't even put them in second place. They're going to be in third here as it stands if Fire Strays hold on to this final cash out. So everyone is going to be scrambling for this. Fire just need to play super passive, keep themselves alive, and make sure nobody steals in the final 30 seconds, Artie.
Oh, but let's see what's going to happen here. Nightmare, after that wipe, they're in third, so they need to go for this box after being safe all game. Question is Fire Strays going to be able to hold this on their own. They know they'll have the help. Uni takes out Grad. That's going to be huge. A large pick for SSG like that could send SSG out, but SSG, they have 1,000. They just need to stay alive, but Envy, they're going to kill race. They know SSG can lose this without Grad, but Envy, they lose STN and Stooge. They lose Busy. Envy's wiped now entirely. Fire Strays do what they can to hold on to it. Fire Strays might hold on, but Nightmare, they lose the fight for the kills. And SSG, they're going to be able to take second place at Fire Strays in an unprecedented matchup. 2 teams that don't have any points are going at it for Heat 2.
Wow. That is absolutely what we want to see here. This is an intense group already, an intense phase 2, and in H Grand Final, Fire Strays really played an absolute blinder that game. It felt like every single move they made was calculated, was done to perfection, and they didn't need many kills. They got the objective score they needed, and at the end came out even top of the pile there with that split objective. They plugged that as well with maybe only a few seconds left on the timer, so you got to hand it to Varian, put on a masterclass with the movement. Gremlin with 10 kills to his name, not through to the next round here. And as you say, it's going to be Space Station and Fire Strays duking it out in a best of 2.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I gotta say, it really did come down to the wire there. But for Nightmare, wiping towards the end of that was everything, Rio.
Yeah, I just could not believe how close that game was. It was so close. It was 24,000, 23,000, 22,000, and then whoever was at the bottom had a little bit more of a gap there. But those top 3 teams, you had no idea who was going to make it until the very end. And like you said, that wipe from Nightmare, came at the worst possible time. The kill race, the everything. Could you ask for a better cash out match? I'm really impressed with that. And you want to break down the teams that we're going to be seeing in the 3v3s, Jerry?
Absolutely. So, of course, we have Fire Strays and SSG. And I'm just trying to think back through that game. At what point did either of them feel like they were going to finish on top? There was a point where Nightmare went completely uncontested for an entire objective, and they still don't come through to this next round. Fire Strays just had such a good game playing the macro, and SSG defending 2 of their final cash box. In fact, they got a cash box on every single wave, so you got to hand it to them. They did navigate that really nicely. In this 3 versus 3, though, SSG against Fire Strays, we know T-Mills has been favouring the Pike, almost back on his old favourite, his old reliable. Do you think we're going to see that, Ardy, here in the 3 versus 3 up against SSG?
I mean, back when Tetra was giving us some analysis, he did say that Fire Strays were utilizing the Pike. And remember that Fire Strays was the team that was able to consistently clutch up in the final round format all morning today. So looking at this fight, I mean, I have to say, though, SSG felt more on top of it through this because Fire Strays got that last box in the context of every other team losing money and Fire Strays narrowly making it all the way through to the end because of the fact that every team was fighting. I'm even thinking back to the second cash out on the Holto building, Space Station's own cash out on their own sponsor's building. But the fact that Nightmare was feeling so hot, they came into challenge while Fire Strays was there. They wiped both SSG and Fire Strays. Neither of these teams felt like they were really in charge, but now without Nightmare in the lobby to cause any sort of disruptions in a pure 3v3 format, I have to give the slight edge to SSG here, at least knowing the beef between Noah and T-Mills, knowing that they are actually such good friends in real life, and the tension between these two teams. I mean, going back to the closed qualifiers even, we've seen a lot of insanity between these two already.
Well, with all that said, we have loaded into Las Vegas, and I'm going to hand it off once again to Artie and Jerry. Take it from here, guys.
Cheers very much, Rio and Las Vegas Stadium. Very excited to see this, I think, for the first time today.
First time
although I was kind of tuning in and out during phase 1. Had to jump on here after a long rehearsal. So I'm in it for the long haul, but let's get started here. Lovely to see Las Vegas Stadium in the action. And like you said, you mentioned the close qualifiers. SSG, as soon as they got into 3v3s, which took them some time, granted, they played with our hearts there, they were pretty much flawless. So I view this team as a really strong 3v3 side up against pretty much anyone, really. Fire Strays, if you were to pick an opponent out of these 4, it's not rude to say that you'd pick them because they are maybe the lesser side when it comes to this format.
100%. I mean, for Fire Strays, they have been doing whatever they can to prove that they are a team worth watching. And now look at this SSG trying to make this dive over with the Vanishing Bomb. But Fire Strays, they're going to vanish in plain sight. But Slothy gets picked out immediately. This is insane revolver plays here from Noah as Varian finds one on the grad lamp, finishes the damage. That's going to be Space Station Gaming winning that first engagement with beautiful macro through it all. That replay.
Normalize out here, normalizing revolver usage. And I mean, you gotta try it. That's the kind of clip that inspires you to go onto ranked and pick up the revolver and start deranking. Like, it's the kind of thing that makes you think that you can do it too, and you just can't. Only Normalize can do that.
I mean, I gotta say, a lot of people do realize how good the medium revolver is in the wake of the BFR. I mean, they both basically do the exact same headshot damage. So the fact of the matter is that the R357 is one of the most slept on weapons in the finals, and we're seeing it make more and more of an appearance over these last few weeks, especially as we've been seeing more Vanishing Bomb like we're seeing right now with both these teams. But Fire Strays, coming in from the top ropes here. Very beautiful TSM RPG. Gonna be seeing Hole be made up at the top there with the C4, the Ape Squad C4. And now diving in Fire Strays, looking to find where SSG's holding this down. Trying to figure out if they need to just drop this and play it inside the parking garage or take the fight early. It looks like, Jerry, they're choosing to, well, just let SSG come to them.
SSG have established mission control, though, above this objective, and they don't have any problems yet. They're going to be forced back a little bit, but Lamp easily juiced back up by that heal beam. Oh, but this pinch is quite nasty from Fire Strays. They've found a way to navigate this and get right up in SSG's grill. SSG are constantly on the back foot here. They're firing shots in reverse. There still hasn't been a kill. Timo's finally feeds our kill feed. Varian with another. Now Grad left in the 1 versus 3. And he's scampering, running away. Of course, with this timer, Ardy, he doesn't really have the luxury of wiping and then going for a second fight. He needs to hold this objective. Maybe he thinks that Lamp and Normalize can get back in, but he's not offering any resistance here. They have to storm this so quickly if they're to get this first cash out of a Fire Strays now.
It's really going to depend on where they spawn and if Grad is going to be able to reverse gate them in time. Now, with Noah spawning and Lamp spawning in the same spot, luckily they have the Mega Pad. They're going to be able to use the second one as well. A quick rollout here, and already Noah spots out Slothy to the side. That's going to be huge. That is the one player they need to make sure does not get involved in this. The winch already being utilized there from Slothy, but as Grad goes down, their angle is now gone. The cash out is Fire Strays. Varian gonna be doing his best to clean it up as Lamp goes down in the staircase here. Final shot rings out and Fire Strays take cash out 1.
Wow, the timing of the deaths in the previous fight from Space Station Gaming really costing them there. You just wonder if they'd maybe taken the fight a little bit more bravely, would that have ended up differently? Would they have had a bit more time even if they'd failed to try and retake at the end there? Fire Strays getting away with it, but look at Varian there with 5 kills across the first few fights. He's making it look easy on the light roll. Normalize, he really, stepped into the limelight at the very start, but Varian was having none of that after that.
Oh, 100%. I mean, SSG, they have consistently shown us that they know how to win team fights, but for Fire Strays, I mean, this is exactly how they won all of their final rounds throughout this match today, is the fact that they win the one fight that matters the most. So now, SSG, now coming into this, trying to figure out how Fire Strays are holding this top, will figure out their way in.
All of the cover destroyed by the red barrel box from the sky. That's actually huge brain plays from Fire Strays, and Normalize has actually taken a beating because he's the one that lost that cover, really needed it to exact his angles at range. Has to duck away. Fire Strays now in control, and they've gotten the cash out started already with a quick gateway. SSG have really far to travel here to close the distance.
I said they will find their way in, but they absolutely will not. They'll find that Fire Strays just have this hold, and now Fire Strays, not only they get the plug, they're also still holding top control. So they were able to do that. Usually when a team gets a plug like this without winning a vault fight, it falls away from them because the other team could just dive in. But so much damage was dealt and Space Station was so split, they couldn't actually get there in time. But now, through the bottom of the Ospuz building, Space Station Gaming is going to be making their way to try and find out where Fire Strays is holding from. They're going to be winching it out. Unfortunately, it doesn't go exactly to plan. Fire Strays still more than close enough, but through the smoke now, smoke barrels collected. Noah going to be sticking this steel. Oh, the winch doesn't pull it anywhere. Thanks to it. Noah holds it. Slothy dives over, and Noah has a way out with the gateway. It's perfect from SSG, but Fire, they're back in control of the box. They don't have the steal, but they're on top of it, looking to see if Space Station has the opportunity to just keep setting up on it, and they do. C4 being placed. Fire Strays have no idea how to deal with this.
The only recompense for Fire Strays is that they did not lose a single body in that steel boost, so they can re-engage at full strength here. And they catch Busy with his back turned, or rather Lamp. He's not in this lobby, Busy. He's just waiting for this to finish T-Mills. Credited with that kill, but Grad trades it onto Slothy. It's 2 versus 2. Grad goes down. Fire Strays might be able to turn this round. It's only Normalize holding from range. Where is he? He's above. He's got the goo to stall with. Can he do it, Arnie?
He has this goo stall, but he's trying to hold on. And wait a second. How did he do that? Normalize what?
He doesn't even need to goo stall. He just wins the 1 versus 2 straight up.
How did he do that? Whoa. Normalize. Oh my God. I mean, what a play.
Yeah.
What a play.
What a play. What a play. What a play. What a play. That's the headline. And we're not even done with this map yet, Artie. We've still got one cash out left. This is all over 1 point. Just to give you a sense of the scale of this grand final, guys. This is for
bullets,
1
by
point.
the way. 6 bullets, by the way, in the R357. 6 bullets. Absolutely
Made 'em count.
amazing. He made them all count. I'm watching that back right now, honestly. And, I mean, he landed every shot he needed to on a variant. On the Sloppy, rather. And just the punch onto T-Mills as he clams up. Insane stuff from SSG. But now, back to the present time. We're looking to see Fire Strays holding up the top. They do still have their finger on SSG's pulse as they find out the cross time. But SSG is a sloppy cross. They're not even making their way in a timely manner. And Fire Strays, they're right on top of them, Jerry.
Yeah, this is not ideal. And I think Space Station Gaming will probably drop this box and just look to engage cleanly in 3 versus 3 now. Because, of course, you don't want to plug it and then lose your position. You want to make sure that you've already won the team fight so you can get that timer started in your favor. And Fire Strays are right on top of the cash out here. They might even have an opportunity to grab this cash box if they want, but Space Station Gaming are effectively kiting away at this point. And both teams are so far away from the objectives now. This is just going to show you how important those 3 versus 3s are, those team wipes are in this format.
This is ranked right now as well, where neither team wants to go for this. And like I said before, the last cash out, Fire Strays, they plugged before winning the vault fight. Now SSG, they don't want to make that same mistake. They want to make sure they win the vault fight. And so in order to do that, you have to force your own vault fight here. And so Fire Strays, they're looking for the opportunity to engage. And they're just, Space Station is playing with them right now, placing the vault as bait as they're waiting for the right time. It's going to be a Vanish jump pad RPG. And the Wombo combo is going to land, but no! Slothy blocks it with the dome, but immediately it's going to be glitched out here, and Grad dealing as much damage as he can. But unfortunately, it's healed through, but no! Slothy and T-Bills go out immediately. Varian's good for 1 and a normalize. It's going to remove the defib. Lamp, only a little bit of HP, but he is going to be able to come back. All that HP returning. But Varian returns up to the top. Both are going for the res here. This is insanity, Jerry.
Normalize being brought up, though, by Lamp. Massive, because, of course, he has that defib. Slothy's totem is much further away as well. He took a fight that he couldn't win out on that rooftop. Down goes the entirety of this roof. That actually puts us in a really strange position because, of course, Space Station Gaming maybe would have liked to plug in that advantageous situation, but now Fire Strays are all back up with that coin coming back in, and we are back to square one, Artie.
Yeah, but here's the Vanish engage here, but Slothy doesn't even need it. He's just standing and waiting. SSG, they're debating whether or not they even want to plug on C at this point at all. They could just take it away as long as that Grad has enough time to get a decent gateway, and that's exactly what's happening right now. They gate all the way out, and they are leaving this situation because with Fire Strays holding the top, it is so difficult to make their way through. So they will evacuate over to, I believe, the Engimo Casino Resort. Here it is. That's the Engimo Casino. And D will be plugged by Space Station Gaming, but once again, no vault fight was won. And to the victor goes no spoils. We will see Space Station Gaming holding from underneath here. They are a bit split as Grad looks to get early info, Jerry.
I feel sorry for Cash Out C. They flirted with it for so long, strung it along for like 2 or 3 minutes, had a couple of team fights over it, and then it gets plugged over here instead. Oh well. Cash Out D, the lucky one at the end of the night. And already, as you say, it's been positioned nicely here by Space Station Gaming. Fire Strays have an opportunity to steal.
No way!
Out onto
all
the roof!
The way out! Onto the rooftop, and because Lamp put the C4 on the wall behind it, there's no drop on this right now. Fire Strays have every opportunity, but they find where the pad engage was coming from. They match immediately. Fire Strays, the Shack 50 takes out Normalized, but Lamp is good for 1 refrag. He's good for 2 on his emails. Grad gonna be doing what he can to take out Varian, but Lamp gets the 3rd. A Lamp 3K right now secures this for SSG for 1 more fight.
Wow, I feel sorry for Fire Strays. They did that almost perfectly. The winch onto the roof and then finding SSG just out here in the parking lot. And unfortunately, Lamp just decided to go gung-ho and get every single kill he needed.
With 1 HP as well. Grad doesn't even have the H+ infuser. He just took out Varian at full health with 1 HP.
They forced a spawn far away, Artie.
Oh, that's it. That has to be it for Fire Strays. There's no way that they make it in right now. And actually, you see they're holding on to the pad. But here it is, pad engaged. Remember, there's no drop on this. So as SSG, they have to use an RPG. That RPG is going to be committed right now. T-Mills goes to the surf, and he falls off of it. Fire Strays locking it down, but the steal is getting stalled out. Wait, did that goo hit? At least the witch hit. SSG still in control. There is the last one standing. He might get the shots, but SSG has the cash. That's going to be SSG getting 1 point here in Heat 2.
What a game. I can't believe that's only the first of our 3 versus 3 games, Ardy. We're back onto Sis Horizon next. Vegas, how I will miss you. Perhaps we'll see you later down the line. This has been such a close one. I mean, I cannot say that we're not in for a good night, because these are the 2 teams that did not have points at all. They didn't make it through in that first heat. We saw Envy and Nightmare go through in the first heat instead. So yeah, Varian, wow, 9-4. But I mean, just a more well-rounded performance on the side of SSG and fewer deaths. That's always the stat to look at to see how many team fights you've won, how many you've lost. They stayed on top just that little bit more.
I mean, just look at the fact that throughout that entire thing, Fire Strays still had a stranglehold on SSG, but that whole fight where they were flirting with Cash Out C was everything, where SSG, they knew the stakes. They knew that they needed to have control, and if they plugged that vault without winning the vault fight, then it was just going to fall away from them. So they didn't. And I've never seen something like that in a pro league match before, where they just, neither team ends up winning the forced vault fight. Neither team ends up coming in control of that cash out, because it just goes to the other side of the map. Jerry, genuinely, the macro control from these 2 teams is insane.
Yeah, and that's the level that we're at now in the finals with the pro scene, is that you have to be so many steps ahead of your opposition. You have to have everything planned in advance. We saw at the very end, even that moment of SSG winning that chaotic gunfight and then thinking, right, we got a spawn trap. Like, they are on point. They are locked in. Everyone is here to win a slice of that prize pool. And we go into now Sis Horizon with SSG 1 point, closing that gap. There's now no daylight between themselves and Nightmare, hoping to make it 2.
Hoping to make it 2 indeed, but still 5 points is the name of the game, and they are a long way from 5, no matter how this next map washes out. We'll find out now as Space Station Gaming and Fire Strays make their way on Sis Horizon.
Vault in the hands of Fire Strays with this spawn. We see Grad repositioning his entire team on this far side of campus. They're looking to use that large AC unit as cover, get normalized into a decent spot where he can really leverage that revolver. We've seen just how effective it can be in these clean entry engagements. Out comes the Vanish Bomb, and he's allowed to get into a huge position. Lamp finishing off Sloppy, but that damage from the revolver making its mark known. Normalized finishes off Varian as well. Lamp taking out T-Mills. It was a really nice Vanish Bomb engaged from SSG, getting into excellent positions, all 3 of them. And I don't think that really anyone on the side of Fire Strays took a fair fight there. They all seem to be somehow fighting 1 versus 2s every time.
I mean, that was very convincing from SSG, right? From all the team fights that we saw in the last map on Vegas, nothing has ever been that concise. So we do see SSG have this vault easily. T-Mills, he's on old Trusty. He's on old Faithful.
Yeah. And with the OG sight as well. I love to see it. I feel like this is the best sight on the bike. Here we go, though. The cash out has been started by SSG, and it's right in the middle of the map. I love this objective. It means there's so many different points to have to contend with. You can't really do as much spawn trapping as you'd like. You just have to face the fire. Grad somehow wins that fight against Lothy, or bails his teammate out. That's a heavy down for the side of Fire Strays. Grad chipping in there with damage onto Varian, and this is a foregone conclusion now. T-Mills the last alive. He's going to be toyed with here. Finds a gas canister to stand in and make sure that he's not just stalled out for as long as possible. But they do have plenty more time to go for a second fight here, Roddy.
Oh, 100%. But I mean, this is the second time that Fire Strays just completely gets annihilated by SSG. For as close as it has been, Fire Strays is looking really worse for wear here on Sis Horizon. You can see the spawn manipulation happening right now as Normalize makes sure that they spawn on the side, but unfortunately, it's not going to be the spawn that he predicted. But Grad has figured it out anyway. They see them engage early on here, and right now, both T-Mills and Slothy, they're waiting for Varian to just get involved with that Vanishing Bomb. But Space Age Gaming, they're not budging.
SSG kind of caught out doing recon there. Now they're all split, so Fire Strays have a decent chance of sealing this.
Oh, but Lamp has a drop ready to go. There we go. He's going to drop once more. He has another further drop. Going to be opening the wall. Drop yet again, but that next drop doesn't quite reflect. Do see Fire Strays, though. Pick up one on a Noah. That's going to remove the defibs from this fight. Brad manages to escape while invis, but Lamp is holding on her dear life right now. He just has to get one winch stall. Currently caught out. A few points of damage. He is going to winch it over. Doesn't look like Fire Strays is going to be able to make this even with the one-player advantage. And so now this is just Space Station's box. Doesn't even matter what happens with this fight. Lamp just going to send himself into oblivion as Grad, well, hey, I've got Normalized this trophy anyway, Jerry. I might as well do something with it.
He's wondering whether he should res it or just find a barrel to enter that respawn screen, get Lamp back in sooner. But either way, that was some interesting play there from Fire Strays. I feel like they missed an opportunity after taking down Normalize. They really just needed to force the box because we saw just how smart Grad and Lamp were in that 2 versus 3. Grad was like, don't worry, I trust you, Lamp. You can stall it for a good 10-20 seconds just by yourself. I'm going to be the last line of defense to be the final stall if needed. But Fire Strays never really even asked that question of Grad, of Lamp at all, and it meant that they were able to just run away and avoid confrontation altogether, get the cash for free. So yeah, Fire Strays really just need to hammer home their advantages when they get them. I feel like there's been a couple of instances of that, not just in cash out or in 3v3s, but also in cash out.
Well, we can see here as well, this is the same situation as before, where both teams are just waiting to collect on this vault fight. Early damage means nothing in this moment in time. It takes Fire Strays so long to make their way over to get this cross in the first place. But Vault sits and waits. Grad sitting and waiting for a time to strike, gets caught out. Varian equally caught out. He's going to be the first to fall. Normalizing Lamp is making their way over there. And Slothy and T-Mills, they fall to coins in the stairwell as SSG. They look somehow completely different on Sis Horizon than what we saw from Vegas because, Jerry, that happened so fast.
Yeah, far more comfortable here for them so far. It doesn't feel like we've seen the best version of Fire Strays here, though. It's not like SSG have stepped it up a notch. It really does feel like Fire Strays are just letting this slip away from them. They can't afford to do that. You've got to stay locked in, and it's been a long day so far for them. Now is not the time for fatigue to set in. It's a long road ahead, regardless of whether you win this map or not. Varian getting in close to try and set up this gateway for what will be the first of presumably about 2 pushes here, if they can get in quickly before it's a team fight. I'm not a fan of SSG's positioning here, but I think they're just playing hide and seek.
It works well given the fact that T-Mills is on the pike. They want to just absolutely maximize the damage that they can do while removing long sight lines that T-Mills could possibly take advantage of. And so for now, T-Mills is going to do what he can to prevent any counter winching, but you realize he probably should have shot that C4 first. A little bit of a misstep here, but Slothy going to dive in, start the steal, but Vanishing Bomb going to be throwing them off here. Space Station Gaming, they actually threw a bait bomb here. Now Lamp takes out T-Mills, Grad takes out Varian. Grad, though, 1 HP, could get caught out by Slothy. He does, but Slothy, half HP, no way to heal back up. He gets the winch on the Lamp, but Lamp's going to be able to deal the final damage. And well, there is enough time, Jerry, for one more push, but it seems like Fire Strays have this under control.
Or SSG, rather, but yes, you are completely correct. SSG just being so dominant here. And I feel like they were smart not to fall into the trap there. We saw T-Mill's smart positioning up above the cash out with the pike, and a lesser side would have dived to the point and gotten all the kills and then fallen foul to that positioning potentially. We know how the pike can just constantly damage you. Oh! Grad? I guess he's going for an early pick here, but he's left his team in a 2 versus 3. Can they get there quickly enough, Ardy? That's the question. I think they are. They're going to get there, but there's so much delay on the point here from SSG. They have the winch, they have the gas. And I think it might just be enough. They're going to try and get the kills here, Fire Strays, but Normalize is still alive and kicking, and the timer ends up being their friend. Crazy spawn. Grad was just completely dumbfounded. He ran to the other side of Library and met Fire Strays face to face.
I was just speechless there. I mean, honestly, I wasn't expecting that because Grad was trying to counter that spawn. But then the moment that it just ran in, Grad's just like, hello! And that was, not only that, but it was also SSG's gateway that they took. And so Fire Strays had an additional gateway to be able to get all the way over. So just what an insane set there.
They hit the triple mushroom, the speed boost towards the point. That's an absolute jackpot, and it still didn't work for Fire Strays. So you win some, you lose some, but, well, Fire Strays have lost both here. SSG getting 2 points after that best of 2, and rinse and repeat. We're ready for Heat 3, Rio.
We are ready for Heat 3, but I just got a few things to say about Heat 2 because SSG looked strong. There were some amazing plays in there. And one note, I have written this down a couple of times. I love the revolver. Seeing that in a really skilled hands, it is so cinematic watching them get those kills. Just a side note on everything that I saw there. But really, on the other side of things, Fire Stray's Varian was doing amazing, but his teammates just couldn't seem to work around his kills. And it just was unfortunate because SSG was just really, really strong. So yeah, that was a fun 2v2. I was on the edge of my seat for, I'm sorry, a 3v3 for the best of 2. I was at the edge of my seat for the entire map. But as Jerry said, let's take a look at the bracket real quick and talk about the next heat, because we're going to start things over once again. We have 2 teams with 2 points, but this is a race to 5 points. All of the teams here trying to get 5, and the way that they do that is they start out in a cash out with all 4 of these teams, and the top 2 teams that make it on in there will go into a best of 2 in a 3v3 format. From there, if they win one or both of their matches, they will get a point. So right now, we still have quite a ways to go before anybody is on Heat point, or all the way up to 4 points. But this next match could bring us there if SSG or Nightmare come into the next 3v3s. And to break it on down a little bit further than that, Jerry, what do you think, or what do you expect going into this next cash out? Because we've got some pretty one-sided teams here so far.
Well, it's interesting because you wouldn't say that you'd want to bring Fire Strays through or bring Envy through to any 3 versus 3 situation, but that's the situation we're in right now, where whoever happens to be sitting right on top of the pile during this particular cash out we're going into are going to look to those sides. They're going to look to enable Envy or Fire Strays and try and prevent SSG and Nightmare from going through. These sorts of cash outs have very strange dynamics, but sometimes just because, you know, half the teams are favored, half the teams are not, it can play out just like a normal cash out. In fact, we kind of saw that in the last cash out game. It was so close from start to finish, and whoever was on top didn't really have a say in who went through anyway, that it could be that this is where the sort of sweet spot is for this format, when you get 4 teams that are pretty much on a level playing field.
100%.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, but we're going to get started once again. So, Artie and Jerry, take us into cash out.
Thank you, Rio. Always happy to check in with you, buddy. I can't believe, Jerry, that this is like Heat 3, and we still have so much more to see from these teams. And on Bernal, this is where it could get a little bit different, because now, I mean, if T-Mills wants to commit to the Pike, then this is a great spot. But CBO1, this is an absolute playground for those long-range engagements.
It absolutely is. There's a reason this gets picked so often in 3 versus 3s nowadays, is because if you have that setup and you're confident in your medium in particular to get those picks from long range, with its, whether it's the Pike or the Repeater or the Revolver, you can establish high ground, you can establish dominance. And I think everyone coming into this game backs their team, backs their playstyle on their day. So there's going to be a lot of confidence regardless surging through this lobby. We're going to tune in here with Fire Strays up against Nightmare on the right-hand side of your screen, purple and red. Slothy taking a bit of damage here through this angle.
Yeah, Slothy on the SA-1216 on Bernal is certainly one of the picks of all time. I mean, I don't understand that swap off very much here, especially given the fact that Nightmare absolutely wiping the floor on a little bit of range. And Varian, though, he is good to clutch up at least one, but Uni is still available. The chase through Lasagna does see Varian on top of the door. He's able to escape for a little bit, but Uni does track him down eventually. That means Envy and Fire Strays, the first two teams get wiped out here. Nightmare and SSG, well, they're looking to start off strong. SSG gets the first plug all the way up here. But on the other side of this Trentia building, it does seem like SSG might get engaged by Nightmare a little bit earlier than expected. And here comes Envy as well, but they've got their own... Wait, Nightmare's plugging. Where we go?
Yeah. Envy didn't have a very good go of that first fight against SSG. Only one kill for them, if the catch tallies tell us that. Tempted still being locked in here by SCN and Envy. He's being watched, and the C4 is triggered at the opportune moment to delay as much time as possible. Lasagna finds the kill onto his opposite number, though. SCN going down. Gremlin trades out the heavy as well. It's only Sushi left as the light, and that is a great shot coming out from Gremlin. Alert to the threat, and Nightmare staying on top for now.
Uni was just watching that unfold as he got the pinch. We jump over to SSG and we watch the very last moments as Grad, Lamp, and Normalize just wipe out Fire Strays yet again. We're watching just a repeat of the last two sets of 3v3s.
The team swapped round, right? The team swapped round, but it's the same result regardless. SSG win, Nightmare win, Fire Strays die, Envy die. Just pick your poison at this point if you're pink or red.
But we're looking to see as SSG, well, they want to know whether their next engagement will be a third party or not. So Grad is set up on a scout. Envy does look to make their way in, and it's not going to be a third party. This is just a pure 1v1 here, Envy versus SSG. Gateway is going to come through, but gets glitched out, so Stooge crosses on his own.
Interesting, yeah. He just needs to... He needs to find a decent position, maybe draw some of the fire away from the rest of his team here. And he does so smartly with a couple of shots, and that is allowing the rest of his team to cross. But they are being gobbled up as they go to that roof and end up fighting a 2 versus 3 on it. Lamp not very good there as he's taken out by Stooge, who manages to grab his teammate, but Normalize and Grad are still both up, and they can easily gobble him back up. That's a quick cash out going the way of SSG. We hop on over to the other cash out right now, being defended by Nightmare, and they've got to fend off Fire Strays. They've done so. Fire Strays aren't even trying for that final steal. They're just going to reposition for Vault 3.
Yeah, Vault 3 just spawns off the back of that, but yeah, just great motions from SSG. I mean, this is what I'm saying about the Vanishing Bomb. The Vanish Bomb pad RPG engage is so good, and for SSG, there's really just nothing else that they need to do. They haven't mastered at this point. Envy, well, they're suffering because of that. We can see with 5 minutes remaining, it's 15K, 15K, and then less than 2K on both the remaining. This is an insane setup here that I didn't expect. But for Envy, this next fight is going to be everything. They're starting to engage up against Nightmare here, and they do finally have a good approach. But the fact of the matter is, Uni just escaped with his life again. Nightmare is still in control of the cash out. Envy trying to collapse it on Gremlin, but they can't catch up. This continues to happen, Gary.
Every single medium in this lobby is running either the repeater or the revolver, I believe. And I haven't checked in on T-Mels. He might be on the pike, but either way, you can see what it does to teams playing Omber now, having to go this close at a long range. But the SA-12 is still going to be effective here from Busy as Stooge taps in to help out, finding Gremlin. Lasagna and Uni, though, find the kills in response. And Nightmare, they aren't going to let it slip. They've been so dominant here so far in Bernal. Lasagna diving in with the final shot onto Busy. And Envy just cannot get anything going here. Nightmare and SSG continuing their dominance here on Bernal so far.
Oh, but Fire Stray is about to get into another engagement with SSG, but it looks a little bit scary here. I mean, T-Mills is waiting
he's on the
for
FAMAS.
something. On the FAMAS here, waiting for something to happen where he's not going to be donating a pad for his team. He is on the pinch angle as Slothy gets taken out immediately. And it's just a weird moment of timing. Varian almost has the opportunity to chase down Grad, but he doesn't hit the dash into the window. And it's a sloppy approach from Fire Strays here, where T-Mills will try to find Slothy's trophy, but I feel like SSG is just poised right on top of it. They have full control at the current moment. So whatever's happening here, we're gonna let that play out. We look to see Nightmare versus Envy happen on the other side of things. Busy and STN, well, they're looking to try to get the cash out of their spot, but Busy gets RPG'd by Grem. Luckily for Envy, they are gonna be able to get that res, but immediately it's pressed and aggressed. Nightmare feeling so good right now. Suge gets picked off. Envy looks very worse for wear right now as Nightmare just capitalizes on the chaos. They're gonna be able to follow through with it, but Fire Strays, now that, well, Slothy's up, Varian's down, and this is just another awful approach here, where Space Station Gaming, they look so secure, Jerry.
Yeah, and I know Fire Strays, you know, they've got the FAMAS. They're going for this scrappy style that we saw them employ on Fortune Stadium to quite good effect, you have to say, but there's not the third parties at play in this map that they can benefit from, and they're having to take fair 3v3s at almost a disadvantage, and they're playing straight into the setups that SSG are making. That said, some great shots from T-Mills puts them at an edge here. Slothy potentially going down. No, he's healed back up. T-Mills and Varian coming in. Lamp gets the trade onto Slothy, but he's the only one left standing for SSG, and he's going to get chased down by Varian. The steal is absolutely on here as they wipe SSG, and Fire Strays have scrapped their way back into contention in this cash-out game.
Wow, I did not expect that. But on the other side of it, Envy, they're going to try to force the steal a little bit too early, and they are paying the price for it. Gremlin, he's going to be good for 2 there. And not only that, but we do still have the rest of Nightmare still up to try to counter Stooge. Stooge finds one, but Uni, he's the clutch king. He's going to do this every time. So Envy is not as successful as Fire Strays coming through this, but even with Fire Strays' success, after so many team wipes and so much just absolutely abhorrent plays before that, they are still $100 behind SSG. SSG with 17K in the bank. This is insanity. And Nightmare, they are going to have the opportunity to dictate who comes with them the next set of 3v3 final rounds.
We've seen that a couple of times already, but this is the most dominant that we've seen Nightmare so far. Like you say, they are standing over the top of Vault 5. They don't even need to tap it. They just wait. At the moment, SSG looking to probably try and plug 6. Fire Stray setting up on B, the nearest of the 2 objectives, to try and prevent that plug. But looks like SSG are going the opposite direction. Fire Strays are bet on the wrong horse.
Oh yeah, and Envy's about to discover what kind of hold Nightmare has, and it is not one that you can easily call
It's a
out.
stranglehold, Artie.
Yeah, that's the kind of hold. It's all 10 fingers wrapped around the throat. Nightmare's not even going to be tapping the vault. They don't need to. SSG, though, they might need to plug. So they're going to set themselves up in a situation where if they need to get extra money to stay up in front of Fire Strays, they could possibly plug. But
It's worth saying here that Fire Strays only needs to target SSG. If they can get kills and a wipe onto SSG, they could actually put themselves ahead just in terms of cash alone. And in fact, they're going for kills elsewhere. SSG checking out of this game might not be the play here because, of course, Fire Strays have that opportunity to go for kills. That's why they're sitting on the box. 1 kill behind now. It could be close, and yeah, SSG need to think about whether they go for a late plug if Fire Strays continue performing well like this. But down goes Varian. As I say that, they've met Nightmare.
oh, but there we go. Lamp going to be able to secure 1 kill before Fire Strays can, and that secures SSG. The 1 kill, though, here's Slothy. Uni donates the kill! Uni donates the kill! Nightmare's donating kills! Nightmare just gifted Fire Strays! What? Oh, my God!
We've never seen this before! SSG! Oh, he flips him off! Gremlin!
Oh, my God!
That is one hell of a way to grief out SSG.
Oh my God, it was down to 1 kill and SSG went hunting up against Envy, and then Envy started winning the fight, and Nightmare realized that they had the opportunity to do the funniest thing ever.
Yeah. Slothy got 3 kills that game, and I think it was all at the end there. He got a solo wipe on Nightmare to get through $400 above SSG. That is incredible. That's what this format does to teams. And SSG, off the back of claiming 2 points, are now not in a best of 2. It's going to be Nightmare and Fire Strays in the best of 2 for Heat 3.
Yeah. Oh my God, that was one of the most finals things I've ever seen, and I've never seen anything like that. Both of my co-casters here we've been in this for so long, and it's crazy to see us speechless. That was amazing. That was next level griefing a team in. Yeah, Artie, break that down just a little bit more because holy cow.
It's one of those things where you know it's possible and you know that there's a possibility that it can happen. And this is the most textbook definition of Nightmare can choose who comes with them, right? Nightmare had every opportunity to walk in front of SSG's bullets as well. But when it came down to it, they saw SSG was losing up against their fight against Envy. Envy did not grant them kills. They absolutely could have. Envy wasn't making it no matter what. And Envy decided SSG has more points. And if SSG gets that final round, there's a chance they get closer to the end. We need to make sure that they're not getting that. Envy tried to wipe them. And at the same time, Nightmare's like, Fire Strays doesn't have any points yet. Let's bring them over. Let's come on through. We'll see you. We'll see you in the final round. But I mean, Rio, it's it's possible. You just don't expect it to happen in officials.
And one more thing as well. SSG at the very end there, they sealed their own fate by not plugging. Right? They had the vault for like a whole minute and a half.
They had the vault. Right. They had a gateway. Grad was poised to bring it over. They could have plugged. SSG did that to themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I love this. This is such an interesting format because griefing is so inherent almost, and then we get new types of griefing that we've never seen before. So wow, we're gonna now see Nightmare go against the Fire Strays. Do you have any thoughts on this matchup? Are we gonna see some points from Fire Strays? I mean, somebody has to go up against Nightmare, right?
You wouldn't choose to, especially not after that cash out game, right? They were absolutely flawless. I'm not even sure they got wiped at any point, Nightmare. They just dominated that game. They haven't lost any 3 versus 3s. They came last in the previous cash out. Besides that, they've won every single match, first place, so that they've played. They are clear favourites here, Nightmare, and Fire Strays have to up their game to get through. They won't be fed kills anymore here.
Yeah, I think that into this next engagement, I feel like Gremlin, Uni, and Lasagna, I feel like their buttons are gonna work this time, right? When they meet them up towards the top. But genuinely, yeah, it felt like Fire Strays was struggling. And granted, the one time that they did win their team fight up against SSG after again another long and weird drawn out battle, it did feel good. I think Varian is ready to bring the heat somewhere, but the question is Varian going to be able to bring the heat to Uni?
Oh, it's going to be a great light battle, though. I mean, Varian versus Uni, and then I think it's interesting, too, because T-Mills is maybe the variable factor here, because he has amazing games, and then he has some games that his teammates aren't really able to work with him. So if Varian and T-Mills can get some really good kills together, ooh, this might be spicy. I mean, somebody has to be able to take on Nightmare in 3v3s. That's what I'm hopeful for, anyway.
It's a very different threat as well. You know, Nightmare looked absolutely indomitable against MV. You know, the first game was quite close on Nozomi Citadel, but then they looked absolutely on top of things on Cis Horizon. We are going to Nozomi Citadel, so this may be a decent chance for Fire Strays to potentially get a point.
We also get another chance for Gremlin to get another winch goo barrel play here. I don't know.
You can do that anywhere.
We're gonna find out. And you guys take us into Nozomi Citadel for this next 3v3.
Thank you so much, Rio. Here we go on to Nozomi Citadel. Thank you so much, Rio. Thank you so much, Rio.
Thank you so much, Rio. I mean, dude, I think it was hilarious when it came back to the cameras and Rio and I both had the same like mouth open position. It's just that's what happens. But yeah, like we said, Nightmare chose to have Fire Strays come through. Let's see if it was the right choice coming into this. A really easy joke I could make that won't happen. So we're gonna look to see Gremlin doing what he can to get early opening damage as Sloppy rotates around in this top rope position is gonna be good for Fire Strays. The winch though, almost coming through, but he knows he's not gonna be able to pull them over the top, instead overextending. Not the right choice there for Sloppy, as Lasagna is able to collapse in on that kill with the CBO1. A Nightmare, they are a bit worse for wear here, but Fire Strays, they're falling left and right as Lasagna continues to show dominance.
T-Mills being left alone there to struggle by himself. On the subject of that low-hanging fruit, that easy joke that we have now agreed to retire. I would like to say the final words on it, that Fire Strays truly have been catching some Fire Strays over the course of their career. And now we move past it. So, Nightmare defending Cash Out A. And who'd have thunk it? They're on top.
Who would have thunk? That is the question. Nightmare currently poised to, well, start a little bit of scouting, and that scouting will leave Varian with 25 HP. He's going to have to burn the Vanishing Bomb now with an 18-second recharge. It will come back fast enough, but let's be real, Team and Slothy aren't even in a position to use it anyway. We will see a pad RPG engage try to come through, but it's not going to be free. Right now, Lasagna is in total control, and Gremlin dives the damage! Lasagna gets early damage, Gremlin dives in, Lasagna finishes it off. This is Lasagna's story through and through, and Varian tries to get back shots in, but it's not going to work. Slothy, 75 HP, Uni chasing him down. Jerry, it's a tale as old as time.
Nightmare finding a pair of 2v1s there. And Slothy finds a nice toxic canister to end it all. Lasagna has the only kills in the lobby so far. It's a bit mad. And they've got two team wipes effectively and only 4 kills necessary for it. That's how on top of things they are. Fire Strays are losing fights before they even all die.
I mean, this is Nightmare's dominance. This is Nightmare's complete return to form. Seeing Fire Strays now getting this early cross, but the timer is absolutely not on their side, Jerry. I mean, even if they win this fight, there's just no way, right? There's no way. So we'll see what happens. Nightmare currently sitting at the very top once again. No early damage this time. Good pathing from Fire Strays, but it's only worth so much. Lasagna has the pad ready to go to close the gap when this fight does happen, but already the timer is ticked too far. Fire Strays won't be getting this cash out. Uni will be getting the kill on the Slothy as Gremlin now dives into the staircase to finish off T-Mills, and Varian is deleted faster than we can even camera over.
Crazy.
Lasagna just gets those shots, and Jerry, it's so clean from Nightmare.
They didn't even really need Lasagna here. He had a lovely view of everything happening. Maybe landed some shots on Varian there, but Uni had already basically killed him. Slothy, Gremlin won his 1v1. There's nothing going for Fire Strays right now. They are, you know, this is the kind of game that hits your mental more than anything as well. Like, and that's doing, I feel like we've got to stop talking about how poor Fire Strays have looked maybe, because they haven't looked bad. They haven't looked that bad. Nightmare have just never looked better than this.
Absolutely, especially when Uni is at the very top looking down with a 9-3R. It's always looked good for Uni in that position. And yeah, granted, they just got the res on the Varian, but defib sickness is only going to take you so far. Uni manages to survive the red barrel, and with that Vanish, going to be able to escape out the backside. Do a little bit of extra damage. Known red barrel will open up a pathway to shoot down T-Mills. T-Mills falls into coins. Slothy falls into coins thanks to Lasagna and Nightmare. Once again, say it with me now, chat, look perfect.
You know what? And you know what tells me that Nightmare are so confident right now? Is that they are overconfident, because in this situation, you do not kill the last man, do you? They are just rolling on vibes right now. They are actually ignoring the optimal macro play and saying, you know what, no, if we wipe you, then we feel good about ourselves and we put you in the mud. So let's just keep doing that over and over again until we win this game. That's the mentality of Nightmare right now. And if you know anything about esports, once a team is in that state, they are the most terrifying thing. They are a literal nightmare right now.
Absolutely. And I mean, this is just interesting plays through and through for Fire Strays. I mean, that gateway rollout took so long anyway, it wasn't even worth it. Now you have no way to swap height with Nightmare, who is absolutely taking advantage of that. And Varian, once again, has to burn the Vanishing Bomb on himself to escape. Nightmare still on that top rope, still has the opportunity to just collapse in. Everything's still set up for them. Fire Strays can't even winch the cash out into a position that they can take advantage of. They finally do. It's now inside of the stairwell. This isn't an advantageous position. This is just a new angle for Gremlin to take advantage of, and he's going to be able to deal a little bit of damage. He takes out 2 of them before going down himself. And Slothy's already at 50 HP. That's the end of the game. That's another point to Nightmare. That's Nightmare. 3 points towards a victory.
Now, the question is, does Uni donate a gateway to allow Fire Strays to close the gap and get a last, so that Nightmare can get 3 more kills?
No.
You know, is that what happens here? I wonder. I don't think it's going to happen, but...
Yeah, I mean, he can also just try to get to the spawn as fast as possible to let Fire Strays get the kills.
He's going for the fight.
He
wants more.
This would be the most BM that I've ever seen in the finals if he just lets them kill him right now. I mean, yeah, Fire Strays, it was a good attempt. It was a good
They're considering it all. And they're looking at the TSM skin like,
Wow. What an insane setting, to say the least. This is unprecedented levels of hate right now.
Yeah, that was the most whitewash I've ever seen. In a grand final scenario, let's just paint the picture here. We have the top 4 teams in NA. Arguably some of the best teams in the world right now. And Nightmare have just done that to, what, like, I suppose you could argue 4th place seed in NA, right? That is disgusting. This is not a bad team that we've just watched get demolished.
Yeah, I mean, 002, crazy scoreline. And Fire Strays, remember, they looked pretty good before. And all day, they have looked pretty solid, no matter what situation they were up against. But now is the question of, is this just Nightmare at their absolute best? Because I have not seen Gremlin make a mistake at all. I have not seen Gremlin misstep once. I have not seen Lasagna miss a CBO one-shot. And then Uni is always perfect. So this is just straight up, he's Hank J. Wimbledon it.
You know, it's funny what recency bias will do, because Uni strikes me as like one of the most hot and cold light players in the world. When he's hot, he's the hottest. But that is what we're seeing right now, is we're seeing him at his best. So an unstoppable Uni is not going to be stopped by any immovable object. There are no immovable objects in this group left. I'm losing faith, Ardy. Are we going to only see 4 heats here? Because it looks like we're speeding our way towards 4 points for Nightmare. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. They still only have 3 as it stands. When it comes to the next cash out, you cannot allow Nightmare to get through. No way.
Exactly.
Regardless of whether they get this next point or not, that next heat that they go through to the best of 2s, they could win the whole thing. They'll be on championship point.
Yeah, this is insane. So, I mean, I'm looking for Fire Strays to really change something up right now and stop just matching Nightmare, because, again, coming into this week, I was watching the scrims all week, and I had never seen Envy look better. And then Nightmare comes through, and Nightmare just decimates Envy. That tells you where Nightmare is right now as a team. And this is just absolutely incredible. I gotta say, shout out to Z for what he's doing with this team on the macro. Shout out to Gremlin for what he's doing with being able to call this team. Fire Strays, they've been spotted out now as they cross their way over into Horizon, make their way to campus, and this is the early damage on Lasagna that shows me that Fire Strays is trying to change some things up. That damage is traded back, and immediately, Nightmare's boo-boos are healed up.
Some hope for them here. I feel like reminding you at this point that Fire Strays looked even worse on Cis Horizon in their last best of 2 up against, it was SSG. So there's still quite some distance for them to improve to really expect me to switch my predictions here. But Nightmare, as you can see at the top of your screen, 3 points to their names, looking for a 4th before that final heat. And Fire Stray still looking for their first, despite making it through to this second set of best of 2s that they've played so far. They're going to try and cross here with this gateway. They managed to get in underneath on this library side. And step 1 completed, as I like to say, but 30 seconds already elapsed for Nightmare, and they have decent power positions.
Yeah, this is Fire Strays trying to make their way over. This is it is a pad RPG engage, but Nightmare's on the other side of the building. So this library, well, it doesn't make it easy for Fire Strays to be able to read Nightmare. His Nightmare now takes their own pad vanish. They got that, but Slothy knows about it. Varian also has been known about. Once again, Varian not going to be able to donate that vanish to the team. Instead, has to survive. 7 seconds later, that health's going to come back through, but we need to see T-Mills more active, more engaged. That early damage needs to be collapsed in on, but Gremlin needs to do his own damage here. Gremlin takes out Slothy immediately. There goes T-Mills. Varian falls off screen yet again. You've seen it time in memoriam. Nightmare is solid here in the library.
That was incredible. Look at Gremlin here, pick up the smoke canister and stand in this aggressive position, waiting for any cross. He spies that one, immediately hits them with the RPG out of the smoke. Fire Strays had no idea that Gremlin was being so aggressive, just standing out in the open like that, and it paid off hugely for Nightmare. they've already basically confirmed this first cash out off the back of that aggression and that confidence from Gremlin. You do not do that unless you're already 3 points up.
Oh, 100%. And, well, now it's time for the final fight here, but immediately Fire Strays just realizes it's not happening. They're going to take this engagement no matter what, though. Here is the Vanishing Bomb coming through, and with this little bit of early damage, Nightmare just backs Uni away into the safety of Lasagna's heal beam, and that's all they needed to do. So Fire Strays, they are still trying to take this at face value, trying to face check into Nightmare, but Nightmare's just running away. Nightmare's like, okay, we're done here. And this is Fire Strays being read like a book in the library.
Yeah, the Nightmare are winning on so many fronts right here. You know, they're winning the gunfights. They're winning the macro. They're even improvising with little micro strategies like that smoke canister. Excuse me, I'm losing my words for a second. There's Uni. Backs up my point by winning a 1v1 against the light. Go figure. And yeah, this is just Nightmare all over, just executing a pure clinic. If you want to know how to play the finals perfectly, this is all that. I'm running out of ways to say this, Hardy. I feel like I've broken record.
It's just the Uni masterclass here in Gremlin as well, as he just lands that winch on the T-Mills like he does every single time. Lasagna gets the elbow right into Slothy's face holes, and that's Nightmare. They've won the vault fight here in the art gallery. Possibly going to be taking this out to the campus or workspace. I think this is a workspace point that they're headed towards. And, well, they're going to have more than enough time. Nope, they're going to campus. Here we go.
Does it really matter where they go?
No. No. I mean, I was going to make a whole point about how, okay, if it's campus, Fire Strays might be able to cross through, but no, it doesn't matter.
Well, they got to start hitting shots. They got to start making kills, getting strats. Is that dash pads? Get the gateway up sooner rather than later.
Varian didn't make it. He didn't make it across. Varian stuck out in the open. And Uni's about to collapse in, but oh, good damage to the back there. T-Mills takes advantage of the situation. He knows Uni's going to press. But Varian still needs to cross here. Uni still up at the top.
Oh, that's
Lasagna, big headshot there, but Uni still takes out T-Mills.
That was the best chance they've had so far to make something of this. Varian now trying to rescue it here, but it's still a 2 versus 2. Not unwinnable here for Fire Strays. Varian looking to hit that regen just a little bit longer before he re-peaks Uni, who's in his perfect perch. That's beautiful heads-up play with the Vanishing Bomb there. Doesn't get the kill on the other side of it, but Slothy is just nowhere to be seen in this situation. There we go, he's getting the res. This could prove useful. 3 versus 3 now as we're back to level pegging. And a little bit more chaos might work out for Fire Strays.
I mean, this is still the most winnable it's looked for Fire Strays. They've actually made it into the building relatively unscathed. They clear the drop. They're going to be able to winch it into an advantageous position for them. And now on full bottom, they know that they have to try to bait Nightmare out here. But is this one where they commit? The winch misses from Gremlin. They have to stop this steal now. Unfortunately, they don't stop it in time. Slothy, super low. T-Mills a little bit late to the heel, and that's going to cost him as Gremlin gets the kill on a Slothy. Varian gets one trade, though. Fire Strays, it's a 2-on-1. Do they have the presence to heal, though? Uni's in the back. Uni has always clutched these, but he's getting the nerves ahead of him. He doesn't get the shots, and Fire Strays, they're up by 1 cash out. The most winnable it's been.
Varian with the 4 kills to make it happen. Wowee. I can't believe I just said wowee on cast, but that's what it does to you. And yeah, you back Uni in this situation almost every time. But yeah, that's nerves. That's just a little bit of nerves creeping in right there for Nightmare, which is crazy considering how confident they've been up until that very moment.
I mean, like I said for Fire Strays, they just have to be able to get early damage and capitalize on it. And they were able to still win that with a little bit of that mistake with the late heals. And so it is promising for Fire Strays that they can put themselves into a good position with early damage. But that's what Nightmare's good at avoiding. And for now, that is a bit of a wasted RPG as Gremlin just gets healed through that early damage. And he gets the winch onto Slothy anyway. And Slothy goes down. And there's Varian and T-Mills taking the rest of the damage. But Varian's good for 1. Half HP. All Lasagna has to do is hit 1. He's going to be able to get the res here as well. Varian now just trying to survive, but as that CBO1 starts to clap in, it looks like Nightmare does have this under control, but Varian escapes his life for now, Gary.
I was going to really compliment Gremlin on the back of what I was expecting to be a Nightmare victory here before that at the end of that last cash out, because he's been playing fantastically. if I had to single it out, Uni's missing some shots. Lasagna's missing some shots. Gremlin is still locked the grip in. I just tried to censor myself and did a really bad job of it. But yeah, he is locked in, and he's making the difference so far, just keeping himself that sturdy rock for his team. He's got a cash out in hand, or the vault in hand right now. Uni's going hunting out in the open. Doesn't quite get what he needs. Slothy is down to low HP, but he gets juiced back up. And they're just working out what they're going to do. There we go. That should do wonders for Lasagna's confidence.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what Lasagna was missing on that last one, where he had full control. But at the very least, now Nightmare's back in. That's worst case scenario for Fire Strays. As Nightmare's playing with their food right now, they're kind of making progress towards this plug. There it is. Plug's going to happen here. Fire Strays actually have a really good chance at coming in here. That's Varian allowing the team to get in as long as that gateway lands where it needs to. Here we go. Fire Strays now engaging this fight. This is the best they've looked so far, but early damage mitigated. Here we are. Fire Strays still have the RPG pad engaged. Nightmare holds the very, very top. RPG doesn't do much here for them, Jerry.
He was gambling on maybe removing that high ground from Gremlin. They were never really going to capitalize on that damage, but they do have the opportunity to bring this down a few floors. They've got the C4 if he can jump up as well. I don't know if that landed where he wanted it. Yes, it did, in fact. But it's still another floor above.
Yeah, 1 floor too low. They thought they would
We
possibly
missed the
find
D-mat.
an easy red barrel.
We really missed the D-mat in this meta.
Well, actually, no. They're going to try to clear this out with the C4 that Nightmare has, and that will allow a double drop, which should make this a little bit easier.
A triple drop at this point, right?
Yeah, let's see what's going to happen. They break the C4 here. Wait a second.
Why?
Oh, it doesn't hit. Unfortunately, there's the double drop all the way down. Triple drop now all the way down. And still, though, Nightmare hasn't budged. Uni does have the flank angle on the bottom floor here as both Lasagna and Gremlin stay up top there. Gremlin still hasn't used the RPG just yet. The dome is going to go to waste here. But this is one final fight that remains in this lobby. Uni takes the first on a Varian, but it's traded. Without Uni, Nightmare could lose this, but there's only T-Mills remaining at the end of that winch. It's Nightmare taking the win as Lasagna hits every shot he needs to, hits every heal he needs to. Nightmare is on 4 points.
Absolutely crazy display from Nightmare in this best of 2. A little bit of a stumble in the middle of Sis Horizon. We'll put it down to that. Otherwise, incredibly dominant. And I mean, regardless of the fact that they're on 4 points, you wouldn't want to face Nightmare in any 3 versus 3. From this point on, they look unstoppable. Everyone is going to be trying to prevent them from getting through to those best of 2s now, because they are only 1 3 versus 3 away from sealing themselves as NA champs.
I mean, Jerry, if we thought that Nightmare had a target painted on their backs before, I think now is when we will finally see that target be realized. Let's bring in Rio, because Rio, it was a little bit of domination coming out of the side of Nightmare.
Just a little bit of domination, and it's really easy to tell just from my notes because there basically are very few notes. I mean, map 1 on Citadel, it was just one-sided. Nightmare never lost more than 1 teammate in an entire battle, and yeah, that's just pure domination. On the other side, though, on Sis, there was one moment that basically Uni missed, and they were able to get a flip on there and get something going. We saw a little bit of energy, saw a little bit of momentum, but unfortunately, Nightmare is just looking quite terrifying for everybody. So that brings up the question, what is this cash out going to look like? Are we finally going to see Nightmare being edged out where everybody tries to grief them out? What do you think, Artie?
I mean, I never thought I would see the day where we could potentially see SSG and Envy working together. But this is, like, okay, there's a meme in the finals of, like, imagine how much cash we could get if we all worked together, if everyone was just friends. And, like, this is genuinely the time where that could happen. Because not only does SSG not want Envy to go through to the next one, but, or sorry, SSG not want Nightmare to go through the next one. Envy doesn't want Nightmare to go through the next one. Fire Strays don't want Nightmare to go through the next one.
Yeah.
And I genuinely think that if Nightmare is just granted a box here, it's all over.
It could happen. And we should bring up the bracket just to see where we're at and really paint that picture. Because, of course, SSG are sitting on a couple of points themselves. So they are not without their own target on their backs. But at this point, people probably don't care about that so much. Nightmare on championship point, as you mentioned, after that rolling over Fire Strays. And this is how it works. In case you're just joining us, we are running this back. A cash-out game to see who will get through to the best of twos. And then if you win one of those, you gain a point. That's why we're hoping, or everyone is hoping, that Nightmare don't get through, because it's first to 5 and they're already on 4. Now, I want to preempt a weird situation that may happen in the upcoming cash out where, let's say Nightmare look like they're going to go through. Let's say that they dominate another cash out game, as they have done almost all day now. And it looks like they want to try and drag Fire Strays through. Do Fire Strays pull the "we can't defeat you, but they can," and send through SSG or Envy instead? Because at this point, Fire Strays probably don't want to fight again against Nightmare. They'll probably take any of the other teams as a better poison, you know, if they have to pick one.
I have no idea, but we're about to find out, and you guys are going to take us through it. So enjoy the show on the Zomi Citadel.
Thank you, Rio. I mean, yeah, I was thinking from the other perspective, right? Of like, if there's Envy in Space Station and they know that they can't do it, they would just grief Fire Strays because they don't want Fire Strays to go through. But I do think
they'll fuck each other, yeah.
Yeah, so I think that the other way around is probably more possible for Fire Strays, where they would just help somebody else to get in.
We're putting the disrespect on Fire Strays slightly here, but let's remember that Nightmare also went 2-0 in the best of 2 against Envy earlier. So, is there any team that they can't beat? They haven't faced SSG yet. That's the only matchup we haven't yet seen Nightmare dominate on at all, because they haven't played it.
Oh, Variant!
Taking out Normalize, coming out with the big guns to take out SSG, and Lamp swinging back though with 2 of his own grad, picks up the final one, and Fire Strays, just as they look like they might have a fire in their belly, wiped out by the remainder of SSG. SSG on top for that fight. Envy versus Nightmare, and if this is anything like Bernal, Envy will be terrified of that 3 versus 3. They're actually going to throw the box as far away as possible. They're playing the macro. They're making sure that Nightmare can't plug.
There it is. I mean, that's what you want to see. Every single team needs to stop the Nightmare. And at the very least, though,
Nightmare just gone and grabbed the other cash box instead.
Oh my goodness. Well, Space Station, they're well on their way, and all they need to do now is play their own game. We do see Envy working on their res. Fire Strays would be getting engaged here to Nightmare. This is the time where Envy gets to wake up. This is the moment to get this third party. This is what we were saying. Nightmare's going to get focused. This is what's happening now.
Yeah, absolutely. SSG being afforded that freebie on the other side of the map, and I think at this point, Nightmare know that they're going to have a bit of a problem. So they've actually abandoned A entirely. They're going to target SSG. And now Envy have got to read the situation, and they're running across the map. Cue the Benny Hill team.
Envy has played 5D chess. They realize that there's no way that Fire Strays beat Nightmare, and that they have to actually be dialing it out on the other side of the map. And so Envy is trying to figure out where Nightmare is, and they're pushing SSG because that's where they think Nightmare is, because there's no way Fire Strays beat it. But Nightmare is doing an additional layer of 5D chess because Nightmare knows Envy is about to come in third party because nobody's dying. So nobody is going for the fight right now, and Nightmare is finally taking the engagement towards Fire Strays because they've wasted enough time, and now Envy realizes they burned too much time, and they have to go fight SSG on B.
What is this game, Arnie? At some point, they have to start shooting each other. SSG are very happily gathering their cash. They know that they're setting themselves up for a game where they might be in control of the proceedings. Envy closing them down now on B, but that has left Nightmare fighting Fire Strays on the other side of the map. No one wants that to happen.
Well, I mean, Fire Strays has the box right now. We'll see how it goes. Look at the top right of the map. They're dying a little bit. Let's see Envy, though. Envy, they started to steal a little bit too early. That fire is going to deal a little bit of damage to STN just out of range. They hold it through, but no, at the very last moment, Lamp gets the winch. That's going to stop that dead in its tracks. But Fire Strays on the other side, they're still holding on to their box. I'm looking at Envy getting absolutely wiped out by SSG. We see Fire Strays, they're about to lose control. Nightmare is holding on. Let's see what's going to happen. No, Nightmare, they get the swap at the very right moment. Fire Strays, they can't get into a spot to contest it. It's Nightmare and SSG currently at the top, but Fire Strays, they do still have a moment to make this work now. They've lost control of it, and now at the very least, let's see if Fire Strays can take this fight up against Nightmare without Lasagna. Lasagna not even pointing in. He doesn't even need it at this moment.
And we really did try to keep track of the bigger picture at the very start, but I think they got in their own heads and started thinking, you know, I hate this game. I just want to go and fight someone. I want to make sure that we are in control of our own destiny. They go for that attempted steal on SSG. It doesn't work out for them. And now finally we see Fire Strays getting a lot of kills against the Nightmare. In fact, they may well wipe them here. Lasagna about to go down. Yes, he is. There we go. The wipe onto Nightmare. We haven't said that in a while.
So Fire Strays wipes Nightmare. That happened once in the last set, in the last best of 2. But now we do see SSG in control of yet another box, but it's difficult. They are being held out right now. Oh, this is a death scenario right now, as both cash outs are on the opposite side of the gap, Jerry.
I'm currently watching a bit of a PowerPoint presentation, so Artie, I'm going to have to ask you to keep going.
Got you. I mean, over here on the Nozomi Citadel, across that gap, the Operations Center on the buy side, the Cyber Cafe on the CNS side, anything can happen, and this is where third parties are the most ripe. Now, Cash Out C is currently underway in favor of Envy, and SSG, they've just had their box stolen. Envy's going for the double right now! Oh my goodness, Envy doubling the second set of cash outs on the Cyber Cafe, and it happens. It's gonna land out in the offices here, and this is insanity. We also see Slothy dealing a little bit of extra damage, taking out Grad. This is looking good for Fire Strays, and Nightmare, this is the actual death spiral if they do not get this, because this is Envy and SSG about to come into first place right now, which is best case scenario for everybody else.
Absolutely, that is what you want if you're a neutral here, to see this keep on going and see another series between SSG, and this time it will be Envy. But of course, we're so far off the end of the map right now. Could go any way, and look, everyone just playing the waiting game around Cash Out C.
What's happening? What? I mean,
no one wants to pull the trigger first. Absolutely no one.
We just had to check the chat to make sure that, like...
Yeah, this is a
What?
massive chicken game. A huge chicken game. They're waiting for the timing as well. That's the thing.
SSG knows that they just need to wait for the next box as well. Everybody's waiting for the timing. All right, watch. The moment that that hits 75%, that's when something's going to happen. Mark my
Gremlin's
words.
making a move. There we go.
Making a move.
You called it. You called it. Gremlin's making a move. He's trying to hit that steal. It gets dropped immediately. That's just
Drop
baiting the
starts.
C4.
The
Now-
shots trigger SSG to cross the gap as well. SSG now engaging. They were waiting for the moment, the sound cue. But Envy, there's some control. SSG isn't shooting Envy right now. Oh, but Fire Strays, Tango Nightmare!
That's perfect. That's absolutely perfect for Honor here. And the timer is in favor of Envy because they're just going to hold on to this cash. And there's too many bodies in the lobby right now for them to possibly fail at this. There's body blocking the steal as it stands. The most bizarre set of circumstances on this second cash out, as everyone just plays musical chairs and waits for that music to start. As soon as they heard the sound, everyone sprung to life, but it didn't mean anything because Envy held on.
Jerry, it was exactly what you said. Fire Strays just let everybody else go and take the cash. Now
Yeah.
Envy is guaranteed into the next round. If there's anybody that can stop it, but Envy's lost the final round to Nightmare before, so this isn't still dedicated. But right now, Space Station Gaming, they're held steadfast in second place. The question is, can they stay there? 2 minutes on the clock. 2 more cash outs remain. See what's going to happen as Fire Strays and Space Station, they're starting to fight out here in the admin building. SSG, they go down in a hellfire as the third party lands.
Have you ever seen an esport like this in your life, Artie? This is a game where we're griefing, we're teaming, where almost match fixing is like encouraged, and it's somehow incredibly entertaining and fair. I love it. I cannot get enough of this game, Artie. That's the game show. That's the meta space we're in.
Oh yeah, the greatest game show in the entire world. We're watching it unfold right now in front of our eyes. We do see Envy currently locked into first place, guaranteed Envy passing through, and they will have the opportunity to dictate who comes with them. But it's not over just yet because the cash out could, oh, it's doubled. It's doubled. Envy can choose. Nightmare's in second place, though, but it's only a $100 difference. This is everything as Nightmare goes for the kill race and Fire Strays. It is going to be them that try to go for the steal here, and Envy could try to hold them out. It was actually T-Mills just goose-stalling his own teammate. We have it. Fire Strays potentially being allowed through here by Envy. This is the grief that we were talking about.
And at this point, people are probably just going to offer space station kills because that's the insurance to make sure that Nightmare come last here. But it's easier said than done in the arena when there's this much chaos on the line. We've got Fire Strays, of course, banking on going through themselves with this defense, and Envy will be more than happy to face them in the final. SSG are the ones really playing for themselves right now. They want to try and get a steal going, but they have to res Lamp, and Normalize is being beaten down a peg or two here. He does get rezzed up. That's a 3-man roster on the side of Space Station Gaming. I really want to see their perspective on this because they are the ones that are going to go gung-ho only for themselves, playing completely to make sure that they are the teams going through.
Oh, but Nightmare's trying to make their way in and everybody's stopping them. It is a full ceasefire on everybody except for Nightmare. But SSG is still taking a little bit of damage there. Lamp cleans up the rest of Nightmare. And as the lobby is now safe, the rest of the fighting can commence. Fire Strays locked in with Envy on this in the most historic cash out I've ever seen, where griefing happened on every corner, and unlike yesterday, a singular team was targeted to defeat. Absolutely incredible stuff.
This is democracy manifest.
Manifest.
Everyone placing their faith in each other. It's actually beautiful to see. We're building a society here, Ardy. A society based on a crazy point scoring system that ends up with Envy with 2 kills. Making their way through.
I didn't even notice.
I love it. I love it. I can't get enough of this, Ardy. I mean, I've been running the Jerry's Not Very Grand Finals on Tuesdays to try and test this out and really stress this to its maximum. But we have not seen this kind of dynamic yet. It is just throwing up all sorts of drama around every corner. And you said it best, Ardy. That was one of the strangest games of cash out I've ever seen. Rio, try and bring us back down from this height. Never mind, you're going to shout at us. Okay, yeah, we're staying at
Thanks,
height.
guys. That's not hard to do at all because, yeah, I don't know. We've been doing this for a couple of years now, and I am amazed that I have been amazed in multiple ways today. And it just is going to continue because now Nightmare just completely got griefed out. Jerry, I think you said it perfectly. Do you know of another esport like this? And the answer is no. The answer is this is the finals. This is what makes things so exciting and why all of you are here watching today, because this is about as exciting and as heated up as you can get as a competition. Nobody wants to just put in the towel, be done. So it's just going to continue to heat up. But Artie, we're about to go into some 3v3s. What are your thoughts on them?
I don't even care about the 3v3s anymore. This is just amazing stuff to see because this is an exact preview of TGM 25. This is the format that we will be seeing at day 2 of the major. And I mean, yesterday during the EU games, we had said there is a chance that a team at 4 points gets fully targeted. That didn't happen, at the very least, not to this level. And so to see this kind of happen right now, where I don't even know how to explain it. 2 kills for Envy. When has that happened? And now it's Envy versus Fire Strays. Best case scenario, Rio.
Best case scenario, I'm betting Envy take this, maybe. I don't know. I haven't even been focusing on these teams, so yeah, good luck, guys. I'm gonna hand it off to you guys, and I really hope that this is fun and exciting and just builds some momentum for the rest of the teams, because somebody's gonna get some points.
Yeah, someone's going to get points. It's going to be Envy or it's going to be Fire Strays, and neither of these two sides have points yet.
Yep.
So we are really in for the long haul here, Artie. This is about the best case scenario in terms of stalling out the victory. We've seen Nightmare win a cash out and then get griefed out of the next cash out. We've seen them win another cash out and then get griefed out of the next cash out. Everyone here is playing the format perfectly because they're just not allowing anyone to reach that championship point. Now we see Envy and Fire Strays take us into a best of 2 where we're guaranteed to not see a winner at the end of it. But who is going to start closing that gap on SSG and Nightmare ahead?
Exactly, and there is a chance here that both Fire Strays and Envy have one thing in common, and that is that they've lost 2-0 to Nightmare. So we'll see who has the opportunity to clear their name here in the 3v3s, and Fire Strays have been doing better earlier, stage 1 3v3s. We'll see now. Envy does seem to be the favored team here, but Fire Strays is in control of Vault 1 as we get kicked off, Jerry.
Absolutely. Both teams have averaged 1 cash out per 2 games in this 3 versus 3 format. Of course, that will end here. For one of these teams, at least. Could end for both of them. We could have a really even match on our hands. It's being held out quite tentatively here. Team Mills and STN just hoping to get some meaningful damage at range. Bernal is often like this, and I think this is the first time we're really getting to see it play out properly on a 3 versus 3. In fact, it is the first 3 versus 3 Bernal we've seen today, at least in phase 2. So yeah, expect this is a real slowing of the pace right now.
100%. But Fire Strays, this is a bit of a ballsy move right now as they get the plug over here in the Trentilla building without having won a vault fight. We know that that could run away from the team, but right now Stooge gets caught out. Busy does as well. The damage flowing in favor of Fire Strays there. Busy gets healed up all the way through, and STN going to be out of heals, and Stooge and Busy, they're going to be out of life. Fire Strays, they have just wiped Envy, and this is a historic moment for Fire Strays right now as they actually start off this 3v3 completely in control.
They do. Great start from Fire Strays. That's the confidence boost they'll need. Of course, you know, they've been beaten constantly, it feels like, throughout the course of this, but they have always been making it through to these 3 versus 3s consistently. Now they're actually ahead of the game here, controlling it against Envy for the start at least. We have the Vanishing Bomb being run by Varian in the 3 versus 3, which is exciting to see. You get to play around with a lot of those mind games. He is actually alone here, and I do wonder whether they've heard him or not. They don't. Oh, this is incredible, valuable information. And he does pull the trigger. That was maybe a little bit impatient now as he has to dash out of there, knowing that he's got a lot of bodies on his tail, but he's gotten away with it, Arnie.
Oh yeah, even if he got the pick, that was going to be on a Stooge. STN would be right there for the res. That would bought time, but at the very least, time was still bought no matter what because he was able to escape with his life. And now Varian, he is still holding around the backside. And Envy, I don't know if they want to look for him or if they want to start this engagement. And that little bit of extra time might turn to bite them. Now as Busy tries to make the engagement, he does get shot in the back there. Slothy takes a little bit of damage. He's going to be healed up quickly. Varian, though, gets caught out.
Oh, no.
He's not able to dash back in the building. The rubble gets the better of him. Stooge able to survive here with 1 HP, but he gets collapsed in on. Right now, Fire Strays, they prevent the steal from happening. STN falls out, it's just going to be Busy. But T-Mills and Slothy, they're super low. And Busy has to reload! One more bullet would have done it in for T-Mills. He does end up falling in the end, but Busy unable to finish off the cash out as Fire Strays will take cash out 1. This was an insanely good show of timing for Fire Strays, even though Busy did end up winning the team fight for Envy.
Yeah, it was a close one for Busy, to be fair. He did do a decent job in those fights. We've got interesting loadouts on both sides. You've got to just take a moment to step back and appreciate that we've got Busy running the shack here with, I believe I saw, was it team? Immediately, as soon as I start talking about the loadouts, it all leaves my brain. But there's a lot of variety on offer. That's the umbrella point. And now we get the details. T-Mills on the pike as well. We get to see. Oh, I like this RPG
before.
scope. That's the best new RPG upgrade you can get.
It's actually a lore accurate RPG scope as well.
Oh,
lore
on the
accurate
H+
H+
infuser as well.
infuser.
Unfortunately, it might be plaguing us for a little bit of this game, but of course it's not what the players will be seeing. It's only on the observer side, so don't worry, they are not having to fight through this themselves, and maybe it will disappear.
Yeah, maybe it'll disappear. We'll see what happens now. We're looking to figure out.
Oh, it's Shack v Shack.
It is Shack
Thank
v
you.
Shack.
Thank you, chatter. Thank you, Valve FPS.
Oh, we love
Do my
Valve
job
in this
for me.
household. Yeah, we
Do my
love
job
Valve.
for me, man.
Varian holding the line here. A pad engaged there for Busy. At the very least, grants Envy the opportunity to scope out Varian. It's TN2K gets that first pick there. Might be Shack versus Shack, but it is Pike versus CB01. And it's also time versus engagement. Envy going to be diving through here, and that winch will allow Slothy to die fully, as STN is just in such a good spot. T-Mills last survivor, but we'll let Varian coin back in before going for Slothy's trophy, Jerry.
And throwing the cash box actually quite near to T-Mills, which of course he doesn't. They don't know about it because he's hiding near C. They're expecting to coin back in as close to C as possible. This is taking some time for the plug to get started. I don't even think Envy really have time to set up their defense here. This is a nice bit of hiding from T-Mills. Although Slothy is going to coin back in, is he? Or is he getting the hand res, maybe?
Oh, he's getting hand rest. All right, so that's going to be good for timing, but Varian is on the opposite side, so this is going to be a raw dogged pad RPG engage here from T-Mills and Slothy with no invis. We'll see what Varian has on offer. There's the pad. They're actually going to be using this pad here. Already pre-placed, unfortunately, though. Do bang their shins. They will have to dedicate a goo to try to get up and climb the height. Climb on height, but Envy nowhere to be found. An early glitch grenade from Stooge. Will be putting a slight blocker in things as T-Mills gets pulled down to the bottom, but is able to get the heals out towards Slothy when it matters most. Varian caught out with one CBO one shot. That's going to send him out of the battle for now, but Envy is getting pushed in. Right now, SCN could die, but a mistimed little bit of push here does send Busy out early. He gets res though. Slothy gonna try to find that same fate. There it is. Busy gets shot out. Fire Stray is currently with a one-player advantage. SCN gonna be able to survive with his life there, but Busy goes for the counter, and that ego chow will cost him. SCN 2K though, he's gonna be able to get his health back. It's just Varian versus SCN. No defibs available, but the shots come through. SCN takes it, and Fire Strays, they actually get the whole reset. I think Fire Strays have just taken a map off Envy.
That is incredible. And you're right, Ardy. I don't think there's any time left. That was such a long and drawn-out fight. T-Mills putting the team on his back, quite honestly, to keep them up and fighting during that. And then Varian with the clutch at the end. You love to see it. Envy, what is happening? They were top seed, possibly favorites coming into this afternoon, this evening now. It's very late over here in Britain. But I think they after this game, we've got to reassess where they are in that power ranking. Fire Strays taking their first point in the grand standings.
How many times is a match going to end today and my jaw is just on the floor? This has never happened before. We're discovering new macro, new metas, new strategies, new timings, the likes of which I haven't even seen in scrims. In scrims, teams fight with confidence. There's no stakes on the line. There's nothing to lose. But now, even in a 3v3 like this, where neither team will be on match point, neither team can end up somewhere that will actually be game-changing a little bit later, but straight up, we have never seen with stakes like this how these players are playing. This is the last shot before the major, Jerry.
It is. And at the end of this heat, we know that one of these two teams is not even going to be, 1 point behind Nightmare. They're still going to be in contention with Nightmare in a cash out. This is just to get their foot in the door. But it has to be said that Fire Strays have been just absolute troopers today, right? They've had to play so much more finals than everyone else right now. And that's including phase 1 as well. Like, the fact that they've come off the back of, so many game losses here and come out with a win, that's going to be so rewarding for them here. And up against Envy as well. Like, I don't even know how well they stack up against each other in scrims, but I'd be guessing that Envy are on top of a lot of their scrims behind the scenes. And yeah, Fire Strays are going to be loving this right now.
I mean, I have to say that, like, score lines on scrims aside, the number one thing that Fire Strays has is their mental. I know that Sloth and T-Mills, and I don't know Varian as much, admittedly, but knowing Sloth and T-Mills, the way that they're able to always stay positive, their mental has never been shattered, even after not qualifying for TGM. And so for Fire Strays, this is everything. And especially after what happened against Nightmare, you have to understand that Envy will be at a worse mental standing. It's going to be a little bit harder for them, right? Then, coming into this, after Envy loses this map, there's a chance that Envy just loses the next one on a pure mental game. So this is where Envy needs to prove that they can lock in and get a point here, get on the board, and once they do that, then possibly they can continue, because if Envy's mental is ruined, there's a chance that Nightmare just wins in the next heat no matter what. So right now, no matter what happens, Envy needs to stack up and stand up.
Yeah, and I have faith that they can do that. We are now on Sis Horizon, which we're getting to know very well. It's become pretty much a mainstay. This Nozomi and Bernal being the real rotation of favor at the moment in the finals between pro teams. Everyone knows how this map operates. It's been in the pool so long. It was the basis of competitive finals for a very long time, having absolutely no variance on it. So you could loan in knowing that there wouldn't be any aliens or meteors or anything like that to cause chaos and dilute the competitive experience and add in that extra randomness. Varian looks like he's got a decent position here to get the flank, but he's a little bit late to the party as Busy finds his opposite number in Slothy. This is some decent damage being put out by Varian, but it's spread between two bodies. T-Mills being hurt substantially there. Busy claims his second of the fight. STN taking out Varian. That is a clean fight going the way of Envy at the very start of this game. They definitely needed that for the confidence boost.
Well, there it is. That is the standing. It shows us what we were talking about at the beginning. Envy's mental is fine, not shattered. They've been able to stand up and get ready to do it. So, question is, can they hold on?
That's the $1 million question. Or the, what's the prize pool, Burrito? Just check us in my ear. Currently at $2,500. So the $2,500 question. And there's 25k in this cash box right now. Stujay defends it with a kill of the Varian straight away. Nice kill from Slothy, about to come out as he confirms that one. T-Mill's turning around as well. Busy does get brought back up though by SCN, who's still at full health, and Slothy doing his best, but SCN really put the team on his back there in 1 versus 2. Not only gets the res, but the cleanup. Impressive stuff from the medium.
It. Busy, locked in and ready to go. SCN as well, putting so much damage and heals on his back for this all. Straight up, this is an Envy that we have been waiting to see all day.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm glad that we're getting to see each of these teams at their best at some point, because up until now, we haven't seen that from Envy in Phase 2 at least. They were excellent earlier in Phase 1, but it's been a long time. That feels like almost a day ago. Now they're stepping to it. They're making sure that they are known that they are here. Defending in the corner of Library again, of course. Fire Strays have a second opportunity to try and get this steal. Coming from above. Only about 30 seconds left here, though, RD. They need to pull the trigger quickly.
Going to see setup for Fire Strays, but they're just going at this without checking for Envy's positioning. It would have been easy to see if they
Varian
walked over the side, but Varian knows it. But at the same time, there's no chance that they actually walk away with this steal, right? Into the sidelines, there's Busy. But immediately the winch is going to cause that seal to stop working. And even though Fire Strays is with the upper hand right now in the team fight, it's Envy's cash box. Stooge, well, he is still going to be good for one here. They're not team wiping without any little bit of sauce on it. But Envy, regardless of the outcome of this fight, they've won the cash out. And Fire Strays definitely look a little bit nervous here. This could be the case where Envy just clean sweeps this round, and we end up 1-1 on the scoreboard here, Jerry.
Fire Strays shouldn't be too disheartened about that loss, though. Envy had timer on their side, and they played it really, really nicely. Of course, Fire Strays maybe could have moved a little bit quicker and made it so that it wasn't just the one winch that denied them the entire objective. But here we go. Now a fair 3 versus 3, and I say that Stu just found himself in a brilliant position. Somehow he reclaims the high ground against Varian and puts him in the dirt, winning the light battle quite convincingly so far. Slothy taken out by Stu. He's on a tear right now. T-Mills hiding in the corner, hoping that no one finds him. But I think there's a certain light in the lobby that wants a 3K right now.
Oh, 100%. But, I mean, when Envy walked out of the building, they chose the wrong way, and they didn't walk across T-Mills. So for now, T-Mills is going to be able to survive. Varian points back in, but at the right time, T-Mills just gets caught out. Varian's chasing down. There it is. Stooge goes down. Immediately, T-Mill's able to turn this around. This is actually a bit of a misstep from Envy, going for that Ego Chow. And Ego Chows have cost them before up against Nightmare. The question is, are they going to just hold on to this and wait? Because they do know the pacing for vault fights, and they are going to just hold on to this vault all the way back to the corner of the map by Workspace. As Varian closes the gap there with Slothy in hand. T-Mill's going to be in the back foot, waiting to dive through, but Busy and SCN, they're holding steadfast. They're not moving.
Stooge back in as well. And one of those rare instances where you really can point the finger at a single player. It's not often Stooge who's one to make those mistakes, but thankfully for Envy, it hasn't been punished too greatly. They controlled that cash box nicely to prevent it from meaning a certain objective, and they're fighting back here with some good shots onto Slothy, but everyone juiced back up. Those heavies at full throttle now. And Fire Strays find themselves locked in an office hoping to find a way out because they've got this glowing orb, this radar on them. And Envy are just going to find an opportunity here to close the net. That gateway is huge, though, making sure they escape. Oh, nice C4. Let's see if their trap works.
Oh, I think Envy knows that they can't just push through that, but even though they were able to escape through Library, both cash outs are well on the other side. They will get the plug over here in the museum, but with that C4 already expelled on a wasted trap, Slothy has no way to set up anything just yet. It's going to be another 10 to 15 seconds, but that C4 comes back. Envy ready, though, as they dive through. Stooge goes out immediately. Varian with clean shots. This is looking great for Fire Strays on this first team fight, but they are going to be able to get the res. STN brings him back there. Defib's going to be utilized right now for Envy. They are full reset. Slothy going to finally get that C4 to play for drop. With drop engaged, they can hold on and play for the kite. But Envy is aware of this. They're going to drop down to the bottom floor, just one underneath. They can dedicate any bit of utility to make a double drop happen. So Fire Strays, if they're able to adapt to this, they could win this point. But if they're not ready for this engagement, especially if Envy goes out to the sideline and pad Vanish Bomb RPG engages, this could be crazy, Jared.
We've got a red barrel as well. He's going to send it up to make an opening in the floor. That's the one place Fire Strays weren't looking. In comes Busy with some huge shots, but T-Mills and Varian are there to back it up. It's only STN left in the 1 versus 2 here to try and flip this box. I don't think he's going to make it. Varian closes him down. Fire Strays were alert to that threat, as it turns out. Envy, though, with some great improvisation, almost made it happen.
Wow, I mean, just an insane set there as Envy, they get the pad engage ready to go. A little bit earlier, but honestly, with that pad engage from Envy, I was not expecting it. Looks like Envy, well, they're going to be diving through here for a little bit of a fast one. They don't have that much time to work with, and Fire Strays are set up underneath. They're going to be using the drop to its fullest extent. There comes the first drop, but it's on a pad, and on that jump pad, STN can do what he can, but an insane winch! It goes all the way outside, but even with that, with no goo grenade left to create cover, Envy is not going to be able to do anything, and another jump pad is just insult to injury as Fire Strays, they're going to get this cash out, they're going to get the team wipe, and Envy might have looked really, really good at the start of this, but Fire Strays, they've locked in together.
That was actually STN's own jump pad there on the other side of the cash box, as we can see the initial jump pad still lurking just underneath the screen there. But yeah, I think it was there to try and maybe make the heavy bounce as he approached the cash box. Or it's just a bit of a panic push as they realized that the box was maybe out of their reach there. Really nice stall there from Fire Strays regardless. And we head to our final cash box on Sister Horizon. A very even game, this one. And interesting movements here from Busy and the rest of Envy. Looks like as they go to block off the objectives, yeah.
Right now, Stooge is trying to get that early recon.
Watch out! Down there!
Gateway is primed there, but Fire Strays, they know something's fishy, especially through the middle of the map there in Red Room. Everybody knows that in Art Gallery is where you can get cut off from these wild rotations. But when Varian hits that Vanish Bomb, it does tell Envy that something else is happening as well. Fire Strays actually choosing to take this engagement early on. They hear Varian's footsteps. There's the gateway. Envy knows the entirety of Fire Strays is now just one floor above them. And as they start stomping around, it is going to be a team fight that happens here before anything else.
They're doing that deliberately, surely. That rushing about to try and bait Envy into something. And they move back. But Slothy hasn't taken the return gateway, and we see he's separated from T-Mills. T-Mills just leaving the fight there. Now it's a clean 3 versus 2 here, unless T-Mills can get that trophy and get the defib back up for his heavy. Looks like Varian is actually sticking the long res here. And he's punished for it. STN Suke just peeks around the corner, takes him out. T-Mills is just going to take the fight as quickly as possible. In fact, he does get the kill onto Busy, but surely he can't make it too. Boxed into the corner. STN finds the final one. Fire Strays trying to be a bit fancy with that gateway movement, but just a little bit of a disconnect between the medium and the rest of his team.
Yeah, a little bit of an incorrect step there as the Ego Chell is completely countered. And Envy, after winning that vault fight, they're going to have full control to get this plug. But even then, it was a good placement of that vault. So Fire Strays, they will respawn before the vault gets plugged. That's pretty much as close to good timing as you could hope for in this situation. And we are going to get the gateway pad coming through, and that is going to allow them access to full top right now. Fire Strays ready to try to get this engagement with the RPG. If this RPG lands, that could be everything. Slothy falls, maybe accidentally, going to use the red barrel to take out the C4. No drop now in the hand of Envy. It does find itself towards the very bottom of the map. Fire Stray is still standing on top as Envy does not move a muscle.
Very smart not to as well. Intel is so important in this game, especially in 3 versus 3s when you need to know where you're engaging.
Winch that into the room.
So close around that corner. Oh, he's missed the winch, and of course Busy still has his off cooldown, so he's just going to try and stick this, interestingly, just baiting it. SCN peeking around the corner. That is intel gained for Slothy, so at least it isn't for nothing.
That's the perfect bait. That is the perfect bait right there, as they've now figured out where Envy's holding. That's all the information they wanted, and that means that they can start this off. But early damage healed through immediately thanks to STN's quick heals. But is it enough? The damage still being dealt through from Fire Strays. So much healing usually expelled by Envy. The chase is occurring right now, but a gateway brings Envy back to their original starting position as Fire Strays try to figure out now if there is enough time. Less than half the cash out remains. They need to do something. Slothy will engage one more winch to try to bring that cash out closer, but for now, the question stands, does Envy have the ability to stop it? Envy starts to dive in here, and immediately Varian is caught out, but if Busy chases through, he won't be able to stop the steal. The steal is being committed now. Slothy taking a little bit of early damage. The glitch will come through, and Slothy tries to get the first shot from his STN and takes out Varian first. It's Snooge who looks great here, and T-Mills goes out, and Envy wins the fight. It's 1 point for Fire Strays and 1 point for Envy at the end of the heat.
And each of those points thoroughly deserved. Envy fighting so beautifully at the end of there. STN, you're on the board. You can celebrate. You're going to take 1 point back into heat number 5. But remember, you're still going to stop Nightmare from making it through.
Yeah, the battle was won, but the war is far from over because, well, this battle here on the Western Front was one thing, but now they have to go back to Cash Out, where if Nightmare wins, that could be the end of the entire set, and all of this was for nothing. We'll bring in Rio to talk about it a little bit more as we look at this final scoreboard. Kills throughout the board, but Fire Strays, Rio, look better than ever.
They really did. They came alive during that second cash out and they just found their momentum. It looked really promising for them early on in the first map, but it just is wild that they were able to hold on. And both teams got 1 point. It's so cool. It's so impressive. Every team has points now. We didn't end that way yesterday on the EU side, so it's cool that everybody is in here. It's basically anybody's game at this point, and we're going to go right back into cash out and start this all over again. So, Jerry, do you think that we're going to see a repeat of the last cash out where everybody is just going against Nightmare, or if things changed?
I think quite possibly. The stakes haven't changed in the grand scheme of things, right? All that's happened here is Fire Strays and Envy have closed that gap ever so slightly. So the dynamic should be quite similar to that Nozomi Citadel cash out that we saw, where it was just bizarre and everything was about making sure that Nightmare didn't go through. That is still the case here. SSG is still only on 2 points, and here we have that lovely summary of Heat 5 and all of our scores up to this point.
Jerry, I got to ask, because this is, you have been playing with the Not So Very Grand Finals. Is this the first time in this format's history that every single team has had a point?
I believe it is, Artie. I think you're correct. And also, weirdly, yesterday we did not see in EU a single one of those best of twos get split down the middle. All of them were won 2-0 convincingly by one team or the other. And here we have finally seen it between Envy and Fire Strays, perfectly matched, perfectly balanced as all things should be. Unfortunately for them, they're still down the bottom of the table because of it. Now, one thing that I haven't seen yet, which I have seen in testing, is teams adapting with their loadout choices to the types of dynamic that are being brought out. Envy are in a situation, or rather Nightmare are in a situation where they know that teams are going to be targeting them. Something that I saw another team do in this situation when I was testing was bring out things like the double barrel, where they know that they can get pushed and just instantly win fights like that and play super fraggy. Is that something that Nightmare have in their locker, perhaps? Or do you think Uni is just such an M11 slave that he will never jump off of that?
I mean, it has to come down to like Gremlin and Z in the background figuring it out together, right?
Yeah.
I mean, understanding from the coaching perspective, is it worth it to take Uni off? I mean, they do have insurance. If there's any round to do it, it's right now. Because even if they lose, there's no way that anybody wins. So this is still the last chance that they can actually pull something out like this to give it a try. And I mean, hey, we've seen crazier things. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some smoke grenade goo gun just shenanigans, right? That the crazier things have happened, especially with SSG in the lobby. So I mean, there is the fact that no matter what happens, you could just get some insane play to try to either grief Nightmare Rio, or Nightmare is the one that does it.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting when you actually get into it because you have at least one team that has a few more points in there. So maybe we'll see SSG kind of rise to the top in here and they control the lobby. I would love to see that. I'd love to see somebody bring it back in, get us a few more points on the board. I don't want to end this just yet. I don't want to bring this to heat point. I just want to see this continue. I want finals all day, all the time, never ending. And you know what? The more heats we go to, the more likely that is. So that's a lot to get into, but I think that we're going to take a short little break before we get into the next heat and just kind of stretch our legs because we've been going at this for a bit and no chance of slowing down just yet.
Don't give up, don't give in. We're all the same here, we fight to win. You push us back, then belt on coast. We're all the same till our statues fall. And we lose it all, and we won't back down till we lose it all. In the belt on coast.
success in the middle of this furball. Absolute calamity from this.
The winch is going to stall it, and he's done it! He's done it!
Unbelievable from OG. Carries the team. How has Carnifex got away with that? He even gets the second.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the championship. Phase 2, the stakes are incredibly high. We have Nightmare on Heat Point. They have earned 4 points so far, which means if they make it past this cash out into the 3v3s, this could be the end. But on the inverse side, the second place team only has 2 points. So this could go on for a very long time. And you know what? That's what I'm kind of rooting for. But Artie, what are your thoughts on what we're about to see?
I mean, it is the same situation as last time where if Nightmare makes it through, like you said, that's going to be it. But we saw what happened when every single team paints a target on their back. And now, this time around, it's a little bit harder to choose who is going to be let through up against Nightmare, because now every single team has points. And I think that there is a chance that if Nightmare is targeted heavily, a team might actually try to say, we also don't want SSG in here now, because SSG could then start to close things up even further. There is still a world where SSG probably gets the short end of the stick because of that, but at the same time, it's Nightmare that has a target on their back.
Yeah, and what are your thoughts, Jerry, before we load into Las Vegas for another cash out match?
Well, I'm just glad it's Vegas, right? We've seen a lot of Sis, a lot of Banal, a lot of Nozomi. We got to see one Vegas earlier, and now we're here.
Take it from here, guys.
Thank you so much, Rio. Everybody in chat, W Rio. Now, everybody in chat, also, let me know who you're rooting for, because I don't know what's going to happen. Chat, we somehow managed to predict that, yeah, Nightmare was going to get griefed out. We didn't even know what it would look like. Now that we know what it looks like, will it happen again? Who knows? We've got the 357 coming out again from Normalize. I do love his commitment to it. Genuinely, I think it's a good pick. Very much slept on. Now, the name tags are a little bit screwed up there. That's not Fire Strays you're looking at. It is Space Station Gaming. We'll get that tag fixed in a moment. But RPG, Invis, engage, caught out as Envy able to get the shots out early. But look at that lamp throwing the C4 across the map like a baseball, and Grad shooting Stooge, shooting SCN 2K, and one final busy remains inside of Envy, and the entirety of Space Station Gaming will collapse in on him. But that's only the first fight of many. Jerry.
Yep. Envy get busy dying, and that's before we even have contact between Nightmare and Fire Strays. We know that Fire Strays have been playing these cash out games a little bit more passively. They're actually leaving Nightmare to plug that cash out on the far side, looking to third party over on A. Very interesting move, given the dynamic of this, given that we know Nightmare are not to be trifled with.
There's no way that Fire Strays has forgotten the stakes, right? But Space Station Gaming, they're here playing their own game. They know that's all they have to do to win, and Normalize hits every shot of this revolver. I have never seen Normalize more locked in than we are now. Envy, they're back, and Envy wants to make sure that Nightmare does not make it through. Envy needs to win this, so the Envy versus Nightmare battle is about to commence over on Cash Out B, and STN 2K and Stooge, well, they've got the short end of the stick. STN going to be committing the defense here immediately as Uni rotates around the side. Gremlin's going to try to dive in and finish off the damage there. And Stooge, yeah, he is going to take a lot of damage there, but Lasagna goes out first. This is huge for Envy right now, and Stooge going to be burning the gateway just across a hallway. Envy is alive, and Lasagna's trophy nowhere to be found for Nightmare, but that defender coin timing is going to be really helpful here. As Lasagna coins back in, they will let the flip happen in favor of Envy, but Uni tries to go for the early challenge, the early damage. The winch there, Nightmare, they've stalled it out just long enough. This is actually incredible. The goose ball didn't work, and the next drop doesn't land. Busy gets the swap at the end, and oh, the witch misses for Busy. The damage out to Lasagna isn't enough, but the damage from his own RPG is enough to get finished off, but Stooge is good for 2. Gremlin gets the refrag, and Stooge 1v1 against Gremlin. Let's see what he's going to be able to pull off right now. Stooge takes his own
Goes to the
gateway
1v1.
all the way up to the top. He doesn't see him in the smoke! And Uni gets rezzed up, and no doubt they've just heard him dash across the side. Gremlin going to the chase. Gremlin doing what he can to finish off Stooge. A busy STN. They've used the defender coin. They're back in, but they are not close enough to do anything about this. The RPG doesn't miss. The RPG doesn't land, Jerry, but he gets him anyway.
That's incredible! And now the the goo still doesn't work. No, maybe he wanted a bit of protection. He has to land this goo perfectly. It doesn't land! He's gonna stick through it, and Gremlin gets the steal! Oh my goodness, Ardy! A reinvigorated Envy off the back of getting their first point. Still can't best Nightmare.
Oh, the goo stall that didn't work. Nightmare look so stable, even in the wake of death and destruction.
That was
my breath. Oh
that was such a hard goo. That was genuinely a difficult goo stall to land as well. There was virtually no terrain surrounding Gremlin for the goo to propagate from, so he had to get this weird angle near his feet, and it just didn't work for him. You know, you want a wall, you want a ceiling or something, but when that RPG landed, it created a tiny island for the cash out to just sit on, and that worked against Envy. It's just one of those things. It's a game of minutia here. We have Space Station Gaming and Nightmare sitting atop the pile right now as we enter the second wave of cash outs, all to play for still.
Oh yeah, Space Station Gaming, once again, they're just playing their own game. They do not care what's happening in the lobby. They just want to get this to go through. Space Station Gaming, if they win 2 more, they're going to be on their own feet, just like Nightmare. But the double, this is possible here. Envy, this is what they did last time. What Envy did last time, they doubled the second ones, but last time, Nightmare wasn't in the position of power that they're in now. And Space Station Gaming, if they run away with this, they'll have the opportunity to choose. And Envy and Fire Strays are banking on the opportunity that they don't choose Nightmare. So we'll see what happens going into the next set. But right now, Fire Strays, they're engaging with Envy up at the top there. Slothy goes out as Busy wins his duel. But Jerry, Fire Strays are looking a little bit scattered right now as Nightmare also loses a few players.
I can understand the philosophy of doubling this second cash out though if you're any team besides Nightmare, because this ensures that going into that final wave, one team is clearly in the lead, and that allows them to dictate the game, the say it plays. So this is going to be really difficult for Nightmare to turn around now, honestly, because they're going to have every single team preventing them specifically from stealing this box.
Well, Jerry, this is exactly what Nightmare was hoping for. I spoke with Gremlin a little bit before this, and Grem said coming into this was going to be some goo grenades and some smoke grenades. And we can see that in his loadout now. There's the smoke grenades and the double stack of goo. So for Nightmare, they were waiting in order to use it on the double. Fire Strays now starting this engagement, and all Nightmare needs to do to be able to be put in the spot to use it is win it. As Gremlin goes down, Fire Strays, they are able to survive with 1, but Nightmare, they are going to get this flip here. Envy gets the steal up against Space Station Gaming. This is going to take Nightmare out of the running for second place for now. But Nightmare's full reset. There's more than enough time to get in, and with enough smoke, enough goo, maybe something can happen here.
Every other team has only 2 players up though, so this is the moment. Nightmare are pulling the trigger. They're going for that steal. Is it working? Will the smoke work? Has Gremlin pulled a blinder? No! He's forced off the steal at the last moment, whether it was goo or something, I'm not too sure, but everyone did their part and made sure that Envy, or rather Nightmare, not only can't get the steal, but get wiped in the process. It's Envy that come out with the spoils from that second wave double cash out. We go into the final wave right now.
Well, Envy also came out with the doubled cash box last time around too. So this is a little bit of a repeat of Nozomi Citadel. And once again, Nightmare finding themselves getting absolutely focused, and even with the smoke and the double goo, it wasn't enough. You see Space Station Gaming now getting soloed out by Fire Strays. Question is, will Nightmare be able to get involved here? Is Fire Strays going to be able to get up to the top? Space Station Gaming versus Envy is set to be the next set of 1v1s. There's still another set of cash outs waiting to happen.
Nightmare might even be just relegated to considering them having to wait their turn at this point. Slothy takes out Normalize. So Space Station Gaming not looking great. Neither are Fire Strays though, as everyone's taking flak left, right, and center, besides Nightmare, who are patiently waiting for their opportunity to strike at some point. They just need to manipulate the macro enough. They are standing over Vault 6. They want to get a tap on it eventually and make sure they can direct it where they need to. But a missed winch there, unfortunate for Envy. They could have really put Nightmare to the sword there. A lot of damage being sent up. Lasagna does actually get the first kill of this 3v3 engagement. It's on the Stooge, and they might follow it up here with a 3-frag there, trading back against that medium. And they have the defib advantage, so 3 versus 2 for Envy here on the other side of the map. In the meantime, Fire Strays get started on their cash out.
Absolutely crazy stuff, not to mention just like all the wild things that we're seeing right now. So Nightmare, they do have the opportunity to get this tap there. Envy, they're trying to stay alive. Stooge somehow manages to make it out. Now Lasagna, 1 point remaining, and it doesn't look like Nightmare has control over it, unless Gremlin is soft closing the trophy. But we go T-Mills and Sloppy. They're dealing in with Space Station Gaming right now. They need to take control of this in order to prevent Space Station from griefing him out. So now Fire Strays, after getting that wipe, it's their box. This is looking like it's going to be Fire Strays and Envy once again.
Very much so. And I mean, Space Station Gaming, it's felt like a very long time since we've said that they look like they're playing great. They haven't been involved. They've been passengers for a lot of these games. That goo cloud evaporates in midair, but it's enough to give Nightmare the cover to cross into the building, so they will have a say in this final catch out. You might as well double it at this point. Why not? Stooge goes in, and he plugs it. He knows that if they can get the double here, they are guaranteed to go through in first, and that is, in second at least. And that is what they do. At the moment, Fire Strays only have to defend for 41 seconds.
And all Envy needs to do is target the purple guys. We'll see what happens. Lamp takes out Varian here. SSG, remember, they still want to make it in. SSG with 2 points. They want to do what they can to try and discover some sort of play that's happening right now, but with no smoke in their inventory, this is going to be a barrier of fire that just falls out in front of them. Uni and Grad trading shots, actually both trade up the 9-3Rs, but Lamp can be sticking to steal here. The heal's going to be coming through, but there's 2 teams shooting up against him, and for now, it's going to be Fire Strays, and it's going to be Envy locking in for the next set. Both Heat 4 and Heat 5 being dominated by the same storyline, Jerry. You double the cash out, you let the other guys with the lowest amount of points in, and you just hope for the best.
Yeah, it's working out for them, and that is now the 4th cash out in a row that Fire Strays have found themselves in a top 2 finish. Is it time to start saying that Fire Strays are actually really good at cash out, Ardy?
I've been saying this, that Fire Strays just needs to get better at 3v3, and they finally started their arc on there. And yeah, it started a little bit not very great because Nightmare at the very beginning of the day, but now that the actual cash out games are flowing in their favor, you have to wonder, is this the time that they can show that they can be in the winning for the championship, the grand prize? Rio, what's happening?
What's happening is probably my favorite thing so far. I mean, this is a real competitive, head-scratching, fun, edge-of-your-seat experience. I mean, this is the way that I think Cash Out is meant to be observed, because there's some real stakes, there's some real chicanery going on. I can't think of a better word, so I'm just going to go with that. But it's true.
That is the best word. You found the best word. Well done.
There's some real just stuff happening that makes it so exciting, so fresh, and I'm loving this. And the fact that we're now going to see 2 teams that only have 1 point each go at it again, which, I mean, if we extrapolate from what happened last time, we might see 2 teams go away with 2 points. So I'm loving this. It feels like it's giving everybody the opportunity to really compete at the end, and that's what I'm hoping we get to see in the Grand Major as well. So I don't know. Those are a lot of my thoughts. Artie, do you have any thoughts about this next lineup of 3v3s?
If it goes 4-2-2-2 as the scoreline, we are just going to be in uncharted waters. If it goes 4-3-2-1, genuinely, who's to say what happens in the next cash out, right? I have absolutely no expectations going into this, because with Envy winning one and Fire Strays winning the other, it doesn't seem like there's any real, clear winner at the other side of this until we get there, Jerry.
Yeah, and I'm glad of that, because this series between Envy and Fire Strays was probably the most entertaining best of 2 that we've seen across the phase 2 so far. Every other best of 2 had 1 or 2 whitewashes involved of them, where we just lost the will to cast, Ardy. And now I'm guaranteed that we're gonna have some games that are worth watching here, no matter what. And like you say, at the end of it, we may have a team sitting on 3 points, which puts them in a similar position to Nightmare, within reach of championship point.
Absolutely.
Yeah. No, it's just going to be so exciting as we get up there, and really after this match will be the exciting point because the tides have all changed. Everybody has different stakes going into the next cash out that it's just going to be wild because I think that the target's going to turn from Nightmare towards something else. The alliances that we're kind of seeing forming are just going to break down, and I don't know. I just don't know, and I think that that's just so much fun. I don't know. Well, Artie, do you have anything to add?
Actually, Alliance is an EU. No, I'm kidding. Like, straight up though, there is a really, really good chance that in the next cash out game, it doesn't happen the same way if one of these teams does get to 3 points, because that would also, like Jerry said, put them in heat point. And so I don't know what to expect coming into this. All we can think of is, hey, if this goes 4-2-2-2-2, we get another set of 2 more of these. I guarantee you. But question stands. Final round format, Fire Strays locked in. Who knows, Rio? Who knows?
Who knows? And I think that we're going to be starting on Bernal, which has been an interesting pick. It has been chosen pretty much throughout the entire day for a multitude of reasons, and I can't think of a better playground for these two teams and these two wonderful casters. Artie and Jerry, take it from here.
Thank you very much, Rio. And I can't help but shake the feeling of deja vu, Artie. Fire Strays and Envy here, tied on points, going into Bernal at the start of a best of 2. We had this exact scenario an hour ago. Let's put it bluntly.
Oh, yeah. I mean, straight up, this is going to be the same talking points that I had prepared before. It's going to be a game of mental. And especially now as we get into Heat 5, right? We're at 6 hours and 40 minutes of gameplay. And Envy won pretty quickly. So they had a lot of time off to just chill and wait. Fire Strays, they've been in through the gauntlet. And if they're still feeling good after almost 7 hours of pure non-stop gameplay, then genuinely, why not keep going all the way? But there has to be a moment where one of these teams falls off first. And talking to Fire Strays, talking to Sloppy, that fall off might have just started as the team is starting to feel the onset of fatigue. We can start to see that right now here as Envy, well, they're starting to collapse in. Sloppy's good for 1, but the damage has already been done, Jerry.
Yeah, this is not a sprint, but a marathon, and teams are maybe learning that the hard way. Varian backing away here just to preserve his life. The coin is possible for both his teammates. Of course, this is pre-first vault tap, so in an ideal scenario, you don't use any of your coins here. But maybe the monkey paw curls there as Varian almost falls foul to a dive from, I believe that was Stu J. But Fire Strays do get back in on the action at the cost of a pair of their coins.
Yeah, jumping through to find out the setting of this next cash out, Fire Strays want to position themselves to just fully cut off the motions of Envy. And depending on if Varian actually just saw that gateway from Envy, he could actually get there in time. Now, Envy, they did win that team fight, but like the vault on this timing is a little bit off. If Fire Strays can get there fast enough. I just want the gateway open up behind them. Fire Strays, yeah, there it is. Making their way through it, but they have to match height on the other rooftop, and I don't know if they have a pad available to them.
You still have the Vanish Bomb, of course. There is a tool for engagement, but they need that speed, that injection of pace to make it work. They also need knowledge, and at the moment, Stooge is off to the side, busy, and SCN actually engaging onto the roof without much of their own knowledge, or maybe that was the call across from Stooge. Either way, SCN held back, and Fire Strays were a little bit further afield than they counted for. Envy now regrouping on the top floor, and I think that pad that Fire Strays might have come off cooldown now. Regardless, they're going to go for the steal anyway.
Oh yeah, Fire Strays, they just stick it. Absolutely crazy, but in that chaos, STN does find the pick onto Fire Strays Light. For now, it does seem that they're able to push off of that damage with absolute ease, but T-Mills almost finds the pick onto the next, but unfortunately, because STN2K was still up, that means Envy has this in the bag. T-Mills can't survive for much longer, and actually Envy is going for the absolute maximum. They tried to keep him from offing himself in the gas, but it's just how it shakes out sometimes, Jerry.
The Envy sticker on that cash out, of course. They plugged it, but well, they've got ownership of it now, rather. I'm losing my marbles. Fire Strays, of course, got that steal and took it back. That's what happened. Envy plugged, Fire Strays stole, Envy stole back. It's a marathon, Raleigh.
It absolutely is. And unfortunately, Varian, the marathon starts in the other direction towards the cash out. So they are going to have this engagement, but again, it's tight timing. If they don't start the steal immediately, they won't have it. And the starting is not going to be easy, especially as T-Mills takes half his health bar and damage. And Busy doesn't really take much damage from that 9-3R, but Busy will go down early. There is still technically enough time, but Fire Strays isn't going to try it because Envy, well, they got to be dealt with first no matter what. Stooge and SPN, they are just playing the absolute long game here. Varian and T-Mill might come out with the team fight win here. Sticking through that defib there onto Busy means that Envy has the chance to still win this fight. A little bit scrappier than they might be used to, but Fire Strays, though, they're not letting that happen.
Let's say what they can get, and yeah, Fire Strays do come in and clean up. Pretty important, as that now means they can set the pace for the next objective. And it looks as though the Vault and one of those objectives are not too far away from one another. Just watch this replay here as we can see the shack cleaning up. Again, the shack on shack action from Slothy and Busy in Bernal. Like, you get so many moments of deja vu coming back from here. And the second Vault will be tapped, most likely here by Varian or someone. Yeah, they're going to go for it. But this is some good screening here by Envy as they've cut off both objectives with their positioning.
100%. That's what they're good at. I got to turn off chat because I'm looking at KCP and SSG shooting it. So I'm just going to go away for now. And now we'll come back to the actual game with Envy versus Fire Strays. And on top of this Trentilla building, Fire Strays, they are a little bit more pinned in than they may seem because Envy has the absolute damage dealers, Stu-J and STN2K, locked in across the gap here. And early carbine damage and early heals will mean that Fire Strays is fighting an uphill battle just to get out. Varian probably not even going to be able to set up a gateway without it getting completely glitched out here. And for now, though, Fire Strays, they're just playing the long con once again.
Someone kill someone. I'd like to talk about someone killing someone, but it's not happening right now. And when are Fire Strays going to just give up? That's my question.
I mean, I think we just take this moment to, like, chill out. It's been a crazy couple hours,
right.
so I'm just gonna...
The teams are chilling. Why shouldn't we?
Why shouldn't we? They're all vibing. Trentilla, real fruit, but better.
Much better.
And,
I just realized I was perfectly in sync with you on my end, but of course, you're in Hawaii and we're in a Discord call, so that was probably really, like, out of sync for everyone else. Oh, if Korea heard it in sync, then I think we're good.
We'll let chat discover it, but yeah, look at Fire Strays, and they have finally found a way out, and that is a perfect gateway all the way over to Cash at A. Now, this in the barn is very unideal, but what is ideal is the fact that Varian was able to get entirely behind Envy without being noticed. They have no idea that there is a light player behind them, and looks like Stooge was trying to find some similar opening, but right now Envy dives in on the rest of Fire Strays, and unfortunately Varian was not able to capitalize on his positioning. His T-Mills and Slothy take so much damage. Now Varian is good for one on the back foot, but it's res through. They get the refrag though, and Fire Strays, they have a one-player advantage. They have the box in their favor, and T-Mills, he gets healed up to full. The glitch lands, but after all the prime util has been used, Busy goes down. Stooge is the last player standing, and Fire Strays, they're able to just stay up through this. Stooge dives in, but it's not enough, and Fire Strays, they look absolutely stable, Jerry.
Yeah, that was a bit of a chaotic fight, but they held their own, and it's unfortunate that we caught STN2K in 4K as he missed like 3 or 4 of the first repeater shots. He did make up for it afterwards with landing pretty much every single other, but I think the consistent what the? Did they just Chaos 2 that Vault out into the open? That was some Robot War shenanigans right there.
That was insane, but speaking of insane, Envy going so fast at this point. They know that they have such tight timings to work with, and for now, though, Fire Strays, they're playing with a very interesting off angle right now, and Varian gets caught out, but they do lose one player immediately, and Stooge is going to get res through it. Fire Strays, though, they're holding from such a far away sightline. Slothy has to come in. He has one chance to win shit, but it's doing off. His moment of entry wasn't there. Envy, they take it for free. And Fire Strays, they're at a loss right now. Slothy, sure he's going to be able to get one onto Busy, but he knows it's said and done. Fire Strays sold it entirely.
Unbelievable. And you were talking just a moment ago about Fire Strays looking stable. Well, Varian went into a stable and someone looked in it and they found him for free. Envy
Why were
just
they
get
on
away
the
with
other
it.
side of the map? They were in the
man.
Assault Hotels, and the cash out was winched on the opposite side towards Theater.
I think they just didn't expect that particular cash out flip to end up where it did. And there's just
They
a
were the
lack
ones
of...
that put it there.
I know, but they clearly were like, okay, we're going to move it out into the open, then go onto the Assault building. But as soon as it landed somewhere completely unpredictable, they didn't have the adaptation. They didn't improvise around what was in front of them. And I mean, you got to feel sorry for Varian because he did get picked out of nowhere in a hiding spot. If he pulls that play off, then we're talking right now about how incredible and ingenious it was for Fire Strays. But as it is, they really did sell themselves there.
I think I figured it out. I think that what was happening was Fire Strays was waiting to play the double collapse. So they know that Envy is going to dive in onto the point. And so they have a gateway pre-prepped on the other side over in the Assault Hotels, which is where we had the other two players of Fire Strays sitting. And Sloth and T-Mills were waiting for that gateway to open up. Then Varian's going to throw the gateway over the top once Envy dives the point. They did not anticipate that Varian just dies.
Yeah.
And that sets the entire thing in motion because then there's actually no way back from that. There's no recovery because even if they got there in time, which they pretty much did, there's goo that will stop you from winching it away. There is cover that you can create out of thin air. It was a hero play that they did not need to do.
No, and you do have to give credit to Envy for, after getting that kill, immediately reading the situation, knowing whereabouts the rest of Fire Strays would be stationed up, lining up that goo and just sticking a steal with very little other protection. You know, of course, they had the H+ infuser, they had the domes if they need to, but they didn't really need that. The goo was enough. And just sticking the steal, and then they had the rest for the follow-up even. So once it was done, it was done. And now we head into what seems like a earlier than scheduled Cis Horizon, with Envy up a map. They won Cis Horizon earlier. Interestingly enough, this series is the same two maps back to back, but this time around, Envy taking Banal. Could we see Fire Strays take Cis Horizon and we end up on 2-2?
It could happen. Anything can happen. I think the chat wants the 4-2-2-2, and let's see if it's gonna happen. Envy is already set with this trap play up on Vault 1. Rotation from Fire Strays. Jerry, looks like Varian has found a way in for the team there with the Vanish Bomb, but Envy has already been privy to it. They've already caught them out.
Yeah, and you don't want that. This is a nice bit of positioning here from Stooge, though. He wants to get an angle. There's the full commit, and I think Stooge just left at the wrong moment. SCN and Busy falling back as far as they can, but they have avoided damage for the time being. This is nice movement. Fire Strays taking some strays from the back as that flank almost works out, but it looks as though both teams have gotten away with it here. What do they have left in the tank for the second engage, though?
I don't know what either team has left in the tank. Everyone kind of expelled a lot of everything, but for now, Stooge is on the vault, ready to take the fight into Varian, and Slothy, even though he takes early damage from Busy, gets healed up, but they'll commit to playing the heals all the way through. Looks like that could be indicative of what's about to happen when Envy starts this next engagement, but they are taking this vault fight incredibly seriously, and Envy is playing the stealth game
T-Mills
very well. Oh, here we go. Oh, the RPG is out from Busy, and Slothy goes down immediately as they collapse in off the winch play. Envy now standing with a one-player advantage, and they find Varian out in the staircase. Varian, he gets Stooge taken away. Finally, the res is going to come to fruition. T-Mill's not going to be able to do the same thing for Slothy as he falls through as well. Varian, last player standing, but Envy has absolutely won this team fight. Even then, that is going to be an incredibly long and drawn-out fight for Envy. So this kind of sets the pace. Is Fire Strays fully out of the running yet, Jerry?
2 minutes there before that final kill in the team fight, and I don't think they're out of the running at all. This is very early days on this map, but Envy are taking the control that they needed to, and of course, form dictates that they should take this map, considering how well they performed in it earlier against this exact same team. So this is a nice view of the cross that more than one player on Envy has right now. Everyone's watching for this. They've got a read on Fire Strays here. Fire will likely want to come to this bridge. It's probably the safest option whether you take it above or below, you get yourself some hard cover. But everyone's going to be watching. It's going to be difficult.
I mean, yeah, this is exactly what Envy wants, to be able to put Fire Strays into a corner, but Varian does get the cross. That means that the team gets the gateway. And now Envy, they swap to the bottom. They're going to be playing off drop here, possibly to be going out to the sidelines and utilizing a jump RPG engage. Let's see if that pad RPG is going to hit, but for now, it looks like Envy is just waiting for Fire Strays to clear the drop. They clear the drop and they winch it out as well. So it's not going to fall down the floor. That's going to put Envy in a little bit of a bind as they weren't anticipating it. Busy, he's going to dedicate all the util into it. Slothy gets a lot of damage out onto Envy in the wake of it all. Stooge and STN, super low HP, and they're separated. Finally, they heal each other up, but at the same time, Fire Strays, they're in control now. Slothy caught out! Stooge in such a good spot, but luckily for Fire Strays, they're able to get that heal and get that refib up. But now, Fire Strays, they've lost control. Jerry, Fire Strays, they get one onto Busy, but they still need to get two more, and then they have to reflip it yet again.
They have Goon. That is enough cover for them to force the wide swing from both of these players. Neither of them committing to it. I think Slothy's managed it. He does get the split back. And Fire Strays fight their way back into contention here. And they're going to get the kills to follow it up as well. Just about cleaning up Stooge. What a dramatic opening cash out here as it trades hands multiple times. And Fire Strays get their foot in the door.
Wow. I mean, there you have it. One cash out away from tying it up to be 4-2-2-2 for the scoreline. If Fire Strays can lock in, this is just wild to me. But what a great start here. Envy technically leading the charge in terms of kills, but it is so even as far as team fights are going. But you can see how slow these fights are happening. In scrims, fights are not this slow ever, but you can tell the stakes are really getting to some of these players. And again, 7 hours of pure finals gameplay. Varian about to get caught out here as Envy takes a charge, but he's not caught at all.
Yeah, seems like he caught Envy instead, but unfortunately doesn't find anything on the other side of it. Envy are gonna try and reposition here. I mean, this is affording Fire Strays the space to maneuver that cash box where they like. They have to worry about Varian on the other hand. Now, they close that distance. We can see on our left, they don't necessarily know that Slothy's around the corner. He gets the witch, he wins that mini game, but then if there's damage in both directions, T-Mill's there to clean up the shots onto Busy, and they turn it around with that res, but Varian shuts down the Reza. The medium's gone, T-Mills finds the kill as well. Now it's only Busy left scrambling. Where is he? Doesn't even really matter. He's such low HP. They do find him. 1 versus 3 was never going to make a difference. Decides to get in there and make something happen quickly rather than having to wait around and let Fire Strays manipulate the macro for more time.
Exactly. I mean, still though, this is such a good showing from Fire Strays, showing that they actually understand what macro play is needed, what type of positioning they need to do around that cash out when they just set the vault down. But unfortunately, the spawn manipulation isn't there for them. They don't send Varian in order to flip those spawns, and Envy, they get one of the most advantageous spawns that they can, coming up from the top ground of campus. And already, we do see that Busy, Stooge, and STN2K, they're moving forward to get this cash out over. But Busy just winches this away. Nope, they're not going to get the chance to. They Fire Strays, they actually drop it a little bit preemptively. They get some intel from T-Mill's Varian. Busy, he brings it back up. He's actually able to pull it all the way back up. That means Slothy, just like Busy in the last one, has to get close to dedicate util. They do prevent the steal from happening, but Envy now is going to be in an advantageous spot as they are less split up than Fire Strays. Varian caught out, gets shot out in the back, but T-Mills needs to close that gap and try and get the res back to be able to. Slothy and T-Mills are waiting on board. Busy goes down in a slew of gunfire. Stooge and STN2K, they're going to try and get this res. They do. STN gets the res, but there's a gas barrel on it. There is a C4 placed. T-Mills and Slothy, they are in a decent spot here, Jerry.
Fire Strays need only to hold on here with that 2 versus 3. Busy Trying to make up for some mistakes here as he sticks this steal. That winch doesn't connect and the heals are there, but T-Mills puts down STN. Suj with the trade. It's 1 versus 2 here. Suj needs to hold on with 15 seconds to keep his team in this map, but he gets taken out by T-Mills, and that is going to be a steal back again for Fire Strays. Envy, with misstep after misstep, ensure that once again we trade maps in the series between Fire Strays and Envy, and they both enter the next heat with 2 points apiece.
4-2-2-2 is your scoreline as we exit Heat 5 and enter Heat 6. This is new, uncharted territories for the finals, as there is still only Nightmare in Heat Point, and every other team is now guaranteed to enter Heat Point once they get into the next one. But even then, it's not a guaranteed win. It's only Heat Point, it's not game point.
Yeah, it's crazy that everyone is now on the same page where it's still only Nightmare that can qualify. We'll sort of sum that up when we get a look at the points and a look at the bracket again, but wow, that was a rough game. I've really got a feel for Busy, and I hate to point the finger, but that was twice in a row in terms of crucial team fights over a cash box that they played the macro initially perfectly, getting the cash box into a good spot and forcing the enemy heavy to use the RPG for the drop. Neither time did they leverage the RPG advantage that they had. The first time, he hit massive damage on Fire Strays. They didn't follow up for kills. Second time, he died with RPG in pocket in a mid-fight that lasted like 20 seconds. He never whipped it out. There was a point where it was perfect. I was praying that he would whip out the RPG and just wipe out Fire Strays. Didn't happen. Busy will know that that was a mistake. He's a far better heavy player than I am. And that is just one of those things. It's cost them a point, I honestly think. Rio, I don't know about your thoughts. I've gone in hard there, but I think it's deserved.
I definitely agree, and it's a shame that he didn't whip it out. But we got 2 amazing games there. We really did. We got some amazing matches, and now we're on 4-2-2-2. Which is probably the best scenario we could ask for, because it guarantees more than likely we're going to continue more heats. So we've broken down these teams, we've broken down cash out, we've broken down everything. I know you want to say something, Artie, but before you do, I want to poke in your brain a little bit, and I just give me a number. What is going to be our final heat?
27. No, I genuinely, I don't think anyone knows. It's all going to depend on this next cash out, because if any team still lets Nightmare slip through, that's it. And this is our last heat. Because even though we've already seen it for 2 cash outs where Nightmare gets griefed out, it is still the same game. Yeah. Every single team still needs to prevent Nightmare from coming through. That has not changed. But what will change is after this heat, because if one team gets to 3 points, then suddenly they are going to be, which they will. Yep. Every team is guaranteed to at least get to 3 points here should they make it through. And that's the thing, is that no matter what happens in the next game, in the next heat, we are guaranteed to have more than one team on heat point. Now, heat point is not match point. If you have 3 points, that puts you at heat point, which is a possibility to win, because you only need 2 points. There's 2 points at a heat. So if you get 3 points, you're at heat point. That doesn't mean match point. But if we get 2 teams that are on 3 points, obviously that means that those teams are going to then have a target on their backs. But we might not even get to that point, because again, in order to get there, you have to let Nightmare not make it. So everybody is still griefing Nightmare. The story has not changed. It's just insanity through and through.
Rio, you asked for a number. I'm betting Heat 7. All right, Heat 7 is where it happens, because a team will go through that has points, that has a championship point, right? That's guaranteed to happen.
Yeah.
But I think it by that point may well be Nightmare, and I think that they might clinch it in 1 at that point. That's my prediction right now. I'm putting it on paper, on card. There's a verbal document of me calling it. So that's my prediction.
I have a question, Rio. Okay, Rio, how many cash outs are getting doubled in this cash out?
Oh my God, all of them.
All of three.
Just
That's
from
the
the
answer I was
start.
hoping for.
It's
Yeah.
going to be just wild, unhinged. It's going to be either the most unhinged thing or everybody's just going to go back to the first cash out and it's going to be kind of everybody standing it there. But hey, guys, you're going to take us into what could be the most exciting cash out game of today. Take it away.
Heat 6, ladies and gents. We have entered the second row of my notes in my scrapbook here. And I'm glad I made a second row because I was thinking, nah, it won't go on that long. It'll be done by midnight here. It is midnight now. I'm guaranteed to go along a lot longer. Ardy, it's almost well past my bedtime.
It's 2 p.m. over here in the sunny islands, and genuinely, I couldn't be more happy to be here. And when people ask me, what do you mean casting is a full-time job? I have been sitting here yelling about the finals for 7 hours, not even playing it. So let's be real, gamers. This is where we all lock in together. Fire Strays going to be, again, doubled up here. We'll fix that for you shortly here as we are watching Space Station Gaming engage with Nightmare. Space Station Gaming has to be hungry. They started off so strong with 2 points, and they haven't had a chance to get any more points in these heats. So right now, Normalize, Grad, and Lamp can do what they can, but Nightmare, they have not stopped being as solid as ever as they win that team fight easily.
No, they look absolutely indomitable. The only thing holding them back is the fact that every single player in this lobby doesn't want them to progress, and that has not changed since 2 heats ago. So, SSG being wiped early and Fire Strays effectively being wiped with T-Mels hiding in a fireplace. That's what we call Santa Clausing.
Oh, absolutely. We'll get Fire Strays named swapped out here in just a moment. Looking to see Envy also on the cash out with Stooge getting a nice little pass all the way over. It hits a tree, unfortunately. It happens. I've played golf before. We have Nightmare now also starting their cash out. And again, how is Nightmare being allowed to go through so freely? We'll see Fire Strays come and have something to say about that in the next one. And for now, it's also going to be Nightmare, Fire Strays, and SSG that all engage in a thruple of chaos over here in the apartments.
It's something that we noticed during testing in Jerry's Not Very Grand Finals, little self-plug there, that the first cash out tends to be quite selfish. People will play for themselves no matter the stakes in the macro sense of things. Nightmare know that they can get away with, you know, plugging something for free. But even in that, they have left their vault, or they've left their cash out, and expect it to be stolen very quickly. It probably will be, because they're not even there. So
this is the same 5D chess as before. Everyone's
exactly.
Oh, and Nightmare just leaves, and then so Nightmare is leaving there in the driver's seat here. This time it's SSG that's doing what Envy was doing. And Envy is holding really far off their box as well, which is what Fire Strays was doing on Bernal, which might get ahead of them. So if we look at Nightmare about to steal here, I don't know what's going to happen. But we do see Lasagna. He is privy to Busy and STN, but he drops behind Busy, but STN is behind him, and there's a Lasagna of Lasagna, but Lasagna gets his one pick, and Stooge gets the trade, but Udi and Gremlin, they're going to win this fight. It's just Stooge up on Envy, and SSG is here to grief as well, Jerry. There's a lot of things happening.
It's such a shame that that didn't happen in the literal cathedral of that map, of this map. Otherwise, it would have been a recreation of the snipers sitting in cathedrals meme. Like, someone sitting behind him, and someone sitting behind him, and no, he's got a scope trained on you. It's just chaos. In comes Space Station Gaming to try and steal A.
Yeah, Nightmare's effectively wiped here, and SSG, they're playing with the smoke as well. They're not playing around, but neither is Envy as Stooge comes through. SCN dies off screen, but Stooge is good right now. He's good to keep this box in their favor. That means that Nightmare gambled by leaving their original box, and Fire Strays is going to be the ones that profit off of it. And once again, we're seeing Envy and Fire Strays at the top of the cash-out game.
Nightmare have been doing decently quietly in the background, though, with that plug money as well as a fair few kills. So they're not too far behind Fire Strays. Space Station Gaming, on the other hand, languishing with only 2 kills to their name and a team wipe against them. So they'll hope to pick things up. Oh, surprise encounter here in the apartments as Gremlin finds Busy. And there's the missed defib, which is going to cost his STN his life there. Gremlin will gobble him up. And down goes Stooge. Well, Nightmare just got a free wipe on Envy in the middle of traveling from point A to point B. Don't know what they were doing,
Monaco.
really.
I love Monaco so much. This is one of my favorite maps. And also all the way over here in this new Trentilla area, formerly Disun. It's feeling like SSG is possibly going to get caught out here, but it's actually Fire Strays getting caught out over on the Trentilla side of things, and we're going to check in with Fire Strays continuing to get caught out, and they're going to throw their cash out. They know that they want this thing doubled. They throw it all the way over in hopes that it gets plugged as Nightmare takes them away, and yeah, we're getting the second set of cashes doubled, but not if Nightmare has anything to say about it, but both Space Station and Envy dive in, and they have something to say about it, but Nightmare, good macro here. Uni actually manages to make sure that this does not get doubled. He gateways it in perfect timing, and Nightmare plugs it in the Cathedral.
Oh, this is an excellent point to defend as well. You can do so many creative things with the Cathedral, especially if you're trying to avoid fire. Now, the funny thing about that for Nightmare is that before they even plugged, they'd managed to equal Fire Stray's cash tally. They've been getting so many kills over this game, and now they look set to take first place going into the final wave because they have a cash out in their hands. This is perfect for them. They could not have dreamed of a better scenario, but of course, now everyone will know what the stakes are. They need to be targeting this Cathedral.
Oh yeah, and they have to just let SSG with their own, and that's exactly what's going to happen right now as both Envy and Fire Strays are starting to dive into Nightmare. Question is SSG going to come in as well? Because they absolutely might. His #1 priority is still preventing Nightmare. They can't lose track of that. The stakes haven't changed. Gremlin going to be able to find out Stooge, but Stooge escapes with his life. Perfectly timed dash out. And Nightmare having an oddly quiet time defending this cash out right now, but Fire Strays, they're making their way in at the same time that Envy is collapsing in on them.
Fire Strays are here, of course. We get a cheeky peek of the Space Station Gaming, just having an easy time on the other side of the map as Gremlin finds STN. Nightmare still at full strength here. They're doing a great job just individually. They're not really grouped up here. They're making sure that they keep themselves alive, prioritizing their own survival. Just waiting for the opportunity to collapse on anyone that comes to steal. Of course, Fire Strays want to leave it as late as possible. Oh, but he nabs him from behind. Lasagna gets the pincer on them. That's Fire Strays. T-Mills out for the count. No res up for the team in red, but there's an attempt to steal regardless. They fall off of it knowing that it's just going to be a bait. They cannot commit to that. Only about 20 seconds left.
Even while getting perma griefed by every team as now SSG jumps into the match. Nightmare still holds on, Jerry, but Gremlin's just been caught up by Varian, and as the Fire Strays come in through here, Envy tries to stop the Fire Strays here, but realizes that, hey, we do need that box to flip regardless, so SSG, they're gonna let this happen. They let Sloppy go for the steal, and that is going to be the very first time that Nightmare has actually dropped out of the running in this set. There's still 2 more sets of cash out to go, though, Jerry. I don't know what's happening!
Sometimes the world is just against you, Ardy. Nightmare cannot catch a break here. They're the victims of their own success so early on in this bracket. And now we go into this final wave of cash outs with Fire Strays and SSG up on top. Again, that is a matchup that we have not yet seen.
But Jerry,
it's the very first BS2.
Something very important to point out here is that because that second box wasn't doubled, there is still no clear one winner, which means that it's going to be much easier for Nightmare to be able to make through this because there's not just one team in the driver's seat this time around. So Nightmare's #1 goal is to make sure that this does not get doubled, because if it does, this run could be over for Nightmare, at least for this one. They do have another chance.
There's not a single team in here that wants it doubled. So at this point, Nightmare might find themselves playing a fair 3v3 up against the team defending cash box. They're making a good start of it by fighting Envy and stealing that vault from under their noses. They can plug this wherever they want. They've still got a whole minute, and they don't need to double this. They can split it. Where is that other objective?
But it's Fire Strays is on it. Fire Strays is on it, and Envy is as well, because every single team wants to make sure that this gets doubled, Jerry, because even though that means that they won't win this match, it means Nightmare can't get through. And so right now, Envy is struggling as STN2K does what he can to try to get through, but Nightmare, they've closed the gap. They are so close to getting this plugged in here. All they need to do is plug it. It doesn't even matter for this fight. The Lasagna is just taking out STN. There is still infighting happening between all the other teams. Space Station Gaming is confirmed for that first place if nobody else comes through. Here's the jump pad. Nightmare needs to get plugged. Fire Strays playing goalie. They play goalie. The cash box is out. It is super cash ball all over again as the vault goes flying, and it does end up with the double probability as Envy. They don't want to plug this either, though. They know that it means that they're not getting through, but Jerry, this is insane.
And that first objective, cash out A, has disappeared, meaning that it will come down to whoever holds this final one, and then likely Fire Strays going through with them yet again. How have they manufactured this situation 5 times in a row, Artie? We have now about 26 seconds left. The question is, who's going to go through with them? It still could be Nightmare if they manage to push off a steal, but right now it's Envy's turn for a bite of that cherry, and it looks like they're going to land it here. They do successfully get it, and that is huge for them.
It's a
they
kill
might
race.
make it through. Oh, but they get wiped from Fire Strays. But the steal's coming through here from Nightmare, but they get the wipe on Nightmare as well. Envy have done everything they needed to. They booked themselves a spot in the next round with Fire Strays yet again. The 3rd time in a row, Artie, we're seeing Envy and Fire Strays in 1st and 2nd position.
Jerry, it was a kill race at the very end. After SSG lost their box, it became a full kill race for that 2nd place, and SSG was not prepared for that. They didn't expect that anybody was going to be able to steal their box, and because of that upset, SSG just got absolutely lost in the sauce throughout Grandma's house. No positioning could have fixed what happened next, as literally every single team came through to start fighting, and Fire Strays ended up grabbing more kills than enough. And not only that, but SSG got wiped. SSG, all they needed was a few more kills, but they got wiped.
Wow, what a cash out. That was insane. And the march continues on. I just kind of I stopped taking a ton of notes and I just had a couple observations, honestly, just from watching this. And the biggest takeaway that I can see is from this format, you have to beat the grief. You have to find a way to overcome whoever is griefing you, whether it's just one team or if it's 3 teams going at you. And that's kind of the ultimate challenge. It might seem unfair for Nightmare, but they really need to show that they have risen above all these other teams and deserve to be the ones that win it. And I think that's pretty unique. And do you want to add anything to that? I kind of leave that, open-ended, but those are my takeaways.
Yeah, well, absolutely. I mean, the first 3 heats that we had were relatively evenly balanced. Nightmare just got to 4 points really quickly off the back of exceptional cash out play, exceptional 3v3 play. And that's meant that the next 3 heats, or at least the cash outs in the next 3 heats, have been really split up. And Nightmare now are in a position where they know the next time around, it will be different.
I mean, regardless of the next time around, there is still extra stakes that will change the game coming into the next cash out, because cash out is dictated by how many points you have leading into it now when we are in the heat system. And there are only 3 outcomes at the end of this. So first outcome is what we've seen every time from these two, is 1 and 1, which means that the scoreline is 3 and 3, right? We have 4, 3, 3, 2. If that's the outcome, it puts both Fire Strays and Envy on heat point, but importantly, not match point. It means that they would have to win both in their heat. It's a possibility they can win if they're allowed into the next set, but it doesn't mean that they will. It means that SSG would have the better set and people would let SSG in because they're guaranteed not to be able to win. But the other 2 options here are that at the end of this one, it becomes 4-4, and either Envy or Fire Strays have 4 points should either team end up winning both sets. If that happens, you will have to have the other 2 teams, whoever is still on 2 points along with SSG, to grief the other 2 teams out, which is a lot harder. Either way, in any of those scenarios, nobody knows what cash out's going to look like in the next heat.
Yeah, I think it's just so dynamic. It's so fun. It's unique. I am just enthralled, and I'm really enjoying as well the Fire Strays and Envy storyline. They've kind of come out from the bottom and shown us that they're both really equal teams. As I'm watching you guys cast it, I have no idea who's going to take it away until the very last few seconds. It's really entertaining. It's really close, and I don't know. My biggest takeaway is that each are going to get another map. That's what's happened so far. It's happened twice. I'd be a fool if I felt any other. But we're going to Seoul. I'll let you guys take it from here.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
We get to dial it back a little bit, and cease our brain shenanigans about what's going to happen in the next cash out, all of the different permutations, and just see what happens now. Soul under construction, and this is one of the more exciting elements of this long format, is that as things go on, that map pool starts to become more and more varied. We start to see different maps in the cash out just by virtue of it rotating. We start to see different maps now in the 3v3s because teams want to bring out different strategies, Artie.
Yeah, this is going to be absolutely crazy stuff coming through here, but both Envy and Fire Strays, they're well used to each other at this point. It's just a matter of who's countering who better, and I'm so excited to bring in this action. But yeah, regardless of where we end up, these teams are going to be seen as a threat in the next wave of cash out. But nobody can win yet. It's just about adding points to the tally. See what points are going to be added here as Busy locks in up top, but it's going to be Varian. She takes a little bit of the brunt of that damage here. Sloppy as well gets caught out. Envy, though, not making any crazy moves. You'll notice, Chad, they're fighting on the under construction area. Not a single player cares about the vault right now.
Absolutely not. They want this team fight to go in their favor before they get the tap, because they know that that journey back to the objective, once it is tapped, it's going to be relatively quick. You can get that gateway going. It is tapped here by Envy just to move things along a little bit, and they have that gateway prepped and ready. I'll be interested to see whether... Oh, Varian's been taken down, so he doesn't even have the opportunity to glitch this gateway and stall the progress of Envy. They'll get the plug pretty quickly here.
Oh yeah, and Envy has full top control as well. That plug is going to be easy, and now they even had the goo on the jump pad. Crazy stuff, but Busy, wow, great shots from T-Mills and Varian alike to make sure that Busy has to actually take a step back. But Stooge as well, he's going to take a couple of extra hits there. Envy wasn't able to deal with that zip line that was over towards the apartment side. So Fire Strays, they actually get up here pretty easily, but Envy's still holding top. Busy peeks out to the side there. Varian down to just 50 HP, but he's going to be able to escape. And again, look how scrappy these fights are. This is so crazy that both Envy and Fire Strays are terrified to actually go for a crazy push. Well, Slothy, he's going to be the first to possibly fall. He's able to survive there. Varian, he goes for a push of his own. STN going to survive the engagement, but Varian, with that vanishing bomb, goes to try and hunt for Stooge, and he finds him. The question is, who's going to win this light battle? Stooge going to be able to escape this life there. Slothy tries to push. The dome is going to be expelled in order to do so. And Jerry, there is no telling what's going to happen next.
Oh, it feels like we've just danced around in circles for a good half a minute or a minute or so. And now finally we're getting a little bit of a committal here. That pad vanish bomb engage, and they find the lone light, but he can't land the shots. Varian dashing around the corner. They're about half HP each. The RPG has not come good for Fire Strays. I say that, actually, no, it has. The follow-up from T-Mills is massive. Wow, with that FAMAS.
Good positioning. He was in the exact correct spot to follow up on damage as Envy tried to play for the split. This is what I was talking about at the very beginning. It's who can read the other better. And Fire Strays has realized more often than not, if they're able to stay together in one situation, that they can overshine Envy's damage.
A decent spawn here for Envy as they can get straight on that jump pad with the Vanish Bomb. T-Mills will be waiting for them. They decide to go for the high ground immediately, but the time was not in their favor. They already have no chance of getting this, so this is a fight for the wipe more than anything. They do spot, once again, Varian alone around the corner. Oh, Stooge was actually so close to getting that peak, but he's left his team out to dry. Sloppy closes in on STN. The Infuser does actually buy Busy the chance to win that fight against the Heavy, but he backs away anyway. Stooge actually putting the steam on his back right now, and he survives. Busy does finally confirm that kill against Sloth, and it's left just Varian up against the rest of it. He decides to back away. Is he going to end it all? He may well do, but either way, that's a pretty huge win for Stooge on the back of what looked like a very lost fight.
Yeah, Varian is, at the very least, able to survive out a little bit longer to allow his team to coin in. But question still stands. Envy will be able to get this vault plugged, and in doing so, find themselves in the same situation as last time, but with slightly more prep time. They have the opportunity to make sure that every single set that Fire Strays can use to enter is cut off. If they could do that well, I think they have this point. If Fire Strays can enter once again, I think they do have what's needed to make this work. Oh, unfortunately, as that takes a little bit extra time, looks like Fire Strays, they actually use that opportunity to start that engagement, but already they're diving off of it?
Interesting. Well, looking to maybe just get a cleaner 3 versus 3. Not happy with their collective team positioning there. But Envy will take those. They'll absolutely take those. Varian split from the rest of his team. Always looking to get these sort of backstab maneuvers going. They do have a bit of intel on the hold now. But Varian going alone is going to be risky. They do have the heal beam, of course, to get Slothy back up. It's a slower process than if you had that infuser. They are taking flak as they get up. They hit that jump pad, and that is the cue for Varian to strike from behind. And he does so with extreme ruthlessness. Does take out Stooge. Buys them that defib advantage as well in this fight.
Yeah, that defib is going to be everything, but Envy is now boxed in, and Fire Strays take full advantage. Busy goes down, STN follows. It's just Stooge who's going to be able to escape with his life, but he's going to send that straight out in order to reset the team as fast as possible. Fire Strays, they are now in charge. Fire Strays is now poised to win this if they can prevent Envy from closing the gap up to the top. Let's see what happens on this respawn.
And it's off the back of some really smart team decision-making. You know, they did have an opportunity to go for that push, but like I said, they wanted to regroup. They wanted to get the maneuver right, and their timing was impeccable on that approach. It was so nice to see that double pincer maneuver and Varian getting that early pick. All snowballed from there. And now let's see. And Envy pull off something similar as they hit that jump pad with the Vanish Bomb. It will be quite telegraphed here as everyone on Fire Strays has their eyes trained towards his corner.
Oh yeah, but Stu's gonna be going up to the top ropes here and immediately tries to find a back angle on Varian, which does with absolute success. Busy finds one of the Slothy as well. It's only up to T-Mills, but with these goose stalls, we know he's gonna be able to stop it out. Oh, but he gets he gets stalled himself. He can't stall it. Envy, they're locked in for one more cash out.
That is why we see heavies running goo nowadays. Look at the value off of that. Incredible stuff from Busy to ensure his team stay in it on Soul. Wow, some really tight stuff there. And we saw a moment, I even called it as a good pick from Stooge before he'd even shot a bullet. The landing on top of Varian. Like, I've never seen a more dead light in my life, and that really snowballed it. So the attacks have been fantastic from both of these teams. Defenses leaving a little bit to be desired.
Well, now it's up to Fire Strays to make sure that this next cash out doesn't go up to the top, but the other option is a Hospital. What a setting for this actually crazy 3v3 final round. Slothy and Varian going to be taking tons of damage here, and Envy completely untouched. And Fire Strays just, they say, hey, you won this fight, whatever. We don't care, we go next. And Slothy now going to be waiting to see if he, wait, Slothy is going to let... No, he's going to let Varian and T-Mills coin in. He wants to make sure that Hospital is not plugged, and it's not.
Yeah, he wants to make sure that they spawn that side. So that's why he's just allowing his teammates to come back in. That is a good call. Maybe not something that they had the idea of doing, because, of course, if they could have survived, maybe the rest of Fire Strays would have just run to Hospital. But it's the right call, and it's meant that it's forced D to be plugged by Envy.
But Busy has the full read. He knows exactly where they are, and his heavy goo is going to land a little bit short of blocking that jump pad, but they're taking the other jump pad either way, and Busy, it's early damage. Slothy's going to go down. T-Mills almost shredded, and Varian the last up. Not going to be able to do much up against it as Envy has held the line at the top of their castle, and now Varian, well, he has to wait for Slothy and T-Mills to come back, and he has to gate them in.
We saw the true value of Recon here. Look at the intel that is gained. This isn't just damage coming out from the shack, of course. That's a three-way crossfire. Stooge gets credited with it. But once you pick that one person out of midair for free immediately, you know you're going to win that team fight.
Wait, I wonder, did Varian get a gateway pre-placed? Can we check Varian real quick? If Varian has a gateway pre-placed, this is going to be insane. He doesn't. He has to get his gateway all the way up. Let's see what happens. All right, there we go. No gateway. Vanish bomb.
Ready to be hit, but they don't do it. This is the last chance, as you say, the Varian find an opportunity to get a load of damage out on the heavy, and he does so. This is a 3 versus 1 up here, but Slothy comes out on top there. They have a chance now. Have Envy done enough to stall? STN does actually manage to get the trophy up of Busy. That's huge because that gets the Witch back in play. Stooge has a great perch. The Goo is in position. And it's a really difficult place to get the Witch out of. I think they might be able to stick this seal here. They do! They got it! He's done it! Slothy! Hard sticks it! And they take the map off of Envy. What a ridiculous last-second steal!
Fire Strays now at heat point. even if they lose the next one, they'll have a shot to win moving into the next heat. But they can have an even better shot by getting to 4 points. And all they need to do is win the next one. But Jerry, insane macro on Soul on the construction site. Insane!
Absolutely incredible. That was honestly, considering, you know, all of these 3v3s, they are just completely fair stakes. Everyone just wants to win. There's no macro involved in terms of like making sure other teams get more points, because it's just one team versus another team. We've seen some of the finest 3v3 plays today from all of these teams. Fire Strays started off the day sort of quite low in my expectations because they were losing a lot of 3v3s in phase 1. They have stepped it up a notch. And you were saying, like, you know, Slothy might have been feeling a bit of fatigue or whatever. I don't think it's fatigue. I think he's unlocked the next level in his abilities because he was really putting off some incredible stuff that game. Fire Strays are now the second team to be within reach of championship point potentially, and of all the teams coming into this, you wouldn't have expected to say that about Fire Strays.
And I'm just saying this, I'm not trying to flame Envy. I am an Envy fan. I bought their bundle, but I will say this, they brought 4 goo grenades into that match and not a single one of them could get a goo stall on that last cash out.
Yeah, and it ended up even protecting them. So clearly just some poor angle work, something didn't work out for them. And in fact, it just worked against them in the end. But, you know, we did see that heavy goo win them the second cash out. So swings and roundabouts here, you know. They kept themselves in it because of a goo, and then they lost it at the end because of a goo from their own teammate. So difficult to judge on that one.
Very difficult to judge, but we're going on to our favorite map. Sis Horizon. See what can happen now as Envy and Fire Strays lock it in for their 6th in a row 3v3 final round.
At the end of the day, you do still have to be good at this game. You do still have to land your shots. You do still have to be able to defend points. Fire Strays are really showing that they can do all of those things with the most success on cash out so far. And closing in on the most success in 3v3s as well. Granted, it's all been against Envy so far, but we'll see what happens now as this glitch is going to maybe determine this battle as he gets it out. Let's see what happens from here, Artie.
Let's see what happens as Envy gets the brunt of the damage there. Slothy and T-Mills go down, and Varian with his 25 HP. He chooses to not finish this engagement. He knows Busy sticking the res. The timing is not his. Fire Strays loses that first team fight, but actually crazy stuff going on. And for Envy, this is perfect. This is what they want. They're going to have the vault fight, but that vault is very, very far from those cash outs. It's actually one of the farthest natural spawns that you can get from a vault to either cash out in the entire game. So Fire Stray is going to respawn before anything is plugged.
And they may even respawn near A if they're lucky enough here. Busy hitting that jump pad.
Right behind.
No,
yep.
okay, they are right behind, luckily, for Envy. So closing that gap now is Varian with, of course, the Vanishing Bomb, with the Gateway. He's already chucked out one behind him. And he's given his team that boost ahead, but he's no longer part of it. So he has to regroup. And this is a decent setup from Envy. They have had a little moment to get that high ground. Fire Strays now have to approach this as though they've had all the time in the world.
Absolutely. Let's see what happens coming through this time around. Nice angle pad with the Vanish Bomb as well. The style points, Fire Strays are moving in. They have full height, and they've done well in this position before. If you think just back a couple of heats ago, but we're going to look to see Busy right now with that RPG. Look at the opening damage. The opening damage does shine through. Slothy and Varian both going to have the opportunity to get healed up, though, before they can play off of it. That is going to be crucial kit that Envy now does not have. Fire Strays, they're going to open up with a red barrel of their own. Busy heals through it immediately. A bit less hurtful, but we'll see now as Stooge and Varian both trade shots back and forth. Envy trying to make their way back over to the point there. Nice kiting coming out from Envy, but Fire Strays, they're set up top to make sure that they can engage this at their pace, at their leisure. They have an escape gateway ready to go, but the Vanishing Bomb is going to be ready and poised to keep Varian out of harm's way. See if the steal comes through. Steal going to land in, but that bait causes Envy to lose motion. Stooge goes out early. In that engagement, that's exactly what Fire Strays wanted. SCN gonna have to burn the defibs. now chunking through all of Firestray's utility, all of Envy's utility. It's going to just be a battle of attrition right now as Envy struggle to heal through the damage. Busy is gone. No defibs will be there to res him back up. Firestrays, they have to push in now, Jerry. STN, 2K, and Stooge, they have to go out around the backside. Firestrays, they push in, and Varian, he's good for one. Envy cannot stop this steal from happening. Firestrays take cash out one.
Absolutely incredible plays from Firestray. Just the persistence. It didn't feel like any single moment to find that fight. Just constantly getting slightly better outcomes than SSG. Oh, not SSG. I saw Orange. I thought SSG. Envy. Of course it's Envy. We're in a 3 versus 3. Of course it's Firestrays versus Envy. It's been that way the same past 3 times. They've actually traded Sis Horizons here so far in Phase 2. So whoever comes out on top here is the ultimate Sis Horizon King. We had just a moment there as well where Varian, he reads the game so damn well as a light, doesn't he? He gets into these positions that he knows his team are going to bait into a crossfire for him. And he always sets the pace with a little bit of damage off the back of something.
Oh yeah, see what's gonna happen with Envy, just trying to make sure that they have control of this. Nice early damage there from Busy, but a solid rotation there. Stooge, STN making sure this gets plugged early, but now we'll see where they put it. Are they gonna winch this out into the void? Are they gonna keep it where it stays? They don't have much time to set up with it. Firestray is gonna be collapsing in no time. Slothy takes the brunt of the first damage there. Varian ready to deal some damage of his own, but Stooge has a good side angle. Firestrays don't even care. They don't even turn to look at him. They have better opportunities afoot as they lock in with the vanish pad, but immediately Envy, they kite downwards. They are playing with a verticality to its fullest extent there, and Firestrays matches. Immediately STN goes down. No more defibs available. Busy goes down. No more winch to stop them. Firestrays just need to take out Stooge, and they will. Envy is now on the back pedal. If Firestrays can hold out for one more team fight, they will be on match point.
I'll be joining Envy, or rather Nightmare, in those upper echelons with 4 to their name. For the good of everyone else. I mean, SSG will be hoping that Envy, for instance, take this and take the map. But like you said, it's only one fight left. And so far, look at that. Envy have been flagging. SCN has got a single kill here. Only 3 amongst the other 2 players on Envy. They are lacking. They are languishing. They are feeling that burn from this marathon. Firestrays setting up a massive crossfire. They are at least able to use that preset jump pad, not reset by T-Mills, and that is a nice winch to bring it out into the open. They could execute a massive last-second steal here, Artie.
Oh, but it lands all the way on the top, and it will drop through, but not all the way down to the bottom. Firestrays might not be ready for this at all. Envy has the possibility of getting the steal. They do! Oh, Busy gets wins, but it's too late! Firestrays, wait, no, they haven't! It's Firestrays box still! STN holding through to make sure that they can kill them all the way off, but Busy has no chance to start this steal yet. It looks like Envy's all but giving up hope immediately. It's gonna drop down to the bottom. The heals will come through, but the steal won't be stuck, and the Firestrays have 4 points!
Unbelievable from Firestrays. The rags to riches story of this roster today has been incredible, Artie. They're joining Nightmare now. They've been winning so many cash outs back to back to back to back. Do you think they'll manage to do it now when they've got a target on their backs too?
The team that everybody griefed in order to have their final rounds. Now the team that everyone will be griefing out to avoid dealing with it. The craziest thing is about to happen because with 4-4, 2-2 being the scoreline, both Firestrays and Nightmare have to be gate-kept out of the next heat if either team wants a chance.
But who's going to gatekeep them? Right?
No, and that's exactly what I was about to say. This is the pivotal point, is that it's easy to gatekeep one team. You can do that. You can team up against one, but not half of the teams in the lobby. It's almost impossible. You just can't have those little micro unisons going at it, and I just don't know. This next cash out's going to be wild. Yes, Artie.
I have a good point. No matter what, chat, we can go home soon. And the reason for that is mathematically, there is only 2 possible heats left. because
No, 3.
Well, actually 3. There is 3 possible left. If
You've
it goes,
cursed us. You've
but-
cursed us.
But here's the thing. If it goes through, because it would be so unlikely, right? That both the teams with 2 points get in, and then both the teams with 3
Don't
points
do
get
this
in.
to me,
But
Artie.
listen, if a team that is on 3 points gets in with a team that's on 4 points, right? Which is
Get
what's
the
likely
bracket
to
up, by the
happen.
way.
Even if, let's pull the bracket up. I need to talk. I need to talk you through this. If the case is that it's going to be Envy and SSG in the next heat, and they both get to 3 points, right? Hear me out. No, if it is anyone else other than Envy and SSG, the next heat is guaranteed done. Because if a team with 3 points and a team with 4 points goes through, then no matter what, somebody wins. Guaranteed. But the only way that this goes any longer is if both Envy and SSG get into the next one and the one after that, and they both only get 1 point each both times. I don't think that's happening because it is going to be so hard to keep both Nightmare and Fire Strays at bay.
Look,
All right, well,
I
somebody
can put
clip this moment where Artie's saying it's not going to happen because
It's not going to
we're
happen.
about
We're
two-
not getting to 4
two
4 4
more-
4.
All right, well,
I
and just with
can-
all of this, hold on one sec, Jerry, because one thing that I
Oh,
just want
yeah.
to point out is that we have surpassed 7.5 hours in this stream. We're talking a long day for these players, for production, for everybody involved. So just want to throw that in there because we're getting fatigue across the board from everything. This is a marathon.
Speak
and
for
we're
yourself. I'm I can't. I
Yeah,
have so
hyped.
much more. I have so much more energy now than I did 7 hours ago because I don't know what's happening.
Well, I love that because we're going to need it as we go into this next cash out because it's just going to be completely unhinged.
It is, and yet we may be just seeing a return to normality. Because, put simply, every team wants to win. That's not like there's barely any sort of macro play going on in this one. Put yourself in SSG's shoes. If they're winning, they want to force through probably Envy, right? But no one is going to help them. Like they're the only team that are going to try and do that. Nightmare are going to try and get through. Fire Strays is going to try and get through. Envy. They'll be in the same boat, you know, and then Nightmare, like it gets a lot simpler here, and perhaps this is the point where Nightmare finally stop waiting and make it through to a final round.
There is still a world where Envy and SSG do make it through because, remember, as much as Fire Strays want to make it through, they also don't want Nightmare to make it through either because they haven't won a 3v3 final round against Nightmare before. None of these teams have because that's the difference, right? For SSG, they've lost and people have seen them lose. For Fire Strays and Envy, they've both lost and they've traded so many times, but Nightmare has not lost. Sorry, Rio.
No, by all means, guys, take us away to Seoul for the second time today.
Oh,
Here we
back
go.
to Seoul, Jerry.
Soul on cash out, and this is supposed to be the normal one. I am absolutely thrilled to be seeing this. Here we go. All right, let's see. Tuning in with SSG here, who have yet to impress in really any cash out so far. They've only won a single cash out so far today. That's the fewest of any team in Phase 2. They need to lock in here. And at the moment, it looks like Grad is doing exactly that. Picks off Gremlin. That's a heavy. That's a lot of health to take down at this range with a Knight 3R. That's a good start against Nightmare.
100%. I mean, this is just a very good showing for SSG, but even with that, they trade through and he takes out Normalize, but Grad has such a nice dive on Lasagna, and Nightmare gets toppled here. This is crazy, to say the least. And again, all of these teams are so evenly matched. That's the only way this has gone on for so long, because all of these teams are possibly vying for that top spot here. STN very narrowly going out there, but at the same time, he wasn't able to match his team, so he asked to go out anyway.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, and Fire Strays continue their trend of not even going for vault fights. They just guard the cash out, and it's worked. Like, I'd say like 8 times out of 10. They've been pretty successful with this strategy. So, who's got the other cash outs?
Hey, that's a team with 4 points. Get him! Nightmare diving in. SSG on the other side. They have cash out B underway. And Fire Strays and Nightmare, both teams on match point, fighting over this cash out here at the top of the construction site. Nightmare is facing the music right now as Fire Strays look absolutely indomitable right now.
Absolutely indomitable indeed. Space Station Gaming are being afforded that freedom of the first point, as they have done in previous cash outs quite a few times, and we see now Envy closing the gap on Fire Stray. Some good shots landed from the shack of Busy. And he's forced Fire Strays into a corner. Stooge actually cleans up that kill on T-Bows. This is a great start for them. I don't know if they're going to be able to get that. Oh yeah, of course, T-Bows is the medium, so the defib's gone. Stooge closes down Slothy as well. Varian does get the long res on T-Mills, but they've lost the box as a result, and now Envy can set up their defense.
Oh yeah, this is good for Envy. All right, Envy and SSG, both teams with 2 points. Currently, boys, why did I have to open my mouth? But Envy, they winch the cash out into the pad, and an absolute style point flip right there from the top. Here's Fire Strays ready to engage him. And hey, they just did this on this map. I know if there's any team that can take out Envy right here, it's Fire Strays. We'll see as Varian chooses to not shoot his gun there, to wait to engage the team, but it was absolutely the wrong choice. A trade comes through though, but Stooge cleans up the entire team with a 3K.
You say Stooge. I want to give some credit there to the man we were watching. SCN landing almost every shot available to him with the pike, and the Night 3R is going to clean those up all day long. Nightmare, though, coming in for a steal on what was Space Station Gaming's cash out, but they are defending it well. 2 versus 3, though. 1 versus 3 in favor of the attackers here. Can Grad do enough to stall it? I don't think he can. He's choosing the wrong target. Gremlin has come in, and it looks like Nightmare might get it. No, the win from Busy. Envy, the savior of Space Station Gaming, perhaps the savior of this lobby, as they get Nightmare out of the action.
No
the steal
way!
does not succeed. Space Station Gaming have been wiped for the past 15 seconds, but they will get the cash.
Oh my goodness. And Envy wasn't even trying to just gatekeep Nightmare. They just wanted to steal that. They could have killed Nightmare and defended the box for SSG, but that wasn't their MO. They just did it accidentally. Oh my god.
Bear in mind as well, Envy had just cashed out elsewhere. They were defending on construction, so they came into third party on the other objective and almost pulled it off. That would have been massive for their prospects, but they're still ahead of the game. Envy doing a fantastic job coming off of the back of that really devastating best of 2 losses.
I have never been more locked in than right now, and neither has Fire Strays. As they start yet another cash out, the question is, will they be able to defend it all the way through? We do have SSG also starting their own, but it's going to be a long while before they can get that plug as they rotate all the way around. Cash out C being stolen by Envy, and Fire Strays letting it happen. They're not even trying to get involved as Envy gets that seal cleanly. And right now, Gremlin and Grad duke it out as SSG and Nightmare fight over control of this next box. But Nightmare, they've got a player advantage now, but Lamb has the drop.
Envy may find themselves being best friends with everyone in the lobby right now, being allowed to do things. Same with SSG. Here's Nightmare, though. They shouldn't be allowed to do this. SSG are letting them do it. I'm not quite sure why. Probably because they don't want to engage 2 versus 3. Brad had already been taken down there. Nightmare have the box, but they have a lot of people to fight off as in come Fire Strays.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, again, Nightmare with 4 points. They're going to be getting targeted just as hard as Fire Strays have been. So we might see SSG and Envy coming to make sure that this does not come to fruition. And SSG, well, they're poised actually to have a very good shot at getting the steal. They have so much goo to work with. They're creating their own barricades around the top. Right now, Lamb's going to lock in for the steal here. And it looks like Nightmare can't do much, but Graham with the insane winch. Going to be able to pull it all the way back out. Lasagna manages to goose all just a little bit longer, but Nightmare, they're taking a lot of damage from a lot of different angles. Space Station Gaming still looking for their first entry to try and find a little bit of heat. But Fire Strays, they're coming into this as well. As that third party starts to connect, we might see a little bit of craziness occur towards this point, which still has over a minute left.
Envy just getting away with a freebie on the far side. It seems like everyone focused on D. Fire Strays are still poised to try and go for this last minute steal. They do like this. Rather than not get their hands dirty. Third party extraordinaires, you might say. We see Normalize juicing up his heavy as he backs away. He's the one in need of health though, so they have to wait for that regen. As Grad is nowhere to be seen, coining back in here. As the time ticks down, becomes ever more noticeable that Nightmare still hold on to this cash out, and that is not what anyone wants in this lobby besides themselves. Fire Strays going in for the steal here, and Slothy committing.
Oh, but nobody wants Fire Sprays either. They're also at 4 points, but they're not going to be able to get it here. Nightmare do hold on to the box for just a little bit longer. And Space Station Gaming, they're going to be able to collect some kills. And if they collect enough, that's going to mean that Nightmare does surpass them in the points department. And immediately Lamp and Grad, they're going to do what they can. But Grad's last player staying. Uni gets 2 kills immediately. And it's Uni and Grad, last player staying on their respective teams. They're both in a kill race right now. Only $43 between them.
That was a three-way fight where we got to see that regardless of the fact that 2 of those teams have 4 points in the grand standings, 1 of them only had 2, everyone was just playing for themselves. That's what we were talking about, this cash out where there's too many people on the precipice of championship point often just plays out like a normal cash out. And that's what you want to see if you're a Nightmare fan. If you're a Fire Strays fan, they just have to play their game at the moment. It's Nightmare who are in a clear second place, only just. Envy very far out in front as they were afforded that second cash out, but now Gremlin and the rest of Nightmare closing them down, busy finding that kill, and now it's a 3 versus 2 for Envy.
Yeah, and Envy, they want to make sure nobody taps this vault. They're well away in the lead, and as long as that vault doesn't get opened, they are guaranteed to be the ones in the driver's seat to hopefully let SSG through, so they have a chance. Jat wants the 4-2-2-2-2 to end up as 4-4-4-4. We'll see if that ends up happening. Uni manages to survive, but right now, SSG, they make it across. It's Fire Strays plug on the last cash out, but with that vault that Envy is holding not being plugged in, there's only going to be so much of a chance for SSG to get in here and steal this without one of the teams that is at match point to actually make this work in their favor.
Grad also very low HP, the rest of his team down for the count, and it looks like he might be found, but no, just about manages to escape. There's a long timer on those last coins for SSG. Varian looks like he spots Grad, but Grad gets the better of him out there. He's keeping his team and his hopes alive here. We can see Envy just guarding that vault on the far side. This is going to be a 3-way brawl over here, but realistically, Envy need to try and make sure that they go through with SSG and not either of Nightmare or Fire.
They will. They absolutely will. At the end of that 30-second mark, as soon as that vault disappears, the other cash out goes with it, then that is going to guarantee that Envy wants to come over and get Space Station Gaming. And the question is Space Station Gaming trusting that process? Is SSG going to wait for Envy before starting their engagement? Because that's the only thing that can happen right now, because Nightmare, they're playing for their own box as well. They need to make this happen independently of whatever SSG is doing. So for now, it is going to be a pure 1v1, but no, now Envy is already getting involved. There it is. As that vault now disappears, it's time. And Lamp is the last player standing on SSG. He's going to have to go for a res. This is getting tight, Jerry.
1 minute left. Fire Strays holding on to it. Doesn't look like anyone in position to flip, but as you mentioned, Envy are now SSG's 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th players. I got that slightly wrong, but you get what I mean. There are so many people backing SSG here. Normalize gets the kill, though, onto Fire Strays. Nightmare are at full strength on the defense here, but they need the box themselves. In comes Gremlin, but he just darts back inside. Says, no, I need more help. I'm not going for a steal. What a red barrel from Lamp as he takes out Lasagna. Only about 15 seconds left, Dardy. Normalize trying to stick this steal.
They have to stick the seal. Envy has to make sure that SSG gets it, but they haven't stuck it through. Fire Strays will have this, and Nightmare gets blocked off from having it. It's going to be an Envy Fire Strays second set of games. This is 4 in a row.
At this point, we just have to say that Fire and Envy have mastered the art of cash out. That is insane to win 4 in a row like that. And this time round, everyone wanted Fire Strays out of the picture. They've still managed it with the world against them. And now they only need to win 1 3 versus 3 game to pull off what is effectively a reverse sweep in this phase 2 and claim champs for themselves. They were the underdogs coming into this, Hardy.
I mean, what a setting. I mean, Lasagna said that, like Envy, we're just going to do anything but let SSG come in. Just that chat is insane. Rio, this is a setting that we haven't seen before.
No, this is unprecedented in the finals. I mean, 1 point away for one of these teams, and it is going to go up against again. But I really, genuinely feel that Envy are going to take 2 maps. I just feel it. I don't know why. I don't really have anything to back it up, other than they're just going to do it just because it's the way that it's going to happen. And honestly, I said it before in the last matchup, I'm growing quite fond of these two. They've got some real presence. They've got some real back and forth. They're two very skilled teams, and somehow they're winning cash outs. So they deserve to be seen more. Yeah, Artie, do you want to say something?
I mean, I think that if no matter what, this is just absolutely perfect for the finals itself, because if Envy takes these next two, then wow, it is absolutely even and they deserve it. And now we're at like such a wild scoreline. But if Fire Strays do actually get the win here, what a statement for having been kicked out and not making it through the closed qualifiers and losing their matches against Nightmare and SSG back then during the closed quals and not participating in the Grand Major. For them to be able to come through and potentially win PHL Season 2 is an absolute statement as an org.
Just to reiterate here as well, the kind of comeback that we're talking about, because this has taken place over the course of what, 4 or 5 hours? Nightmare reached 4 points after the 3rd heat. That is so quick. We're now on heat 7, and Fire Strays have clawed it back. We've also witnessed Envy versus Fire Strays. Now, it's going to be 4 times in a row, and I've got to say, I'm backing Fire Strays to cross the line here because they are 4-2 against Envy in these 3 versus 3 matchups. They only need to win 1 here, and we see ourselves a new NA champion. Everyone else is an Envy fan right now.
Yeah. No, I think that's great. And I think that there's so much weight going into every map coming up because we're just so close. It's almost there. One team could take it away, but we've seen Envy make amazing comebacks. And gents, I hope that this is a wonderful map and set for you too. So take it from here.
I just saw someone in chat say Fire Strays could win this by beating Envy 4 times in a row. I want to dismiss that and say Fire Strays could win this by winning 4 cash outs. No, 5 cash outs in a row. You can't be good at this game and not win cash outs. That is the finals. They've won 5 in a row, Artie. If they win this, they are absolutely deserved champions. But Envy are going to try and stop them.
In contrast to literally everything that everybody's saying in chat, I think that this format is phenomenal because you have to earn your stay. You have to earn it to win. And these players are proving that they can earn it. I know that for both of these teams, they're capable of doing so. And right now, this could be it.
We could, just before that last cash-out game becomes distant in our rearview mirror, that was a missed opportunity for Nightmare. That was the fairest game of cash out they could have hoped for, and they still didn't make it through. What a great pad engage, and they don't find the kill.
But a great
clutch infuser and the winch from Busy to suddenly turn it on its head. Fire Strays now down a map.
Wow, I mean, the fact that that was almost a perfect set.
Teemo's just got diffed there by a Shack as well. What the hell? That was a straight up gunfight. He should have won that.
Hey, don't diss the Shack. Don't diss the Shack. Varian dealing some damage on his own as well, but only 7 seconds before Slothy coins back in, and T-Mill's trophy possibly going to be, you know, available here, but I think Varian is just going to make sure that he gets the best spawns for his teammates so they can get a good gateway in.
And the getting it started, all cushy. Rather, it's like a kind of dramatic pose to toss the gateway out. I felt like, did he emote before that or something? It looked very cute, very artsy. Either way, Fire Stray is going to close this distance. That glitch barrel goes out, and is that going to find the early place gateway? No, it does not. You can see Fire Strays just taking the long way up, just walking around. It's always interesting, the routing through this Cathedral, Arnie, but they are being read into. That's some nice shots being landed by STN. Again, Fire Strays have plenty of sources of healing. They should be able to engage cleanly, but you can see this position being held here by Stooge. They land that glitch. No, they do not. Not quite close enough.
Oh, yeah. I mean, looking at this cash out right now, Fire Strays, they have a decent way into the cash out, but that's not what matters when we're talking about the team fight. Envy, they're locked in on the top. Remember, for Envy, this is everything. For Fire Strays, all they can do is win 2 cash outs, and that's it. See what happens now as Fire Strays, well, they get a little bit dono-walled from the point as the entire Cathedral collapses on it, but Envy, they're still wrapped around the side. Fire Strays hasn't committed to the steal just yet. For Envy, that's pretty decent timing, but now Busy wins that winch fight, but loses the guns in the end of the aftermath. And now STN and Stooge, last player standing, they have to play the stall correctly. Fire Strays genuinely could win this if only they could get through the rubble.
Yeah, the Rubble's the greatest enemy here, but Fire Spray is actually doing a decent job. The Rubble working in their favor. Oh,
but no!
The last second there. Envy holding on to it. Stooge gets the kill. Now it's only NCN left, but the timer is still maybe in the favor of the attackers here. No, it's not. There's not enough.
Oh,
there is! That was a millisecond for Fire Strays, and now they're only one cash out away from claiming the championship.
Fire Strays can win this in one cash out, and it was by a millisecond.
Wow. Oh my god. Okay, Envy. Do it for yourself, do it for SSG, do it for Nightmare. You've got to turn this game around.
Do it for one more heat.
do it for one more. Do it for Heat 8.
Just one more cash out. Just one more cash out.
Just one more. Just one more game. This is everyone's experience playing the finals. It's just one more game. The next one will be the one.
Wow. I mean, Fire Strays, they're in charge right now. That ball is entirely theirs, and Envy, they are looking beat down right now as Fire Strays, they're just sending bullets over the horizon just for the sake of it.
Blocking here, though. Trying to make sure that there isn't an easy route across. Of course, Varian will have that gateway in the back of his mind. Try and move it quickly, but maybe they want to take this fight instead. They might be tempted there. Feeling confident here. Which cash out do they think they go for in this situation as well? They've got a few to choose from. Looks like they're pinging C in the distance as their opportunity for an easier win, given their setup, their range. There's the jump pad to get back towards the point, but more importantly, towards SCN, who's now fleeing. Has to drop a goo to protect his rear. Now busy caught in the crossfire. Everyone being split up on Envy. Fire Strays are bullying them out of formation.
Oh my goodness. What's gonna happen is Slothy just gets decimated. STN2K. He was looking rough before, but he's looking better than ever right now as Envy locks in, but this fight is not over yet.
The mantle.
Slothy gets taken away once more. Look at this aggression from Envy. T-Mills, he's good for just one, but Envy's won this team fight, and that felt actually decidedly like Envy was in control.
They had a moment there where there was a stutter. I said they were bullied out of formation, but they did have the re-engage. And this kill here onto Slothy really did seal their fate. Caught in the mantle, and Timo was the last to go down. Does get away with a kill for his troubles, but SCM was just a decoy in that situation. The 3 versus 1. Always going to be locked out by Envy, and we have a fairly even game on our hands so far. Let's remind you as well that Envy were very, very close to just seeing that first point very convincingly. Fire Strays are still, in effect, fighting from behind when it comes to team fights here, but Envy fighting from behind in the most important stat on the ball, the cash.
The cash is king, and Fire Strays, well, they're set up to dive onto this point, and Envy, they're trying to play this stealthily, but they've already made enough noise. There's no doubt Fire Strays is privy to their location at this time, but Stooge, he's still looking out. Fire Strays are down for the point, and to be honest, Envy has nothing to stop this flip here. They have to take this engage immediately. There it is. There's the pad RPG engage, but it's gonna miss. That being said, Fire Strays, they're not confident enough to stick the steal just yet. Fire Strays is now split up though, but with Varian on this angle, this is what has been Envy's downfall this entire time. But look at Busy. He's turned around. He knows that Varian is there. He's heard that footstep. He's committing to it, but T-Mills and Sloppy, they're going to pad up to the top there. They don't find Envy just yet, but this is such a tense battle. Now Fire Strays, they're going to clear out every bit of stall that's on it. They're going to force Envy out of position as T-Mills sticks the steal. No, a glitch will occur, but Sloppy catches Busy out the doorway. Fire Strays gets the steal, and this could be it. Busy, super low, gets healed back up, but Stooge wins the most important 1v1 of his life.
That is massive because that affords no maneuverability to Fire Strays. They have to kite perfectly here, and time is not necessarily on their side. There's still about 25 seconds left. They take that gateway up top, but they can stick this steal here. Busy will be successful on the flip, and it's a 2 versus 3 to try and get the kills and the steal back here. I don't see Fire Strays doing it. That is a great maneuver from Envy, and as you said, Ardy, Stooge winning that 1v1 against Varian on the rooftop could have been the deciding moment there.
Absolutely. You see STN right there. He doesn't even know if anybody's on it. He's just with that goo ready to go. And that's Envy staying in it for just one more set. Oh my God!
Let's not forget, they don't just need to win this game to keep us going to Heat 7. They need to win the next the next 3 versus 3 as well. Luckily for them, they are outperforming Fire Strays at the moment. It's only by a fraction. And these games do hang on knife edges from time to time. Envy do get the I'm losing my words, Ollie. They get the start on the next vault, and of course, Fire Strays, they know they're at the disadvantage here, but they cannot screen against both of these objectives because they're completely on opposite sides of the map to each other.
Absolutely. I mean, unless Varian is absolutely perfect here with these gateways, but he is not, unfortunately. Envy does manage to get that gateway over a little bit faster. They're going to get started here, but Fire Strays, they're going to do their best to try to make this absolute max distance here, and that is going to be a perfect setup as they make their way over to the Trentilla building. Envy barely about to get the start, but this is going to be one of those sets where they do start the cash out without winning the vault fight, but they do end up having time to set up. This is best case scenario for Envy here.
Here's the pad, here's the invis, here's the dive, where's the RPG? No one on the other side of it. Envy are playing smart, they're hiding. And I can expect contact to be maybe another 10 or 20 seconds away, depending on whether Fire Strays just go straight for a steal. I don't think it's likely. C4 is blown. Envy are going to use this building, and it's many staircases, many rooms to their advantage here.
Genuinely could be the case where Envy just kites this all the way through. They don't want to take this engage without a pure opening, but SCN will be utilizing the goo grenade there just to buy a little bit of space. These goo grenades don't come lightly, especially in the wake of goo stalls, but for now, STN is dealing a little bit of extra early damage, but both teams, through the damage, they both heal through it. Now, Envy, they're very careful about this kite. This is very calculated to make sure they don't go too far away. They know it's gotten away from them before. The Fire Strays, they're going to dive in. Varian actually going to be sticking this through. He has no reason not to. That's going to cause the trigger to get blown, and now C4 off. It's dropped down to full bottom. Envy swaps height. The Fire Strays, they have this locked into a corner, and they're going to be able to try and stick the steal, but Envy is still in control here. Like I said, best case scenario for them.
It's been an exceptional kite so far, and the stall from Envy has afforded them a full 3 versus 3. They've burned it down all the way to only 30 seconds left. Busy, though, is maybe a little bit alone. He's in a position to try and get that winch when he needs to. We hear the goo go out. That's going to be protecting the steal. Of course, Envy would have heard that. They can't open up the goo, but they need to find the angle. Busy can get it, and he gets the winch on the stealer, but it might cost him his life. No, Stooge actually in with a clutch kill onto Varian. Timo gets the refrag, and that's the trade. That's the wipe for Envy. They take the map, and they are still alive in this bracket. It goes to 3 points for Envy. We're still going, Arnie.
Oh my goodness. You are telling me that there is an actual case where we end Heat 7 and have to get just one more cash out. This is like me begging my elderly dog to stay alive for just one more Christmas, dude. This is literally the case where Envy is holding the line as long as humanly possible, but Fire Strays is trying desperately to win.
So the score at the top of your screen, Fire Strays 4, Envy 3, is not just their overall score, it's also just the score of this massive series that's been playing out between Envy and Fire Strays. They have played each other 7 times, and they're almost level pegging now. This is insane. We could see next game someone, well, specifically Fire Strays, become the champs. Or we could see Envy make it to 4 points and then have all of the teams besides SSG on championship point at the same time. It's just unbelievable. This is like almost the longest case scenario, Rio, and I'm here for it. It's insane.
I think that we're all here for it. Chat is going insane as well. This is the most amazing back and forth I've ever seen in my entire life in doing the finals. This is just fun. I'm amazed that Envy was able to pull it back, and they did it very convincingly as well. So I'm hopeful that they're gonna do it again. They got one more map in them. I feel it. I feel for, you know, the energy of everybody, but this is awesome. What do you think, Artie?
3 teams being on 4 points isn't real. It can never happen. And then
I told you.
I mean, genuinely, what are the odds that it goes into one more cash out, and then SSG does it, and then SSG wins 2 in a row, and we're on a quadruple forward. We go the absolute maximum, Jerry. What are the odds?
The actually quite high, if you think about it, right? So if Envy win this, everybody will want to go through in the next heat with Space Station. Space Station will be gifted first place. And that would mean that not only do we have SSG up against someone, it could be anyone at that point, in a 3 versus 3. But Space Station Gaming, if I'm not mistaken, are basically flawless in 3v3s. They just haven't played that many. So, like, you could get 4-4-4-4. It's very possibly likely. But, of course, there is this final potential hurdle of Envy having to win up against Fire Strays to force 4-4-4-2. And where are we going next? Because we've seen so much Bernal, and I bet it's this Horizon.
We haven't even seen Fortune Stadium in forever. Like, I brought over 8 Fortune cookies. I used all 8 yesterday. I have gone through 4. And I am just insulted in you guys make me so upset. No, I'm just kidding. This is great.
It is a blur. I don't even know the last time we saw Fortune Stadium. We even saw it in the stage yet. Like, we saw it earlier. Did we see it in
not in
stage 2? No, not at all. Yeah.
We saw it first. The very first map was on it because I came in right before you guys were casting and gave you a Fortune. But that was it.
That's right.
That was about 3 hours ago. Oh, and guys, congratulations. We've made it to hour 8. Hour 8, everybody.
That's a full-time job. Let's go.
I had a 7-hour rehearsal from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. today. Got here, started phase 2 at 8:30. So I've been going for 5 hours now. I've had like what was that? Maths 12-hour workday.
I have plans in an hour, so I just know that we're
you
gonna
got hard
see
out.
a game. Yeah, we are. It's gonna become close, and yeah, I don't know. I didn't expect this, but we're here.
It's 3 p.m. for me. I'm going on a hike after this. I don't know what to tell you. It's I'm chilling, but genuinely, we have so much on the line here because, again, for Fire Strays, this is everything. This is proving that they are actually worth the hype. This is a team that is not going to be at the Grand Major, possibly winning everything here for PHL Season 2. That is a statement in and of itself. And for Envy, this next one isn't even for the win. It's for the chance to go again to then possibly get the win. And to me, that is the finals. And I say what you want about cash out, say what you want about this format. You have to earn it. And you cannot sit there and tell me that Fire Strays did not earn it through all of these individual 3v3 final round format matches.
No, without a doubt. If they end up taking this, they have earned it. They made their way. They might have been griefed in the beginning, but then it turned very serious as we saw engagement after engagement with Envy. And then they came out on top. They're still on top right now. This could be the very last map. And that's why I've taken a minute to just break it down because the stakes are high. It's either about to be the end, everybody, or we've probably got another, for my luck, about another hour.
Yeah, that could happen. It very much could be just another hour of this. So we're going to wind it back, wait for a moment just to get that lobby ready. We want to make sure it's absolutely perfect. And just talk about the fact that that was a really close game, but it did seem like Envy were in control for most of it. And that's them turning a corner, if you ask me, against Fire Strays. So, Artie, I think this could go to that 8th heat.
This could do it. And this would be SSG then being gifted the keys to the castle where every single team is like, it has to be SSG. It has to be SSG, the next one, no matter what. And so Envy knows that even if they win this, it's going to be an uphill battle.
All right, with that, guys, we are loading into Sis Horizon for maybe the last map of today of PHL Season 2. Guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Rio. 4-3, the standings between Fire and Nightmare. 2-1 in favor of Fire on Sis Horizon so far. We've seen them play this every single series that they've faced off against each other. We're here again. Envy need to turn it on its head, need to bring that to a 2-2, need to bring this to a 4-4. We see Varian getting in close for the early gateway. And again, Envy tapping that box. Here we go, Artie. Who's going to win this first fight?
Who is gonna win this? I'm rooting for Envy. I need another heat. I'm not done yet. We're looking to see Envy hold this tap, and they not only hold that, they hold the height. Varian gonna be looking to get early sight lines on Envy, but look at how locked Stooge, SCN, and Busy are. But at the same time, SCN barely surviving. Oh my goodness, the heals from Stooge! Slothy goes down immediately, but what a fight from Envy. Stooge and SCN finally bite the bullet, but T-Mills and Varian, they're worse for wear because of it. Busy barely surviving, but that's going to be Fire Strays winning this first engagement.
T-Mills and Varian coming out with a pretty huge 2 versus 3 there. They weren't at full health at the start of that. They really fought their way back into it. So really nice positioning, really great shots as well. Felt like maybe a couple of the players on Envy were caught out of position there. I'm thinking back to Stooge just dashing about in the corner. Didn't really find the cover he needed to avoid any damage and was firing back, well, firing blanks really. But it's only the first fight. Fire Stray setting the pace though, which is new to this particular best of 2.
You're right.
Hey.
Yeah, I think 2 or 3 heats ago they were setting the pace like this.
Yeah, all the time.
That was back last patch. Fire Strays on the top ropes here. Drop, I don't know if it's available. Stooge playing underneath, waiting for something to give. And for now, Fire Strays, they're not showing their cards just yet. Varian actually hits a little bit of a Vanish Bomb, but it might have been a bait, and Envy thinks that might be a bait, so they're not playing off of that intel at all. Dome Shield from Busy, ready to engage. They're going to use this free goo barrel as well. Looking to try and clamber up the top there, but Fire Strays was waiting for the engagement to come through, and now on this balcony, every team dives off. Fire Strays! There we go, first to fall is Varian. The damage being dealt out to Slothy. T-Mills can't hold on. Envy looking like they've got this in the bag.
That was absolutely clean. No room for error, and they didn't make a single one. Fire Strays taken down very quickly there, and this is a great steal. It will be their cash out most likely. Fire Strays have a potential of a mad dash, but we know how those sorts of steals often end up. If they're smart about it, they may just avoid that entirely. Their macro and positioning and overall game sense has been pretty good over the course of the past day or so. And they may just decide to screen for the next vault. We've seen them do it before, but who dares wins, as I often say. Varian is getting in close with that gateway, so looks like they want to have a bite of this cherry.
Envy in control right now. There's no time as Fire Strays, they realize that the stakes are over and they go in for this dive, and it works out quite well. Trade 1 for 2 is trade I'd take any day of the week. Varian and T-Mills, all they gotta do is finish off Busy, and it's gonna be easy work for them. Fire Strays, they lost that cash out. It's not over yet.
Why did you do that? Varian just creating a roadblock for himself. Felt like doing some
playing and
I think he was
fun.
doing some like aim training, as you see a lot of players do in the downtime in between, but then forgot that particular bit of aim training does impede your progress as a light. So that slowed them down, what, half a second or so on their approach to the next vault. And they're going to get this gateway out towards C. They haven't really manipulated the spawns here, so I'll be interested to see where Envy have come back in. He's got his back to them. Does get his team over here very quickly. And Envy, yeah, they got a pretty fast spawn, so pretty lucky.
Oh, but wait. Fire Strays is not choosing to engage in this vault fight here. They don't have a lot of time to set up. Whoa, Busy with the insane throw. Wow, what an arm on that guy. But we're looking to see as Varian takes a little bit of early damage right now. Fire Strays, they heal up through it. And again, Envy finding themselves a lot of utility on the floor. And Fire Strays, they've got a lot more left in their pockets to utilize here should this engagement start unfairly.
Might be wondering why Busy didn't jump after that kill, after landing a C4 and the RPG. He knew that the other heavy was up those stairs and he would have been walking straight into a trap. So pretty wise to wait for the regroup, but unfortunate that his team weren't around him to collapse on that opportunity. Oh, hello.
Oh, wow. They don't even look. Busy's able to give that full call out. They are vanish padding up to the roof and trading height. And now Envy, with every single bit of information they need, can now flip height as well. They're going to be flipping right up to the very top. They know they're holding out inside in the lecture hall. And so Busy, seeing this on the bottom, doesn't need to waste the C4 in order to drop to full bottom immediately. But is he planning on trying to get this winch? It's slightly out of range, 16 meters away. 12 meters to be able to engage that winch. So, instead, waiting to dive down onto Fire Strays. More than half that timer has ticked away, and Envy,
they're closing in.
Stakes are high, closing in on the damage here, but Busy, STN, Stooge, all down to half HP. STN finds the first on the Slothy, but they need to get healed up immediately. Right now, Varian is setting up for his team to be able to utilize this full height swap. T-Mills doesn't need it. Finds out STN. No more medium for Envy. No more repent.
It's really quite problematic for them because they want to stick this steal and force it and get the map win straight away, but I don't think they're going to be able to do it. T-Mill's now coming in for the later stall after a trade there. He doesn't need to do anything besides throw a goo in the way of Stooge, and then maybe try and get this kill for a good measure afterwards. Slothy is actually coined back in the meantime just to prevent the long stagger. They all have 3 coins, so it makes perfect sense that he would try and get some good positioning for the next Vault fight. But now, Fire Strays have themselves, again, a championship point, a cash out to win it all.
I cannot believe that. This one cash out is worth everything. It'll put Envy on match point. It'll put Fire Strays in the winners department in the Champions Club. Now, it's down to this, Jerry. Fire Strays, they tap the vault. Envy making their approach.
Time to lock in. Time to put on your big boy shoes.
Oh!
That's exactly what STN is
called out.
Ooh, very nice read. But they don't get enough damage off the back of it. This is a dangerous fit though. Busy gets winched in and they follow up with the kill onto the heavy. That's 2 for Envy and they get the res. T-Mills is but a ghost as I speak of him. And that is a very quick one.
He's done everything. STN gets the kill to finish off the damage. He's going to be able to get the res as well. He follows through with the finalization on the last player. Absolutely crazy. And that was such an important fight as well because the vault also came through that gateway. And that was right next to the cash out, which has already started well underway, Jerry. There's not a lot of time remaining.
It was such a daring move as well from STN. He's had a quiet day, you have to say, but just getting up on that perch, on the goo, made all the difference. Got the full read, got the damage, could dive down wherever he needed to, and it was a risky one. We have to be honest about that.
The question now is Fire Strays taking this to make sure they have 2 team fights or just one? They want to time this perfectly depending on what it is they're going for, and I think there's only enough time for one. That means they have just a little bit of extra seconds, precious seconds that are ticking down to be able to retool their approach.
To get this perfectly, they have the Vanish Bomb, they've already spent the gateway. And they'll be looking to regroup here. They've got the jump pad that's already set and their own ready to use if they need it. Again, we're about a minute left here, Artie. There's the drop, the initial C4. Baited by absolutely nothing, it seems. Maybe some nerves kicking in for Envy there. 40 seconds, they still have this Vanish Bomb, but they need kills here, Fire Strays, before they can commit to anything. If they flip this box, they get the championship. If not, we're going to another heat.
There's a smoke barrel right there. I'm not sure if they even caught it. Looks like they did. Smoke is available to keep that goo up, but for now, the steel's not stuck through. Busy uses the winch to stop the cash out, but let's see what happens now, because right now, Slothy trying to stick it one more time. I don't know if he's going to be able to. Envy has such a good hold on this, but Busy has to dive this raw. He goes out in the fight. Immediately, we're going to be seeing the res come to fruition. The Fire Strays need to commit now. STN and Stooge, they're up and they're holding it, and it looks like it's Envy's box to hold. Varian is last player remaining, but Envy stays in the running. There is no way we are going to Heat 8 right now as Envy ties the score 4-4-4 and 2.
And 2. Space Station Gaming. They got to join this club. They have to. They're not even 1 heat away from pulling off a crazy reverse sweep of their own. They actually have to win 2 heats in a row. And they have to do it flawlessly to do it. They cannot let any other team win a single best of 3 or 3 versus 3 here. This is going to be an absolutely insane cash out. Artie, I don't know who wrote the script, but I'm loving this. This is like the longest movie I've ever seen, and I want more. I want more.
I don't know if I'm crying tears of joy or tears of happiness because I didn't think it would get to this point. There's actual tears. Rio just canceled his plans.
Look at what you've done. We talk about Caster's Curse. That was one of the first things I learned in casting. Whatever you say, the opposite's gonna happen, and it happened, and we're here. But that was amazing. That was great performance by Envy. They are really showing us that none of these teams are ready to give up yet. That says a lot. That says a lot about how long they've been playing, how enthusiastic they are to continue this. And I want to remind everybody, this is a preview of the Grand Major coming up in, I don't know, 19 days. So remember this, but also add $100,000 to the stakes. And I don't know. This is the best preview ever. Jerry, thoughts?
Yeah, honestly, the Grand Major now has a lot to live up to. Because this is ridiculous. Like, if it goes this far in the Grand Major, then I'm not going to say I'll eat my hat because Waltz already has to eat his hat.
We already have one, yeah.
Yeah. And I don't want to join him in that club. But if I had a hat, I might eat it.
At this point, every team needs to let SSG win and then just get two for the memes. At this point, because here's the thing.
What, instead of winning the whole thing?
SSG is going to be guaranteed the boxes.
And
guaranteed.
they're great at 3v3s. They're great. Dude, we haven't seen them in hours, but they're great.
Genuinely, here's the funniest thing. Right now, for every single team, the best odds that they have is to double every single cash out, let SSG take them, and then just play for seconds and play for third party and fourth party. That is the best strategy that these teams can employ right now. That is the craziest statement I've ever made. I can't believe it's real.
You might be right.
Yeah.
Tell me, yeah.
No, I think you're right.
We haven't. Okay, I've been doing science on Tuesdays. let me just talk about this briefly because we are going to have a moment to set up the next cash out game. I've been doing science on Tuesdays. I've been running the not very grand finals, trying to formulate these kinds of scenarios and see what happens to cash out. This one is completely uncharted territory. We've never had 3 different teams on championship point, and it is championship point, unless SSG goes through. In which case, it could be almost championship points. So
but they're almost guaranteed to go through too, and that's what's insane. We're entering Heat 8, everybody. We've got cash out. We've got something that I can't describe anymore. Everybody will be in the lobby soon. Chat, let's take your opinion on this. I mean, this is cinema. I mean, I could say that for the at least. I mean, who are you rooting for at this point? We have so many teams so close to it. All of you are here. You must have found somebody that's exciting. And you know what? That's where I'm going to take it and hand it off to the wonderful casters, Artie and Jerry. Good luck.
Skyway Stadium could not think of a better place to have this. Mind you, the next map has to be Kyoto if we go to Heat 9.
It does, yeah. Because
legally it has to go to Kyoto.
That's so funny.
Oh,
we put Kyoto last because we knew the script basically. So yes, Skyway is our potential last cash out. We haven't seen any Skyway all phase 2 in this or in 3v3s. Let's lock in here, Artie. Cash out has begun.
This has to be the last cash out. There's no way it goes further than this. We're looking at Space Station Gaming right now as they take hold over the top lane here. And in this district of Skyway Stadium, they will have a very difficult time because even though Fire Strays and Nightmare fighting it over on open office, it's going to be Space Station that gets gatekept by every other team trying to make their way over. How is Uni alive? How does he survive that? Oh my God! How does he survive?
T-Mills must be like, what? That was almost a moment, but he wipes Nightmare out, and that is what they wanted. Just took a few seconds longer than expected, and now we are watching as Envy moving their box, or rather, no, sorry, Space Station moving the box towards A. Envy in hot pursuit, though.
Envy, if they realize that this is Space Station Gaming, then they're gonna let it happen. There's the plug. They're not letting it happen. They're not letting it happen. Busy going crazy right now. Stooge capitalizing on the damage. Oh no, the BM! Grad still standing, but he's so far away, he's not going to be able to do anything about those trophies. He has to let the team coin back in, thankfully with a defender coin, but we'll look at Fire Strays. Oh my god, Envy Fire Strays.
Way to kick a guy when he's down. Like, SSG can't even win after winning this. Like, that's so unnecessary.
Yeah.
Fire Strays, though, have control of Cash Out B, and they're up against Nightmare. Slothy misses that winch, and it's still a 3 versus 3, but oh no, that's a death sentence for Gremlin. Hangs in midair, and the Shack will eat him alive. And here's some more shots coming out from that Shack. Lasagna, though, trades it back onto Varian. The light down. Still both medium, so there's deeper potential in this fight, but not if he goes down. T-Mills finds 2, though, on the trade back. And that was Uni. Uni gets it in the 2 versus 1. 1 versus 2 rather, and that is still going to be successful as long as he can get to the point. Now SSG closing back in on what, now there's some bad blood between them and Envy.
Oh, 100%. For Envy, the stakes aren't that high if they lose this, but Busy's not going to let it happen regardless. Normalize barely surviving, and there he goes. Finally falls down, but Space Station Gaming, they're taking back shots here. Lamp finally finds his end, and Grad doing what he can, but can you do anything else in a 1v3 situation as the last remaining light? If anyone could do it, it's going to be either Grad or Uni, but for now, Grad gets sent back to the loading screen as Envy looks to secure this over at Business Office, who's checked back in with Nightmare over at the estate sponsored by Volpe to see that, well, Fire Strays tries to take back what was theirs. Nightmare is not playing around this time. Even though they let Fire Strays through so many times, that's not about to happen again. The T-Mills in the smoke, somehow unscathed. But Nightmare looks to be able to close out this coin as, well, Gremlin takes out T-Mills in the first set. Goes to Envy and Nightmare this time around.
And this has looked like a relatively normal cash out. Pretty much by virtue of the fact that Space Station Gaming have not come to play. They just haven't shown up in the kills department so far when it comes to cash outs. It's always been their Achilles heel. They really need to turn it around here, because if they can't win this cash out, then what cash out can they win? Everyone wants to be their friends. Everyone wants to take them through to that best of 2.
Let's see, as they tap this vault over construction, they do have an easy way over to the market district, but both cash outs are at the market district. There's never been a greater chance for a doubling than right now. And remember, teams do want Space Station, maybe not Envy, but teams do want Space Station Gaming to cut through, because it guarantees that there's a chance that nobody wins. So
that buffer, the safety buffer, right?
Safety net.
Yeah. Well, on the other side of the map, you see Envy taking a few chunks out of Nightmare, and that is a clean wipe. Junior goes down, so we'll stay on this box. Grad being picked out mid-air there, just offering himself up to T-Mills. Don't you know that the Pike King is in the lobby?
Oh yeah, and that Pike is absolutely chunking, but Normalize hits a little bit different with the CBO1 repeater, but even then, look at how tight this is. Normalize is going to be able to hold this long res onto Lamp, but for now, Fire Strays, they're still looking to cut the noise and actually make something happen here. SSG, they have to do something, because they have been down and out for so long, but that changes now. Sloppy forced off of the res, and that's going to be the wipe on Fire Strays. But now it's SSG's turn to see what they can do. The vault's in Normalize's hand, but the cash out in Envy's possession, it might not get doubled.
Look at how close these cash outs are.
I told you, it's insane.
That's insane. There's no way that they avoid crossfires here. Everyone's going to be fighting each other. Lasagna finds a pick onto Stooge, and that is going to wear Envy down to now just 2 players as STN joins his teammate in the respawn screen. Busy left alive, just hiding here as we see SSG get their cash out started. Not too far behind cash out D in the hands of Envy, but I say that might not be in the hands of Envy for too long as Uni tries to connect that steal, doesn't work out. A second stall comes in, and they stick for a 3rd time, but now the shots come out from Envy.
There it is, Envy holding this with a passion. They are terrified of Nightmare. Nightmare is the team that took so many points off of them before earlier in this wave of stage 2. Space Station Gaming, though, check this out. They are able to get the plug and retain control for now. Envy might set their sights on them, though. Fire Strays sure has. They dive in on to Cash Out C, and SSG can't get back in time to stop it. They're just going to let it flip to Fire Strays.
Oh, that's unfortunate there for Space Station Gaming, and Team Mills escaping the winch somehow. Normalize deciding to stick the steal despite everyone else in the lobby being alive. That's brazen from him. Lamp, though, backing him up with the kill onto Sloppy. Now 3 versus 2 in this tight engagement that matters the most. Fire Strays going down as Grad cleans up Team Mills. Takes him out as well, though. 2 versus 2. In comes Normalize, gets down Sloppy. It's only Team Mills left. He's going for that long res in the distance. In the meantime, we can see Lamp trying to stick this steal, and it looks like it should be successful. They can't close the gap. They don't have any stall. It's a 2 versus 2, and they can reset above.
Oh, and at the same time, Nightmare in danger of losing their box. It might actually happen here as Busy takes it away at the last second, and that's Envy secured into the next one.
Oh, only Lamp's alive, and he's being taken out.
Oh, but he's got a goal.
Varian takes out Lamp, though. Only Grad left alive, and he's too far away. They're going to get the steal. Fire Strays take it back, and it's them and Envy now top of the pile.
How many is this going to happen with Envy and Fire? Are we really doing this again? Oh my God. Nightmare, though. They're poised up here, business office, trying to make the cross, and Envy, they're not going to let this happen for free. Nightmare, they've been at 4 points for so long, and still they find themselves at the other end of the stick. But they're diving over to the point against Fire Strays, but there's no point to be had. Vault 5 underneath Envy's control, which they absolutely won't tap. SSG, Vault 6 within arm's reach, but they'll have to climb an absolute great distance to bring it to a cash out, Jerry. And this is where everything starts to turn with 1 minute on the clock.
It stays this way. Nightmare are going to be seeing the number 4 in their nightmares. They do not want to be left out of this best of 2 at the end of it. They need to go through, or at the very least, they need to make sure that Space Station goes through. Ooh. And that is a huge kill. The preset C4 causing SDN to go down instantly, and Busy the last one alive for Envy. That's a bit of a roadblock for the top place team currently, and it'll be a wipe as Gremlin closes him down. That's a huge boon for the team chasing the game right now.
Oh! Vault 5 was stolen. Vault 5, Envy, because they lost that. Now Vault 5 and 6 are in play, and Cash Out A is in sight. SSG currently holds both in an
it's the same building again.
Insane play, but they go down here. It's just Lamp left. And Varian gonna make sure 9 seconds
10
left.
seconds.
This is everything. Wait a second, if nothing gets plugged, that's gonna be it. And oh my goodness, the last cash out of the day, nothing gets plugged. And Envy and Fire Strays will go through. Nightmare and SSG have been eliminated.
How has this happened? Ardy, 5 times in a row. No, 6. Is it 5? I'm losing count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 times in a row. We see Fire Strays and Envy go through to the best of 2. Fire Strays have only not been top 2 in the very first cash out of the day. They've won 7 in a row.
I'm at a loss. I am at a loss for words where Nightmare, the very first team to bring us to match point, is the very last team here, but Space Station Gaming will finish in 4th place after this. Space Station Gaming only finding themselves in the final round for 1 heat, Rio.
Wow. Okay. That wrap up at the very end where no cash out got plugged was amazing. We saw one of the vaults was not being moved, but the other one was. And I don't know if you caught what happened there, but it was an elevator cash out. Somebody pressed the elevator button, closed it, sent it up a floor, and made it where they couldn't plug. That's what happened. That's what sealed the fate, the elevator. So I don't know. What an amazing way to end the cash out matches. It is all going to end here, and that it's going to end in 1 map. This next map will determine who takes it, who gets first, who gets second, and third. It's just amazing. I can't believe we've done it. We're about to hit 8 hours and 45 minutes of this broadcast, which means we will probably have 9 hours at the end of this. You guys are champs in the chat for sticking it out. It all comes down to 1 map. 1 map. We're here. Jerry, Artie, what do you want to say? Because this is it.
Envy versus Fire Strays. Fire Strays technically has a better map score up against Envy, because two
No,
of Envy's points.
It's 4-4.
All of Envy's map
They've
points
only
up
won
against,
points against each other.
only 1 points against each other. So this is perfectly even, perfectly set. And for Fire Strays, the last 2 times that they played Envy, it didn't look as good as it needed to. But now that the stakes are so high, 1 map. We're only 1 map away from the grand prize.
I just want to say that SSG and Nightmare, I mean, we have to say goodbye to them right now because we know it's a 1-map grand final. This is so unlikely to have happened, but that's where we are. And yeah, SSG and Nightmare, I mean, 2 of the best teams in the world. Like, honestly, my favorites coming into this as well. Like, it's been unbelievable. But the fact is, they haven't won enough cash out games. And in the finals, to get to a 3 versus 3, you gotta win cash out. In every permutation, in every single like possibility, in every world, even in a cash out where SSG should have been gifted the keys to the kingdom, they couldn't come top 2. And that just goes to show how incredible Fire Strays and Envy have been in these cash out games. They have just battled against the most odds, hours and hours of this has gone into preventing Nightmare from crossing the line to playing the best game that they can. And they've done it. Like, they are here at the final hurdle, and it's just a case of who's going to cross that finish line first, Artie.
And I mean, think of it this way as well. The stakes could not be higher for Fire Strays, because Envy, they are one of the most actually decorated teams in the finals. They have won 2 Ape Squad events. They have won countless times in PHL. They were one of the first teams to qualify for the Grand Major, let alone everything else they've accomplished. And for Fire Strays, this is everything on the line to prove that they deserve the same respect as all the teams that are playing in the major. Because if they can prove it here and now, it will solidify them as a team that deserves respect. So everything is on the line.
Yeah, everything's on the line. I love that it comes down to 1 final map. You couldn't ask for a better wrap up to an entire series like this, because it could have gone to where it would have been 2 maps. It wouldn't have had the same punch. But here we know the stakes. I have a feeling that this is going to be a very slow paced match. I don't think that these teams are going to take a lot of chances. We're going to see just a complete shift from what we saw. That's my prediction. You giggled, Jerry. Do you feel something different?
I'm almost in complete agreement. When the chips are down, a lot of teams slow the pace. You could end up with a game here where there's 3 team fights. Like, that could legitimately happen. I mean, the last series between these 2 teams, it was getting to that. We were very close. I think there were maybe 4 team fights over on Sis Horizon. And yeah, it's I don't know. I don't think I have any more to say about this matchup, because we've done it 5 times in a row now.
Do we know the map that we're going to? It's
That's
not
We're
Kyoto,
going to
right?
Kyoto. No, I'm kidding. We're not going to Kyoto. It's not happening. Burrito? No,
Find out.
Teams.
Yeah,
teams
I mean, it makes sense that they're thinking about this, right?
Bernal.
Oh my god. All right.
Dang, no more fortunes for today. So I guess I'll just say that if you guys want a fortune in real life, I didn't get to give out any more. But if you're going to be at Stockholm and want a fortune, come find me on Sunday and DreamHack. You might be able to get your own personal fortune. But geez, who is going to be fortunate in this next map? Who is your pick? I think that if there's ever a time for us to make a prediction, it is now. So I want to go down the line. Artie, who is your prediction?
I am an Envy fan. I predict Fire Strays.
Okay, Jerry.
I totally understand that take. I am forever stat-brained, and Envy have won 2 Bernals against Fire Strays 1. I'm going to go with Envy here.
I think I'm going to back Jerry on that prediction as well. But Artie, Jerry, take us over one last time.
All right. Here we go, Artie. The final game.
The end of the line. It's finally here. Prediction is up. Chat, to see it, but here we go. A lot of this is going to dive into what these teams can do, and Envy actually kind of changing into some of their OG gear. Fire Strays, oh my goodness, with an absolute fire in their step. They are out of here immediately.
And you might have just seen that best of 2 change to a best of 1 at the top. This is the grand final. A single map to determine it all. Oh my goodness. Look how close Busy is here to an opening engagement. A 1 versus 2. Maybe grateful that Stooge and SDN had his back there. He needed the healing to bail him out there.
Wow, SCN survived. You guys said at the top, I mean, actually the slow battles that are going to be coming out of this one, we really might get 3 team fights, and that's it. Fire Strays, though, they are getting a little bit of chunks taken out of them here by Envy, who currently holds the high ground. Fire Strays, well, they're taking a bit of damage they can't heal through. But Envy, they're not solid just yet to be able to dive onto it. We do see Slothy also locking in with a heavy goo instead of the dome. Important to note here, will be diving back to the team. But yeah, this is a very slow start to the match, which I think we all saw coming.
Yeah, and you have to say that Fire Strays, they want to make sure that they hit this perfectly, because it's been a long time since they've won a map against Envy. Remember that last series went entirely in Envy's favor. And as mentioned before the start of this as well, Bernal, an Envy-favored map. So Fire Strays have to be firing on all cylinders. We've got Slothy rocking that shack just to try and give them a little bit more range on these heavy rolls. It's been working out for him so far. Reloading that RPG, seeing if they can get a gate pad in above. That's going to be the order of the day here. It has been for most of this season.
Ooh,
of course, the vanishing bomb to boot.
Yeah, Varian has his sightline, though, onto Stooge, so making sure that that gate isn't going to come to fruition easily. But there we go, Vanish, the pad, the RPG, but Busy is going to drop his dome a little bit early here.
No.
STN going to get some early damage out on the Sloppy, and T-Mills will also face the damage, face the music now. Fire Strays getting caught out here. He's not on their bingo card, but at the very least, they have stalled out Envy from making progress with this vault towards the cash out, Jared.
They seem surprised by that massive chasm in the rooftop, because it ended up splitting the heavy from the medium and he lost his health. But they're fighting their way back into this as T-Mills catches Stooge by surprise. The light going down. They do manage to res him straight back up to Envy. In fact, Fire Strays getting themselves back up here. So maybe Envy missing an opportunity there in a 3 versus 2, which will last quite some time to ram home their advantage. And in fact, they will almost lose Busy, but in fact, he turns it on T-Mills. Varian finishes off that kill. A 2 versus 1 now, though, as STM finds Slothy, and Varian looking to bail his team out. That's a great pick. Hiding in plain sight there. He's got the gateway up to the skies. He knows that it's a light that he's up against. Stooge versus Varian. This has been a tale as old as time, it feels like now. Oh, that's huge.
The res first. That is huge, but Varian has his own. Will be able to do this uncontested. It does seem like Envy did hear the footsteps. They can't get to him in time either way. Once again, back up to the 2-on-2, but now 2-on-3. 3-on-3 now. Every team has come through. Slothy coin, so he is not currently in the running just yet, but he's making his way over. Find out exactly where players come in. All right, cash out. There it is. Wait,
Envy looking for... Yeah, I think they're just saying we want to fight somewhere else. I think they're done with that terrain and think, okay, well, Fire Strays, you can claim that box. We will screen the objective now. This is that incredibly tentative play that we were talking about. Almost 4 minutes has elapsed, Dardy. It tends to take about 3 to 4 minutes for a cycle to complete in a normal cash out game, or a normal 3 versus 3 game. If it continues at this sort of pace, do you think we'll see the timer get down to 0? Could that possibly happen?
I mean, we said that this was going to be a slow fight, but I didn't anticipate 4 minutes before any... There hasn't been a wipe yet.
No. Nobody wants to make that mistake.
No. I mean, look at this. With 4 minutes and 20 seconds having elapsed, Envy is just playing up to the top here. Fire Strays ready to go. Chat, this is what it's like when there are stakes on the line. Right now, Fire Strays, they're trying to set up a pad. Invis pad engage, but nobody to engage on this battle, and the vault is still on the other side of the map, but Varian is trying to stay in a little bit of a pinch situation here, but this is a weird fight, and even both these teams know it.
Yeah, they'll be very aware of the fact that 5 minutes has passed. There hasn't been a wipe, there hasn't been a plug. This is indeed weird, to say the least. Now, looks like Fire Strays are getting a little bit antsy. They're playing a little bit more aggressive here. They're not playing off intel. And that marks a bit of a change from the pace that we've seen so far. It's so risk-averse. This is like watching, I don't know, I was going to make a football joke, but it would be lost on most of the audience here. One of the teams is Arsenal, and I guess the other team is also Arsenal.
Makes sense here, but Sloppy gonna be looking like Arsenal. They got shot 5 times. Somehow gonna be able to get healed back up. Varian as well. Dealing with that damage is massive and allows them the chance to finally start this engagement in a way that matters. But Envy on the other foot, they do manage to heal through theirs. But Busy, he wishes back, but Busy's the first to go down. Slothy traded away. Who gets the first res? It's going to be Envy here. That's massive, but Varian finds a refrag onto SCN. It's still down to the 2-on-2, but who did it cost more? Fire Strays actually losing control of their teammates' trophy as Envy just bashes it to the floor. But Stooge and Busy, they're gonna make their way over the vault now. This is getting intense because it has been 8 minutes and still no team fight has ended.
SCN's going to coin back in here as everyone tries to run for this box. This is absolutely crazy. I've never seen a 3v3 play out like this in my life, Ardy. So, Vanishing Bomb dropped here by Varian, and that glitch is going to stall the push, because that's exactly what we need in this game right now, is more stalling.
Jerry, this is actually agonizing.
This is the Battle of Banal. Like, I'm going to have this flyover seared into my retinas by the end of the night.
Embark needs to put a please wait sign somewhere on the map to memorialize this. But we're finally, Fire Strays, they engage with the gateway. But even this is slow and paced. They've been rotated on, and again, the vault, it's stuck into this corner of the map. At some point, one of these teams needs to budge because the timer is ticking down. That matters.
What's the win con here if it ends on 0 with no player?
And Envy as the higher seed. Envy as the higher seed will win by default, or it will count as a draw, and we actually do make this a best of 2. I don't actually know what happens. I've never seen that timer run down, but Fire Strays, they have the vault.
I think we probably just go to another match, but I can't
we go to Kyoto.
blame...
We force them to Kyoto.
Yeah, we force them into Kyoto. I can't blame like TO for not foreseeing this eventuality, because how does this ever play out in reality usually? Nah, this is just insane. The box has moved. It's moved, you know, maybe 50 meters or so, closer to the cash out. Envy are on top of cash out A. And
Varian making his way over. Does he have a gateway?
Must do. Otherwise, you don't do this. They've got to have it.
He has to have a gateway. There it is.
There
There's the gateway. There's the plug for Fire Strays. Envy now has to make the next move, but Fire Strays, wait, they dive back through to the Trentilla building. Envy, do they know about this? Fire Strays is too far, but Envy hasn't made the move just yet. There's Stooge and SCN up to the top ropes now, but Fire Strays trying to make the engagement count, but Busy's gonna stick this deal. Fire Strays, they've not only lost the cash out, they've lost Varian. Slothy gets a refrag, he gets 2. It's STN versus Slothy, a 1v1, and STN is gonna try to find the opportunity to get the res. He finds one, but Slothy's holding his own. No more defibs on the side of Envy, but T-Mills, he's gonna have his, and oh my goodness, STN gets kidnapped, but this fight is going down in absolute style as T-Mills looks to get the defib. He misses the first, he lands the second. Slothy needs to stick the seal right now. Gonna be getting healed through as well. Stooge and STN, they need a red barrel to clear through this. They're not gonna find one. Fire Strays, they've used the goo in order to block off that steal. They're gonna have to try to get around it now, but as Envy gets this reset, Jerry, it's happening.
1 minute left, and we're back to a 3 versus 3. Still no clean team wipe in either direction, Ardy. But look how close Fire Strays are to the box. They don't want to set a foot wrong, and they can't kite away without revealing themselves in this building. They don't want to make any noise. This freeway crossfire from Envy has to collapse at some point. They need to find a pick. They're going to force the steal. It is Slothy, no, rather Busy on the point. And this is an easy pick here. He collects it. That's T-Mills with the final hit there. Onto Busy, a 3 versus 2 ensuing. And it looks like Fire Strays might get this steal back.
Varian! Varian is locking in! Fire Strays have stolen!
There's the res. Busy is up. It's a 2 versus 1. It's a 2 versus none. We finally have a team wipe, Ardy. It's taken 10 minutes, but Fire Strays are up in this grand final.
Oh my God! Fire Strays right now. If this next fight gets delayed as long as it has, This is the finals. I mean, this is Fire Strays holding it down. Envy diving this vault like it matters, like their life depends on it, because it absolutely does. Fire Strays, they know what's about to come. They will have the advantage in this vault fight, guaranteed.
Envy got to win some fights here. They got to play aggressive. They've got to make sure after this vault tap that they are in control of it, that they find the positions of Fire Strays. But of course, Fire are playing so smart, screening both objectives as you expect them to. B is in the lower floor of the cathedral beneath the steeple, and C way out in the distance. We'll see what the plan is with this gateway. It's like they're going for B.
They have
this is exactly where Fire Strays are guarding.
Look at this. Fire Strays is waiting for the right moment. They know it as well. They've heard all of the sound cues, but at the same time, so is Envy. They just heard that C4 land, and Busy's gonna just get that out of the way immediately, get that drop no matter what. Plug gonna be going in the favor of Envy, but the damage is in the favor of Fire Strays. Envy heals back up through it. They're gonna try to swap height now as Fire Strays. They're still matching onto the point. It looks like they're still holding out, waiting for Envy to clear this height. But as they do, they figured out they have the right opportunity, but they don't engage it in the way that I thought they would. Instead, slowly, agonizingly, trying to match where Envy's standing, but what is happening?
Nemo's getting into a position of power here. He wants to get some damage out with that FAMAS, but also he needs to protect his team. He needs to enable them, and they've got to get this steal as well. Reminder, they are attacking here. If they flip this, then they only need to hold on to it to claim the championship for themselves. But SCN and Busy are right around the corner, Artie.
Even if they don't hold it, they still win. That means getting the first, but Slothy gets pulled into Busy's dome. That's gonna be Busy getting the first frag there, but Varian already has the trophy in hand. Nobody from Envy is gonna be following through that gateway. Still halfway down on the cash out. 1 minute remains on this cash out. See what Fire Strays can do, because already things are getting explosive. Varian is looking to see if he can scout out any information, and all they have to go off is footsteps. They know that one is separated, though. Let's see if they'll be able to play off of that. T-Mills looking to get damage in, and Busy is not anywhere near in the right spot to try and stall this out. Slothy can stick this out. There's Busy diving in, but the winch is wasted. Fire Strays get the steal. This could be it, Jerry.
That could be it. The trade comes out, though. 2 versus 2 here. Lights and heavies up in the lobby. No defibs here. They need the kills. Envy have to find it, but they've retreated to the skies. Fire Strays are on fire as Slothy connects with another kill. It's only 2. He's taking the steal, but he misses it, and that's the win for Fire Strays. They take it. They are your NA PHL champions.
Fire Strays, after the longest match in the finals history, they've done it with the steel heard around the world. Busy was nowhere near where he needed to be to stop it out, and when Slothy got that swap, I saw it in the way that they moved. They knew that was all they had to do. But what a match. The slowest pacing I've ever seen in my life, Jerry. But Fire Strays, they did it the hard way.
They surely did. Wow, what a way to reclaim that phrase. The longest run. They took such a long route through phase 1. They were behind off the get-go in phase 2. Won 7 cash outs in a row to make it here. I'm lost for words, Rio.
It's an ungodly run. They were up against every odds, and somehow they just kept winning. That was one of the best ways to wrap it up. Okay, that map, maybe it was a little slow, very methodical. I could tell you guys were just pulling your hair out. But the matchup of Envy and Fire Strays, and for it to just sorry. Oh, Jerry. Oh, that's awful, man. That's bad. We're gonna have to get you a wig for next season. But I just. It's a perfect way to wrap up season 2 of PHL. I mean, I want to remind people at the start of this season, we were getting some of our very first signed teams. Like, we have come so far from where we were right after the close qualifiers to today, where we are about to go to the Grand Majors. And it's just a triumphant story, especially for Fire Strays. They didn't make it into the major, but man, they have probably made it into so many of y'all's hearts because they played their damn hearts out. And yeah, I don't know. Artie, do you want to add anything else to that? Because that was a great way to end it.
As I said before, this meant everything to the Fire Strays to be able to prove that even though they didn't qualify for the Grand Major, they are still a team that is worth looking for. And this was their only chance to lift a trophy this year. They absolutely earned it, because through a long and grueling set of final rounds versus Envy, they made it work. And again, this format, you have to earn it. And I mean, Jerry, what a way to earn it.
Yeah, that was just incredible, wasn't it? And just to zoom in a little bit, we've praised First Trace. Let's just talk about that winning play, right? That was such an important steal for them to make, and it comes down to one of the biggest elements of the finals is dynamism. That first defense that Envy set up was genius. Blowing a hole open in a wall with a C4 might not seem like groundbreaking stuff. Well, it's wall breaking stuff, excuse the pun. But when there's no DMATs in the meta, players have gotten used to feeling the security of walls around them. Unfortunately, that wall ended up being Envy's demise at the very end. So much debris caved in on the point that the second go at that steal for Fire Strays worked wonders. And then, of course, they had the kills to follow up. They needed those 1 versus 1s to go in their favor. They locked in, they won the fights, and they kept the cash to themselves. It was just absolutely beautiful. And as you've all said, a thoroughly deserved victory for Fire Strays.
Yeah, no, that was a wonderful way to wrap it up. Even you and I were having a conversation a few days ago about Rubble and the fact that it's just the integral part about the finals, and you don't even get mad about it because it's just the way that the finals plays. And we just saw a perfect example.
You can't get mad about it if you're Envy, because you made that Rubble. Like,
yeah. And it's a mind-blowing way to end it, and I hope everybody out there enjoyed the ride. These wonderful casters gave us amazing play-by-plays, so definitely give it up for them in the chat. And we have an amazing team behind the scenes as well. Burrita, you are the most amazing person in the finals. You have held this scene on your shoulders. He has been working both days before we even got started, long days. He is really just an amazing person in the scene. I must have missed something because you guys are laughing, but yeah, I mean, who else can we thank before we wrap it up, Artie, and take it from there?
A big shout out to everybody in chat. Once again, every single gifted sub, every single donation goes right into the prize pool for the players. A huge congratulations to not only the Fire Strays, but to every single team who participated today and yesterday as well. What a show that we've had at PHL Season 2. And chat, this will be the last show of PHL, but don't you worry, because you're going to see all 3 of us very, very shortly at DreamHack. So very excited to see the future of the finals. But chat, this has been such a phenomenal situation. Another huge shout out to Broxton, aka Crash, PR Chief Officer of the finals, the #1 benefactor of this show. And Rio, take it away.
Yep, I think that's where we're going to call it for today. Thank you again for all of you tuning in. Thank you again for everybody behind the scenes. Thank you again for the teams, and we will see you at the Grand Major. Have a good one.